The years of cultivation were incomparably long. At this moment on the brink of death, Quan recalled many scenes from his past. Many years ago on the Tianyu continent within the Wangshan sect. Senior brother, I know I was wrong. I beg you, please don't drive me away. A young girl with black hair falling to her waist, her peerlessly beautiful face streaked with tears, clung desperately to Quan's leg and pleading. Chu Ruoxue, the path of cultivation is nothing like you imagine. The weak are prey to the strong. You have violated sect rules and committed a grave mistake. Your cultivation will be abolished, and you will be expelled from the sect. Quan said coldly. Quan, how could you not know how deeply I like you? How could you not know that everything I did was for your sake? Why can you not abandon the sect and choose me? Why must you treat me like this? Seeing that further explanation was useless, the girl simply turned all that lay in her heart into one final wail. I have never begged you, nor am I worthy of you. In the future, you can rebuild your spiritual roots and join another sect. With your talent, you can still achieve great things. Having spoken, Quan ruthlessly kicked the girl away and left without a backward glance. Quan, I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. Unable to move forward any longer, the girl lay there. The shocking wounds all over her body were bestowed by this senior brother of hers, yet perhaps it was the hurt in her heart that truly robbed her of the strength to stand. Later, after a long time had passed, when people came to this place again, the girl was nowhere to be seen. Yet puddles on the ground and stones scattered about still bore mottled traces of her tears. Much later still, some said that when Chu Ruoxue was seen again, for some unknown reason her hair had turned completely silver. She had entered the mighty Xinghe sect, and her cultivation had soared. Many years ago, once more in the demon realm, within the 10,000 Demons Valley. And Master, why must you do this? A fox-striped girl, her body bathed in blood and her fox ears drooping, shouted at the black-haired youth before her. Her eyes at this moment were utterly vacant. Her peerlessly beautiful face was overshadowed by shock and grief-stricken fury. Hu Yunshi, I have great need of the demon cores of your friend's tribe. Do not stand in my way. Once I have taken the demon cores, I will dissolve our master-servant contract and return your freedom. No, I refuse. Did you save me those years ago, treat me so well all this time just so you could use the chance to slaughter my friend's tribe and take their demon cores? Hu Yunshi screamed with all her might, wanting to ask why. The man before her had once been the one who made her forget the intrigue of the Fox royal clan, and yet now. No matter what you think, if you have the ability, then try to stop me. But with that paltry cultivation of yours, what can you possibly do? After so many years, do you still not understand? Without strength, without cultivation, what in this world can you hope to protect? Without me, how could you have lived until today? It is your weakness that has led to all of this. Quan said coldly. His white robe was already covered in splatters of blood. What followed was Hu Yunshi being struck down in a single blow, her whole body powerless to rise, tears of unwillingness flowing as she watched Quan carry out a brutal slaughter. In the end, Quan stepped before the hollow-eyed Hu Yunshi and cast a spell to dissolve their master-servant contract. Heh! Quan, are you that afraid of being discovered and traced by a great demon expert that you are in such a hurry to dissolve this contract? Hu Yunshi spoke weakly, her gaze icy as she could only wipe the blood from her face with a feeble hand. Why not kill me along with them to save yourself future trouble? Or is it that you believe I will never grow strong enough to become a thorn in your side? Humans and demons walk different paths. I told you this from the very beginning. Does the demon race not also slaughter humans on a grand scale? From now on, I will never see you again. Take care of yourself. Bastard. Then why were you so good to me before? Why did you make me fall in love with you? Ha ha ha, I hate you to death. I will definitely find you, and I will. With a thud as the contract was dissolved, both sides suffered a certain backlash. Hu Yunshi could no longer endure it and fainted dead away. Quan, on the other hand, dealt with the battlefield and departed. A few years later, he returned to the human realm and never again involved himself with the demon realm. Many years ago as well, within a mysterious great hall in the dark demon mountain range. Yi Jinchuan, hand over that item, and I can spare your life. Quan looked at the girl before him, her whole body covered in wounds and utterly unable to resist, and spoke softly. The girl was dressed in black. Her crimson, beautiful eyes gave away no hint of emotion, yet they were fixed unblinkingly upon the youth before her. Haha, brother, why waste words with this demon girl? Just kill her and be done with it. Hey, now how could we possibly kill such a peerlessly beautiful prize? Fellow Taoists, I can relinquish the item. Just leave the person to our Heroine sect, how about it? Oh, and what do you want her for? Could it be that this national beauty city-toppling woman possesses some special constitution? That old Taoist wants her as well. More and more people were gathering at this place. It seemed that by now those of the Tianma sect were either dead or had fled. Why, Quan? Or should I call you husband? The girl forced her shattered body upright, guarding the black box in her hands with all her might, and muttered hoarsely. You are truly adept at disguise. deceiving me for so many years, helping me take revenge, killing my father, then seizing the very foundation of the Tianma sect. Hee-haw. The Tianma sect brought calamity upon the world, committing city slaughter again and again. Having chosen this path, what more is there to say? As for marriage, I never agreed to it. Never agreed. Ha ha ha, that day you clearly promised with your own mouth. Yi Jinxian suddenly erupted. The box in her hands burst forth with a blinding black-violet radiance. Quick, seize the heart of heavenly demon, someone shouted. Yet the light was so overbearing that no one could approach for a time. When it finally faded, Yi Jinxian had already vanished without a trace. At the same time, a transmitted voice drifted through the void. All of you who came to visit the Tianma sect today, I Yi Jinxuan will remember. One day I shall return tooth for tooth, eye for eye. After these words, everyone looked at one another at a loss for what to do for a moment. Her divine sense can no longer be detected. It seems she used some secret art. There is no need to search, fellow Taoists. Take your people and deal with the remaining resources and the scattered remnants of the Tianma sect. After a long silence, Quan finally spoke, breaking the stillness. He had underestimated Yi Jinxuan, yet perhaps this outcome was also for the best. Had she not left, he would not have known how to deal with her. From here on, fellow Taoists, take care of yourselves. This path of cultivation is filled with both fate and peril. If you do not wish to be subject to revenge, then hasten to raise your strength. With that, Quan led the members of his sect away from that place. Later on, strange incidents did occur among those present. That day, many whose cultivation was relatively low died inexplicably. However, as the incidents were never on a large scale, they failed to draw the attention of great experts. And there were more still. A torrent of memories surged through Quan's mind. Many years ago in the Mahai Dragon Palace with the Dragon Princess. In the Spirit Clan's secret realm, seizing the saintess of the Spirit Clan's sacred treasure. In the Tianji Pavilion, gravely injuring that man's elder brother. Too many. Perhaps my near fall today is nothing but retribution, Quan thought, with a muted sigh in his heart. At this moment his entire body was bathed in blood, the wounds upon him ghastly to behold. This should be a valley in the mortal region. Lying on the ground, Quan assessed his current situation while feeling his mana drain away at lightning speed. It was in truth because he had been too impatient, wishing to obtain the heavenly Ganoderma to aid his breakthrough to the great ascension stage. Yet that heavenly Ganoderma had long since been claimed by Jiusu Tianzuan, the master of the Tianqian Valley. Quan had originally used the pretext of his daughter Luo Xiyu to deceive his way close. Once exposed, there was naturally nothing left to say. Although he had prepared certain contingencies, a single strike shattered all of his Dao foundation and immortal base. If not for Luo Xiyu insisting on personally ending him, Quan's bones would likely already have turned to dust. It was precisely this that allowed him to seize a chance, using all his divine abilities without regard for the cost to teleport away in an instant. Though Tianshu Tianzuan underestimated Quan and allowed him to escape, Quan had likewise underestimated the power of a Tianzuan. Yes, although he had managed to flee here with his last gasp of life, his whole body was now utterly powerless. From that single blow, as he felt his remaining mana, Quan had reached the conclusion that he would either die or be crippled. For the sake of cultivation, I disregarded so much, used so many unscrupulous means. What was it all for in the end? Tears streamed from Quan's eyes as he lay on the ground in utter disgrace. Whoever understood the hardships of my past? How can I end it all like this? Why? In the end, I cannot finish like this, he murmured in a daze. Those decades after he had crossed over from Blue Star, he had never spoken of them to anyone. It was that painful experience that had changed him. To end in such wretchedness. Quan repeated, his eyes growing unfocused. At last his mana was exhausted. No, his cultivation itself was exhausted. And only then did he lose consciousness and sink into a darkness without end. Even though I don't know why, despite having lost all my cultivation, you still think so highly of yourself. After returning to his cave dwelling, Chu Tuo began to grumble. However, seeing the downfall of his beloved's enemy brought him some comfort. As he pondered, a glint of cold light suddenly flashed in Chu Tuo's eyes, and a smile crept onto his lips. Come here. Master, what are your orders? Within a quarter of an hour, Chu Tuo's disciples had gathered in full. Chu Hong returned to the clan, and take this opportunity to spread the news of Quan's lost cultivation to Ruo Shui. The rest of you, Chu Tuo sneered, for it was time for Quan to pay for the troubles he had caused in the past. You all should spread this news as far as possible while traveling, but remember not to be too obvious. We cannot reveal my identity. Yes, master, we understand. This could be considered a long-awaited revenge, thought Chu Tuo. After all, he didn't dare to take action himself, fearing that Quan might still have some tricks up his sleeve. Quan had always been a ruthless character. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had indeed been somewhat intimidated by this senior brother in the past. After a dizzy spell, when he opened his eyes again, Quan found himself in a quiet valley. I really can't believe it. What happened that day? Why did that old fellow suddenly wake up? What? At this moment, Quan no longer maintained the aloofness of a powerful cultivator. Both his past and present selves were laid bare, which was somewhat of a release. Forget it'll take it one step at a time. If no enemies discover me, and I can live in seclusion wandering through the mortal realm, and being my true self, that outcome doesn't seem so bad after all. As he contemplated, Quan began to walk away from the valley. Time passed quickly, and another half a year had gone by. One day, Quan finally arrived at a large city of the human race, hiding and avoiding detection. Although he tried his best to avoid conversations with other cultivators on his journey, he inevitably encountered some while exchanging spirit stones for goods. To his surprise, the news of his lost cultivation had spread far too quickly. It was almost as if someone was deliberately spreading these rumors. The continent he was on was quite distant from the location of the Wangchen sect, yet within the information network of the cultivators in this area, the news of his lost cultivation was already being sold at a price exclusively for his enemies. However, in the world of cultivation, the weak are preyed upon by the strong, and such things are quite normal. It truly is a case of misfortune begetting more misfortune. Yet life's setbacks are often unforeseen, and one becomes accustomed to them. With this in mind, Quan had no choice but to change his plans and seek refuge in a large city, a place bustling with people. Because now, having lost all his cultivation, he was completely powerless, making it difficult for his enemies to track him down. However, he was now no different from an ordinary person without any power. If he were in the wilderness, under the current circumstances, he would undoubtedly feel quite insecure. Xingyao City. As expected, it was imposing, stretching endlessly as he gazed upon it. Quan sighed in his heart. Wow, we finally arrived. It's so grand, no wonder it's a city protected by the Xingha sect. The admiration of a fellow traveler next to him awakened Quan's thoughts. The Xingha sect, the sect where Chu Ruo Shui currently resided. Remembering Chu Ruo Shui, Quan truly could not face his former little junior sister. "Sai, let this all be my retribution." As he thought this, Quan stepped towards the city gate, but just as he was about to enter, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Why do you need to hide when coming to Xingyao City as a guest? Elder Quan of the Wangchen sect. Accompanied by some voices from the air, moments later 4 or 5 people descended from the sky. All of these individuals were cultivators at the Golden Core stage, and the ordinary people around them, who had never seen such a spectacle, were already frightened into immobility. Is that person in front from the enforcement unit of Xingyao City? And those behind, aren't they wearing the attire of inner disciples from the Xingha sect? Heavens! The ordinary people and low-ranked cultivators around exchanged whispers, piecing together the identities of these roadblock cultivators. Meanwhile, their target, Quan, naturally became the focal point of attention. Wangchen sect. Have you heard of it? Not much. It seems to be a medium-sized sect from some southern continent. Quan surveyed the surroundings, having already concluded that today would undoubtedly lead to some disturbances. When did you become aware of my movements? You do have a unique way of receiving guests. Quan feigned calmness, speaking indifferently. Even though the news of his lost cultivation had spread, no one had truly verified its authenticity. Perhaps this was also the reason they were hesitant to take action on the road. Senior, you are being overly cautious if our duty is to guard Xingyao City after all. A man wielding a halberd stepped forward and said, as a high-level cultivator like yourself appears in this vicinity, without notification, we naturally must investigate your motives. This attitude is clearly an invitation for me to have tea. However, the Xingha sect, being a major sect, shouldn't resort to taking advantage of others' right. The matter of my lost cultivation hasn't been fully substantiated. No matter how one looks at it, these people wouldn't risk provoking an elder of a medium-sized sect without reason unless Chu Ruo Shui wants to see me. There's no need for such secrecy. Have her come find me, I will wait in the city. Quan had little interaction with the Xingha sect, so he figured only his junior sister would recognize him without any power based on his appearance. Senior brother, you are as clever as ever. Suddenly a figure flashed past Quan's back, followed by a wave of warmth. Glancing back, he was taken aback to see a beautiful woman with long silver hair standing silently behind him, accompanied by a fragrance unique to young girls. Wow, is this really an immortal? Isn't she the saintess of the Xingha sect? How fortunate to meet her. Such beauty, what a life well lived. With the appearance of Chu Ruo Shui, the crowd began to murmur even more as many passers-by and cultivators turned their gaze in this direction. Oh no, how could I have run into her so quickly? Quan felt a wave of regret. He had originally just wanted to sneak into the city and find an opportunity to escape those people. It seems difficult to catch up here, senior brother. Shui really misses you. Can we find a different place to talk? Slowly. Chu Ruo Shui's beautiful eyes flickered as she leaned closer to Quan, speaking in a voice only he could hear. As she moved forward, she deliberately exuded waves of spiritual pressure, pressing down on Quan's mortal body. Do I even have the any room to refuse? Quan felt as if he were being crushed by 1,000-pound stone, his body aching severely as cold sweat poured down, and he could only grit his teeth and utter this one sentence. "No, you heartless man, getting your just desserts." Chu Ruo Shui replied coldly, increasing the pressure further. To the onlookers, this scene merely appeared as the beautiful saintess leaning against this unfamiliar man, instantly inciting a wave of envy. However, after a moment, Chu Ruo Shui cast out a ray of light that enveloped the two, and they vanished from sight. Within the luxurious courtyard of the city lord's mansion in Xingyao City, Quan, who had his magical powers suppressed by Chu Ruo Shui, was gasping for breath, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his body limp as he collapsed onto a chair. If it weren't for his physical body still far surpassing that of an ordinary mortal, he would have likely turned into a pool of blood by now. "Chu Jr. sister, why not use a bit more strength and simply crush me to relieve the hatred in your heart?" Quan raised his weary gaze to look at Chu Ruo Shui and slowly spoke. Compared to the cold and distant saintess of the Xinghe sect before him, now Chu Ruo Shui had previously been a naive and sweet girl who always followed behind him. Chu Ruo Shui paid no heed to Quan's provocation. Her silver hair swayed slightly as she looked down at the disheveled senior brother before her. She had just tested this senior brother and knew that he had truly lost all his cultivation, so how could she allow him to die so easily? Originally, she had long wanted to storm the Wangqin sect to take revenge for the grievances of the past, but her father, the head of the Chu family, had disapproved, causing her to delay. But now, senior brother, can you guess what Ruo Shui wants to do the most right now? With a flicker of her figure, several phantoms appeared, and she directly straddled Quan. With her petite body pinning Quan down, she playfully said to him, while her right index finger lightly traced over his chest, exuding an alluring charm, as if a woman were teasing her beloved. In reality, she was merely channeling her icy celestial energy through her finger into Quan's heart, stirring his heart without destroying it. Ma. Feeling the unbearable twisting pain in his heart, Quan was drenched in sweat, instinctively raising his hands to push against Chu Ruo Shui's slender waist, trying to shove her off. However, all of this was in vain. At this moment, Chu Ruo Shui had reached the stage of transformation, just one major realm lower than Quan's previous self. And now before her, Quan was nothing but an ant. Chu Ruo Shui, if you want revenge, make it quick. If you have the ability, don't torture me, ah. Quan said painfully, his vision starting to blur on the verge of fainting. Does it hurt, senior brother? Ha ha ha. This little pain is nowhere near the tenth of the suffering you caused me when you abandoned me. But look at you now, senior brother, where has your great path gone? Ha ha ha, now you are left with nothing but a body of waste, ha ha. Chu Ruo Shui looked down at the man before her with disdain, stopping her actions, a smile curving on her lips, her delicate body moving joyfully, her curves evident and enticing. However, although Quan could see the stunning beauty before him acting provocatively, he had no interest in appreciating it at all, only instinctively pushing against Chu Ruo Shui with his hands. Senior brother, what are your hands doing? Why not this? If you can push me down, today's punishment will end here, and maybe Ruo Shui will even give you a little reward. Chu Ruo Shui, unbothered by Quan's attempts to touch her, leaned closer to his ear, breathing hot air, and provocatively taunted him. If anyone else who knew Chu Ruo Shui saw her actions now, they would certainly prefer to believe it was an outsider in disguise. Why? Because although Chu Ruo Shui had buried her emotions and grievances over the years, she was ultimately a prominent young lady from a major clan, maintaining the dignity of a sect's saintess in front of others. Most of those who had seen her, passers-by, suitors, mentors, and family, unanimously described her as a kind, reliable, and resilient beauty. Everything she exhibited upon seeing this now powerless senior brother might just be the result of her accumulated grievances exploding and starting to twist her character. Huff huff. Quan exerted himself, but Chu Ruo Shui remained unmoved, resulting in him only feeling the softness in his hands, unable to move her even an inch after several moments. As senior brother, I didn't expect you to have such lewd thoughts. Suddenly, Chu Ruo Shui let out a surprised exclamation, straightening her posture, her face flushed with embarrassment as she glared at Quan. In that moment, Quan caught a glimpse of the little junior sister from before. You actually peeked into my sea of consciousness. Chu Ruo Shui, you have gone too far. Quan feigned shock, knowing that she was peering into his sea of consciousness. To prevent her from continuing, he had no choice but to show her some inappropriate images. Two was wrong. Huh, so what if I looked? Quan, do you really think that by calling you senior brother now you are still my senior brother? Chu Ruo Shui snapped back, her beautiful eyes glaring fiercely. In your current predicament, falling into my hands, I can do whatever I want to you. Moreover, the filthy thoughts you're having in your head are all your own. Quan felt numb. He was sure that his mind was filled only with painful feelings and thoughts of escape. Why didn't she care about any of this? Besides, this was merely a desperate tactic to prevent her from continuing to peak. It wasn't something he genuinely desired. What kind of dignified saintess would say such things and do such acts? Quan felt utterly powerless to argue. All he wanted to know was how Chu Ruoxue would deal with him. If you want to kill me, just do it quickly. This all stems from me. If necessary, I'll pay with my life. Quan said coldly, looking tiredly at Chu Ruoxue, who was still straddling him. You think you can find peace in death? Do you really believe that the pain you've caused me can be resolved with your demise? Chu Ruoxue snapped angrily, as if Quan's words had touched a deep-seated nerve before she leaned down again, using her celestial energy to torment him by stirring his organs. During this time, Quan naturally suffered immensely, several times on the verge of fainting, only to be jolted awake and healed by Chu Ruoxue's magic. After several hours of back and forth like this, even with a strong Tao heart, Quan felt it shattering, and he realized that now was not the time for a hard stance. Junior sister, Ruoxue, I was wrong. Quan, soaked in sweat, struggled to speak. He understood now. The current Chu Ruoxue was far from the naive girl of the past. If he didn't do something, judging by her increasingly deranged smile, she would likely torment him until the sun rose the next day. Indeed, how could he easily let go of the grudge of losing his cultivation? Now he hoped Chu Ruoxue would show him mercy and grant him a swift end. Now you know to call me Ruoxue. Does it hurt? How much does it hurt? Hearing Quan plead for mercy, Chu Ruoxue paused her actions, playfully pinching his face with her small hand, making him look her in the eyes. It's very, very painful. Quan set aside all dignity and spoke with a deadened heart. It didn't matter anymore. As long as this girl wouldn't torment him further, he would just have to go along with her. Then will you listen to your junior sister from now on? Upon hearing Quan's submissive answer, Chu Ruoxue was in a great mood, her beautiful eyes flickering, and she thoughtfully said this. What did this mean? Quan pondered, but in this state, anything Chu Ruoxue did seemed unsurprising. Some twisted aspect of her personality was awakening deep within her. Quan replied weakly, his thoughts somewhat muddled, his words lacking much contemplation. If that's the case, then it seems I must force my senior brother right. Be good, senior brother, come wear this. Saying this, Chu Ruoxue waved her small hand and took out a treasure resembling a bracelet, pretending to put it on Quan's hand. Quan was taken aback. This naive and sweet junior sister had never been like this. Was she trying to make him her servant? Absolutely not. Quan struggled internally, but he couldn't vocalize any protests. He realized that after being tormented and trained by Chu Ruoxue, he truly didn't dare to argue with this deranged, blackened junior sister. Chu Ruoxue, what have you done? Only after being forcibly restrained with the handcuff artifact did Quan realize what had happened, and he immediately shouted in anger. What do you want from me? Chu Ruoxue snorted coldly, placing her small hand on Quan's chest. Schwer. I called you Schwer. Quan was genuinely afraid of this living Yama. In the past, when he had strength and cunning, he would never have encountered such a fate. Now, if he didn't want to endure inhumane torment, he could only take one step at a time. From now on, you can only call me Schwer, or you can call me Lady Ruoxue, useless senior brother. Seeing Quan yielding, Chu Ruoxue felt a sense of relief. Suddenly an impulse surged in his mind, and he began to touch Quan's face, which was contorted in pain and despair, slowly speaking to him. Do you understand? Moreover, once you put on this handcuff, you will forever be mine, senior brother. Chu Ruoxue said, lightly tapping her hand, causing the handcuff to vanish. If you don't listen to me, or if you try to escape, it will be like this. After saying this, Chu Ruoxue waved her small hand, and the handcuff reappeared on Quan's wrist. This is easy. In an instant, the handcuff emitted a strong electric current, and a numbness spread throughout Quan's body. In just a moment, he fainted. How can this power be so great? What should I do? Chu Ruoxue hurriedly stopped the handcuff and began to cast spells to heal Quan. Clearly, she had not anticipated the power of the handcuff to be so immense. When she bought it in the black market, she only focused on getting an expensive and good-looking one, not considering the issue of its power. After a bout of dizziness, Quan felt as if his whole body was about to fall apart, and his senses gradually became clearer. Slowly opening his eyes, he found himself lying on the luxurious bed of a grand room. It seemed everything was not a dream. He had indeed been captured by Chu Ruoxue and tortured to the point of fainting. How much time has passed? He slowly sat up and began to look around. Chu Ruoxue had disappeared, presumably having left for some business. Now he was alone in the room. Although it was somewhat dangerous, his storage bag was still with him. Perhaps there was a chance he needed to run quickly. Thinking this, Quan hurriedly got up, opened the door, and ran outside. He couldn't care about anything else. He needed to escape first, and then find a way to remove the handcuff. He had to run, otherwise who knew how that Yama-like junior sister would torment him. If those fairies held grudges like this, he would definitely have a hard time in the future. Quan thought, increasing his speed. However, just as he reached the corner, he collided head-on with a young female cultivator. Quan couldn't stop in time, and ultimately knocked the young female cultivator to the ground, while he also fell to the side. Woo. The young female cultivator shook her head and climbed up from the ground, tears shimmering in her eyes. Quan quickly got up and took a good look at her attire. The young female cultivator had a charming appearance embodying a sweet and cute style. Though her looks were not as stunning as Chu Ruoxu's, she was still a beauty among beauties. Who are you? Why did you come out of Sister Chu's room? The young female cultivator tidied herself up, and upon realizing that Quan had no cultivation, her courage grew, prompting her to ask, Who are you? Quan asked back, pretending to be calm. After all, Chu Ruoxue was a prominent saintess of a major sect, and she could not expose her torment of Quan to outsiders. So here there should be no one who recognized him, and they probably regarded him as a petty thief. Me. I am the daughter of the city lord of Xingyao City, and I am also a disciple of Elder Xingli of the Xinghe sect, the famous saintess of the Xinghe sect, the Ice Fairy, who slayed 4 demons with 1 sword. Chu Ruoxu's cousin. Stop. You keep talking about others, tell me your surname and name. Listening to the girl's rambling, Quan couldn't help but interrupt. If she continued to drag it out, by the time Chu Ruoxue returned, he would likely be tortured again. Little thief, listen carefully, my name is Chu Ningning, another member of the Chu family. How annoying, and now it was too difficult for him to escape the city lord's residence alone. If a more reckless guard showed up, he would have probably been dealt with by now. I surrender, I came to steal valuables. Now that you've caught me, take me to the government office to confess. After pondering for a moment, Quan realized that his only chance of safely leaving might be by borrowing Chu Ningning's hands. Who do you think you're fooling? Which little thief would dare to come here to steal things, especially with such low cultivation? Simply courting death. I see you are driven by lust, trying to plot against Sister Chu. I've seen many people like you, but it's the first time I've seen someone so fearless with such low cultivation. The young female cultivator scrutinized Quan, circling around him while chattering incessantly. Stop. Stop. I will go along with whatever you say, but can you take me out of here? Whatever you say, I accept it. I just want to go to the government office to confess my mistakes. Quan pleaded. Ah, sister. Come quickly, I caught a little thief. Suddenly, the young female cultivator stopped in her tracks and called out behind Quan. It's over. Quan felt a cold presence approaching from behind. Reluctantly, he turned to look. There stood a beautiful woman in green robes with silver hair and green eyes. It was indeed Chu Ruoxue. Damn it. Quan screamed in his heart, suddenly wanting to run. But before he could lift his leg, he felt as if his feet were frozen to the ground. Looking down, he found that his feet had indeed been encased in ice. Sister Chu, luckily I caught him, otherwise he would have escaped. Don't you think I deserve some praise, Ningning? Ningning is really impressive. Chu Ruoxue spoke calmly, patting the head of the eager Chu Ningning, who sought praise. Hiss. Fairy Chu, please let me explain. At this moment, Quan understood that the only way to deal with Chu Ruoxue was to submit. However, he thought for a moment he could use this opportunity to spread the information about being captured and oppressed by Chu Ruoxue. That was why he deliberately called her Fairy Chu, as surely someone would come to inquire about it. After all, there were many people who wanted to benefit from being on the same boat as him, and dealing with them was definitely better than simply being oppressed by his darkened junior sister. Fairy Chu. So respectful. Could it be that he is your servant, sister? When did you take in a servant, and a male one at that? Could it be, sister, you finally couldn't stand the loneliness? Woo-woo. TT. Before she could finish her sentence, Chu Ningning was struck by a chop from Chu Ruoxue, silencing her. Husband, it's all your fault for running around causing misunderstandings. You need to explain yourself properly to me. Husband, he is sister's husband. Huh. Chu Ningning could hardly believe her ears and couldn't help but ask again. However, the number of suitors for Chu Ruoxue was countless, and many of them were outstanding. There was truly no need to take a male servant. You little thief, do you have something on my sister? Oh. Chu Ningning was about to question Quan when she received another chop from Chu Ruoxue. Sister Woo-woo, if father scolds me for being foolish again, I will say it was you who hit me, Woo-woo. Do not be rude to your brother-in-law. Chu Ruoxue said, her expression and tone very natural and gentle, as if she had already become a virtuous wife and mother. So that was it. Quan realized that this was how Chu Ruoxue had always been. She would always maintain her gentle and polite demeanor in front of outsiders, only acting spoiled and tearful in front of him. It seemed she was still the same. Now she planned to use this excuse to deceive others, concealing both his identity and her actions. And also, husband, what did you just call me? Why did you call me that? With a reason to hide behind, Chu Ruoxue shifted her gaze to the immobilized Quan, her words carrying a hint of coldness. The little brother's thoughts are indeed plentiful. The pitiful look of not being able to escape was surprisingly adorable. But being so disobedient, it should be fine to play a little harder at night. Thus, after a wave of thoughts that completely contradicted her exterior, Chu Ruoxue walked towards Quan. Watching Chu Ruoxue slowly approach him, Quan truly felt numb. What kind of husband is she talking about? Is she not afraid of ruining her reputation while wanting to keep her status beside him? Haha, Schwer, I just came out to see where you went. What are you causing a fuss about now? Quan said nervously, knowing that Chu Ruoxue would not believe a single word. But he had to say, due to the inhumane torment from Chu Ruoxue, he really couldn't bear it. Of course my husband knows what Schwer is doing. It's getting late, shouldn't we rest? Chu Ruoxue stepped forward and untied the restraints on Quan's feet, grabbing the collar of his clothes and secretly exerting strength to pull him towards the courtyard. At the same time, she gave Quan a cold glance, as if to say that once they entered the house he would be done for. Danger. Quan felt as if his life was ticking down in the hands of this woman. No, he had to do something. Chu Ruoxue would turn into a kind and gentle older sister in front of others if it came to that. Yes, it's getting late, but look, Ning Ning just happened to arrive. How about we go in together for some tea? TSK. Chu Ruoxue lightly scoffed, but deliberately controlled her volume to prevent Chu Ningning from hearing. Ning Ning, have you finished practicing today? And have you completed the tasks of handling the city's affairs? Chu Ruoxue asked. Woo, of course, everything is done. What does sister mean by this? Are you in such a hurry to chase me away? Is having a husband enough to forget Ning Ning? Chu Ningning feigned a pitiful look, having just arrived and barely seen Chu Ruoxue. Usually she loved sticking to Chu Ruoxue and often slept with her, and she never complained. Woo, it's all your fault, you little thief. Chu Ningning murmured, casting a resentful glance at Quan. Not that, little sister, your sister is scolding you, and you blame me. Quan felt helpless, but he needed a shield right now. As long as someone was present, Chu Ruoxue wouldn't drop the good-natured facade to torment him. Schwer, let's just have some tea together, it's the way to treat guests. Quan looked at Chu Ruoxue and pleaded. Then, I will listen to my husband. Chu Ruoxue replied, smiling sweetly at Quan, her beauty captivating. Once she leaves, who will save you? Chu Ruoxue used a spell to convey a threatening message to Quan. Senior brother has become a useless person who needs a woman as a shield. How adorable. Quan had no idea that his cowardly demeanor only fueled Chu Ruoxue's twisted desires. The once lofty and selfless senior brother, who acted unilaterally and forgot feelings for profit, had now become like this. Chu Ruoxue thought that perhaps training Quan to turn him into a complete useless person was far more advantageous than tormenting him. Chu Ningning huffed. Though she felt a bit unhappy, she still followed the two into the house. This tea is called Cold Heart. It is a specialty of the northern cold wilderness and significantly nourishes magical power. Especially beneficial for ice-type magical power. Come Ning Ning, we both cultivate this type of magical power. This tea should be very good for you. After brewing a pot of tea for Chu Ningning, Chu Ruoxue slowly spoke. She pulled Quan to sit beside her, while Chu Ningning sat across the tea table, as if she were truly the hostess entertaining guests. However, you must use your magical power to refine it while tasting to gain its effects. Yes, sister. This cold heart tea is extremely precious. Chu Ningning naturally thought it was given out of concern for her. However, Quan felt something was off, sensing that this girl's attention was still on him. Come husband, you should have some too. Chu Ruoxue sweetly prepared a cup for Quan as well. He glanced at it, didn't think too much, and drank it down. After all, having suggested tea, it would be unreasonable not to drink. Ooh, wow. Just half a sip down his throat, a chilling cold spread through his body, as if freezing every part of him. He dropped the teacup in pain, curling up on the ground in agony. Wow, you little thief, how dare you drink without magical power? Chu Ningning exclaimed in shock, quickly rushing forward to cast a spell to draw out the cold energy from Quan. Woo. After a while, Quan gradually felt better and began to retch. A husband, I forgot you are currently a little softy, with no magical power and cultivation. Don't be mad at Schwer, okay? It was not until Quan felt better and slowly stood up that Chu Ruoxue pretended to care and stepped forward to ask, Sister, can you forget something like this? The little thief almost died just now. Chu Ningning asked in confusion, when did her sister become forgetful? Usually she could recount every detail of her training. You don't know your brother-in-law was once an incredibly formidable sword cultivator, but after encountering misfortune, he turned into the useless person he is now. Chu Ruoxue said with a feigned sadness, tears shimmering in her eyes. What a performer. Quan realized that she had intended to play this game from the start. He glanced at Chu Ruoxue, and despite the pain in his abdomen, slowly stood up, while Chu Ningning also ceased her healing and sat back down. Moreover, after Chu Ruoxue reminded Quan of his loss of cultivation and humiliated him in this manner, his self-esteem was greatly wounded. Fine, Chu Ruoxue, if you want to treat me like this, then I won't be human either. You're clearly just a little softy. Watching Quan painfully sit back down beside her, Chu Ruoxue provocatively whispered. However, he could still calmly sit back down after being played. This was commendable. It seemed her training was effective. Ruoxue, since I can't refine it, why don't you drink it and refine it before feeding it to me? What do you say, my dear wife? Since she wanted to disgust him like this, then he wouldn't care either. After all, his life was already in disarray, he just wanted to vent his frustrations. This. Chu Ruoxue pretended to be embarrassed, making Yan Quan think he had succeeded, only to quickly turn and say Ning Ning is still here. Shuer is shy. You're shy. You are fundamentally an invincible, deeply black-hearted woman. Yan Quan thought to himself, feeling worse than ever. He never expected that Chu Ruoxue seemed completely unconcerned about how others misunderstood the relationship between them. Sister, you too. Chu Ningning felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. Was she part of her sister and brother-in-law's romantic entanglement? Haha, Chu Ningning, your sister is actually very reserved, don't be surprised. Chu Ruoxue thought to herself that if you want to do it this way, then don't blame me. Yan Quan inwardly made a certain decision and then spoke up. In the past, I remember once I was gravely injured by a demon beast and fainted. It was your sister who chased away the people arranged by the master and took care of me herself. Because I was unconscious, she secretly kissed me during that time, but I was already awake then. What? Chu Ruoxue was startled, nearly dropping the teapot to the ground. He was actually awake. No wonder when I stuck out my tongue later, he suddenly moved. Bastard. Chu Ningning looked at Chu Ruoxue, her face flushed with embarrassment, unable to refute, also shocked. She had no idea her ice fairy sister would do such things. Hee, and moreover, Yan Quan looked at Chu Ruoxue, finally enjoying his victory, thinking it was your own choice, don't blame me. Your sister used to sneak into my room all the time claiming to help me clean, but in reality, I always had a recording stone in my room. Once she was holding my clothes on my bed. Bang. Chu Ruoxue forcefully slammed the cup of tea she had brewed onto the table, her face flushed with embarrassment, her expression flustered, and her breathing disordered. Yan Quan and Chu Ningning were naturally stunned, not daring to make a sound. Enough, husband, if you keep talking the tea will get cold. After saying this, she gulped down a cup of tea in one go, not waiting for Yan Quan to react before directly pulling his collar. In the next moment, their lips met. Yan Quan only felt a delightful fragrance and the sweet scent of a girl on his lips, the warm, moist sensation spreading across his mouth, leaving him momentarily blank. Wow, I suddenly remembered that I do have homework to finish today. I have to go now. Chu Ningning, a little girl who has never held a boy's hand since childhood, could not handle such a stimulating scene and hurriedly made an excuse to leave with a flushed face. In her haste to leave, she even tripped and fell as she exited. Wu, how could you do this, sister? I will tell the uncle. Chu Ningning whimpered, got up, and ran away. Meanwhile, the two people inside the room were still busy with their conversation. Yan Quan was also stunned. By the time he came back to his senses, the refined Hanshin tea had already gone down his throat, yet Chu Ruoxue showed no intention of separating. Moreover, after a moment, Yan Quan felt something soft slowly probing into his mouth, and this girl even started to stick out her tongue. Chu Ruoxue's face was even redder at this moment. She didn't understand what she was doing, she just acted on impulse in the heat of the moment. Aren't you the one who wanted me to serve tea? Don't you like to expose others' flaws? You love to talk about sticking out your tongue, don't you? Go on, keep talking, you soft-hearted, useless senior brother. Chu Ruoxue forced herself to find some excuses, treating her actions as punishment for Yan Quan. Yan Quan, however, felt he had no choice. He found it hard to breathe, but was held in place by Chu Ruoxue. But after a while, Chu Ruoxue suddenly appeared weak, her gaze hazy, and her body began to heat up. The initiative inexplicably shifted to Yan Quan, and she quietly began to move along with him. What happened to this girl? But this was a good opportunity. Yan Quan quickly exerted force and pushed Chu Ruoxue away. Huh. He gasped for breath, his mouth filled with Chu Ruoxue's unique fragrance and mysterious wetness. Turning back to look at this silver-haired beauty in green, Chu Ruoxue's eyes were dazed, exhaling warm breath, her chest rising and falling. She gently wiped the moisture from the corner of her mouth with one hand, her lips pursed, as if recalling the feeling from just moments ago. Yan Quan took the opportunity to feel the sensation of the celestial tea entering his belly, a warm flow of magical energy, slowly spreading through his body, accompanied by Chu Ruoxue's unique ice-type magical energy. Why do I feel like my celestial root and Tao foundation are being repaired? Yan Quan's heart surged with waves, although the restoration was particularly faint, he could still sense it, and this information was enough to make him overjoyed. Could it be that this refined magical energy can help me repair my celestial root? As Yan Quan pondered, he noticed that Chu Ruoxue began to shed tears for some reason, softly sobbing. What should I do now? Ningning will definitely tell everyone. Yan Quan was speechless. You bullied me before, and now you're still bullying me. I'm so useless, how can I still like you? I can't face anyone anymore, I'm so useless. Chu Ruoxue cried out, her past feelings of hatred for Yan Quan surfacing when she couldn't see him. So she practiced hard, hoping to one day defeat him on her own, humiliating him and avenging her grievances. But she never considered what to do afterwards. Until just now, she actually let her inner self go and did such a thing, indicating that she still had feelings for this scoundrel senior brother in front of her. She wept for her own helplessness, even crying for Yin Quan's abandonment of her. Looking at Chu Ruoxue, who was sobbing like a 3-year-old child, Yin Quan was also at a loss. This Chu Ruoxue still hadn't changed. Deep down, she still saw herself as his little junior sister crying and complaining before him. Alright, it was my fault before. Haven't I tortured you enough today? As long as you feel better inside, that's good. Yin Quan said, while gently stroking the head of the silver-haired girl in front of him, trying to stabilize her for now. Chu Ruoxue used to be a young lady coming to the sect to experience life. During her cultivation journey, she often made mistakes, and many times, Yin Quan as her senior brother took the punishment for her. Whenever she made a mistake, she didn't care what others said about her. She was always defiant. When she made a big mistake, Yin Quan would scold her, and she would just cry, and then Yin Quan would have to take the blame for her. Often he would be punished, and then have to comfort Chu Ruoxue afterwards. At that time, he would gently stroke her head, listening to her complaints to comfort this naive little junior sister. Perhaps Chu Ruoxue fell for him because of his indulgence becoming increasingly unruly until she made a grave mistake that left him unable to protect her. However, she had now become so composed and polite, perhaps all of this had actually benefited her in the end. I don't care, you have to take responsibility for me. Chu Ruoxue suddenly grabbed Yin Quan's hand that was stroking her, her eyes filled with tears as she looked at him, speaking in a tone full of grievance. How can I take responsibility for you? What do you want? Now everyone will know you're my husband, and you've done this to me. Shouldn't you take responsibility? Shouldn't you marry me? Shouldn't you accompany me for life? Chu Ruoxue muttered, no longer appearing like a refined young lady. No, are you sure it was me who did this to you? Yin Quan was at a loss for words, helplessly looking at Chu Ruoxue. For anyone else, marrying such a stunning beauty would truly be a stroke of incredible fortune. But for Yin Quan, he now realized he had a chance to repair his cultivation. He still wanted to travel quietly, seeking a suitable method for restoration, hoping to return to the celestial ranks. Moreover, if he said he might be able to restore his cultivation, would Chu Ruoxue agree? There was a high chance she would try to stop him, as she surely had a tremendous desire for control over him. So he should still refuse, using some excuses to placate her. Yes, just like that. If you dare refuse, I'll let you know how I deal with an enemy with whom I have no ties. Chu Ruoxue seemed to have sensed Yin Quan's entanglement, coldly rebuking him before he could speak. Yin Quan immediately broke out in cold sweat, swallowing back the words that had almost escaped his mouth. I understand. Yin Quan replied weakly. Chu Ruoxue had indeed changed, as she had become truly fierce. Yin Quan truly believed she had hundreds of ways to torment people. Alright, then tomorrow you will accompany me back to Xing's sect. After I handle some sect matters, we will return to the Chu family to meet my family. Chu Ruoxue wiped away the remaining tears from her eyes and began to make arrangements for the subsequent matters. Your family? They won't tear me apart, will they? Yin Quan said disgruntledly. Chu Ruoxue had always been the apple of the eye of the Chu family. He truly didn't understand why she had come so far to train at Wangshan's sect. At that time, he personally drove Chu Ruoxue out of the sect, depriving her of her cultivation. The Chu family even came 1,000 miles to seek revenge, but they were all repelled by Yin Quan. Honestly, if the Chu family hadn't been so far away and had little influence, and if they weren't in the wrong, perhaps Wangshan's sect would have had a lot of headaches, and the ancestor might not have punished Chu Ruoxue so severely. Now to return in this state. Wouldn't they each give me a punch? No. It should be fine. Just stick close to me every day, and I will convince them. But if you try to sneak away again, I can't guarantee what will happen to you, you soft-hearted senior brother. Yin Quan was speechless. Chu Ruoxue was indeed a scheming and wicked woman. You should understand by now. And from now on, keep your distance from female cultivators. Don't let me see you with any more romantic interests, or you'll have to bear the consequences. Chu Ruoxue looked at Yin Quan's unwilling expression and immediately scolded him in anger. Her senior brother had always been bad at maintaining boundaries with female cultivators and often caused trouble. Over the years, there must be many romantic interests he had that she didn't know about. Had he fallen for other women during these years? Thinking of this, Chu Ruoxue felt a surge of jealousy within her. While I was away, did you flirt with any other vixens? Chu Ruoxue, shedding her previous modesty as a junior sister, pressed Yin Quan to take responsibility for her. This meant that she had already taken a dominant position, and she finally asked the question she had long wanted to know. I have always been obsessed with cultivation and have never thought about matters between men and women, as you should know. Yin Quan said, forcing himself to remain calm, and after all, he hadn't actively sought any partners. As for his interactions with other fairies he had dealings with, he believed they were just natural interactions. Yes, he didn't need to feel guilty at all. Why do I feel like you're a bit guilty? They'll trust you this once, but don't let me catch you lying to me. Chu Ruoxue lightly tapped her fingers, and the bracelet on Yin Quan's wrist appeared again. How could that be? Haha, look at me now, I wouldn't dare oppose you. Yin Quan said helplessly. He could only endure humiliation and take the burden as long as there was a chance to restore his celestial roots. He wouldn't feel hopeless, so there was no need to sever ties with Chu Ruoxue. As long as it wasn't too excessive, going along with her for now wouldn't be impossible. That's more like it. If you perform well, it'll naturally take off this bracelet otherwise. Wait, were you really like this before? When he couldn't defeat her before he sweetly called her senior sister, how did it turn into this now? Quan was speechless, wondering how Chu Ruoxue had become so dark. The previous naive rich girl was so much better. I know it's getting late, let's rest early. Quan said, feeling that his mortal body had reached its limit after a day of torment. Alright, I'll call you in the morning, and we'll set off early. I don't want to explain too much to that silly Ningning. Chu Ruoxue said softly before heading to the exquisite bed and lying down. She was tired, she even felt that today was like a dream. The heartless senior brother she thought of daily would only be in her control from now on, to be at her disposal for a lifetime. Thinking this today was truly worthwhile. Where do I sleep? Quan walked over and asked, as there was only one bed in the room. Although he could sleep on the floor, he still had to ask Chu Ruoxue. Since you know about the things I secretly did before, why bother pretending to be reserved? Can't you see there's only one bed here? What does this mean? Quan honestly thought that in his life he had been obsessed with cultivation and had come up with many schemes and tactics. But he truly couldn't understand a girl's thoughts, which is why sometimes his schemes were easily misunderstood by them. Then he'll sleep on the floor or on the chair beside you. Tisk, suit yourself, you wouldn't block. Quan spent a sleepless night. The next day, Quan and Chu Ruoxue arrived early at the teleportation array in Xingyao City. It was no wonder it was a large city. From afar, one could see beams of light shooting up to the sky. The entrance was bustling with people, with many mid to high-level cultivators coming here to use the teleportation array. Swear, no matter how you look at it, marriage is a big deal. After such a long time apart, isn't it too abrupt? Quan, looking at the increasingly close teleportation array, hesitated, but still voiced his thoughts. I saw you having fun with those vixens before. Didn't you oblige them whenever they asked? And I noticed that they seemed to have thoughts of becoming your partner. Why aren't you like that now? Then it wouldn't be abrupt. Chu Ruoxue replied, recalling some of Quan's past entanglements, her anger rising. Quan was also left speechless. Those were all relationships based on mutual benefit and helping each other. Although he did have some thoughts, he was certainly only interested in the benefits. Chu Fairy. What a coincidence. As soon as Quan and Chu Ruoxue arrived at the entrance of the teleportation array, they were greeted by a few people. The first to speak was a handsome scholar, elegantly dressed, holding a white fan, looking like a well-bred descendant of a prestigious family. Saintus, I just met Daoist Song here, and I didn't expect to run into you. One of the people behind the scholar stepped forward to say, Lin Fan, you told Song Li about my intention to use the teleportation array today, didn't you? Chu Ruoxue said coldly to that person. Chu Fairy is indeed intelligent. It's not Lin Daoist's fault. It was my relentless pursuit that made him tell me. After all, there are so many people pursuing Chu Fairy, I had no choice but to be a bit sly. I hope Fairy won't hold it against me. The scholar said with a laugh. Quan understood that they had been waiting for Chu Ruoxue. This scholar seemed to have decent cultivation and was equipped with valuable artifacts, daring to act so boldly. His status might not be inferior to Chu Ruoxue's. However, it seemed he wasn't the only one. Chu Fairy, I was thoroughly convinced after losing to you in the grand competition. May I have the honor of discussing cultivation insights with you? I've reserved the best place in the city. You think you deserve that? Chu Fairy, I recently obtained a supreme treasure, and only you are worthy of it. Chu Fairy, do you remember me? That day in the training grounds. Not this many, right? Lin Fan, how many people have you leaked this to? I guess they must have seen the good side of Chu Ruoxue and thought she wouldn't say anything. But they couldn't be blamed. They had never seen her demonic side, and perhaps that was a form of luck. Quan silently sighed. The scholar also didn't expect so many people to come, as seeing that Chu Ruoxue was about to get angry, he quickly changed his tone. Chu Fairy, who is this person beside you? He looks quite unfamiliar. He must be a high-level expert from another region. The scholar couldn't discern Quan's cultivation level and was also surprised. In his eyes, Quan looked no different from a mortal. How could he suppress his level of cultivation to such an extent? After some thought, he regarded Quan as a deeply experienced individual. Thank you for your kind words. I come from Tianyu continent. And Quan began to respond. He is my partner. Before Quan could finish, Chu Ruoxue calmly uttered a shocking statement. Oh, so you are partners? The scholar was taken aback, and everyone around was equally stunned. You all know now, please do not disturb me again, and my husband might get furious if he sees this. Chu Ruoxue slyly glanced at Quan and said before taking him away in a flash of light. How is that possible? Chu Fairy is obviously so gentle and reserved. How could she act like this? I think that person is unfathomable. Perhaps he threatened Chu Fairy, and she had to submit to his coercion. Yes, this is a reminder from Chu Fairy to us. The crowd murmured, but all their suspicions were directed at Yin Quan. The scholar in white stared after the two departing figures, tightly gripping his treasured fan. Chu Ruoxua, why did you speak those words in public using me as a shield? As the two of them had just arrived at the dedicated teleportation hall of the Xinghe sect in this city, Yin Quan spoke coldly. What do you mean by talking about partners right away? What about your elegant fairy image? Husband, what are you saying? Shouldn't a husband protect his wife? Are you thinking about some cheating cat somewhere wanting to abandon me? What are you talking about? There's no one here, why are you pretending? Holy maiden, wait for me. Before Yin Quan could finish his words, someone came up behind him. When he turned to look, it was Lin Fan, the one who had just been outside. Compared to those young masters, this person was not particularly striking in appearance and had lower cultivation. It turned out he knew there were others behind. No wonder he was still pretending. Yin Quan felt frustrated, but was helpless. There was no choice if he continued to speak. Who knew what shocking words Chu Ruoxua would use to make a scene? Lin Fan, you don't need to follow me anymore. I'm returning to the sect, this time not going out. You should continue to complete the sect's tasks with the others here. Yes. But Elder Chu said to keep the holy maiden here. I will explain to my aunt, you can go now. Yes. Lin Fan replied respectfully, and in a moment, he vanished from sight. This kind of movement technique seemed to belong to the sect's intelligence agents, Yin Quan thought to himself. Come on, senior brother, it's better for you to obediently follow me for now. Just like you said, the path of cultivation is fraught with danger, isn't it, huh? Chu Ruoxua walked ahead, chirping cheerfully. Yin Quan naturally understood that expressing his troubles would be futile, but if he allowed Chu Ruoxua to manipulate him, he might never escape from this darkened junior sister. However, there was no option here. It was better to see how things went. After all, as long as he didn't provoke Chu Ruoxua into a frenzy to torment him, his current situation was still bearable. This city's teleportation hall is indeed luxurious. It can accommodate such scale. Yin Quan sighed, realizing that there were still many things in this world he had not experienced over the years. This place is certainly not comparable to some small areas. The two chatted casually along the way, and Yin Quan knew that Chu Ruoxua was in a good mood, allowing for normal communication. If he accidentally offended her one day, he feared she would not appear so delicate and charming. Sigh. I still need to find an opportunity to slip away. What are you sighing about? We have arrived. Chu Ruoxua walked towards a secret chamber where several disciples of the Xinghe sect emerged, receiving Chu Ruoxua's token and leading them inside. Holy maiden, are we going to the inner sect of the sect? A leading disciple asked, looking curiously at Yin Quan. Just proceed with the teleportation. I guarantee this person. Chu Ruoxua said lightly, while the male disciples beside her all cast surprised glances. Although these ordinary administrative disciples knew they were not worthy of Chu Ruoxua, seeing Yin Quan, who didn't seem particularly special, able to walk so close to the holy maiden, made them feel as if the goddess had been sullied. Hey, what kind of look is that? Do you know what kind of distorted character your holy maiden has behind closed doors? However, Yin Quan had seen this sort of thing many times and said nothing as he followed Chu Ruoxua into the center of the secret chamber's teleportation array. Under the strange incantations and the invocation of magical power, this small teleportation array emitted a beam of white light that enveloped the two. In the next moment, as the light flickered, the two vanished without a trace. Come on, what are you dawdling for? Chu Ruoxua said softly. Moments later, the two found themselves inside a stone hall leading out to the inner sect of the Xinghe sect, which spans several mountain ranges. Truly worthy of a major sect having such a high-level teleportation array, Yin Quan remarked. Within such a large sect, powerful experts must abound, and if he wanted to escape openly, that was simply a delusion. This meant that if he went further, he might find himself in an irretrievable situation. Chu Ruoxua, I have completely lost my cultivation and have become a useless person. I possess no value now. At most, it would just be your release of revenge against past grievances, so why speak of marriage making me live in pain like an ordinary person? If you want to kill me to release your hatred, then go ahead, but there's no need to restrict me this way. Yin Quan said, though he still felt a bit unsteady. This time he was all in adopting a tough attitude to see if there might be a miracle. Because if he could regain his freedom, he would have hoped to tread this path of immortality again. Oh my, when will my Shueshua come back? She didn't tell me in advance. How annoying, let me hug you. Just as Chu Ruoxua was about to speak, a delicate voice suddenly echoed in the hall, followed by the appearance of a beautiful woman. This woman's appearance was outstanding, her figure graceful, and she was indeed a stunning fairy. And I don't want to. Upon seeing Chu Ruoxua, the beautiful woman seemed to be invigorated, rushing over to hug her. Chu Ruoxua, however, evaded her, as if repulsed. Shueshua, do you despise me? I will tell Sister Yang on you. Sister Yang. Could it be Chu Ruoxua's mother, Yang Shui of the Tianhe Yang family? Yin Quan naturally recognized this well-known Madame Chu. These ancient and profound aristocratic families worked this way, uniting the strong to make it impossible for solitary cultivators like him to resist. When we were young, you would hug and kiss me every day. You were so beautiful, how could you not give in to me, but instead to someone outside? Oh, who are you? Yin Quan, so you just noticed me. The beautiful woman looked at Yin Quan with curiosity, putting a lot of pressure on this useless body. Mortal. Hiss, no, you have cultivation, but it's already in ruins. What kind of injury is this? Who are you? The beautiful woman cast a spell to immobilize Yin Quan, clearly regarding him as an infiltrator in the sect. It was indeed unacceptable for someone who had lost all cultivation to appear in such a crucial place of the sect. No, could it be possible that I'm here with your Shueshua? And he is with me. Chu Ruoshua hurriedly said, but she didn't free Yin Quan from his restraints. This bastard senior brother should suffer a bit more. However, Chu Ruoshua did not expect to see Chu Yu so soon. This elder of the Xinghe sect was already at the late stage of the great vehicle, and facing her in a serious state, Chu Ruoshua also felt immense pressure. Shueshua, didn't I tell you? Until you reach the celestial void realm, you are not allowed to seek out men. Look at you, you are only in the initial stage of the transformation realm. Don't you want revenge? Have you forgotten your previous scoundrel senior brother? I heard he was already in the midstage of the celestial void realm years ago. Chu Yu lectured regarding her niece, whether it was her stunning appearance or unparalleled talent in cultivation. She cherished her immensely and spoiled her greatly. However, it was precisely this affection from her and the family that allowed her to recklessly venture far for training, resulting in such events. I was ready to help you kill that brat with a single strike back then, but you insisted on seeking revenge yourself. Don't you remember? Chu Yu continued, determined not to let her precious niece take a wrong path again. However, Yin Quan felt a bit flustered. It seemed he was right. The Chu family members would not treat him well. I certainly haven't forgotten, and just ask him what his surname is. Chu, Elder Chu, let me explain. Back then I was also helpless, ah. Yin Quan forced a bitter smile, realizing that today he would have to endure another cycle. Are you Yin Quan of the Wangshan sect? Chu Yu asked in confusion, while increasing her magical power to immobilize him further. Aunt, please be gentle. If she crushed Yin Quan, it would be Chu Ruoshua who would suffer. Yes, back then I truly had no choice. The punishment set by the sect ancestor Wangshan Doran was something I could only execute. If I didn't come, there would be others. Humph, even if that old fool Wangshan did it himself, if he touched the gem of the Chu family, he would still pay dearly for it. Chu Yu exclaimed angrily, adding more force, causing Yin Quan's bones to creak. Haha, good, I have fallen to this state. You can say what you want and torment me as you please. If you have the demeanor of a sect elder, then don't hold back, give me a quick end. Good, then I shall fulfill that wish. Chu Yu replied, sending out a divine sense, as if to crush Yin Quan into powder. And stop it. Chu Ruoshua exclaimed in alarm, rushing forward to protect Yin Quan. If you kill him, I will never speak to you again for the rest of my life. Ugh. Yin Quan was severely injured, blood oozing from his mouth. Haha, go on. Yin Quan said coldly. The more pressure he felt, the more defiant he became. You. Ruoshua, step aside. No, I won't. And he is mine now, no one can touch him. Chu Ruoshua hurriedly said, tears shimmering in her eyes. For some unknown reason her expression flustered. Are you worried about him? After all these years I thought your Tianshuang heart had reached perfection, but it seems there are still flaws. Perhaps this is why you find it difficult to advance further in the transformation realm. How did you reach the peak of the early transformation stage? Clearly just a few months ago. Chu Yu trailed off, seemingly lost in thought. I didn't. After all, it was me who suffered back then, so how to deal with him should also be my right. Perhaps this way is better for you. Alright, take him away, you can handle him as you wish. Oh dear, don't cry, my little Ruoshua. Chu Yu said, stepping forward to embrace Chu Ruoshua, gently wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, revealing her affection for her. She then looked Yin Quan up and down as if she had made a new discovery. A hint of unusual color flashed in her eyes, and she subsequently released Yin Quan from his immobilization. Ugh, ha, if you have the ability. Shut up. Useless senior brother, all you do is talk tough. Ignoring Yin Quan's mutterings, Chu Ruoshua resolutely stepped forward to heal him. And didn't mean it. I didn't expect her to act this way. Please don't be angry, alright? While healing him, Chu Ruoshua suddenly sounded deflated, speaking to Yin Quan in a tone of grievance. This time, Yin Quan was injured right before her eyes, and for some unknown reason her heart felt heavy. In the past, this ungrateful man had protected her countless times, disregarding his own safety. That was something that could not be denied. Now he had sustained such severe injuries, losing all his cultivation. For someone like him, who was solely devoted to his practice, it was akin to a death sentence. If she pushed him too hard, and he truly did something reckless, wouldn't she never see him again for the rest of her life? Thus, Chu Ruoshua decided to adopt a softer approach, who under appropriate circumstances, she would refrain from further provoking him. After all, keeping him by her side meant she would have plenty of time to teach him later. Chu Ruoshua, I have fallen to this state. If you do not wish to kill me, then let me go. Right now, I just want to find a peaceful place in the mortal world to hide away and return to the mundane. We might as well fulfill each other and put an end to our grievances. Dragons may soar for 1,000 years in the sky, yet one day they may find it hard to descend to the earth. The sorrow of cultivators is nothing more than this. Chu sighed as well, feeling that Quan was somewhat pitiful. Returning to the mundane. Have you taken a liking to some mortal woman wishing to marry and have children? Let me go. I wish to return to the ordinary, while you shall have your brilliant path as an immortal. Your thoughts are rather nice, but you currently belong to me. And I am merely a passerby in your life. You will achieve countless great things in the future. Do you believe I can turn that seducer to ashes so he can never reincarnate? So, we're not on the same wavelength, are we, Fairy Chu? Moreover, Quan felt that Chu Ruox's eyes had somehow dimmed again. This is... Beside them, Chu Yu stared wide-eyed in astonishment, realizing that Chu Ruox's Tianshuang heart was actually beginning to accumulate again, and her cultivation was subtly improving. However, Chu Ruox's magical fluctuations began to stabilize, and the pure ice-type magic energy spilling out seemed to want to freeze the surrounding space. What mortal woman? Chu Ruoxue, calm down. Quan hurriedly said. For some reason, he felt that Chu Ruoxue was far more dangerous than Chu Yu beside her, and why was it so cold? Since you have brought this upon yourself, you now find yourself in such a state. I will give Ruoxue some face and not pursue this matter. You shouldn't think of leaving, just stay by her side and repent. With our protection, you should be relatively safe, shouldn't you? Chu Yu sighed, recalling vividly the tragic state in which Chu Ruoxue had been brought back all those years ago. She clearly understood that her niece had not truly let go of the past. The path of immortality is fraught with twists and turns, and many cultivators are unable to break free from the shackles of past grievances and ultimately cannot take another step forward, fading into the dust of history. I can choose not to leave and try my best to atone for my past mistakes, but after a year, please let me go to seek a chance to restore my immortal root. If that's not possible, I would rather die to atone for my sins. Quan said slowly, as the current situation was simply unbearable for him. He knew he was at fault, but he was merely part of the struggle in this world where cultivators fight against fate, often facing death. Without the struggles of those years, he likely would have been long dead by now. He did not regret the process of striving in the past, nor did he regret the wounds of failure in the present. However, if he had no chance to start over and remain subject to others, then what meaning was there in living? Impossible. You can never leave my side in this lifetime. Fine, I agree, but you better not make any moves during this year, nor may you touch Ruoxue. If you fulfill my requirements when the time comes, I will naturally help you leave. Both Chu Ruoxue and Chu Yu spoke simultaneously, but Chu Yu used magical voice transmission, not alerting the nearby Chu Ruoxue, who was flustered like a little cat. It seems that Jiang is still as cunning as ever, but this is enough. Chu Yu's attitude is already a great fortune for Quan. After all, someone like Chu Yu from the Chu family does not want to see himself with Chu Ruoxue. In the past, when Chu Ruoxue was still at the Wangchen sect, they looked down on him and secretly found people to trouble him. How much more now with his cultivation completely lost? But this is also good, with Chu Yu as an assistant stabilizing Chu Ruoxue this year should be very helpful. Alright, he won't dare to leave. While Quan was pondering, Chu Yu stepped forward and gently patted Chu Ruoxue's head, comforting her softly. He surely wouldn't dare. Chu Ruoxue huffed. And regarding the recent movements of the demon sect. Alright, I already know. Although I don't know what they are active in lately, there shouldn't be any major actions. You've done well, Ruoxue. Go back and rest. Quan Steo, I have something to discuss with you. Aunt. Alright, anxious ghost, I'm not doing anything. Don't worry, I'll just ask a few questions and then arrange for him to have a fake identity in the sect. Chu Yu said to Chu Ruoxue. Her hands were touching and poking at her. If Chu Yu were a man, this might even be considered infatuation. But, Chu Ruoxue said softly, her eyes revealing a hint of hesitation as she looked at Quan. You should go back first. There are several elders who want to ask you questions. I'll send you over as soon as I'm done, alright? Fine. Chu Ruoxue felt that saying more was pointless and agreed. You behave yourself, understand? Otherwise I'll hit you. Chu Ruoxue clenched her little fist and waved it at Quan. Quan nodded. There was no way around it. He was at the bottom of the food chain now. The law of the jungle was nothing more than this, which only intensified his desire to restore his cultivation. Then Chu Ruoxue transformed into a silver-white rainbow light and left this place. Let's go, I have some questions to ask you. Closed his eyes, and Chu Yu also emitted a rainbow light, taking Quan away. Elder Chu probably foresaw that I would be brought here, so the questions to be asked shouldn't be that simple, right? Quan said lightly. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? Chu Yu said with a faint smile, quickening her speed. Quan frowned slightly. It seemed that his secret had already been known by the higher-ups of the Chu family. No wonder they had to stage such a scene just now. Elder Chu, I am well aware that this world is primarily driven by interests. You don't need to pretend anymore. If I tell you what I know, can you let me go right now? Quan said, "This world is nothing more than that. There are not as many emotions, and love and good people are all a bunch of interest-driven pragmatists." This has been his summary of the cultivation world over many years. He had sensed something was off since Chu Ye's inexplicable appearance. However, if everyone in the world knew the secret he bore, it would be terrifying. He would never find peace again. How about we sit down and chat slowly, Yu? Chu Yu directly brought Quan into a secret chamber within her fairy peak and set multiple restrictions after they entered. "You don't need to worry too much. Only the upper echelon of the Chu family knows your whereabouts, and it's not the sect's covetous gaze." "Why you all?" "Haha, it seems that this is indeed an unpreventable situation. I thought that Chu Tua, this side-branch descendant, would no longer be involved in your family's affairs." Quan pondered briefly and reacted, "Indeed, the secret of his own was only known by a few in the Wangchen sect. To investigate, it must be someone from the upper echelon of the sect. Moreover, his movements should have been too hard to trace. It seems that I never expected that Chu Tua fellow would be so eager to kick someone when they're down. We, the Chu family, do not need you to comment on how we are. The head of the family means to say that he does not want to put you in a difficult position as long as you are willing to explain the matter properly. Given your current state of suffering, we will not hold you accountable for past grievances." Chu Yu sat in the upper seat, her beautiful eyes slightly widening, saying this intentionally or unintentionally. Quan naturally understood that someone like Chu Yu, who grew up surrounded by the family's adoration, would not take him to heart. Now she calls him Dao Yu, and if it weren't for his secret and her family's mission, she probably wouldn't even look at him. "So can you agree to my conditions?" "Those things are indeed of no use to me now, and it would be no harm to inform you." "Dao Yu, do you think you can make demands of me in your current state?" "I said I would send you away in a year. Do you think I would go back on my word? Or do you want me to reveal that you are trying to restore your cultivation?" "What? How did you find out?" Quan was startled, but after a moment he concealed his surprise. "Elder Chu Yu and I have no grievances, and you also don't want me to stay by Chu Ruoshue's side for too long, right? I did enter the Hall of Longevity, and I did acquire some prescriptions, but due to my cultivation restrictions, I didn't bring anything out from inside the hall. Otherwise, I wouldn't have risked my life to find Tianji as a medicinal ingredient. If you are willing to let me go and can agree to safely send me to a distant place, then I will provide you with the elixirs I obtained and some information I witnessed in the Hall of Longevity. Of course, if you want to forcefully search my soul, then the restrictions I said earlier will immediately trigger, causing my death." Quan finished speaking and fell silent, merely gazing quietly at Chu Yu. Chu Yu was silent, lost in thought. Quan was not in a hurry. Having dealt with cultivators for so many years, he naturally understood the interests involved in their dealings. At the same time, he also realized that Chu Ye's true intention was merely to protect the interests of her sect and family. Caring for Chu Ruoshue is one thing, but keeping him around might mean having to shield him from disasters. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed to be an unbeneficial move. She should understand the pros and cons involved. "Wait for me here for a moment." After Chu Yu said this, she stood up and left the small room. Quan could roughly guess that she was going to talk to the person in charge of the Chu family, who was also Chu Ruoshue's father. Seeing this, Quan felt a sense of relief. After all he had been through these days, he could also speculate that this person in charge of the Chu family was probably only interested in his little value. As for the rest, they probably did not care much about his life or death. Interest comes first, and the overall perspective this head of the Chu family made him somewhat admire. Speaking of the Hall of Longevity, that was 10 years ago when Quan had the fortune to enter this mysterious forbidden place, which only opens once every 1,000 years. This hall is rumored to be the palace of a certain celestial emperor from ancient times, and there are also rumors that it comes from another realm. Although the origins are varied, the value of the items inside has been acknowledged by everyone throughout history. Quan accidentally stumbled in that time, due to the sudden event. He did not delve deeply with some high-level old monsters who were also present, so he didn't gain much. However, the recipe for the Ascension elixir he obtained could be said to be a priceless treasure, allowing someone at the Tiansu realm to swiftly enter the Daicheng realm unscathed. It can be called a divine elixir. However, as for the required medicinal materials and refining methods, Quan's current loss of cultivation is precisely due to that. But now, after fully disclosing everything, the person behind should agree to his conditions readily. One can easily deduce that this Ascension elixir likely has effects far beyond that one, and the Chu family must be in great need of such divine elixirs lately. Write down what you saw and heard at that time along with the recipe for the Ascension pill in this jade slip. Additionally, if you have any of the required herbs, our Chu family can buy them back at double the market price. Not long after, Chu Yu returned urgently, handing Quan a jade slip that could be inscribed with thoughts. "Then what about my conditions, Elder Chu?" My friend is truly impatient." Chu Yu replied lightly, then reached out to Quan, crushing the ring artifact on his hand with a gesture. My Snow is a rare celestial fairy, a on-sin 1,000 years prodigy of our family. Her future achievements could be limitless. Countless people wish to be by her side. I think you might as well stay, and I won't have to explain anything to her later. Elder Chu, there's no need to test me. I know my weight. If you don't want me to meet Chu Ruoxue, I will definitely not appear before you without reason in the future. If you truly wish for me to stay, why immediately destroy this artifact, causing Chu Ruoxue to sense something? Haha, I really underestimated you before. But I still admire your wisdom in knowing your place. Since you understand our intentions, hurry up and write down the information. Chu Yu raised an eyebrow and replied in a lazy tone. I will only write half now. Please ensure my safe departure from Xinghe sect before I write the rest. Quan said, not waiting for Chu Yu to retort, and started inscribing the jade slip. No need for us to escort you. You have an old friend currently visiting our sect. I have notified him of your arrival. Just say you were rescued by him later, and it will spare me from being resented by Ruoxue. After writing for a while, Chu Yu spoke lightly, and with a gentle wave of her hand a person walked in after the barrier at the door was lifted. Elder Chu, what is the purpose of summoning me? Yin brother. Li brother. Quan exclaimed, recognizing the elegantly dressed male cultivator in extravagant golden robes as his old friend Li Hua, the third young master of the Li family from Tianyu continent. When he first befriended this person, it was because Quan found his name reminiscent of a certain old friend from his past life, and they chatted a bit more. Little did he know their relationship would grow closer. However, this person is one of the few who can truly be called a friend of Quan. Over the years, they have shared many experiences, establishing a deep mutual understanding. Yin brother, what are you doing here? Hurry and leave. You have no idea how much your former junior sister has changed. Even a great demon in the early stage of Tianshu realm couldn't match her. It's truly terrifying. Li Hua hurriedly said, having witnessed Chu Ruoxue's sword slashing a great demon, and he knew about Quan's situation at that time. I'm telling you to leave quickly. Oh, although your sword technique is strong, I feel. What happened to you? Why do you look so miserable? Li Hua looked at Quan in disbelief, noticing his current state of lost cultivation. It's a long story. Quan briefly explained his situation to Li Hua, and then continued, completing the inscription on the jade slip. Since it has come to this, Yin brother, time is of the essence. I have just completed my business here, and the upper echelon of the Chu family has agreed to let the past go. We should leave quickly. I hope Elder Chu can send someone to escort us out of the sect. Once we leave, I will immediately write the remaining half of the content, Quan requested with cupped fists. Elder the Saintess requests an audience, and she seems very anxious. Just after Quan finished speaking, a disciple from the peak of Chu Yu reported that Chu Ruoxue was seeking an audience. This is bad, Yin brother. Li Hua panicked while Quan remained silent, quietly observing Chu Yu, who appeared calm and clearly had a plan. You take those two through the secret path to leave the sect, then bring back the items they provided. Chu Yu put away the jade slip, used her divine sense to examine it, and after confirming that what Quan wrote was accurate compared to the previous information obtained by the Chu family, she instructed a nearby disciple. I will go to delay Ruoxue. You all hurry and leave. Yin Daoist, I hope you will keep your promise. I do not wish to see you appear beside Ruoxue again. After leaving this sentence, Chu Yu departed. Quan felt a chill. If your Ruoxue doesn't come after me with a sword after this, I will thank the heavens. What kind of attitude is that? He thought for a moment about the consequences if he were to be caught by Chu Ruoxue again during this escape, and he instantly shivered. Please follow me from the back mountain to leave the peak. The disciple of Chu Yu spoke up. Soon the three of them hurriedly moved. With the assistance of the two, Quan quickly left the peak, and after a few hours exited the Xinghe sect through a secret passage. After flying for a while, Quan called a halt when they reached a place 100 miles outside of Xinghe sect and handed the remaining half of the jade slip to the disciple. Fortunately, Chu Yu sent a disciple with cultivation lower than Li Hua to accompany them, otherwise he would have been uneasy handing over the items here. Let's go, Huazi. Once we get further away, I will explain it to you in detail. What I'm not saying you, but you keep attracting trouble. I see you will eventually be torn to pieces by some old flame you have a grudge against. After seeing the disciple leave, the two also dropped their pretenses and spoke casually as they usually did. What old flame? Where did I get an old flame? You the playboy Li Gongzi usually have few women you play with. You're not afraid, so why should I be? Also, don't call me Wood. Quan said, realizing that in some sense both of them were not good people, and he indeed feared those women would come for revenge. You're talking nonsense. How many female cultivators have I interacted with that can match even half of Chu Ruoxue? Your outrageous luck with women has led you to provoke so many, yet you still managed to offend nearly all of them. If you weren't a blockhead, there wouldn't be so many troubles. You love to make sarcastic remarks. Now that I'm like this, what else can I say? There's no such thing as a pill for regret in this world. I am who I am, and the path ahead of me is either to move forward or plunge into the abyss. I'm not saying you, but why did you steal that G? Isn't Luo Shiyu also a top-notch beauty? And her status and strength are all top-tier. If you got her, wouldn't her father's resources be yours? You'd have a steady stream of cultivation resources. Is it really worth it? What are you talking about? Do you think they really like me? It's just a transaction of benefits. Besides, I never pursued them. Those level of fairies are not easy to chase. It's all just normal interactions. Where is there any romance? Feelings are the most useless things. Although Luo Shiyu is currently wanted for you, I heard as long as you're alive she requests that you not be harmed. Can't you see this? I understand now you truly are a blockhead. If I were the romantic saint, this would definitely end in a harem. Li Hua spoke confidently, and at this moment they were already discussing while piloting the spirit ship, having traveled several hundred miles, so they should not worry about being caught up. You? Just be a good young master. You have just entered the mid-stage of transformation. If you tried to challenge that old immortal, you would probably lose your soul instantly. But this spirit ship is quite good. How many spirit stones did I buy it for? Quan knew that he would inevitably be on the run in the future, so having a fast escape tool was very important, thus he inquired about the price. Hey Yan, would you're quite carefree, still joking about this. If you want this spirit ship, I can just give it to you. What friendship do we have? However, what do you plan to do now? Offending Chu Ruoxue is a minor issue. But in your current state, it's indeed serious. Coincidentally, I've met many divine doctors since I came to this continent. Do you want me to take you to see them? Forget it, my damaged celestial root is not a common injury. Unless I seek peerless methods or extraordinary techniques, I fear it will be difficult to find a solution, Quan said, letting out a deep sigh. Chu Ruoxue must be furious right now, and Chu Yu must be doing everything to frame and harm the two of them. However, this fellow still thinks it's a trivial matter. He remains blissfully unaware of the power of that darkened junior sister. It seems better for me to take him far away. All right, just tell me what I can help with. Where are we going now? Li Hua replied, rising to sit beside Quan. Where to? By the way, how did you end up here? Quan asked, intentionally or unintentionally, while gazing into the distance, lost in thought. My family is forcing me into an arranged marriage, so I ran away to carry out some trivial clan tasks and avoid the situation. What is the girl, not pretty? Not really, she can't compare to the wooden block you've encountered, but she's decent looking. Then why? I already have someone I care about. Ta you. I can't believe it at all, Huazi. I know all about your past. Why are you acting all innocent now? Aren't you afraid that if you get forced into a marriage you won't be able to go out and have fun anymore? Quan was drinking some spiritual liquid to replenish his energy and directly spat it out upon hearing this. You don't understand anything. Of people can change. Which fairy do you have feelings for? A few years ago, shortly after we last met, I went to the Black Cloud continent for some training. After accidentally entering a perilous situation, I was saved by a stunning girl in red. Although I didn't have the chance to ask her name at the time and left in a hurry, I always felt we would meet again. Stunning. Now I understand why. Wooden block, how did you turn this into a story about me? You're so clever. Why didn't you pursue Chu Ruoxue or Luo Shiyu? And it's not all about looks, it's more because she saved me, and at that moment she was really quite beautiful. This is what you call a hero saving a beauty, secretly falling in love. The roles seem reversed. Quan remained silent. It's clear that someone who can captivate the likes of Li Gongzi, who is known for his romantic escapades, is no ordinary person. But that's not the main point right now. Fine, seeing you so serious, I'll believe you. I just remembered where we're going, to the Tianji Pavilion branch in this continent. I have some matters to attend to and need to borrow their resources to check on something. Tianji Pavilion is a large organization spread across various continents, wielding significant power, controlled by several families and sects led by the Su family. This pavilion primarily deals with the production and sale of magical artifacts and often holds large auctions. Additionally, it serves an important function of archiving ancient and strange texts, allowing cultivators to access relevant branches of the pavilion across the continents for a certain fee. Of course, it doesn't contain anything like powerful cultivation manuals, but rather records of extraordinary events and various information about the world, which is significantly beneficial for cultivators who venture out or have special needs. Are you crazy? Tianji Pavilion. Have you forgotten you're already on their blacklist? Isn't that blacklist easy to resolve? Otherwise, how have I managed to gather information and acquire magical treasures over the years? You have a false identity. Yes, and my method is quite clever. Generally, such branches wouldn't notice. I see that branch is quite far from here. It should be safe. All right, let's go. Li Hua accelerated the flying boat, which then transformed into a ray of rainbow light heading towards a direction in the sky. By the way, what exactly happened between you and the young lady from Tianji Pavilion back then? The journey is long, and unable to bear the silence, Li Hua asked Quan. Su Yao. I don't really want to recall that matter. Su Yao, the daughter of the head of Tianji Pavilion. Thanks to Tianji Pavilion, the Su family is incredibly wealthy and possesses considerable power. Why? I've heard others say that Su Yao's beauty ranks within the top 3 in the world. I wonder how beautiful she really is. Can she compare to my fairy in red? I think it's unlikely. What do you say? Who knows what your fairy in red looks like? Quan replied speechlessly. As for Su Yao, simply put, she has golden hair and orange eyes and unparalleled beauty, and she is one of the smartest and most cunning people I've ever met. At that time, half of Tianji Pavilion's operations were already under her management. I wonder how things are now. Quan continued. Looking back, if it weren't for her brother's infatuation with her, I probably wouldn't have been able to step out of the Su family's door at all. Fortunately, I was using a false identity back then, and the continent where the head of Tianji Pavilion is located is quite distant from us. Yin wouldn't block. You say that Su Hui is infatuated with his sister. What does that mean? I forgot you guys don't have that expression in this world. In simple terms, it refers to a brother who particularly dislikes other men appearing around his sister. Sounds a bit. I have to thank him. If he hadn't helped me put on a good act, how could I have escaped unscathed? Don't you think that Su Yao is so smart she wouldn't see through your ruse? How would I know? But it's been so many years that should be fine now, right? What do you mean it should be? Forget it, you're usually quite steady, so we'll trust you. The two continued chatting about the past few years while traveling at their fastest speed. It took nearly a month, spanning millions of miles, before they finally arrived at their destination. I didn't expect it to be so far. Yin wouldn't block. You said the branch was in this grand city. This scale is comparable to Xingyao City. Looking at the bustling cultivators and commoners, Quan sighed. At this moment, he and Li Hua had already retracted their celestial boat and disguised themselves to enter the grand city along with the crowd at the city gate. Of course, and you can rest assured that this grand city is primarily managed by the Tianji Pavilion branch here, so there shouldn't be many spies from the Xinghe sect around. But it's still better to be careful. So what exactly happened between you and Su Yao? You still haven't clarified that day. Why are you so curious? Forget it, it's nothing serious. I don't mind telling you. Back then, Su Yao wanted to bypass the old Demers in her family and directly become the main heir of Tianji Pavilion, so she devised a long plan and fought openly and covertly with those elders for a long time. Coincidentally, at that time, I was training in the Tianji continent, and in a secret realm I encountered her. I helped her trading group with a little task. Afterward, we traveled together for a while. Initially, I thought of befriending a powerful ally, but for some reason, after chatting with her more, I was led into a deal with her. What deal? She had all the materials I needed for refining, so she suggested that I pretend to be her boyfriend for a while, and in return she would give me the materials for free and grant me a VIP seat at Tianji Pavilion. You sold yourself for some supplies and a VIP seat. Li Hua said disdainfully. What do you mean sold? It was a transaction, and didn't I say it was just pretending? Oh, and then what? Then I pretended to be her boyfriend and disrupted her family's arranged marriage, which she claimed was set up by those old Demers to control her. Up until now, I don't see any problems. So why did you later fall out with her? I'll tell you, you should never mess with overly intelligent women. You can't outplay them. Quan looked at Li Hua, speaking earnestly. Later, I lived as her fake boyfriend for several years, but I started to feel that something was off. I was always helping her clear up clan marriages and external suitors, while inexplicably becoming the leader of her visible efforts to eliminate opposing forces, while she secretly worked hard to expand her own influence. In fact, she even deceived everyone in her family, using our unstable situation as an excuse to gain their support to expand her control. Quan continued honestly. He didn't even know how Su Yao managed to fake her feelings for him well enough to deceive those sharp-minded old fogies. This woman was indeed frightening. No, Yin wouldn't block. Doesn't that mean you lost big time? Trading a few worthless supplies for the entire Tianji Pavilion. Yes, so when I felt something was wrong, I asked her when it would end, wanting to get my things and escape. However, she always had all sorts of excuses and methods to stall me. As time passed, for some reason, her control over me became increasingly strong. It felt as if she wanted to confine me to the Su family. Initially, I thought she was just trying to prevent exposure, prioritizing stability, until Quan stopped mid-sentence, holding his forehead, and sighed. Until what? Until that day, I discovered that the residents suddenly started to decorate for a celebration. When I asked the servants, I found out that I was the last person in the entire Su residence to learn that I was going to have an engagement banquet with Su Yao. Moreover, I realized that Su Yao had already taken control of most of Tianji Pavilion, and she never intended to let me go. She just wanted to turn our pretend act into reality and make me a lifelong laborer. Quan said indignantly. Although his description omitted many occurrences in between, it didn't change his belief that Su Yao was an ungrateful and deceitful woman. Do you mean to say that Su Yao really intended to marry you back then? Yes, even now I still don't know why. I couldn't make sense of it, so I confronted her, but instead she became upset and even questioned why I wouldn't want that. Later, she even threatened me, not allowing me to leave. Is there any justice in that? It really is absurd, but I feel that you as a wooden person cannot grasp this situation fully. It seems you've overlooked many things. Li Hua squinted curiously at Yan Quan and said, "Is there any important content left? I feel like I've covered everything crucial." Then something unfortunate happened. I accidentally injured her brother, took the opportunity to escape, and was chased for a while. However, she still had a bit of conscience and didn't try to kill me. I dare say if she truly wanted to, I definitely wouldn't have been able to escape. Could it be that everything was part of her plan? Fortunately, I tricked them into believing I was a rogue cultivator. And I lied about my origins. Even someone as clever as Su Yao wouldn't be able to find a low-profile person like me in a place so far away. Yan Quan said, but after that incident, he did not dare to enter the Tianji Pavilion for a long time, and he also heard that he was put on the blacklist. So he had someone create some false identities because sometimes he still needed to go to some small divisions to handle matters. TSK Tisk, Yin Mu 2, I really never tire of hearing your experiences. It's a miracle that someone like you has survived until now. Li Hua patted Yan Quan on the shoulder and said, go on, I never imagined such things would happen. But still in life, how could everything go as one wishes? Let's go, we don't have time for chit-chat now. After saying this, Yan Quan quickly pulled Li Hua, putting on their masks as they headed towards the imposing Tianji Pavilion in the inner city. TSK Tisk, this is true wealth. I've heard that most of the subdivisions of Tianji Pavilion are built like this using high-quality immortal materials. As they arrived at the entrance of Tianji Pavilion, Li Hua looked at the luxurious floating building and sighed. Excuse me, esteemed seniors, do you have an appointment or an invitation for an auction? As they walked forward, a cultivator from Tianji Pavilion came to greet them. After all, Li Hua was a transformation stage cultivator, so such treatment was normal. We're not here to buy anything. What are the conditions for using the Tian Pavilion? Yan Quan spoke. Responding to the esteemed senior, the first floor of the Tian Pavilion starts at 1,000 spirit stones per hour, the second floor at 10,000 spirit stones per hour, and the third floor is currently not open, but if you have a VIP seat, you can use the Tian Pavilion freely. This? Alright, where is the application office? Yan Quan asked, his heart bleeding as he thought about how much he could have saved over the years if he had obtained the things and VIP seat back then. May I ask if this esteemed senior is Li Hua? Our pavilion master specifically instructed us to treat young Master Li and his friend well, and please allow the two of you to meet my pavilion master in the main building. Your pavilion master knows me? Li Hua asked, puzzled. Yan Quan looked at the young cultivator with confusion. He originally didn't want Li Hua to reveal his identity, but now this unexpected situation made him feel uneasy. Yes, he specifically instructed us to treat young Master Li and his friend well. Please follow me to meet our pavilion master in the main building. Do you know this subdivision's pavilion master? Yan Quan asked Li Hua. I don't remember, but it's possible my family has had dealings with them. It wouldn't be my family pressuring me to return, would it? We only wish to use the Tian Pavilion. We have no intention of disturbing your pavilion master. We hope to visit another day. Yan Quan said, pulling Li Hua to leave. Wait, Yin Mu 2, why are you in such a hurry to leave? We've just arrived. Don't talk, just hurry up and go. Yan Quan said, but the next moment he saw the young cultivator suddenly produce a mechanism ball, as he infused spiritual power into it, and it began to operate. The surrounding buildings and space started to shift in an orderly manner. This is bad, it's a high-level spatial transfer artifact. Quickly stop him from operating that artifact. Yan Quan's words were barely finished when the world spun, and he found himself at the entrance of a lavish building with its door slightly ajar. Yan Quan stared at the slightly closed door with faint light seeping through the crack. What is going on? Is the pavilion master inside? Yan Quan felt a pang of anxiety, and no matter how he thought about it, it was definitely directed at him. And this feeling, could it be? As he was about to push the door, a familiar sensation surged in his heart, so he withdrew his hand and planned to escape through a side corridor. If you run again, I'll break your legs. Just as Yan Quan was about to take a step, a familiar voice came from the room. Su Young Pavilion Master, isn't this a bit too heartless? Yan Quan replied, secretly starting to activate the escape artifact in his storage bag. 3 seconds, if you don't come in, you'll bear the consequences. The voice responding to Yan Quan was still lazy, without a hint of urgency, as if everything was under control. I'll take a gamble, Su Yao, don't bully me too. Yan Quan pushed the door open and walked in, only to see the enchanting figure of the Huang Yi fairy sitting at the desk handling documents. Her short yellow hair cascaded over her shoulders, and despite her extraordinary beauty, a hint of fatigue showed on her face. One hand supported her delicate face, while the other held a document, her graceful figure subtly revealed behind the desk. As her orange eyes slightly shifted, she looked at Yan Quan. Even a cultivator with years of meditation could not help but admire the sight before him, for simply sitting there, she was a vision of beauty. What do you mean by bullying too? What? You've gone too far? What do you want? This isn't Su's residence, don't think I won't resist. Yan Quan replied, though his confidence was lacking. He was genuinely panicking now. In the past, he wouldn't have been so flustered when facing great storms. But since his cultivation was lost, his confidence had dwindled. What do I want? You should be well aware. Su Yao replied, a faint smile on her lips, her beautiful eyes constantly assessing Yin Quan. Back then I wanted you to be a good son-in-law in the Su family, yet you somehow managed to escape from my subordinates without a trace, making me search for so many years. You truly have some skills. As she spoke, Su Yao gently waved her hand, activating the spatial mechanism's secret technique within the building. Tell me, how should I punish a disobedient puppet? Yin Quan felt dazzled, and when his vision cleared, he found himself sitting in the very position Su Yao had just occupied. Su Yao directly sat on one of his legs, still holding the document she was reading. You've ended up in such a miserable state, luckily you didn't get yourself killed. From now on, just obediently be my puppet for the pavilion master. Yin Quan felt the gentle warmth on his leg, his heart filled with a mix of emotions. With just a casual movement, he was teleported here and there. How could he possibly escape? Su Yao, you have already achieved your goal, so why won't you let me go? Yin Quan said indignantly, unable to comprehend why Su Yao, a proud daughter of heaven who was surrounded by countless male cultivators, would fixate on him. Especially now, when he was busy escaping and seeking a chance to recover his celestial roots. My goal. I want you to be my puppet for a lifetime, yet you've escaped. It seems that I have failed instead. As Su Yao spoke, her graceful figure leaned a little closer to Yin Quan. If you hadn't run away, it would have been fine. But after so many years of chasing, do you know you are the first person to make me feel defeated? And I will not allow defeat. Su Yao's tone suddenly became agitated as she grabbed Yin Quan's collar. You are being unreasonable. I helped you, so why won't you keep your promise? You clearly have already taken control of the Tianji Pavilion and should have given me the promised reward. If you don't, fine, but why won't you let me go? Yin Quan replied, but Su Yao's scorching gaze made him feel an inexplicable sense of guilt. You clearly promised to accompany me for a lifetime. Why are you going back on your word, you liar? When did I ever say that? Yin Quan was about to retort when he suddenly recalled that there was indeed a time when Su Yao, overwhelmed by the pressure from opposing forces, cried in his arms after he comforted her. It seemed he had promised to always be with her back then. Well, that was to comfort you. You were crying so hard, could I say nothing? Yin Quan replied. You can't just imprison a partner you fought alongside for a lifetime in your home. I don't want those rewards anymore. If you push further, that's too much. I didn't cry you. I have never cried. You liar, how dare you be so arrogant? I will imprison you. What about that? You can't run away again. You will stay at the Su family for a lifetime. Su Yao became even more agitated. Hearing Yin Quan mention her previous embarrassing state, a faint blush of shame appeared on her extraordinary face. You need to calm down. What about your brother? Is he all right? Seeing Su Yao's agitation as if she were about to tear his clothes off, Yin Quan could only change the subject. Do you really think that the little tricks of your foolish brother can fool me? He was indeed injured, but he recovered quickly. After Su Yao finished speaking, she tightened her grip, furious that Yin Quan dared to deceive her so many times. Calm down, let's talk this over properly. Haha, Yin Quan chuckled, reaching out to grasp Su Yao's slender wrist, hoping she would let go of his collar. This was a beautiful set of immortal clothing he particularly liked, and it was about to be ruined if she kept pulling. Young Pavilion Master, the Saintess of the Xinghe sect, is causing a scene in our pavilion for some unknown reason. I believe it would be better if you handled this. An elderly voice came from outside while Yin Quan and Su Yao were at a standstill. I have plenty of time to deal with you. After shooting a glare at Yin Quan, Su Yao finally let go of her grip. Although she had learned from the news spread by Chu Tuo that Yin Quan came from the Wangshan sect and had lost all his cultivation, she was still unaware of the events that had occurred between Yin Quan, Chu Ruoxue, and others. The Saintess of the Xinghe sect. What is she causing a ruckus for? She's just a sect saintess. Does she expect the pavilion master to give her face and let her leave? Her status is quite special on this continent. It is indeed difficult for us to handle. And the person she is looking for is also the young master Yin you are looking for, so we. The elderly voice outside began to stammer, clearly finding himself in a difficult situation. It's over. Yin Quan's heart churned. Did he offend the wrong person today? How did Chu Ruoxue find him? Did she tamper with his storage bag while he was unconscious before? Yin Quan thought that ever since he lost his cultivation, he couldn't consider many things and gradually began making more and more mistakes. This is truly a miscalculation. You know the Saintess of the Xinghe sect? Su Yao asked, her tone clearly tinged with displeasure, not wanting her puppet to be tainted by anyone else. She was my junior sister. We had some entanglements. Yin Quan replied. In this situation, lying in front of Su Yao was basically useless, so he simply told the truth. In that case, come with me to meet her, Su Yao said, moving a bit before changing into attire suitable for going out. After all, she should dress up nicely since she was Yin Quan's former junior sister. If that junior sister had feelings for Yin Quan, she couldn't afford to lose. However, even though she knew that Quan was hiding many things from her, she still didn't want him to have any emotional ties with that junior sister. If there were. If I find out you left me for another woman, do you know what the consequences will be? I hate betrayal the most. Of course it's not that reason. Who would know that someone would be soft-hearted enough to not run away when they were being confined? I'm just not allowing you to interact with other female cultivators and to operate within the range of my control. How is that confinement? Besides, isn't it perfectly normal for these things to happen after you marry me? Quan was at a loss. These girls all seemed to have some cognitive dissonance and were particularly resentful. Has she forgotten that she initially tricked him into making a deal? Is she starting to like him? Am I really that dense? No, Quan believed he was just too lazy to delve into matters of love and romance, not that he was dull. Anyway, since you can't escape, now it's fine to meet your junior sister. Why aren't you getting up? Can I not go? Quan said nervously. It was no joke. He dared not meet Chu Ruoxue, for it could mean death. Bringing Su Yao to meet Chu Ruoxue. He was even more afraid. He could already tell that it would definitely lead to death. Why not? Isn't she just a junior sister? Do you have some other relationship? As Su Yao spoke, a small golden ball appeared in her hand, rotating slightly. In an instant, Quan was teleported in front of her, causing him to stumble forward. Again with this damned teleportation. Quan's heart seethed with anger. He regretted helping this black-heart rich lady from the start. He should have just gone along with her and taken all the advantages for himself before running away. Although Quan was furious, he dared not show it outwardly. Su Yao, I really can't meet my junior sister. What? Is she the person who has reduced you to this state? Then I am even more interested. This? Not exactly. Then what is it? I'm already tired of this. If I tell you to go with me, you will go, no negotiation. After Su Yao finished speaking, she waved her small hand, and together with Quan they vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, in a VIP reception room of this pavilion, a terrifying chill filled the air, with many areas already frozen into ice. A stunning female immortal with white hair and azure eyes was seated at the main seat, surrounded by some high-ranking members of the pavilion attending to her. Chu Xinzi, young friend Yin, and our pavilion's young master are on their way. Please be patient with us. A high-ranking member spoke tremblingly, knowing that one must never offend the Chu family on this continent. All right. Chu Ruoxue sensed that Quan was getting closer, so she didn't press the high-ranking members too hard. She was already in a bad mood due to the internal affairs of the sect and the obstacles presented by Chu Yu, so she hadn't pursued Quan immediately. Why do you keep abandoning me? I have already given you chances. Her eyes dimmed, and the darkness within her heart began to spread. Then let's beat him half to death and keep him by our side for a lifetime. This is your choice, senior brother, ha ha ha. Su Yao, what have you done to my companion? Someone from his family has asked Elder Zhong, the old man you just saw who is the branch master here, to take him back. He has probably been sent to the teleportation array by now. Quan and Su Yao left the main building and hurried towards the guest house. On the way, Quan asked about Li Hua's situation. He certainly knew that Li Hua should be fine, but he needed to buy some time. It would be impossible to say that Quan had prepared nothing during nearly a year of losing his cultivation. When he exterminated the heavenly demon sect, he obtained a forbidden technique from within the sect, which allowed him to use a crude twin killing device to sacrifice his own flesh and magic. As long as one of the killing devices was placed within 10,000 miles, he could instantly transfer his flesh to that location. The cost was naturally very high, but it was better than dying at the hands of the two women later. Before he came, he had set up one of the twin killing devices in a valley 1,000 miles away. As long as he had time, he could use spirit stones to activate the simple formation in his storage bag to execute this risky maneuver. Why are you walking so slowly? Stop playing tricks on me. Since Quan was getting slower and slower behind Su Yao, she could no longer tolerate it and turned around directly, taking Quan's storage bag from the air. If I didn't find your sneaky behavior rather cute, I would have taken your storage bag long ago. Hurry up. Su Yao's beautiful eyes glimmered as she said mischievously. You. Quan was furious, but dared not speak out. It was difficult to show off in front of Su Yao. After walking for a short while, he spotted the guest pavilion not far ahead. A visible chill was gradually emanating from within. Without thinking much, Quan knew how high the anger level of the white-haired fairy inside was. Su Yao, I really think I shouldn't go. What are you scared? It seems you have quite a few things hidden from me. Don't worry, I won't let you die. I still need to wait for you to confess everything. After saying this, Su Yao grabbed Quan's wrist and walked into the pavilion. Upon entering the hall, Su Yao saw a stunning woman in white hair and blue clothes sitting in the main seat. Her hair fell in countless strands, and her beauty was enchanting. Su Yao rarely encountered a woman who could match her, so she was momentarily stunned before speaking. I presume this fairy is the saintess of the Xinghe sect. Our Tianji pavilion has always maintained good relations with major sects. What brings the saintess to this place today? Upon seeing Quan, Chu Ruoxue's heart trembled with excitement. She was about to draw her sword and advance when she noticed the yellow-haired celestial next to Yin Quan was also taken aback. Senior brother, you really like to flirt, no wonder you abandoned yourself. Was it because you thought she was better? Chu Ruoxua acknowledged in her heart that Su Yao's beauty was not inferior to hers, but what belonged to her could only belong to her. Su Shao, Pavilion Master, I heard that the Su family is clearly located on another continent far from this one. Why come here to meddle? My matters with my senior brother are not for outsiders to interfere. Chu Ruoxua said, her beautiful eyes filled with anger as she fixed her gaze on Yin Quan. Outsider? How ridiculous. As far as I know, you are now a saintess of another sect. How can you still claim to be Yin Quan's junior sister? He and I have a marriage contract and are to be wed soon. In this case, Saintess Chu, you are the true outsider. Su Yao remained unfazed, retorting back at Chu Ruoxua. This? Shao, Pavilion Master, we should take our leave first. The old men nearby, sensing the situation was unfavorable, quickly made their exit with various intentions. What? Senior brother, did you run away because of her? Chu Ruoxua drew her sword. Hearing Su Yao's words, her mind was in chaos. Did Yin Quan deliberately come to find Su Yao? Wasn't this making her position unjustified? Had she been deluding herself all along? Chu Ruoxua stared at the two, her eyes soon reddening as tears began to well up, but she kept controlling herself, not wanting Su Yao to see her embarrassment. Su Yao, what nonsense are you talking about? And Chu Ruoxua, it's not because of her. I really have important matters to attend to. Staying beside you will only implicate you. Yin Quan, frightened by Chu Ruoxua's stance, hurriedly explained. Good gracious, this is still the same silly and naive junior sister who used to cry whenever wronged. Damn, Yin Quan, how dare you say that? Su Yao exclaimed angrily. Since you and that useless senior brother are not in that kind of relationship, then I must take him away today. Chu Ruoxua said, pointing her sword at Su Yao. As for Yin Quan, she would definitely teach him a lesson for making her feel this way. Well, it seems we have both been hurt by this blockhead before, but now that he has fallen into my hands, he must be my puppet for life. No one can take him away. Su Yao replied, similarly summoning her magical artifact, the Tianji Linglong lamp. Wow, it seems quite lively here, I like it. Just as the two were on the verge of drawing swords, three people suddenly entered from outside the pavilion. A girl dressed in sparkling gold walked in front. This girl was charming and lively, and upon seeing her, Yin Quan felt a headache coming on. Wasn't this Li Hua's younger sister Li Xinling? It's really Yin Quan, you bad egg. It's all your fault that my brother has gone astray, causing me to be sent to this faraway place to bring him back, and you also made my Ran sad. Are you even human? Yin Mu, it seems your situation is not looking good either. Another young man dressed in golden celestial robes stepped forward to speak. It was Li Hua. And who was the other person? Yin Quan looked towards Li Hua's back. A familiar feeling surged in his heart. Master. Suddenly a young female cultivator dressed in Wang Cheng's sect clothing rushed forward and hugged Yin Quan tightly. The little girl had two not too big, not too small hair buns, and her extraordinary demeanor made even the plain sect clothing look lovely on her. Using the most common description, one could see that she was a beauty destined to grow into an enchanting fairy. A cough, Tong Ran, be gentle, be gentle. Yin Quan coughed, realizing that this little girl had not only improved her cultivation, but also developed quite a bit. Speaking of Yin Quan accepting disciples, it was quite by chance. Decades ago, while traveling for work, he passed by a village ravaged by demon cultivators and happened to encounter Tong Ran crawling out from a pile of corpses. She was only 7 or 8 years old at the time, but the luck she possessed was not something ordinary people could have. Yin Quan felt that this little girl had fortune, and with her background similar to his, he took pity on her and accepted her as a disciple. It later proved Yin Quan's insight, as Tong Ran's cultivation speed was astonishing. A few years ago, she reached the nascent soul stage, reportedly breaking the record set by the sect leader and receiving special rewards. Even now, she still looked like a 15 or 16-year-old beauty due to her rapid cultivation. Yin Quan had not really paid much attention to Tong Ran, mostly listening to others praise her. As Tong Ran grew up, her extraordinary beauty gradually revealed itself. Chu Tua had even wanted to matchmake her with his eldest disciple, making that disciple so happy that he nearly smiled from ear to ear. However, Yin Quan immediately rejected the idea. What a joke! Only someone with the qualifications of an emperor-level genius would be worthy of Tong Ran. He had at least read novels in his past life, and those mediocre disciples of Chu Tua shouldn't compete with geniuses. The outcome would likely not be good. For Tong Ran, Yin Quan always thought of her as a well-behaved girl who listened to him, and he never knew how she viewed him. So at that time, he didn't inform her about his matters, fearing to implicate her. Now why did she suddenly appear here? Master, are you going to abandon Ran? The sect suddenly wants to appoint me as a saintess, so I asked the sect leader if you had returned. He said you had resigned, and then I heard some bad news, so I secretly asked Xinling to bring me to find you. Tong Ran showed no signs of letting go, burying her head in Yin Quan's chest and softly speaking. Even if Master becomes a useless person, Ran will always stay by Master's side. If possible, I can support Master. Senior brother, have you had enough hugs? Damn, Quan, you look like you're enjoying this. Chu Ruoxue and Su Yao spoke one after another. They both had a strange intuition that this little female cultivator had feelings for her master that were definitely more than just a disciple's affection. What are they, Master? Tong Ran asked. Did Master originally have dealings with women of this caliber? It seemed she might not have a chance. Did she have to call her master's wife? No, she didn't want that. There were two things she hated the most. One was those demon cultivators that brought ruin to her family, and the other was a master's wife, as they would take her master away. So she absolutely did not want a master's wife. Master only needs Ran. She muttered softly. What did you say? Quan could hardly believe his ears, yet he indeed heard Tong Ruan's mumbling words that seemed uncharacteristic for the obedient disciple he remembered. I said that Master only needs me. If Master really wants a woman, then it can be me. I can marry Master. MMPH. As Tong Ruan excitedly raised her head to express her heartfelt words, Quan quickly covered her small mouth. No, when did you become like this? If this gets out, where will my face as your master go? It must be due to my lax discipline. Yes, it must be my fault. Quan's mind was in a turmoil. He initially thought there was hope, but it seemed worse than before. Senior brother, it seems you've had quite a few romantic escapades over the years without telling me. Is this your little disciple or your little wife? Chu Ruoxue said, tightening her grip on the white immortal sword. Quan, you better explain yourself clearly. Su Yao also spoke coldly. She initially thought Quan was a dullard unlikely to have any past romantic affairs, believing it would be enough to gradually correct his bad habits. Yet now it seemed she had greatly underestimated his ability to attract trouble. Aha, little girls are like this, speaking without a care. It must be the stress of recent cultivation that's gotten to her. Quan forced a stiff smile at everyone. Tong Ruan struggled, but she realized she had inadvertently spoken inappropriate thoughts, allowed her little face immediately flushed with embarrassment. Cough, regardless of anything, you all are seniors compared to her. Why are you pressing her so hard in front of juniors? She must be frightened by you. You two should be more magnanimous and not throw tantrums in front of juniors today. Quan continued, then tried to adopt a good master demeanor, shielding Tong Ruan behind him. Since she is your disciple, I won't delve too deeply into it, but it seems I as the master need to teach her more. Coincidentally, am short on assistants around me, so she can train a bit. What? When did you become the master? Shameless. Regardless, it should be me teaching my senior brother's disciple, and she should be calling me master soon anyway. Chu Ruoxue angrily retorted, her delicate face tinged with a faint blush as she and Su Yao resumed their tense confrontation. Mu, your situation is truly unwell, but I am not in a much better position either. It seems I really need to return home for a while. Li Hua stepped forward and transmitted his voice filled with helplessness. So do you want to go back with me? If possible. Going back. Even if I want to, they probably won't agree. I still have things to investigate here, so I might as well take advantage of their mutual restraint to explore a bit more. Quan replied, in this situation, it was still better than encountering either Su Yao or Chu Ruoxue alone. With the two of them mutually restraining each other, he would not completely fall into the hands of either one for the time being. Moreover, with Tong Ruan around, he felt much more at ease. Even if she couldn't match Su Yao and Chu Ruoxue, her presence would likely prevent those two proud daughters from going too far due to face. Cough, brother Master Su Saintis Chu, I am eager to return home, so I will take my leave first. Li Hua spoke, then left the pavilion alone. Li Xinling, why aren't you leaving with Li Hua? Quan asked, noticing Li Xinling's unmoving stance. He wasn't particularly adept at dealing with this little girl, and her current determination to stay was indeed making him feel a bit more anxious. If Ruan doesn't leave, why should I? I must protect her from some irresponsible scoundrels. Who are you implying? Quan felt speechless, but whatever. The priority now was to keep Chu Ruoxue and Su Yao calm. Xi and Xinling, I have my master here, you don't need to worry about me. Tong Ruan said as she stepped forward. He is like this now, and he doesn't even know what will happen. How can he protect you? Xinling, why don't you go back first? With master in this state, I just want to stay with him to help him through this difficult time. Tong Ruan said earnestly. Without Quan, she might have perished long ago from the darkest day of her life. Quan had become everything to her. None of you are reliable at all. You truly infuriate me. And those two over there, what is there to argue about over a dead Quan? It's ridiculous that you both consider yourselves the proud daughters of heaven. Isn't it easy to find someone better than him? Li Xinling, in a fit of anger, began to scold Su and Chu. In her view, she truly couldn't understand why these two stunning beauties with extraordinary backgrounds would compete for a man who was always cold and whose cultivation was completely wasted. Yes, Saintis Chu, with your resources, there's no need to be fixated on Quan. Even if there's a grudge considering his current state, why not be magnanimous and let him off? If you want compensation, I will naturally compensate him for you. Su Yao took the opportunity to say. Then may I ask, Master Su, shouldn't someone like you always prioritize benefits in your eyes? What benefits would my useless senior brother bring? I must clarify, as far as I know, his romantic entanglements are not limited to just you and me. It's better to hand him over to me, or else you will have trouble avoiding misfortune in the future. Chu Ruoxue retorted fiercely, not willing to back down. It's over. Quan had realized during his journey that he had offended many people, but only recently did he come to understand that those women who had been good to him before seemed to be harboring romantic feelings often accompanied by deep-seated hatred. Chu Ruoxue even knew that he had attracted others over the years, which meant that some old acquaintance must have known her. Quan understood that although Chu Ruoxue and Su Yao appeared normal, now once he fell into the hands of either one or was alone with one of them, the twisted combination of their hatred and affection would be fully unleashed upon him. At this moment, Quan began to regret why he only realized this now, or perhaps he had been a reclusive otaku for too long. Master, do you have a lot of romantic debts? Tong Runruin's eyes revealed a hint of cruelty as she looked up at Quan and asked mechanically, "What is going on?" Tong Runruin had never acted like this before. Quan panicked again. This little disciple of his must have some issues too. If he didn't act soon, things would turn unpredictable. Enough, you two. Chu Ruoxue, as a noble lady from a great clan and a saintess, how can you make a scene in a place like this? Su Yao, as the head of Tianji Pavilion, how could you argue over such meaningless matters? Are you two only living for these petty desires? Aren't we cultivating to attain the Tao and seek immortality? Truly lacking the demeanor of seniors. Quan, you have quite some nerve. What did I? Soft-hearted senior brother, you dare talk to me like that? Are you implying? Both Su and Chu immediately opened their mouths to retort Quan, but halfway through they suddenly recalled that in the current situation, if they truly voiced their thoughts, it would validate Quan's assertions. If today only Quan were present, both women would probably have argued without concern, vowing to not let him go and make him understand the consequences of speaking so brazenly about them. But now, seeing Li Xinling and Tong Ruan, as well as those eavesdropping old folks outside, they suddenly realized Quan's cunning strategy. Forget it. This is the token of the Heavenly Pavilion. You can find what you want yourself. Saintess Chu, I think we should sit down and have a serious talk. Su Yao raised her hand and gave Quan a token, wanting to let him leave first. Of course, senior brother, these are some storage bags you left behind. I'm returning them to you. Chu Ruoxue replied calmly, also agreeing that Quan could leave for the Heavenly Pavilion first. Quan's heart was filled with mixed feelings, as he could easily guess that the tricks they had set on the token and storage bags were likely no fewer than 7 or 8 kinds of secret techniques. Master, what on earth happened? Why have you become like this? Why are you entangled with those two women? Why? Quan had just brought Tong Ranran and Li Xinling to the Tian Pavilion when Tong Ranran could no longer hold back her barrage of questions. Stop right there. This is the core of the Tianji Pavilion. Without a token, you cannot proceed. At the same time, several high-ranking cultivators from the Tianji Pavilion stepped forward to block the three. Here's the token. Take me directly to the 3rd floor of the Tian Pavilion. Ranran, do not ask too many questions about the master. Quan ignored Tong Ranran's inquiries, maintaining a cold demeanor throughout, resembling an aloof master. He believed that only by being hard-hearted could he make Tong Ranran give up and focus on her cultivation, sparing her from further suffering. Tong Ranran lowered her head silently after being reprimanded. TSK. Li Xinling, witnessing Quan's treatment of Tong Ranran, felt immense anger, yet for some reason, she bit her tongue and did not explode. Soon, under the guidance of several high-ranking cultivators, the three arrived at the 3rd floor of the Tian Pavilion. Hey, you annoying Quan, what are you doing here on the 3rd floor of the Tian Pavilion? This place collects the most comprehensive ancient and modern data of this continent. What are your intentions in bringing us in? After seeing the respectful departure of the guiding cultivators, Li Xinling turned to Quan and asked, "Before I left the sect, I noticed that both of you had reached a bottleneck in your cultivation. The 3rd floor of the Tian Pavilion contains many records of the experiences and insights of extraordinary cultivators from ancient times to the present. I believe you will benefit from it." Quan sighed as he spoke. "Ranran, what has happened to me is no longer important. I have lost my cultivation, and the path ahead must be walked alone. I do not want to burden you. You still have a great vengeance to avenge, and you must continue to move forward. Master, I don't want this. Ranran just wants to always have you by my side. Revenge means nothing to me compared to you. As long as I can stay by the master's side, we can hide away from the world and live together. I don't want the master to leave me." Tong Ranran replied excitedly, large tears cascading down her pure and beautiful face. "Ranran." Li Xinling looked at the sobbing Tong Ranran with a pained heart, unable to say anything in this situation. "Master, what are you still calling me master for? I am no longer an elder of the sect. If you truly cannot let go, let us sever our master-disciple relationship. Remember, on the path of cultivation, we must continue to move forward and not stop due to personal feelings. Quan spoke plainly, though he felt a twinge of reluctance upon seeing Tong Ran crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Unfortunately, given his current situation, he could only hope that Tong Ran could understand his heartfelt intentions. Li Xinling, take Tong Ran to browse useful materials. We will regroup here in a few hours. After saying this, Quan left alone, quickly disappearing among the rows of towering bookshelves. Quan navigated through the rows of bookshelves, soon collecting numerous accounts and insights of high-ranking cultivators who had suffered severe injuries in the past. This was precisely the reason he had come here. He wanted to try his luck and see if there were methods from ancient times to recover from complete loss of cultivation. That unexpected discovery had rekindled his confidence in returning to the path of immortality. But now he couldn't afford to be careless. Given his current state, even encountering mortal enemies would be a challenge. Just dealing with these few troublesome women was already enough. If he were to run into some old acquaintances, who knows what could happen. Therefore, if he did not quickly recover his cultivation, the future that awaited him was simply unimaginable. I never expected so many great beings throughout history to have experienced severe injuries and loss of power. Quan murmured to himself, having unknowingly flipped through several stacks of collected materials. However, those who could survive from severe injuries and restore their former glory are truly few and far between. Moreover, most of them found their opportunities in places like legacy ruins. Quan naturally noticed that refining high-grade celestial energy could repair the foundation, but given his current resources, where could he find so much pure magical power to refine? Should he seek Chu Ruoxua or Su Yao? No, that would completely contradict his plan to escape from them. Moreover, those women were currently ruthless towards him. Without a solid plan to escape, his future was likely to be permanently bound by one of them. It seems I can only try my luck in ancient ruins. As he pondered, Quan formulated a preliminary plan, then sought many records about ruined secret realms to see if there were safer nearby options to try. Master, are you really planning to abandon me? Just as Quan was searching for materials in a bookshelf, a familiar voice came from the other side. Tong Ran, have you finished your search? Due to the bookshelf in between, Quan could not see the source of the voice, but he did not think much of it. Master, is it because of those two women? Tong Ran's stiff tone came again, seemingly not having heard Quan's words. Are you still entangled in my affairs? Don't think too much. Your cultivation is your priority. Master, I can't live without you. I can't live without you. What are you saying? Tong Ran, where are you? Quan asked in confusion as he walked to the adjacent bookshelf, but did not see Tong Ran. Master. Feeling a gentle touch, Quan realized that Tong Ran had suddenly appeared behind him and was tightly hugging him. Tong Ran, what's wrong with you? Quan asked in confusion. Master, I don't want to leave you. Besides you, I truly have nothing left. Why does heaven always take away my most important everything? Ran. Quan looked at Tong Ran and tenderly stroked her head. Master promises you that once you reach the Tianshu realm, I will come back to find you okay. Besides, you have been designated as the holy maiden of the sect. This is a tremendous opportunity. Be obedient, and I will not leave again unless something unexpected happens. Forget it. Master promises you I will definitely come back to see you. You and I are different. Your path is bright. Do you understand? As Quan spoke, he gently comforted Tong Ran. After a quarter of an hour, the girl's sobbing gradually subsided with time. Ran will definitely reach a high realm as soon as possible, and then I can protect the master always. Master, you must come back to see me. Ran will not let you down, Tong Ran softly said, greedily clinging to her master's warmth, feeling the temperature of the most important person she called master. By then I might be in some remote corner of the Jianghu, but once I hear the news of my Forgetting Dust sect's holy maiden breaking through to the Tianshu realm, I will definitely rush back to congratulate you. Quan said, unable to be too harsh with this pitiful girl. Reaching the Tianshu realm was merely a matter of time for Tong Ran. Given her talent, her limits were certainly not confined to this. But by that time, what kind of situation would Quan himself be in? He could not guarantee. Master, what are your plans for the future? You won't be staying with those two older sisters all the time, right? Tong Ran asked, her grip on Quan tightening. Of course not, but Master cannot leave just yet. I have my own plans, and I will definitely leave. Rest assured, have you found any useful materials? Tong Ran replied absent-mindedly. In reality, she hadn't searched at all, since entering her thoughts had never left Quan. After shaking off Li Xinling, she had been following Quan. After a moment of internal struggle, she abandoned the thought of forcibly taking her master away, as she was still too weak to do so. She could only quickly improve her strength to protect what belonged to her. After you and Xinling go out, you should head back. If you return too late, the sect will definitely inquire. Can I hold on a little longer, master? Quan was speechless, merely allowing this little girl who had never had anyone to rely on to receive her moment of warmth. Ever since that day after the Tian Pavilion's review, Quan had sent Li Xinling and Tong Ranjan back to the Tianyu continent. Although Tong Ranjan felt quite reluctant, she ultimately resolved to return and focus on her cultivation under Quan's persuasion. Quan, meanwhile, found himself inexplicably arranged to temporarily reside in a small room within the Tianju Pavilion. Watching the several cultivators who were monitoring him, he understood that those two troublesome women had not yet come to an agreement. However, for him the situation was not too bad. He utilized this time to meticulously analyze the collected data and decided on the next secret realm he could venture into. The records of the recently opened secret realm mostly document the gains from therapeutic artifacts and elixirs. It seems to be somewhat related. Perhaps I might truly encounter some opportunities. Just as Quan was talking to himself, a sudden commotion outside the door caught his attention. He got up to open the door to see who was visiting. The moment Quan opened the door, a white figure flashed before his eyes, and he was struck down to the ground by an invisible pressure. Chu Ruoxue, what are you doing here? Quan looked up, momentarily stunned. Did they come to an agreement? Am I not allowed to come? You should be grateful after being comfortable for so many days. Chu Ruoxue's beautiful eyes were sharp as she fixed her gaze on Quan. After waiting for that golden-haired vixen to leave, she had to rush to take Quan away. Shui, let me explain. Quan panicked. He did not expect Su Yao to let him off so easily. For now, he could only try to lower Chu Ruoxue's anger. Now you're acting obedient. But I will not show you any pity or kindness. Chu Ruoxue said viciously. Through her side, Quan could see the guards and cultivators who had been incapacitated by Chu Ruoxue. Let's go, I have important matters. I've already spent enough time on you, I'll teach you a lesson later. Chu Ruoxue was infuriated by Quan's shameless demeanor. The family had urgent matters to attend to, and she had already disregarded her father's reprimands to spend too much time here. Now she needed to capture Quan and get back to business. With that, Chu Ruoxue conjured a celestial rope and bound Quan tightly before flying away on her sword, leaving Tianju Pavilion. Hey Chu Ruoxue, can you please not be so forceful? And you're openly offending Tianju Pavilion like this? Are you crazy? No matter what, you should at least be mindful of your identity. How can you act so recklessly in Tianju Pavilion? Quan decided to stop pleading for sympathy. Always talking about Tianju Pavilion, it's so annoying. Are you still hoping for that vixen to protect you? I'm already furious that you ran away without permission. I think you truly deserve a lesson. When we get back, you'll know my power. Chu Ruoxue's face flushed with anger as she gritted her silver teeth, increasing the strength of her bindings and the speed of their flight. Quan felt darkness envelop him and fainted. After a deep darkness, Quan gradually regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in another unfamiliar room. He felt a bit dazed, but this time it seemed somewhat different. Chu Ningning, what are you doing here? Quan stared in confusion at the adorable little female cultivator sitting by the bed. At the same time, he noticed he was tightly bound to the bed with high-quality celestial ropes, rendering him utterly immobile. Wow, when did you wake up? Sister told me to watch over you here. Chu Ningning spoke, but for some reason her face turned increasingly red and her voice gradually lowered. So where is this? You are currently on a giant celestial ship belonging to our Chu family. The family head asked me and my brother to find Sister Ruoxue to compete for control over the resources in the newly appeared secret realm, and then we encountered you being tied up by my sister. So, what were you doing? Did you do anything besides kissing? Chu Ningning's face turned bright red as she lowered her head, gripping the edge of the bed tightly. What are you thinking? It's clearly me being kidnapped by your good sister. Where is Chu Ruoxue now? Can you help me untie this? I really can't move at all. No, I can't do that. My sister will be furious when she returns. I've never seen her so angry before. If I help you, I would definitely be punished by her. As she spoke, Chu Ningning touched her head, not wanting to be hit on the head by Chu Ruoxue again. Hiss, can you loosen the ropes a bit? I feel so uncomfortable like this. Well, my sister didn't say, but it should be okay. Let me see what I can do. Chu Ningning began to fiddle with the celestial ropes, but due to her unfamiliarity with such artifacts, she had no idea how to proceed. That. Sai, listen to me. Infuse your spiritual energy into the celestial ropes, and then control them to move in reverse bit by bit. Seeing Chu Ningning's dazed expression, Quan couldn't help but remind her. I got it. Watch me. Hey, whoa, why isn't it working? It just unravels completely. Of course, it's normal that you can't control the force on your first try with such things. Quan quickly untangled himself and got off the bed. You planned to trick me into untying the ropes from the start, didn't you? You big liar. Chu Ningning shouted, nearly in tears from anxiety. But you helped me untie them, right? Just pretend you didn't see me so your sister won't find out, and then you can say I escaped on my own. Also, where is your sister now? Is she also on this giant celestial ship? She should be here. Right now, she's probably in the main chamber discussing plans with everyone. Even though they are all from the younger generation, they never bring me along saying I'm not clever enough. They bully me, but I will definitely show you all my capabilities. I never said you weren't clever, you just need to listen to me a few times to manage your spiritual energy, well, which shows you have talent. By the way, how many people did you bring this time? Really? I knew I was actually quite impressive. This time, there doesn't seem to be any particularly high-level opportunities in the secret realm, so we only deployed a few hundred cultivators. A few hundred? How are we supposed to escape? Quan's initial hope gradually faded, replaced by despair. I'm finished. What are you impressive at? You say everything out loud, no wonder they don't take you along. Realizing it was hopeless to escape, Quan decided to tease Chu Ningning instead. I didn't. Because you are our Chu family's husband, that makes you one of us, so I can talk to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't just blurt out such things. Husband. So this Chu Ningning really thinks of me as her brother-in-law. Wait, since I'm part of your Chu family, does that mean I can also enter the secret realm to explore? It should be. But only a portion of the higher-ranking young generation can enter, and usually they have to go in pairs. Every time my brother says my foundation isn't solid enough, and makes me stay at the outer camp. Chu Ningning said, her mood falling again. However, in Quan's eyes, this little girl was very easy to read. Her feelings were practically written all over her face. If that's the case, how about I sneak in with you this time? If we're found out, my brother will definitely punish us, and if my sister finds out, what are you afraid of? If we get the treasures and perform, well, they won't have anything to say, right? And you don't need to worry about your sister Bim here. With me around, there's nothing to fear. Quan was actually speaking entirely falsehoods. He was also risking a harsh punishment from Chu Ruoxue. However, if it worked out, he might not only find good treasures, but also have a chance to escape. But everyone is here, how will they let us two in? You don't need to worry about that, just do as I say. Woo, is this really okay? Chu Ningning listened to Quan's plan, pondering with her small head, but soon grew worried again. Otherwise, I'll have to tell your sister that you helped me untie the ropes. You dare? Clearly, it was you who lured me into helping you untie them. I agree, but you mustn't have any ulterior motives, and we need to return early. Also, why do you want to go to this secret realm? Aren't you injured, and without magic? Chu Ningning whispered, as if afraid of being overheard. Don't worry about that, I'm just secretly hiding my strength. Your sister won't dare say anything. The reason I'm bound is just to make her angry. It's just pretending to be punished by her. As for your sister, it's better to indulge her a little, so you'll need to help me tie the ropes back afterward, and on that day, well, act as the situation demands. Quan casually remarked. He could tell that this young girl genuinely wanted to explore the secret realm to prove herself, so he encouraged her with all his might, as he could only rely on her now. Really? I knew that someone worthy of my sister must be extraordinary. Well, split the credit evenly. By the way, how should I address you, brother-in-law? So easy to fool. Quan sighed inwardly. Once this little girl let down her psychological defenses, she immediately became a silly girl. Just call me Quan. After all, I haven't married Chu Ruoxue yet, so there's no need to keep calling me brother-in-law. Okay, brother-in-law. After that, Quan instructed Chu Ningning on some precautions before allowing her to tie the ropes back around him. Right now, escaping would be a dead, and he could only endure the pressure from Chu Ruoxue for a few days and wait for the day when the Chu family collectively explores the secret realm. Does it really have to be this detailed? Chu Ningning complained as Quan had her adjust the distribution of the ropes, repeatedly demanding it be just like before. Of course, don't underestimate your sister. Beneath that gentle exterior, not many in your family probably know what she hides. Sister Ruoxue has always been incredibly gentle and beautiful. What are you talking about? It's all your fault for making her angry. She has lowered the morale of the male cultivators in our Chu family. You little brat, what do you understand? Hurry up. Why does it feel a bit colder? Quan urged, inwardly startled. This familiar fluctuation of magic can only be. Chu Ningning, what are you doing? At the door of the room, the silver-haired fairy who had just concluded the Chu family strategy meeting looked puzzled at the scene before her. Wow. Sister, Quan said the ropes were too tight and uncomfortable, so I loosened them a bit for him. He doesn't need that. Hurry up and get down from your brother-in-law. Got it. Chu Ningning hurriedly got up from Quan, and he let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had sensed it in advance, and had communicated with Chu Ningning to teach her how to handle it, otherwise her naive little head would surely have been noticed. You really don't give me peace of mind. I'm genuinely worried that one day you'll be deceived away. Chu Ruoxue approached and pinched Chu Ningning's cheek hard. Sister, you're so beautiful and powerful. Oh, everyone is thinking of you. Who would want to deceive me? Just use your silver tongue with me. I learn how to navigate the world from your brother. Be a bit more cunning. Now go back to your room. I need to talk to your brother-in-law. Chu Ruoxue lovingly patted Chu Ningning on the head. Then I'll be leaving. Chu Ningning quickly left, fearing that Chu Ruoxue would notice something amiss. In the past, Chu Ningning's abnormal behavior would certainly not escape Chu Ruox's eyes. But recently her condition had been quite low. The reason was to blame that golden-haired cat and the person in bed. Don't pretend to be dead, oh talk to me. Chu Ruoxue yelled, placing a small foot directly on Yin Quan's abdomen, completely unconcerned about any potential exposure. In this situation, Yin Quan's pretending to be dead technique could no longer be utilized. What else is there to say? Anyway, whatever you want to do, I can't stop you now, can I? You? Still refusing to admit it, huh? Seeing Yin Quan's shameless expression, Chu Ruoxue was at a loss for words. How could she say that she saw her own reflection in that woman? That shadow of being abandoned by the one she loved and resenting it for years. Forget it, you heartless scoundrel deserve to fall to this extent. And all of this is because of what you owe me. You are not allowed to leave me again, understand? If there's a next time, I genuinely don't know what I might do. Chu Ruoxue leaned down and softly spoke into Yin Quan's ear, feeling her fragrant breath. Yin Quan could only turn his head away. Do you understand? I know it was my aunt who let you go, but the moment I saw you running away, I truly became terrifyingly fearful. Only after realizing it did I find myself almost becoming reckless, losing my original self. My aunt used to say that the cultivation technique I practiced must not have any errors, or else it would easily lead to a change of the Tao heart, losing emotions and self. I am genuinely scared. Why can't you always be with me? You leave every time I need you the most, yet you appear again and again when I am in despair. I just want to be with you, senior brother. Chu Ruoxue collected the ropes on Yin Quan, and without waiting for him to rise, hugged him tightly, continuously expressing her feelings until she quickly fell asleep. Chu Ruoxue, are you asleep? It seems that the pressure of the past few days has indeed been too great, running around everywhere with family tasks and the burden of identity exhausting her. Or perhaps, even though Yin Quan had lost all cultivation, he could still sense the unstable magical fluctuations emanating from Chu Ruoxue. It was probably serious concerning the cultivation technique she mentioned. Why must it be this way? No matter how happy, there is always an end. Shouldn't one try to pursue eternity to see how high this sky truly is and how far this path can go? Yin Quan sighed, feeling completely entangled and unable to move. He simply gave in and let Chu Ruoxue hug and nuzzle him. Hiss. Still the same as before. Previously, when he consoled her and was punished for mischief, he let her hold him while crying. He initially intended to comfort her, but instead her frequency of causing trouble increased. He began to suspect that Chu Ruoxue was doing it intentionally. Perhaps just falling into this state of decay would be fine. Yin Quan thought inwardly. After years of hard cultivation accumulating without restraint, it was all gone. If he were to start over, would there still be a chance? That was uncertain. Recalling his earlier life, he had never encountered a fairy of Chu Ruox's caliber. Even those willing to help him were extremely few. When trudging through the mud, no one cared. Yet once he became completely engrossed in cultivation, he encountered so many willing to give for him. How could it be? He had heard that the heavenly Tao arranges everything especially for those who might pose a threat to it. It would infinitely obstruct their path. In times of ordinariness, it would leave you deeply trapped. If you could step out of the ordinary and achieve something, it would make you addicted to love. Should you advance further and pose a threat, it would cast you into the abyss. I really still don't want to give up. Yin Quan murmured. So, what did you and your sister do last night? Chu Ningning propped her head on her hand, frowning, as she asked Yin Quan, who was munching on snacks. It must be that kind of thing. Humph. Pervert. Don't say random things, little kid. When you met your sister this morning, why didn't you ask her? Afraid she would tell on you. Yin Quan casually replied while eating the snacks. I don't care what you guys did as long as my sister is happy. Chu Ningning pouted. Yin Quan smiled slightly and ignored her. However, Chu Ruoxue did seem to be in a better mood after getting up today. Not only did she not keep him tied up, but she also allowed him to move freely in the room. Perhaps it was because he had been obedient yesterday. However, due to some restrictions imposed by Chu Ruoxue, Yin Quan ultimately couldn't leave this room. Is this what it feels like to be imprisoned? If it's just this, it doesn't seem too bad. This snack is indeed nice. Did you bring what I asked you to bring? Yin Quan asked while enjoying the high-grade snacks in Chu Ruoxue's room. Of course. Although I only peeked at it a few times, I could still draw it from memory. Chu Ningning said as she took out a map from her small storage pouch. Although the advanced team didn't go deep, they have recorded the general layout of the secret realm. This is top secret. I sneaked into the main chamber and took a look, but was chased out by my sister. We must make them see us in a new light. Chu Ningning said with determination in her eyes, her cute and innocent face oddly filled with passion and seriousness. Of course. Yin Quan replied perfunctorily while taking the map from Chu Ningning's hand. I wonder how this little girl will think once she realizes she's being used. Yin Quan also thought about whether he was going too far, but now wasn't the time to think too much. When to cut. When not to cut, it becomes chaotic. Just preliminary exploration reveals such vast terrain. This secret realm seems not simple. Quan sighed, but he couldn't help but admire the strength of the Chu family. Only a few families or sects on the entire continent could send an advanced team back and forth in such a high-level secret realm, let alone explore it to such an extent. Once the secret realm is fully open, the situation will surely become more complex. Remember to listen to my commands and stick close to me, got it? Quan said to Chu Ningning, although his intention was to take the opportunity to escape. Exploring the secret realm wasn't out of the question. However, the most important thing is safety. I can take care of myself, but if something happens to Chu Ningning, I can't bear it. At that time, I'll find a chance to knock her out and send her back to the path leading to the Chu family. After briefly planning in his mind, Quan put away the map. You're not my sister, and even if you were my brother-in-law, you can't order me around. We're just partners, understand? We need to decide together and cooperate well. Okay, then you come up with a plan for us. Let's sneak in first, find an opportunity where no one notices, and then we will return in triumph. Chu Ningning shouted her perfect fantasy, even standing up and placing her hands on her small waist. Wow, what a great plan. Quan clapped lightly, thinking to give her some encouragement. Being naive isn't a bad thing, at least she has so many people protecting her. Quan thought of Tong Ranjan, who should be about the same age as Chu Ningning, or maybe younger, but her character had become increasingly resilient through hardship. Truly, environment shapes character. Bang! Suddenly the door was opened and both of them who were plotting were startled and looked towards the door. Chu Ruoxue, how dare you not let me participate in this secret realm activity? I tell you, brother Yang Liang is mine. You better. Chu Ningning. Who is this guy next to you? Where's Chu Ruoxue? Looking at the tall woman who suddenly barged in, Quan was also bewildered. But anyone who can intrude into Chu Ruoxue's room must have a significant status. Sister Chui, what are you doing here? He's Ruoxue's male servant. Chu Ruoxue actually has this kind of interest. Haha, I finally found something to hold against her. I must tell brother Yang Liang so he can see the true face of that white-haired obedient girl. But how come she found someone like this? Any male servant from my residence would be much better looking. Quan was speechless. He felt that his looks were not extraordinary, mostly sporting a dead fish face, and often busy, so comparing himself to those pretty boys was unnecessary, he willingly conceded. However, this woman was worlds apart from Chu Ruoxue. Her looks and demeanor were not on the same level at all, and she was even less cute than Chu Ningning. No wonder brother Yang Liang seemed uninterested in her, Quan thought. However, there was no need to argue with her, as he certainly didn't want to be labeled in any marital relationship. That was too absurd. Chu Ruoxue is in the main chamber for a meeting. If you want to find her, go there. Quan replied, while giving Chu Ningning a look signaling her not to say anything reckless. You a male servant, what qualifications do you have to instruct me? Chu retorted arrogantly. This is probably not as smart as I thought. No wonder brother Yang Liang doesn't like you. Fine, then you can wait here for her to return. Quan said nonchalantly, continuing to munch on snacks. Then I'll wait here for her. You get up. Chu stepped forward, demanding Quan to make way for the only two seats in the room. Sister Chu, why don't you come sit here? Chu Ningning said, getting up to give Chu her seat. No need, you sit there. Quan said, picking up a snack and walking aside to admire the view outside the window. The celestial ship was still high in the sky, surrounded by vast seas of clouds, a beautiful sight. There was no need to stir up unnecessary disputes right now. It was better to wait for Chu Ruoxue to return and handle it. Sister Chu, didn't you choose not to sign up for this task? Why are you here now? Chu Ningning looked at Quan, who had walked aside, and then at the smug-looking Chu and asked. Because every time there's a big task, the clan secretly lets Chu Ruoxue, that obedient girl, lead. You guys don't know what she's like, but I do. She clearly knows I like brother Yang Liang, but has enchanted him into only having eyes for her. This time, brother Yang Liang is representing the sect to participate in this exploration of the secret realm, and I want to take this opportunity to make him like me. I absolutely cannot let brother Yang Liang fall deeper. Is it that Yang Liang from the Mingheng sect? I've seen him once or twice when I was with Sister Ruoxue, but Sister Ruoxue has no interest in him at all. Sister Chu, you misunderstand. How do you know she has no interest? Brother Yang Liang is so outstanding, superior in looks and abilities, and kind to others. Besides, if she has no interest in men, how could she have a male servant? Quan was choked by the snacks when he was unexpectedly dragged into this conversation. Just say it don't involve me. Although he admitted that Chu Ruoxue was a pretender, and he had a deep understanding of that saying, it made him seem like a tool for her to vent her desires. No, wait, it seems to be true. This woman has a sharp intuition. If you really had the guts, you would have rushed into the main chamber by now. Staying here to complain is actually trying to create an opportunity to be alone with Chu Ruoxue, hoping to persuade her to let you join this task. But because of your pride, you don't want the clan to think you are untrustworthy and reckless, so you dare not cause too much of a scene. Speaking so fiercely in front of Chu Ningning is just to boost your own confidence. In reality, you are quite afraid of Chu Ruoxue, aren't you? From the moment you entered and saw us, instead of Chu Ruoxue, the tone and expression of your face softened, which is quite evident. Yen Quan looked out the window, munching on snacks, casually said. Chu Yi, who had heard Yen Quan's perceptive remarks, was left stunned. Also, I just discovered that the area outside this window is also under a restriction, so when I reached out earlier, I triggered the restriction. I almost faced punishment from the restriction. Luckily, I quickly pulled my hand back, but Chu Ruoxue should be on her way back now, so prepare yourself. Yen Quan continued, stuffing the last piece of snack into his mouth. Well, what are you saying? Am I afraid of Chu Ruoxue? Nonsense. Chu Yi exclaimed in panic. The Secret Realm expedition is tomorrow. How could the meeting possibly end so soon? You male servant dare to deceive me. Her mind raced. She had specifically gathered a lot of information today. How could she let this servant see through her so easily? Chu Yi, you should prepare a bit better, Chu Ningning advised from the side. Although she was not very clear about the situation, she instinctively knew about her sister's particular obsession with Yen Quan. Bang! With a heavy sound of the door opening again, the silver-haired, green-eyed fairy appeared before everyone, radiating a chilling aura. Chu Ruoxue, why are you here? Tu was just about to look for you. I wanted to tell you. Chu Yi stammered, but it seemed Chu Ruoxue did not pay her any attention. Why can't you ever learn your lesson, senior brother? I've reached my limit. This time I'll cripple your legs first, he. Chu Ruoxue stared fiercely at Yen Quan, her eyes revealing a ruthless intent. Is it that serious? Yen Quan was now panicking. This was clearly an issue with your restrictions. Don't randomly cripple my legs. Ahaha, Schwerer, calm down. I just accidentally reached my hand out the window. I had no intention of escaping. They can testify for me. Chu Ruoxue tilted her head and finally noticed the other two people beside her. Chu Yi, what are you doing here? Didn't you say you wouldn't come? Ningning, is what he said true? Yes. I can vouch for Yen Quan. He just ate too much and wanted to get some fresh air. Chu Ningning said, fearfully hiding behind Chu Yi. She was quite afraid of her angry sister, but she had rarely seen her like this before. Ever since Yen Quan appeared, the frequency of such situations had drastically increased. It seems I misunderstood you. If you like those snacks, I'll have them prepare more for you later. Chu Ruoxue stepped forward, taking Yen Quan's hand. Originally, she just wanted to see if he dared to escape, so she didn't tie him up. If he insisted on running away, she would cripple him, at least ensuring that she could have him forever. However, if possible, she preferred Yen Quan to stay with her peacefully. If even this small expectation could not be met, she would resort to any means necessary. Hey, I'm talking to you. I've changed my mind. I want to participate in this mission. Did you hear me? If you dare not agree, I'll expose the matter of you keeping a male servant. Chu Yi watched as Chu Ruoxue completely ignored her expression turning intense. A male servant? What are you talking about, Chu Yi? If you want to participate, then go ahead. Anyway, you want to follow your senior brother from that sect, right? Chu Ruoxue said, reaching out to wipe the crumbs of snacks from Yen Quan's mouth, completely ignoring Chu Yi. Senior brother, you are still the same as before. These snacks are all the ones you said you liked before. Also, that woman Su Yao is definitely up to no good. If you go looking for her again, you will definitely be harmed. Look at how good I am to you now. I've tried my best not to hold past grievances against you. If you don't want this kind of life to change, just keep it like this. Chu Ruoxue said, tightening her grip on Yen Quan's hand, not letting him pull away. Yen Quan felt Chu Ruoxue's gentle hand and was at a loss for words. He had just been planning to escape not long ago, but now with Chu Ruoxue like this, he felt even less daring to face her. What do you mean? Do you have ulterior motives? Chu Ruoxue pouted and asked. Yen Quan was taken aback by her sudden change. How did this girl return to her old self? Could it be that she really has forgiven him? No, it's just that under the current circumstances, she reverted back. If he got caught in this plan again, he didn't dare to think. No, by the way, did your meeting end? Yen Quan hurriedly changed the subject. Almost. I suddenly received a restriction notification midway and rushed back, but there are only a few finishing tasks left. They should be able to complete them. So that means we can be together for the rest of the time today. What was your senior brother's name again? Yang Liang. That's the one who pursued you before. I warn you, don't go near him again. Chu Yi said, angrily, feeling increasingly ignored. Yang Liang. Ningning, do you remember him? I really don't recall. Chu Ruoxue asked while holding one of Yen Quan's hands. Yen Quan had become numb. Before, he could rely on his senior brother's authority to stop Chu Ruoxue from getting too close, but now it was entirely up to Chu Ruoxue to do whatever she wanted. It was during an auction in the city when that person interrupted and bothered my sister. Chu Ningning replied, glaring at Yen Quan with displeasure. Obviously, her sister used to hug her first, but now that she had a husband, she seemed to have forgotten about her sister. That person. He was too persistent compared to others. Wasn't he eventually restricted from entering and exiting the auction? Chu E, I advise you not to associate with such a man. He has ulterior motives. Chu Ruashiwa said casually. To be honest, she really couldn't remember. She had too many suitors over the years, each more outstanding than the last. It wasn't that she had a bad memory, but she simply couldn't keep track. Of course, she had no interest in any man other than Yin Quan. You found such a male servant, and still have the face to criticize me. Your male servant obviously seems to be just going through the motions, and I feel like he just wants to live off you. If you find such a soft rice man, let's see what everyone has to say about you. No, I admit you're right about him being indifferent, but don't say he's living off me, Yin Quan thought to himself. Yin Quan believed he had always been self-reliant, and now this soft rice situation, if he didn't indulge this lady beside him, would turn into a living llama. Soft rice man is indeed an accurate description, isn't it, senior brother? Chu Ruashiwa said happily. After all, the soft-hearted senior brother should be living off her. But don't call him a male servant. If you go out and say such things, don't blame me for being impolite, okay? You can just say he's a son-in-law of the Chu family. Chu Ruashiwa emphasized, warning Chu E not to speak carelessly. The term male servant sounded too harsh. It simply could not be allowed in reference to her senior brother. To understand, Chu E was shocked by Chu Ruashiwa's sudden serious tone. She had only mustered the courage to seek Chu Ruashiwa's help today. In reality, she didn't dare to go against her wishes. In the family among this generation, there was only one pearl, and that was the stunning ice fairy before her. Fate was such, although her position wasn't low in front of Chu Ruashiwa, she could only look up like a mayfly gazing at the moon. Then I will leave. I will join senior brother Yang Liang's team, so you don't need to worry about me. After venting her frustration, Chu E said nothing more and hurriedly left. Then I will leave as well, sister. Chu Ningning followed closely behind, casting a glance at Yin Quan before departing. Is it really okay? What if news from the Chu family gets leaked? Yin Quan said casually, attempting several times to withdraw his hand from Chu Ruashiwa's embrace, but to no avail. It's fine. Let her pursue the person she likes. Isn't that quite good? If anything happens, she will bear the consequences herself. Chu Ruashiwa remarked, recalling the time when she and Yin Quan were each other's senior siblings. In the past, she also insisted on her own choices, so there was nothing to stop her. Moreover, Chu E had only recently arrived, and she was unaware of most crucial information, so it wouldn't significantly affect the plans ahead. On the contrary, it's the other major families that we should be most worried about in this secret realm competition. Wasn't this secret realm supposed to be small? Yin Quan pondered, inwardly wondering if the situation had changed. The more complex the situation, the more variables there would be, thus the risks of the upcoming plans would increase. Just stay well at the base camp with Ning Ning. I should be able to return in a few days at most. You should behave this time. Although the base camp doesn't have many elites with your current abilities, there will be no escape. Furthermore, this is my last time indulging you. If you wish to spend the rest of your life in a neglected dark room, I have no objections. Chu Ruashiwa threatened Yin Quan, yet her lips curled into a faint smile, making Yin Quan's heart race. No matter how you put it, that's too harsh. Where did you learn this Yandere mindset? Yandere? What is that? Nothing. By the way, who is this old acquaintance you mentioned last time? Yin Quan quickly shifted the topic, wondering how a Yandere could possibly know they were a Yandere. Although there were many overlaps in the knowledge from his previous life on Blue Star, there were still different concepts. Oh, so you remember her. Well, although she took great care of me back, then it's not an exaggeration to say I owe her a life debt. However, when she asked if I had heard of a cultivator named Yin Quan, I was quite surprised. Life is truly full of coincidences, isn't it? Chu Ruashiwa replied, glaring at Yin Quan discontentedly. How many romantic entanglements does this dead senior brother need to attract before he is satisfied? At that time, I thought it couldn't be that coincidental. After all, I could see she harbored as much hatred for you as I did, and she mentioned some things about you back then. Perhaps it was because if she found you first, you wouldn't survive until the time I sought revenge, so I didn't tell her I knew you. Moreover, she sought you decades ago while traveling this continent, and should no longer be around, so you needn't worry. Chu Ruashiwa thought this was good, as it would ensure no one else would compete with her. Wait a minute. You've been talking for so long without saying who she is. What if she really isn't me, and just shares the same name? I shouldn't have. Too many enemies, right? Probably. Yin Quan replied, but his mind flashed with several familiar figures. That's true. After all, the Dragon Clan isn't something normal people can approach. According to her time frame, you were just a nascent soul cultivator back then. But this is for the best. If we meet again in the future, I can properly repay Shaolier. Chu Ruashiwa said, happily nodding as if she believed it might indeed be a misunderstanding. Lear. Wait a minute, Dragon Clan, someone with the character Lu in their name, and still looking for me. Yin Quan quickly filtered through his thoughts and found that there was indeed only one person that matched Long Kai Lo. She really was someone who didn't care about her life. Back then, he had only intended to borrow her 7-colored dragon pearl for a while, but ended up inexplicably getting into a situation where he had to marry her, leading him to feign being kidnapped by the Spirit Shrimp clan to escape the wedding. That same day, he hadn't even escaped the MOC area before hearing the news that the Spirit Shrimp clan had been annihilated by the Dragon clan. Moreover, he heard that the Dragon Emperor had appeared at the wedding, but they couldn't find the groom for a long time, infuriating the Dragon Emperor. Speaking of which, he had no idea she had a connection to the Dragon Emperor. Wait a minute, back then I heard it was the Spirit Shrimp clan that was wiped out by the Dragon clan princess. Could it be? Forget it, this isn't the time to think about that. Her full name is Long Kai Lu, the Dragon Emperor's granddaughter. Haha, I am probably the only one in this continent who knows her. This is an important connection for the future. If that escapee husband of hers named Yin Quan isn't you, then I'll arrange for you to meet next time. Chu Ruo Shui said, wearing a smile as she looked at Yin Quan. So swear you must know that person is me. Yin Quan said helplessly. Senior brother's expressions are too rich. If you want to confirm, you can easily do so. Originally, I didn't want to inquire about these matters. I just wanted to take revenge on you for past grievances, but now you've made it all clear. The next step is the interrogation phase. Chu Ruo Shui's tone suddenly changed as she pushed Yin Quan into a corner of the room. Yin Quan could only lean against the wall, facing the intimidating presence of Chu Ruo Shui. Why do you have a marriage contract? Have you kissed? Do you have children? And what about that Su Yao? What is going on? You'd better answer satisfactorily, or... Chu Ruo Shui questioned sharply, her gaze growing increasingly hollow. How could there be a child? I shouldn't have kissed anyone. Shouldn't? Does that mean you've kissed more than just me? I really don't remember, and that marriage contract was an unintended consequence of my ignorance of the Dragon clan's customs. I originally wanted to discuss with Long Kai Lu to clear up the misunderstanding, but she said there was nothing she could do about the Dragon clan's customs. However, she herself clearly breaks many of the Dragon clan's rules every day while dragging me into it, so it's really not my fault. As for Su Yao, I was completely tricked. We only had a transaction before helping each other out. Those later events were all accidents, haha. Yin Quan said, but he always felt that Su Yao was not so naive as to let Chu Ruo Shui take him away so easily, and she must be plotting something. If she really had given up on him, that would be great, but he couldn't shake the feeling that things weren't that simple. Senior brother, you truly attract unexpected troubles. You've inadvertently provoked the Dragon clan's precious jewel, the youngest princess, and the renowned beauty and vice leader of the Tianji Pavilion. What path are you cultivating? The path of romance. Chu Ruo Shui said angrily, pinching Yin Quan's face with her small hand. Hiss. I can't help it. I really have no relationship with them. Look at me, I have nothing good. What could they possibly want from me? So you're implying my taste is poor. Just that I have an interest in you. This. Yin Quan felt stumped. Saying it this way was wrong, but saying it another way was also wrong. Wasn't she just looking for an excuse to throw a tantrum? Forget it, the dignity of the Dragon clan is their most important thing. If Long Kai Lu sees you, you're probably going to get torn apart right away. Chu Ruo Shui said, thinking that this way she wouldn't have to worry about competing with her. Yin Quan would definitely keep his distance from her now. As for Su Yao, stay as far away from her as possible. Although I won't let you meet her in the future either. Of course I will keep my distance from her, ha. Yin Quan replied, attempting to slip away from a blind spot, only to be blocked again by Chu Ruo Shui. You don't need to say it, I would keep my distance anyway. Besides, there's nothing normal about you and Su Yao. Yin Quan is also quite strange. All beautiful fairies have some character flaws. What if I catch you being insincere again? Chu Ruo Shui said, gradually moving closer to Yin Quan. Feeling her warm breath, Yin Quan could only lean against the wall and turn his head to the side. This is all the compensation you should give me, Chu Ruo Shui said, feeling Yin Quan's body temperature as she collapsed into his arms. Due to the height difference, Yin Quan couldn't see Chu Ruo Shui's flushed face. Swear you still need to enter the secret realm tomorrow. Shouldn't you rest well today? Yin Quan said if it were before, he would have scolded Chu Ruo Shui about propriety between men and women, insisting that she focus on her cultivation and not be rude to her senior brother. But now, rest. Does senior brother have no thoughts about me? Am I really not as good as Su Yao? Chu Ruo Shui softly asked, tightening her embrace. What thoughts? Yin Quan was bewildered. What on earth is this girl thinking? In his current situation, how could he act upon it? Besides, he didn't dare to, but now it seemed like she had feelings for him. Where did it all go wrong? Is this something that senior siblings should be doing? If we were to speak from a certain perspective, you are better than her. What do you mean by a certain perspective? You thickhead fool, it was the same back then, and it still is now. At that time, they clearly forced you to ruin me. Why did you show mercy? Even though they made a move, they still held back, which is not like you. When I left by myself later, you secretly followed for a long time. Am I really that untrustworthy? You clearly bore the punishment of heavenly thunder for me, yet you always act this way. Why can't you rely on others? Chu Ruo Shui gently sobbed. You know everything, Yin Quan said. A few days ago at the Tianji Pavilion, Master Wang Ming entrusted someone to tell me everything. Why, if you have no feelings for me, would you do all these things for me? Why are you so good to me? Chu Ruoxue raised her tear-filled eyes looking at Yin Quan with excitement. No wonder her attitude changed so suddenly. Yin Quan was momentarily speechless. In fact, he felt that it was all his fault back then. His first master and the first junior sister she entrusted to him both held extraordinary significance to him. But he hadn't protected either of them, well, just like those he couldn't protect before. He had no right to rely on others. He could only continue to grow stronger and forge ahead. Over the years, he had become increasingly accustomed to hatred and killing, growing more indifferent to the connections between people. Actually, it's nothing. Because you are my first junior sister, because I made a promise, because I promised to watch you grow stronger. Yin Quan sighed. But you are right, I can't let go of those things, and in the end I chose to stand by your side. So if you want to hate me, I don't mind. What do you mean I don't mind? What if I accidentally killed you last time? What if I did something irreversible before? Do you want me to feel guilty for the rest of my life? You treat Master like this, and you treat me like this. You only think about your own feelings, yet you never talk to me about those experiences that only you can see. So I still hate you. Even if I know all of this, I won't let you go. You must accompany me for the rest of your life. Oh, I absolutely won't let you go. Chu Ruoxue shouted, tears streaming down her face. I don't deserve this from you. Besides, isn't your current life good? As long as you are safe and sound now, I think I haven't violated the promise I made to Master. As for me, I have already become useless. I have paid the price for my own obsession, but I will not give up. Yin Quan looked at Chu Ruoxue's tearful eyes and said, I don't care. You must not leave me again. If you have to go, then take me with you. You jerk of a senior brother. Chu Ruoxue cried, gripping Yin Quan's clothes tightly. All right, I'm still here, aren't I? Yin Quan didn't know what to say and could only comfort her casually. In his view, he would never be someone who walks the same path as this junior sister. Then promise me you won't leave in the future. This? I can't promise you. After all, I still see you as my junior sister, so. Yin Quan was saying this when he suddenly noticed Chu Ruoxue's expression darkening and her tears gradually stopped. Realizing something was off, he quickly shut his mouth. Swear. Then I will lock you up until you change your mind. So, senior brother, I have my reasons for doing this. You forced me. Chu Ruoxue said with a slight smile, her gaze vacant. This? How can that make sense? Isn't forcing someone a bit too much? Isn't it? As long as you are mine, that's enough. In the past, you were my senior brother, and I couldn't defeat you, so I always held back. Now you want me to hold back again while you freely toy with my feelings. No way, senior brother, I've endured for so long. Seeing Chu Ruoxue becoming increasingly unusual, Yin Quan felt something was wrong and quickly shifted to the side, planning to escape. Swear, calm down. We are still considered senior siblings, right? Once a senior sibling, always a senior sibling. Think about Master. Yes, think about Master. She definitely wouldn't want to see us like this. What are you talking about? It was Master who agreed to let you marry me, that I agreed to be her disciple. But then you got involved with a marriage alliance with another sect, and after handling that matter, she never mentioned agreeing to my request again. Yin Quan was tightly held by Chu Ruoxue, unable to escape, and could only accept reality, but he was still shocked to hear this. That old lady. She might as well change careers to be a matchmaker. After so many years of being a disciple, the marriage documents she signed must be in the double digits. If only she had more disciples, but among the capable ones, there's only Yin Quan. So by the time he became a master, he cared more about the thoughts of his disciples. That, Master, you still don't know? She often speaks without thinking. Yin Quan quickly corrected himself. Moreover, the marriage alliances that came to her back then were all handled by me. Even if she used me to do those things back then, all I want now is to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. Chu Ruoxue angrily said, pulling Yin Quan's collar, standing on her tiptoes, and kissing him again. Chapter 25, The Mysterious Fairy Puppet. Did you do something to my sister again yesterday? Looking at Yin Quan, who seemed lifeless, Chu Ningning propped her head and asked. Little kids should mind their own business. Yin Quan replied nonchalantly. Wasn't it just being forcibly kissed for several minutes? Luckily, in the end, Chu Ruoxue inexplicably started crying and soon fell asleep from exhaustion. Otherwise, he really didn't know what would continue happening. I said I'm not a child anymore. I'm saying that my sister had red eyes this morning. Did you bully her again? Chu Ningning frowned, saying discontentedly. I want to make it clear, even though I have cooperated with you this time, it doesn't mean I will stand on your side. If you really dare to bully my sister, and I find out, be careful, I will beat you. Seriously, you don't even know how to cherish a fairy like my sister. Did I bully your sister? You. Never mind, it's pointless to explain to a kid like you. Yin Quan didn't want to explain anymore. Being constantly entangled by Chu Ruoxue like this, even though his Dao heart was extraordinary, his current cultivation was only at the foundation establishment level, and he was afraid that one day he would also fall, and then his Dao would truly be severed. I still have to run, it has to be today. So are you sure you saw your sister leading the team inside? Yes, and I also saw figures from other major forces at several entrances to the space. So many people came this time, I guess there must be extraordinary treasures inside. Quan nodded after listening to Chu Ningning's confident analysis. Although his main purpose this time was to escape and find a way to leave this continent, if they encountered a treasure hunt and got caught in the crossfire, it would be troubling. Did you find the thing I asked you to look for? I found it, but there are no restrictions. It's just in the drawer of my sister's office. Chu Ningning said, taking out all the storage bags that Quan had previously lost to Chu Ruoxue from her storage bag. He couldn't take them with him when he fled from Xinghe's sect because they were with Chu Ruoxue. He didn't expect her to carry them with her. Each of these storage bags contained Quan's accumulation over the years, a veritable treasure chest. With these, the success rate of his plan would significantly increase. Ahem, then did you check the inside and outside of the storage bags? Of course, everything is normal. There are no restrictions. By the way, why were your storage bags taken by my sister? There's no time to waste. It's been several hours since they entered the secret realm. We should set off now. Quan said, taking out several spirit stones and an old humanoid puppet from his storage bag. This is a fairy puppet, but it's so worn out, can it still be used? Chu Ningning curiously circled around the humanoid puppet. Of course it can be used. This is something I crafted over many years with top-quality fairy materials, although I borrowed a little help from a certain ungrateful pavilion master. However, I used it to block an attack recently, which is why it looks like this now, but most of its functions are still barely usable. Quan said, merging the core of the puppet with several high-grade spirit stones, and then activated the fairy puppet. The moment the fairy puppet was activated, its spiritual pressure burst forth, and its tattered exterior began to gradually repair. Such a strong spiritual energy fluctuation. This is a nascent soul-level fairy puppet. Chu Ningning exclaimed. She was only at the golden core stage, and being outclassed by a puppet made her feel uneasy. Quan, where did you get such a high-level fairy puppet? Is this as high as it goes? It seems that it won't be easy to restore it to its original state after taking that hit from that old thing. Quan ignored Chu Ningning's grumbling and took out several imitation fairy artifacts from his storage bag. He had relied on these during his travels across the seas. Let's go. From now on, I'll be called Chu Quan, and you'll be Chu Ning. We are two siblings from the Chu family side branch. Do you remember? Answer my question, hey. And are you sure that your imitation of the Chu family token won't be discovered? We have special methods of identification. Chu Ningning looked at Quan as he activated the spirit stones a few times, producing two identity tokens identical to hers, and couldn't help but worry. Why are you worrying so much? If you keep this up, I won't take you with me. Quan gently tapped Chu Ningning's head. To avoid being discovered, he also prepared a mask for Chu Ningning and changed into the attire of a Chu family cultivator, disguising himself as a young scion of the Chu family. No, don't do that. He'll follow your lead. That's more like it. Let me see, but should be like this. Quan nodded in satisfaction and then activated the spirit stones again, causing the fairy puppet to begin changing slowly. How did this fairy puppet end up on your clothes? Chu Ningning exclaimed. Quan remained calm. After all, this was the puppet he had specifically made for protection and escape. This valuable fairy puppet could attach itself to clothing, acting as armor. It was not only convenient for secret transport, but could also deceive others into thinking that the puppet's spiritual power belonged to the wearer. The design of that function was truly brilliant. If you perform well, I might teach you how to make such a powerful fairy puppet. Quan replied contentedly. Though he currently had no mana and could only rely on expensive spirit stones to drive it, achieving such results with just a bit of spirit stones was still affordable for him. He could always earn more later. Quan thought to himself as he approached the door, raising his hand, and the room's restrictions were silently dismantled. It seems your sister's restriction techniques haven't improved much. Quan said lightly. He always advocated for comprehensive development in the world of cultivation, yet his sickly little junior sister was obsessed with swordsmanship, so he had previously refrained from forcing her to learn other skills. Now, with this fairy puppet's attachment, he could tap into nascent soul-level mana, which was enough to lift this layer of restriction. Let's go, let's explore this secret realm together. Quan said. Presently, he could take advantage of the chaotic situation to gain some benefits, or he could use the chaotic spatial rifts inside the secret realm to escape thousands of miles away. Chapter 26. Why are you here? After Quan and Chu Ningning exited the room, they followed a team of Chu family cultivators and arrived at the space entrance guarded by the Chu family. The space entrance guarded by the Chu family was located in a valley, and the enormous entrance could accommodate more than 10 people at once. Have you heard? The stability of this space entrance is estimated to last 3 days, meaning we must exit within 3 days. So short. What if something unexpected happens? This is my first time taking on a family training mission. My Ruoxue is still inside. If I need to escape in the heat of the moment, you all can run away by yourselves. I need to find my goddess. I prefer Chu Ningning's type. Eh. What right do you have to directly address the eldest lady? I served as a guard in the eldest lattice estate before. What are you? Get out of the way. You. No whispering. Yin Quan and Chu Ningning followed behind the team, silently listening to the exchanges ahead. A bunch of idiots. Chu Ningning said unhappily. Why could these slackers enter the secret realm, but she couldn't? Yin Quan looked at Chu Ningning's clenched fists and recalled what he planned to do once he entered, feeling a bit guilty towards her. You two look a bit unfamiliar. Which branch are you from? A few young cultivators who had just been reprimanded retreated to the back of the team and started talking to Yin Quan and the others. Yes, girl, I remember there aren't many people here who wear masks. We just arrived here in time to catch the deadline, so we hurried to follow along. I am Chu Quan, also from a side branch. This is my younger sister Chu Ning. She was burned on the face by spiritual fire when she was a child, so she has been wearing a mask. After Yin Quan spoke a few words, he took out the identity token, and the young cultivators no longer doubted them. In that case, why don't you two team up with us? We plan to gather some fairy herbs and spirit beasts on the outskirts to complete our family task. We want go deeper. The danger level is very low. Hey, didn't you promise me you'd go to the center to find Goddess Ruashua together? You want to die, and you want us to accompany you to death. Besides, your old man asked us to look after you. How will you explain it to him if something happens? Damn. If only I were stronger. Yin Quan. Speechless. What a passionate scene is this. However, I definitely cannot associate with these people. What's best to act alone. Oh, I have already reached the nascent soul stage, so I plan to delve deeper with my little sister to gain more rewards. Nascent soul. Big brother is even more powerful than you. You are only at the late stage of golden core, so with our 5 people it should be fine to go a bit deeper. Since brother Quan is at nascent soul, then indeed it's not a big problem for our 5 to go a bit deeper. Yin Quan felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have directly refused. Whatever, let's follow these aimless people and see what the situation inside is like. Soon everyone reached the entrance to the space, where several high-level cultivators verified their identities. I didn't expect it to really work. Yin, brother, how did you do it? Don't ask random questions in public. Yin Quan casually replied, leading Chu Ningning into the space entrance. After a moment of dizziness, everyone's vision opened up and they found themselves on a spacious mountain peak looking out at a vast expanse of forests and mountains. Look, there's a grand hall. Someone suddenly pointed into the distance. Yin Quan followed the direction and saw several vague hall silhouettes in the distance. It seems this secret realm is indeed extraordinary, with ancient secret halls. The disputes among various powers are probably concentrated there, Yin Quan calmly analyzed while the others around him grew restless. Let's hurry, big brother. The closer we get to the hall, the richer the resources will be, and the goddess will definitely be there. The frivolous cultivator shouted, and the people around also scattered towards their respective task goals, most heading in the direction of the grand hall. Since their team was not the main force of the Chu family, they could choose their own tasks, and did not necessarily have to go grab resources for the family. So Yin Quan naturally wanted to wait for everyone to leave before slowly moving towards the grand hall, taking advantage of the moment to find a stable spatial rift to escape. Hey brother, sister, our main force must be at the grand hall. Let's go too. Yes, brother Quan, your cultivation is the highest. Now our little team of 5 is entirely under your command, said the middle-aged cultivator among the 3. This. Has it really turned into a team of 5? Did you ask for my opinion? The area near the grand hall is crowded and the difficulty of resource contention is high. It's better to go in the opposite direction. Oh, although the resource quality is lower, there are fewer people and it's enough for us to gather. I agree. Perhaps there will be unexpected restricted treasures, and there may be 1 or 2 spatial rifts nearby. Right, there might be additional restricted treasures. This fairy has a point. Why are you here? Yin Quan looked at the short-haired female cultivator who suddenly appeared behind everyone. The short-haired female cultivator had a graceful figure and a voice like silver bells. Although she wore a strange white mask, her dazzling orange hair was quite eye-catching. Wow, I bet there's a beautiful fairy under that mask, murmured the frivolous cultivator behind, but he still thought no one could be more beautiful than Chu Ruashua. Brother Quan, do you know this fairy? The middle-aged cultivator asked. Chu Ningning also curiously examined the suddenly appeared female cultivator. However, everyone did not consider why this female cultivator could appear silently behind them. Hello everyone, my name is Yao Su, I am Chu Quan's fiancé, and I am here on his behalf. The female cultivator said leisurely, then stood beside Yin Quan holding his hand. You're still wearing the celestial puppet design I helped you with. I was wondering why you suddenly seemed so lively. What are you trying to do? Don't mess around, this isn't your Tianji pavilion, Yin Quan whispered. If I wanted to mess around, I would have already taken you back. Now this master finds it somewhat interesting, you better accompany me and keep up the act. Yin Quan was stunned. When did this auntie start plotting against him? The problem is Chu Ningning is still here. How should he explain? Ahem, this is an old friend of mine. She usually doesn't take things seriously. I hope everyone can forgive her. Since no one has any objections, let's go in the opposite direction, Quan said, and before Chu Ningning could speak, he was pulled by Su Yao to fly in the opposite direction on their swords. Hey, what's going on? Damn Chu Quan. Chu Ningning stomped her feet anxiously, but Quan had already left, and she could only hurry to catch up with the other three. Chapter 27. Why did you provoke her? Master Su, what exactly do you want? Quan said at this moment. He was walking on a forest path with Su Yao. In such an unknown place, blindly flying on swords might lead to unnecessary trouble. This master has finally taken the trouble to play this disguise game with you. Don't expose it and ruin my mood. Su Yao said, although her face couldn't be seen clearly. Quan could imagine that her beautiful face was now filled with cunning and playfulness. Hey, damn Chu Quan, what's going on? And you let go of my hand. Chu Ningning, who had caught up, angrily said while the three behind slowly followed, having gathered some spiritual herbs along the way. Why should I let go? By the way, are you that little disciple from that day? Su Yao asked nonchalantly, still holding Quan's hand as they walked. Yao Su, stop messing around. She's not. And why do you keep holding my hand? I'm not planning to run away, Quan replied, pulling his hand free after several attempts. You dare not hold my hand just because of a woman. Su Yao suddenly stopped, her tone cold. How about this? I'll give you one more chance. You may not know how much I can tolerate. Su Yao said coldly, extending her fair hand again. Hey big brother, this seems a bit off. Why do I feel a chill? You brat, it's just that your foundation is too weak, always messing around with nonsense. You woman, shameless. He already has a Dao partner. Why are you still pestering him? Chu Ningning looked at Quan, who suddenly froze, and spoke up to help him. However, Quan was the most clear-headed in this. Strong-willed people often have a strong desire for control, and Su Yao had a very strong desire for control over many things. But Quan didn't understand when Su Yao's almost pathological desire for control began. 3. Su Yao gently counted 2. Quan was still scared, so he placed his hand back. Hey, Chu Quan, you heartbreaker. You're not allowed to be with my sister anymore, Chu Ningning said anxiously. Quan felt numb. Annie, do you think I want this? If I really provoke this woman, not only I will suffer, but you few will probably also be in trouble. Be careful. Just then, several fierce sword energies suddenly burst out from the dense forest beside them, heading straight for the group. Quan reacted quickly, wanting to pick up the angry Chu Ningning, but he was firmly held back by Su Yao. So Quan, caught between choices, could only use his other hand to wrap around Chu Ningning's slender waist and instantaneously teleport with Su Yao to the sky to evade the attack. The 3 cultivators from the Chu family were not so lucky. They couldn't react in time and could only strike to defend themselves. Except for the one with the highest cultivation among the 3, the other 2 were injured and flew out. Are you 2 all right? Who dares to attack Chu family cultivators? The middle-aged cultivator with the highest cultivation shouted toward the source of the attack. There's clearly a group of useless people who only dare to go the opposite way to the Grand Hall, who I didn't expect them to have some skill. A young voice came from the dense forest, and then several figures flashed out. These people wore different outfits, looking like several different powers. Han family, Zhao family, and other sect families. What do you want? Are you planning to join forces to attack the Chu family cultivators? The middle-aged Chu family cultivator, experienced and astute, immediately recognized the situation. Yes, and so what? The young man at the head said, while a female cultivator in the same attire next to him added, there are great treasures in this secret realm. Our forces certainly can't just stand by and watch the strongest Chu family take everything. Perhaps your eyes fairy Chu Ruoxue has already fallen into trouble. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for wanting to stay aloof. If you had gone with your main force towards the Grand Hall, we wouldn't have blocked you, because orders were given that only isolated Chu family cultivators could be dealt with. The young man at the head laughed, holding several bags of storage from Chu family cultivators, clearly having succeeded several times. Do you think your grandfather is easy to bully? You, a Han family scoundrel, come and challenge me unknown. The frivolous Chu family cultivator stood up, wiping the blood from his mouth. Don't worry, I'll deal with this irritating one first, and after I play with these 2 graceful girls from your Chu family, I'll slowly torture you to death. The young man at the head set his eyes fiercely fixed on Quan. Since just now, Quan had been in the air holding Su Yao with one hand and wrapping his other arm around Chu Ningning's slender waist. Damn, Quan, how long are you going to hold on? Chu Ningning murmured, her little face gradually turning red beneath the mask. Did he just save me? It seems that damn Quan is indeed somewhat handsome. No, I can't, he is my brother-in-law. Chu Ningning struggled internally, but had no intention of leaving Quan for the time being. I'm so mad. Why should I only do these dirty and tiring jobs while you, a nascent soul early-stage waste, can embrace 2 girls? The young man at the head was furious. He looked like a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, and many of his companions were early-stage nascent soul cultivators. So they believed the victory was in their hands, thinking that the one with the highest cultivation among the 5 Quan was only at the early stage of nascent soul. However, they did not know that those at the early stage of nascent soul were relying on external items to boost their cultivation, nor did they know the true strength of the casually dressed master of Tianji Pavilion beside them. I don't want to start a massacre today. If you all retreat within 3 breaths, I'll let you live. Quan replied. Although he was confident he could eliminate these people in a few breaths, he really didn't want to waste a wave of spirit stones on them. The more you can save, the better. Since I'm currently in a state of bankruptcy, it's not worth it to waste resources on these people. What are you pretending for? Your cultivation is not higher than mine, and we have so many more people. I want you to watch us toy with your 2 little girls. The young man at the head angrily said, and he unleashed a sword energy straight toward Quan and the others. First, they are not 2, there is only me. Before Quan could react, Su Yao casually waved her hand to dissolve the attack. Second, they are not little girls, he is the one who entered the family. Third, your mouth is very dirty and I don't like it, so you don't even have the value to be toyed with. Die. Su Yao lightly pointed at the small sphere from a high position, and the surrounding space suddenly became turbulent, as if this space had become fragmented. Another spatial artifact. This rich lady with just one artifact is so powerful. Quan instantly felt that all his years of accumulation had been for nothing. What's going on? The young man at the head also sensed something was wrong, but he didn't act rashly at first, while the others with lower cultivation did not sense it and wanted to rush forward to attack the other 3. But when they took a few steps, the space around them began to collapse, and their bodies were instantly torn into pieces by the fractured space. Seeing that their numbers had suddenly been reduced by more than half, the young man at the head hurriedly shouted to stop the panicked crowd. Don't move. Fairy, we were wrong. We hope the fairy will spare our lives, and we are willing to surrender all our resources. Oh, how many resources do you have? Su Yao casually asked while glaring at Quan, who immediately understood and quickly let go of his hold on Chu Ningning. The young man at the head hurriedly recounted all the resources they had looted. Quan felt that this was quite a considerable fortune, and no wonder they were from big families. Furthermore, I can see that the fairy is not from the Chu family. If you kill us, it may bring trouble to the fairy. Several high-level cultivators from our families are also in this secret realm. The young man at the head spoke, his tone significantly more humble than at first, displaying a look of fear for his life. Quan felt a bit sorry for him, because if he acted himself, he would probably just take the items and leave, as it really had nothing to do with him. But for Su Yao, these items might not even be worth as much as a single artifact she wouldn't want to use, and she disliked being threatened the most. Have you finished speaking? Then. Su Yao casually said, lightly turning the small ball, and the remaining few people's surrounding space instantly collapsed, leaving only a bit of blood on the ground. The 3 Chu family cultivators who were about to start a battle, and the still unresponsive Chu Ningning, were all dumbfounded. So why did you provoke her? Quan, seeing the miserable state of these people, could only sigh inwardly that he was fortunate not to have torn his face with this bad rich lady. Chapter 28, Unexpected Encounter. Big brother, I want to go home. The frivolous Chu family cultivator said tremblingly after witnessing all this. In an instant, the several previously lively robbers evaporated, and the Chu family cultivators, shocked, raised their respect for Su Yao to a level of awe. Fortunately, we followed the right person. The middle-aged cultivator sighed. What? Are you feeling sorry for those resources? Su Yao spoke to Quan. Hee. If you want to go to the dragon's lair, hurry up and lead the way. Quan, having hit the mark of what he was thinking, was not very surprised, but he also didn't want to continue to pretend with Su Yao. Clearly, the 2 people who seemed to understand the most in this secret realm were already here, and Su Yao's actions were no different from putting pressure on Quan, making him afraid to pull any tricks. I can't help but say this is the exclusive toy I have my eye on. Just from looking at those materials from Tianji Pavilion and combining my reasoning, I can draw accurate conclusions. Su Yao chuckled lightly, pulling Quan closer to her side. Since it's clear, let's go. Once this is over, we'll go back to the Su family in Tianji continent to start preparing for the wedding. At that time, we can also take those old guys for a ride. Quan naturally knew who those old guys were, but every time Su Yao took advantage of those old men, she would bring him along, and over time, wouldn't that group of old men think he wanted to exploit them? And what about these juniors? Do you still want to bring them along? Su Yao casually said, as she didn't care about the lives or deaths of these Chu family juniors, as seeing Chu Ruoxua trying to take Quan made her feel displeased. Although she had intentionally let Chu Ruoxua take Quan first, and then deduced the optimal plan to wait here for a rabbit, she felt very displeased that her possessions were occupied by others. Since, having promised to explore together, I cannot simply abandon them here. I didn't expect you to be someone who keeps their promises. If you truly kept your promises and stayed by my side, how could you have encountered such great misfortune? Ultimately, you have always thought of your own cultivation and have never truly cared for me. Since you are aware of my feelings, why act this way now? Because what I desire must be within my grasp. Isn't it you who taught me these truths? You brought me out of a mechanical existence and taught me to seize my own fate. Then you abandoned me like the wind. Do you not find this excessive? I can only silently follow behind Su Yao. The other four clearly seemed unable to recover, trailing behind the two in front. Although I had never understood my feelings for you before that day, when you were right in front of me, I chose to let you go, wanting to see what thoughts truly lay deep within my heart. After you left, I never sought another plaything. Why does everyone else seem so dull compared to you? Thus my heart became increasingly troubled until it turned to pain, regretting letting you go. In hindsight, that decision was indeed a mistake. Su Yao's voice was soft as she paused, turning to look at Yin Quan. Being gazed upon by her maid, Yin Quan's heart stirred. What logic is this? After all, you let me go, and now wish to pull me back. So I worked so hard without any reward, only to be pulled back as a tool for you. What twisted reasoning is this? In any case, I can forego everything gained in this secret realm. Just do not make me. There is no room for your objections. The reason I can speak pleasantly with you now is because it resembles our first meeting, does it not? It was also in a secret realm with the same mask, and you looked just as dull. Yin Quan in a daze recalled that same wooden Su family miss. I will see if I return and tell my sister. Chu Ningning could only silently fume as she followed slowly behind. Having learned from previous experiences, the group moved much more cautiously, and they encountered no other family's cultivators. The layout of this secret realm seems hidden, designed to resemble the legacy left by powerful human beings setting up such an overtly grand hall. In reality, it is meant to mislead. If one plunders the treasures inside the hall, they will leave. In fact, the mountains are high and the waters flow, with the hall situated in the lowest valley. Although impressive, its low position is truly illogical. It seems to be a deliberate setup by certain powerful beings who disdain humanity, establishing their actual residence in the highest mountain overlooking the entire area. Even in death, they can watch as human cultivators fight over trivial treasures, sustaining injuries. Your analysis is quite astute. Moreover, how did you deduce that this is the work of a Dragon Clan powerhouse? Su Yao asked as they stood at the foot of a great mountain continuing to ascend. The exterior of this mountain appears unremarkable, but upon entering, many restrictions emerge. The group can only rely on Yin Quan and Su Yao, each offering their insights as they proceed cautiously. Chu Ningning, stay close, watch out for the restrictions. Yin Quan noticed that Chu Ningning and the others were falling further behind, so he reminded them. The ancient texts in the Tian Pavilion record that there was once a Dragon Clan powerhouse in this continent during ancient times, and such an arrogant race is indeed rare. So you deduce that there is a dragon lair here. That does make some sense, but you seem quite knowledgeable about the Dragon Clan. At that moment, within the distant hall, a cultivator completely encased in ice fell among the chaotic crowd and was immediately shattered into pieces. How is the situation, Chu Xiu? Chu Ruo Shui anxiously asked Chu Xiu, the second-in-command of the Chu family, who had just managed to catch his breath. The situation isn't looking good. Thankfully, we managed to keep Ning Ning from entering. However, you were right, Ruo Shui, we might end up fighting on both fronts. Even though we prepared in advance by gathering all our main forces. Unfortunately, the opposing alliance has too many forces. Indeed, this situation is unexpected and quite unusual. Their determination to unite against us indicates that someone must have coordinated them, suggesting that this secret realm is extraordinary. Ruo Shui replied, her magical energy fluctuating erratically as the fear of Yin Quan abandoning her gradually morphed into an inner demon. Perhaps we should retreat, leading the Chu family away. Our opponents are simply too numerous, and continuing to fight would result in heavy losses. Indeed, she wanted to return quickly, knowing that her senior brother could not be trusted to remain calm, so she had been exchanging messages with Chu Ningning. However, after entering the secret realm, she had not received any news from Chu Ningning, making her increasingly anxious. Ha ha ha, precious pearl of the Chu family, surrender now. Given your considerable beauty, I wouldn't mind taking you as a concubine. The battlefield had gradually shrunk, and the remaining Chu family cultivators could only converge towards Chu Ruo Shui and Chu Xiu, surrounded by other forces. Among the leading representatives from other forces was the young master of the Han family, who had just spoken. Didn't we agree that Chu Ruo Shui belongs to me? A burly man dressed in Zhao family attire interjected, arguing. Two useless fools who can only conspire together can only dream of it. Come face me in a life-or-death battle. Chu Xiu shouted angrily. Chu Xiu, do not act impulsively. I will expend my blood essence and unleash that technique. When the time comes, you must lead everyone to retreat quickly. No, your energy has been unstable these past few days. If you unleash that technique and something happens, how will I explain it to father and the family heads? Chu Xiu urged, gathering the remaining Chu family cultivators to prepare for a final fight. Suddenly, a spatial rift appeared above them. Everyone looked up to see three figures stepping out of the rift. The first two were particularly tall, clad in armor, holding a massive hammer. The other appeared exceptionally graceful, dressed simply with a calm demeanor. The last of the trio was a young girl of stunning beauty with red lips and colorful hair, captivating all with her every smile. The appearance of these three left everyone in shock, but even more shocking were the dragon horns that they did not attempt to conceal. Princess, this hall does not seem to be the true residence left by our ancestors. The graceful dragon clan member spoke first. Where do all these insects come from? How tiresome. Why must I be brought here by you? It's so annoying. Dragon power, take care of them all. The dragon clan girl commanded, looking down only to quickly focus on the white-haired fairy among the crowd. Chu Rua Shui. The dragon clan girl exclaimed, darting towards Chu Rua Shui after a few quick movements. Chu Xiao, who had yet to react, could only stare in shock at the dragon clan girl, unable to act recklessly. Han brother, what is going on? How can there be true dragon clan members here? Wasn't it said that this is the secret realm of the deceased dragon clan powerhouse? The burly Zhao family man asked in confusion. Do not panic. The two dragon clan members above are unfathomable. If anything goes wrong, we will all perish here. The young master of the Han family was already sweating profusely, as he was always sensitive to killing intent. Now, sensing the overwhelming killing intent from the two high-level dragon clan members, he felt a desire to retreat arising within him. Shaolir, what are you doing here? Chu Rua Shui asked, allowing the dragon clan girl to snuggle and rub against her. Hehe, your scent is still delightful. You are the second most pleasant-smelling among humans. Hey Shaolir, this is too. There are still many people here. The dragon clan girl held on to Chu Rua Shui, sniffing her scent, a rare sight of two beautiful fairies that captivated nearby male cultivators. Oh, how did you get hurt? Who did this? Actually, it's not a serious injury. This dragon clan girl is none other than the dragon princess Long Kai Lu, whom I met earlier. Encountering her under such circumstances, Chu Rua Shui did not wish for Long Kai Lu to see her weakness, nor did she want to owe her another favor. For she intended to keep Quan by her side, and doing so would evidently be unfair to her. I can't take it anymore. There are just too many despicable insects among humans. Dragon power, eliminate all those not wearing such attire. I do not wish to soil my hands. Understood. The towering dragon clan cultivator was about to act, but upon seeing the princess with a familiar face, he stood down, only moving when he received the final command. Crapshow brother, I'm retreating now. The young master of the Han family reacted, quickly activating his escape technique and instantly fleeing, leaving behind those who had yet to react. Wait, you. Before the Zhao family man could finish speaking, he was struck down, instantly killed, with even his primordial spirit obliterated. Although the tall dragon clan members had massive physiques, their speed was so rapid that the others could barely react. In moments, a large portion of human cultivators turned into meat paste, and the remaining ones, lacking a leader, scattered in panic, fleeing for their lives. Where are you going? With a casual wave of the graceful dragon clan members' hand, numerous arrows appeared in the air, chasing after the fleeing cultivators. Moments later, only the Chu family cultivators, the three dragon clan members, and a pool of blood remained in the hall. There is one cultivator who has managed to escape. However, we received orders not to stray too far from you, so we cannot pursue. The towering dragon clan member spoke. If they were to chase, they could indeed catch up, but they were instructed to guard Long Kai Lo. Utterly useless. Really, Ning Ning, you are the best to me, not only cute, but also kind-hearted. Quan stood up. By the way, how many spirit stones do you have? About 500 high-grade spirit stones. Then I might as well die here. You go find your sister. And those three Chu family cultivators over there, you should also return along the same path. Hurry back to the Chu family base. Quan said with disappointment. Having passed several moments, he wanted to see how long this blonde villainess could delay him. Hearing Quan praise another woman in front of him and treating her with such disdain, Su Yao's chest rose and fell with anger, her beautiful body curve faintly visible. Come out in 10 minutes. And I will give you 300,000 high-grade spirit stones. Su Yao said, her voice trembling with anger. Lord, I guarantee I will complete the task. Quan immediately stood at attention, realizing he had only lost a little over 10,000 spirit stones. Wasn't this a great deal for him? Everyone was speechless as they watched Quan, who seemed to have come back from the dead, smoothly operate and remove the already stabilized restriction. Report, Lord, the task is completed. After lifting the restriction, Quan quickly stepped forward, fearing Su Yao would change her mind. Seeing Quan change to a respectful demeanor, Su Yao felt a surge of anger, wishing to push him down and vent her frustration as she used to. If you want spirit stones, go clear the path for me. Understood. Under the immense temptation of profit, Quan transformed into a personal assistant. In fact, he had always been this way. Everyone was a cultivator and profit was paramount. Why not work hard for it like a loyal servant? There was no need for any form of imprisonment. Someone like Chu Ruashua was truly terrifying. However, Su Yao, if her control wasn't too strong, could actually be quite reasonable. Moreover, given his current situation, he could not afford to miss any opportunity to earn spirit stones. Lord, this way. Be careful, there might be some issues ahead, I'll check it out first. A group of them entered the pitch-black cave with Quan leading the way, increasing the brightness of the immortal garment to illuminate the path ahead. Not bad, an extra 500. Su Yao looked at Quan, who appeared increasingly like a well-behaved puppy, and an inexplicable feeling surged within her. She had felt this way before, but it was too strange enough for her to deny it until Quan fled. But now she was sure she liked obedient Quan. So adorable that she wanted to keep him locked away for herself. Even if he cried and begged her, she wouldn't let him go. Su Yao let the darkness within her extend, unconsciously gripping Quan's hand tightly. Lord, we've arrived. Su Yao came back to her senses and realized they had reached a giant door, and the surrounding cave space had also become much larger. Oh, Su Yao replied, releasing Quan. Quan looked at the red mark on his wrist and felt a twinge of pain. This wealthy woman looked small, but how could she have such strength? Forget it, his 300,000 and 500 were still with her. He couldn't afford to fall out. Wow, big brother, did we strike it rich? This clearly looks like a treasure cave. Don't talk, as long as we can take something back, let the others have the better treasures. Quan, let's hurry back after we grab something. Ooh, I'm a bit worried about my sister. While the others were still discussing, Chu Ningning suddenly leaned close to Quan and whispered. Quan replied, feeling a bit worried about Chu Ruoxua too, but going like this now wouldn't help. And if they were caught again? Why did you shiver? This door looks like a recognition door. We might need to use some sneaky techniques. Su Yao suggested, hinting at Quan to use his forgery skills. What sneaky techniques? It was clearly a skill. Quan thought to himself, but he couldn't let go of the spirit stones. Step aside, might get a bit loud later. Quan said, stepping forward to press down on the door's seal. Since Su Yao didn't bring many spirit stones, Quan borrowed spirit stones from the 3 Chu family cultivators and Chu Ningning. He estimated that opening this door would exhaust them all, and he would become useless again. No matter, it was worth a shot. What if there were good things inside? Boom boom. As the door began to tremble and shake more violently, a crack slowly opened in the door. Such powerful dragon aura. Quan exclaimed as the door gradually opened. A strong dragon aura suddenly burst forth from within, rushing directly out of the cave. Just ran out of energy. Quan looked at the completely faded immortal garment and could only accept the fact that he had become weak again. Let's go quickly. That dragon aura was too prominent. Others might come over soon. Su Yao said, leading the way, followed by the others. A quarter of an hour later, a familiar crack appeared at the door, and then Long Kai Lei and the others appeared here. Princess, it seems someone got here before us. The master instructed us to bring back the things from the senior. Shalir, what is this all about? Beside her, Chu Ruoxua pretended to ask, but her eyes were fixed in shock on the damaged marks of the door. What are you afraid of? With this princess here, we can just go in and kill all the little thieves inside. Oh no. Chu Ruoxua, what's wrong with you? Your expression is terrifying. Your magical power is overflowing. Oh. No, nothing, it's just that I absolutely detest sneaky little thieves who refuse to repent. Chu Ruoxua quickly adjusted her expression, and before Long Kai Lei and the others could move, she transformed into a white rainbow and dashed into the door. Hey, what's wrong with you? Seriously. Long Kai Lei reacted and hurriedly chased after her, and the 2 dragon guards naturally followed. I didn't expect such a large space inside, and the layout is incredibly convoluted. The owner of this palace has truly made ample preparations to prevent outsiders. Quan sighed. Since they entered this palace, they had been circling around with countless empty rooms and paths throughout the vast palace. The materials used in this palace are all top-notch. If we could dismantle it, it would be quite a harvest. Lord, if you want to dismantle it, I'll go do it right away. Quan said this would be great. If these things were sold, Su Yao could settle his hard work expenses. There's no need to make a big fuss over such a small amount of money. Oh, let's hurry and find the inner hall. What a wicked wealthy woman. Quan felt a pang of regret in his heart. But how could a rich woman understand the struggles of laborers? Unfortunately, he was currently limited in ability, and he had a bad feeling. This is too slow. Why don't we act separately? You 3 go left together. Lord, you go to the center, and I'll go right with Ningning. Seems someone doesn't want their 300,000 spirit stones. It's 300,500. Damn it. Then we 3 will go right, and the center will explore together last. After Quan made the final arrangements, everyone began to act separately. Quan and his group moved quickly in the winding palace, soon arriving at a tall, closed building. This looks like a treasure house, so we found it. Chu Ningning said, happily stepping forward to push the door open. Wait, something's wrong. Quan quickly reached out to grab Chu Ningning, and Su Yao also furrowed her brows, observing the door. Someone is coming. Su Yao warned, and the 3 quickly hid in a side room. Seeing your brother Yang Liang come here quickly, this door looks different from the others. The treasures might be hidden inside. Not long after, voices approached them. Chu Yijia. Why is she here too? Chu Ningning looked at a familiar woman among the group. It seems the noise from opening the door was too loud. Other factions in the secret realm have gathered here. Yin Quan analyzed. Chu Yi, senior sister, are you sure Fairy Ruoxue is also in this palace? I heard she was attacked by other clans in the main hall at the center of the secret realm, and I was just about to help her. In the middle of a group dressed in yellow sect clothing was a tall man, handsome in appearance, the very Yang Liang senior brother that Chu Yi intended to find. With such a loud commotion from the attack, you'll be too late to help. You're probably just a lecherous coward who hasn't even been to the main hall, and now you just want to save face. After Yin Quan analyzed, he saw through Yang Liang's true nature. Boring, let's go. Wait, if they open this door, who knows what trouble they might cause, or what if it affects us? Yin Quan quickly pulled Su Yao, who wanted to retreat and explore other areas. These people's lives or deaths have nothing to do with me. As long as we're fine, that's enough. Besides, can you stop them? You know this is a corpse hall, right? If the souls of the old ones inside are still there and take over these people, we might not escape unscathed. With me here, you won't be hurt. What are you worried about? Don't you want spirit stones anymore? Shut up. They're about to open the door. Yang Liang senior brother, we can't care about what happens to Chu Ruoxue right now. Let's first get the treasures inside. We can explain to our masters later, okay? Chu Yi pulled Yang Liang closer to the door, and the other disciples also stepped forward to observe the door. All right, Yang Liang said, extending his hand to channel his power, starting to push the door with the others joining in to force it open. As the door opened a crack, a gust of cold wind rushed out. Haha, don't fight me for it, this man is mine. Haha, after tens of thousands of years, I've finally waited for this day. Suddenly, a large group of evil winds carrying spirits burst through the door, starting to devour everyone who opened it. It really is a corpse hall meant to imprison criminals. Oh, let's get out of here. Yin Quan felt something was wrong and called the two to retreat. Bang! Suddenly, there was a violent explosion centered around the corpse hall, and a large amount of green mist enveloped everything nearby. The seal of the corpse hall is too old, it's been completely breached. Yin Quan calmly analyzed, taking out a magic tool to temporarily protect the three of them. I didn't expect your magic tools to look cheap, but they're actually quite useful. This is a one-time use. Remember to compensate me. You. What about her? Why not make her compensate? Chu Ningning has already given me all her spirit stones. How else can she compensate? Yin Quan said, unbothered. Chu Yijia. Chu Ningning worried again about Chu Yi, but it seemed her condition wouldn't be good either. She would rather help outsiders than protect her own family. You don't need to be too sad. If you don't want to feel powerless when your family is in trouble like today, then practice hard when you get back. Yin Quan consoled her, promoting the supremacy of cultivation, which he was best at. This magic tool can temporarily isolate the power of the three of us. Those old ghosts won't discover us for a while. And after they just took over, their foundations would be unstable. They would definitely go to devour more fresh flesh and blood. Now that this true hall has been exposed, many cultivators will likely come. Let them leave to hunt those cultivators before we go out. You're right, I have been too headstrong. If something happened to my sister and brother, what would I do? If everyone can come out safely this time, I must work hard to become stronger. Chu Ningning experienced a lot that day, and the vast difference in experience with Yin Quan along with the power of the enemy made her realize many of her shortcomings. While resting in meditation, Yin Quan watched Chu Ningning accept his philosophy and felt gratified. Only you could combine relying on others and self-reliance so well. Su Yao said, directly sitting in Yin Quan's arms. Yin Quan was already used to it, as she liked to sit on him like a little cat, claiming ownership by lying on someone every day. He found he couldn't do anything about her, so he was too lazy to argue with her. I'm also tired, but it's just right to take a break. Even if you two saved me many times today, I will still tell my sister that you were hiding this from her. So, Chu Ningning pointed at the two who had already gotten used to it. Yin Quan, you are not allowed to kiss my sister. Su Yao initially didn't take Chu Ningning's prattle seriously, but hearing her last words, her previous good mood instantly evaporated. You two have kissed. Isn't that betrayal? I underestimated Chu Ruoxue. I thought she was a pure and holy saint, but it turns out she's just a cat who likes to sneak around with a married man. Yin Quan entered a state of pretending to be dead. It was impossible to explain this situation, and he understood. Su Yao's fake marriage hadn't even happened, yet she acted as though he was already hers. The main thing was that no matter what he said, they wouldn't listen, so he might as well say nothing and quietly wait for the storm to pass. Hey, talk to me. You bastard, why do you bully me? Is this how little you care about me? Clearly I have already made so many concessions. Why can't you be a bit more proactive? It's all your fault I'm like this. Bastard, bastard. Oh. Looking at the sobbing Su Yao, Chu Ningning panicked. And looking at Yin Quan, he was even more panicked, not daring to open his eyes. If that's the case, then I'll kill Chu Ruoxue, and lock you up for life. Oh, wouldn't that be great? Su Yao suddenly raised her voice as she no longer wanted the Dragon Ball. As long as she could kill the sneaky cat first, everything would be fine. The things that belong to the master must only belong to me. Calm down. Quan quickly held Su Yao. How could she have become like this? Pretending to be dead wasn't working if things were getting worse. Chapter 32. Are you kidding me? What now, you have something to say? I tell you, you can only be this master's toy for life. Okay, for life, just calm down a bit. Quan comforted her. If Su Yao went to find Chu Ruoxia, now he would be in danger. He was very clear about what would happen if he were caught by that white-haired senior sister again. This is what you said. Oh, what if you run away again? You always lie to me. You're a bad little dog. Su Yao looked like a little girl feeling wronged. The earth returned to its original state. What happened to you? Quan asked, as this was completely unlike Su Yao. From the very beginning, something fell off. After all, she was that black-heart rich woman. How could she say such things? I am fine, Su Yao said. Since just now she had felt a bit unwell, her mind foggy, as if whatever came to mind could only be spoken. Suddenly a wave of weakness surged through her, causing her to topple forward. You've been poisoned, haven't you? Was it that green mist? It seems to be death poison. You had a brief contact with that green mist earlier, so you must have been affected. However, with your cultivation level, it shouldn't be a major issue. You might just feel dizzy for a while. Quan quickly supported Su Yao. After all, she was his significant benefactor. How far he could go in the future depended on her 300,000 spirit stones. She couldn't have any accidents. Isn't it because of you? You should protect her first. Why not protect me first? Why what? Watching Su Yao fussing like a child in his arms, Quan felt speechless. This poison indeed seemed powerful. Even Su Yao couldn't fully resist it. If he or Chu Ningning were to take a hit, they would probably perish on the spot. It's because you're stronger than her. Never mind, give me some of your magical items so I can take both of you to safety. You need to focus on expelling the poison for now. Su Yao stared at him with her golden, beautiful eyes, her expression dazed, as if struggling to understand Quan's words. Due to the poison's effects, her cognitive abilities had significantly declined, and she could only distinguish likes and dislikes by instinct. Quan couldn't help but reach out and pat her head, captivated by this adorable side of Su Yao that he had never seen before. Do you understand? It's over. Quan quickly withdrew his hand. This was Su Yao, and touching her head was akin to courting death. Su Yao merely groaned softly and tightened her hold on Quan, slipping into unconsciousness. It seemed she was fine now. Quan let out a sigh of relief. After a long while, he saw the poisonous gas outside the magical item gradually dissipating, and the old fiends that had taken over had also disappeared. Thus, Quan hurriedly picked up the weak Su Yao, deactivated the magical item, and left the hidden room with Chu Ningning. You will always stay by my side, right? On the way, Su Yao woke up again, groggily asking Quan. Of course, quickly give me your most precious magical item, so we can ensure our safety right now. The most precious. Here, take this. Su Yao, still dazed, took out a small wooden sword from her storage bag, while on Quan's back, which had her name carved on it. Isn't this the small wooden sword I gave you before? It's not useful now. I'm talking about your most precious and powerful magical item, like the one you used against those cultivators who intercepted us earlier. Quan said. This small wooden sword was something he had given to Su Yao a long time ago as a token of affection. Although it was a relatively ordinary sword-type magical item, it was the kind of magical item Quan excelled at making and often gifted to others. Though its usage was very stylish, it could be large or small, and when used properly was quite powerful, belonging to the early days of Quan's cultivation, a remnant of his youthful fantasies. This is my most precious thing. Yes, indeed. Why don't you believe me? Su Yao playfully protested. All right, my dear lady, you are right in everything you say. However, this is indeed still usable for now, so I'll accept it for now. Also, don't move, we are on our way. Because he was carrying Su Yao on his back and fearing being targeted by those ghostly beings, Quan and Chu Ningning could only travel on the small paths between the palace rooms, not daring to fly. Quan, those three shouldn't be in trouble, right? Chu Ningning asked worriedly, as she was also a cultivator from the Chu family and didn't want to see them die here. Right now it's hard to say. Let's head to the middle path we agreed upon. Boom. Suddenly a large section of the palace collapsed ahead, and a bloodied cultivator fell amidst the ruins not far from Quan, and the others, a green mist dissipating from his body. As the smoke cleared, Quan saw a handsome dragon clan member floating in the air. A few useless old ones who were suppressed tens of thousands of years ago dare to attack me. They are simply seeking their own demise. The handsome dragon clan member was one of Long Kai-less guards. After entering, he encountered the crazed attacking cultivators' old ghosts, and was left behind by Long Kai-lu to handle the aftermath. Why are you here? As soon as the handsome dragon clan member saw Quan, a hint of suspicion flashed in his eyes, and in a few moments he moved closer to the group to inquire. Did you mistake me for someone else? What are you pretending for? The princess is right inside the elder's main hall. The handsome dragon clan member said calmly, pointing towards a tall hall in the middle not far away. Huh. No, why did Long Kai come here? Quan saw the urgent situation and decided not to pretend anymore. He turned to flee. You haven't answered me why you are here. Long, you said, an aura of pressure pinning Quan and the others in place. Why else would I be here, brother you? But the priority is to prevent your princess from seeing me, isn't it? Otherwise, wouldn't your help in my escape have been in vain? Quan said, his words laced with a hint of threat. What if your princess discovers you helped me escape? Though Long Yu was a noble young master within the dragon clan, he willingly remained by Long Kai's side as a guard, and the feelings he harbored didn't need to be elaborated. Quan, I don't understand. What is it about Kai Lu that you look down upon? I've always felt that someone like you is unworthy of her. Moreover, your current state. This broken body must be a result of your own greed, right? Is that so? Perhaps yes, my greed is to blame. That sounds quite appealing. My path has never been smooth, but I have always strived to clear it. I am different from you all in starting point, process, and final destination. Quan slowly spoke. Even in a state like this, even if my body might be shattered, I still have my own path to tread. If you think you can't comprehend this matter, why not take action to seek the answer? Long Kai Lu doesn't need a mere guard, but rather lacks companionship and acknowledgement. After saying this, Quan ran towards the main gate with the dazed Su Yao and Chu Ningning. Given the current situation, the best plan was to exit the palace quickly, properly place the dazed Su Yao and Chu Ningning, and then find a stable spatial rift to escape. 30,000 spirit stones require a life to spend. Quan. My sister seems to have found me. After running for a while, Chu Ningning suddenly stopped and pulled out a sparkling stone. This seems to be a positioning stone my sister secretly hid in my storage bag, probably to prevent me from getting into trouble. So, you're joking. Are you kidding me? If your sister had known your location, wouldn't she have? No, wait. Quan suddenly realized that Chu Ruoxue did not know that he had escaped with Chu Ningning. So she must have stumbled upon the fact that Chu Ningning was nearby, but since Chu Ningning came here, it must be related to him, as she was left behind to watch over him. That's still very dangerous. Forget it. Let's keep moving. Quan said. He was also carrying a bomb on his back. Heaven knows what would happen when Su Yao woke up and found out he was carrying her away. No, she's already coming. Oh, I see. Look behind. Behind me. What's back there? Chu Ningning glanced back, and when she turned around, Quan had already vanished. Chu Ruoxue, what's wrong with you? Are you hiding something from this princess? Long Kai Lu asked, her colorful long hair gently swaying as she blinked her beautiful multicolored eyes, curiously looking at the suddenly dazed Chu Ruoxue. Nothing at all. Chu Ruoxue replied. Ever since she entered seeing the palace so grand, she hadn't rushed to find Quan. Because she knew that Quan was most likely inside, such stealthy methods were something she recognized as her senior brother's handiwork at a glance. Their previous cohabitation had etched every action and movement of Quan in her heart, and the fact that someone she had longed for had become an enemy made the memories even more vivid. However, because Long Kai Lu was still here, she didn't dare to act rashly, otherwise she would have another competitor fighting for her. So she followed Long Kai Lu to the central main hall, searching for what Long Kai Lu needed. I just remembered that I have a little sister in my family that I'm worried about, so I just wanted to locate her position. What do you mean nothing? You definitely have something. Long Kai Lu stepped forward and touched Chu Ruoxue's forehead, checking to see if she was unwell. Little Lu, seeing Long Kai Lu caring for her, Chu Ruoxue felt an unexpected pang of discomfort in her heart. If you have any worries, just leave. This princess can handle things on her own here. Long Kai Lu immediately noticed that Chu Ruoxue wanted to leave, but she didn't know what it was about. Then I'll take my leave first. Chu Ruoxue said, though she felt guilty towards Long Kai Lu. She knew this wasn't the time to dwell on it. So she quickly followed the positioning stone of Chu Ningning and transformed into a white beam of light, leaving the area. Not long after, the colorful-haired princess also followed out. Princess, is everything all right? Miss Chu seems to be in a hurry. Is she going to? The guard at the door Long Li saw Long Kai Lu come out and hurriedly approached. Nothing thinking about it, how could the elder's dragon coffin be so easy to find? However, those who can break the elder's restrictions and open this place must possess some skills. Forget it, this princess will follow to see what Chu Ruoxue is up to now. I'm really curious. You and Long, you continue searching and clean up those remnants while you're at it. Yes. A white light descended and the white-haired fairy appeared beside the sobbing Chu Ningning. Chu Ruoxue's beautiful eyes moved slightly. After confirming that Quan was absent, she gently reached out to touch the girl who was toyed with by Quan. Don't cry, I knew you wouldn't be able to keep him safe. Chu Ruoxue gently pinched Chu Ningning's little face and said, Sister, I'm sorry, I couldn't do anything right. I even lost track of Quan. I'm so useless. Stop crying, let's go find him together. But I don't want to hold you back anymore. You and brother have always been protecting me, yet I'm so. I used to be just like you. Oh wait, no, I was much worse than you back then. Sister, how could that be? Yes, really. If you don't believe me, once we catch him, you can ask him. Because back then we will have plenty of time to ask him. Chu Ruoxua said, but her gaze was hollow, and her tone grew increasingly devoid of emotion. Chu Ningning looked at the unusual Chu Ruoxua and froze in place. Sister, what's wrong with you? I didn't expect the secret realm's closing time to be advanced. Quan watched a small spatial rift before him and analyzed. With Chu Ruoxua around, Chu Ningning naturally didn't need to worry. Now he should be concerned about whether he could see the light in the second half of his life. So he decisively abandoned Chu Ningning and quickly ran with the currently non-threatening Su Yao. Originally planning to exit the palace, he suddenly noticed a small room nearby where a spatial rift had appeared. Spatial rifts begin to appear more frequently only when the secret realm is closing. Once the closure is complete, the secret realm will drop back into its designated spatial tunnel. However, by the time calculations, this spatial rift should still be quite stable. Quan analyzed as he placed Su Yao on a nearby straw mat, staring at the rift, hesitating for several moments. He couldn't determine the safety of this rift. If the worst-case scenario occurred, he would likely vanish upon entry. Moreover, he couldn't just abandon this golden-haired rich woman. Quan, don't leave me behind. Su Yao struggled to open her eyes, tears welling up as she murmured. She had been half asleep and half awake, and now that she was a bit more conscious, she saw Quan placing her aside, contemplating the spatial rift. Her inner sense of unease was instantly amplified, and feeling distressed, she propped herself up to move closer to Quan. Quan also noticed Su Yao's unusual state and couldn't help but smile wryly. I told you to stay well at your heavenly secret pavilion, yet you came here to block me, and now you've ended up like this. So I forget it. You don't seem to be doing well either. This is all the most precious medicine I have left. I originally planned to keep it for myself. Seeing her like this, how could I dare to leave you? Once you're better, ill, immediately use this spatial rift to escape. Quan said as he helped Su Yao take a few pills. Su Yao quietly accepted Quan's feeding, anxiously clutching his clothes. Don't go, Su Yao said, desperately gripping Quan one hand, pulling off her mask to reveal her currently slightly flushed, beautiful face. It seems the poison isn't light. I underestimated it. But those pills should be somewhat effective. Quan continued analyzing. He had seen celestial beings like Chu Ruoxua, Su Yao, and Long Kai Ladali, and had developed a strong resistance to beauty. I said don't go. Okay, I'll leave in a moment. Don't leave me behind. What do you want to do? Seeing Su Yao's increasingly close face, Quan panicked. He wanted to run, but Su Yao suddenly became stronger, and in the next moment her hot lips pressed against his mouth. 34. Absolutely, I will not let you escape. With a warm touch and the unique sweet fragrance of a girl gradually engulfing all of his senses, Quan completely gave up resisting. Contrarily, Su Yao seemed to have discovered a previously unknown world, holding on to Quan and refusing to let go for a long time. As time passed, Quan increasingly felt as if he was beginning to hallucinate. He saw a massive light shadow rapidly approaching him. Am I going to die? This light looks familiar. What does it resemble? Oh, it seems like a sword chi. Yes, it does look like. No, wait. This is indeed a sword chi. We're done for. Just as Quan realized this, fortunately, Su Yao had temporarily paused, so he quickly seized the opportunity to roll to the side with her. Boom. With the massive sword chi striking the small room, it split the room into two, where Quan had just been, and large sections of the surrounding buildings were also reduced to rubble. Wherever the attack passed, it left behind a vast glacier. In the midst of the smoke, Quan struggled to crawl out from the rubble, while Su Yao fell unconscious beneath him. Phew, how did this black-heart rich woman end up like this? It seems that this poison is indeed quite potent. Had I known, I would have kept some for future study. Quan muttered to himself, glancing at the several bleeding wounds on his body. Finding no serious harm, he could only helplessly look towards another troublesome figure gradually emerging from the thick smoke. Running away and having an affair, senior brother truly is a busy man. If senior brother wants to do these things, why not invite Schwer along? Did Schwer disturb your refined enjoyment? The white-haired fairy gradually emerged from the smoke, not far away, her dim azure eyes and twisted smile, creating a striking discord with her beautiful face. It's just like the roof is leaking and it starts to rain at night. This is the greatest feeling of despair for Quan right now. To be caught by Chu Ruoxua is one thing, but to be captured right now is another matter entirely. That sword energy just now was definitely aimed at killing me, right? Schwer, I truly do not wish to draw blades against you again. Quan said, unsheathing his ordinary fairy sword, a blade he had carried the longest. It was a gray fairy sword that he had been using ever since he first stepped into the fairy ranks. At that time, he was all alone, typically wielding one sword wherever he went. However, after he ascended to the nascent soul stage, he had put it away, and now having fallen to this state, the only thing left was this familiar fairy sword. How handsome. The current senior brother is just like he was before, Chu Ruoxue said, and in the blink of an eye she appeared behind Yin Quan before he had time to react. She stepped forward, bringing her sword close to the unconscious Su Yao. Will you draw your sword for her? Come on, why not stab me? Chu Ruoxue said, turning to look at Yin Quan, who was pointing his sword at her. At this moment, the gray fairy sword was less than a foot away from her chest. She is only poisoned. This has nothing to do with her. I said to stab me. Hurry up and stab. Chu Ruoxue shouted, tears streaming from her eyes as she slowly stepped forward. As the fairy sword was truly about to pierce Chu Ruoxue's chest, Yin Quan quickly took a few steps back and sheathed the sword. Your magical power is fluctuating again, otherwise I would have estimated that I wouldn't survive that blow. Yin Quan replied, blood from his wounds staining his outer robe. He began to feel his body growing heavier. Indeed, if you had died from that blow just now, perhaps I wouldn't be as heartbroken as I am now. Perhaps you could truly escape everything. Chu Ruoxue said tearfully, and Yin Quan realized that her words held deeper meaning, wanting to look back. In the next moment, a hint of red appeared on Chu Ruoxue's fair face. But instead of being shocked, Chu Ruoxue only continued to laugh maniacally. Ha ha, senior brother's blood is quite delicious. Chu Ruoxue said, licking the blood splattered from Yin Quan's chest. You dare, 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 you dare. You dare to betray this princess. Ha ha, senior brother's blood is so warm. Ha ha, die, die, die for me. How dare you betray this princess? How dare you elope privately, making this princess embarrassed? Who do you think you are? Is it all for a woman? Don't you want me anymore? Is it really that easy to abandon me? Have you ever thought about me? How much have I thought of you over these years? How can it be like this? How can it be like this? How can this be accepted? Yin Quan coughed up a large amount of blood as his body was pierced through, his words difficult to articulate, his consciousness barely hanging on. Ha ha, blood, senior brother's blood, ha ha. Chu Ruoxue's laughter grew louder, fixating on Yin Quan's gradually dimming eyes. Die, die for me. You betrayed me. It's all because of you betraying me. The furious face of Long Kai Lu was covered in tears, her entire body trembling under immense pain and anger, the massive dragon tail piercing through Yin Quan's body, refusing to retract. Blood. Cough enough. Yin Quan managed to utter a few words, causing both Chu Ruoxue and Long Kai Lu to freeze momentarily. In the next moment, Yin Quan's body was suddenly enveloped in blood-red talismans, and alongside them the still unconscious Su Yao. This was a forbidden technique from the demonic sect that he had prepared beforehand, the one he intended to use at the Tianji Pavilion when captured by Su Yao. He had long used a small spatial crack to transmit the teleportation array diagram to the other side of the crack. With this in place, he wouldn't need to risk his life crossing the spatial crack himself. However, he had set one up while being imprisoned at the Tianji Pavilion. But he definitely wouldn't teleport himself there. He needed to send Su Yao over, as he still couldn't rest easy about her. After all, he didn't want her to be too entangled with him. Everything at present was within the worst-case scenario he had considered, and the risk of death this time was also very high, with only a slim chance of surviving the teleportation. Even if he survived, if the other side was a dangerous place, it would still be perilous. However, it seemed he had little choice left. With the flesh and blood twisting, Yin Quan vanished in an instant due to this sacrificial blood technique. Simultaneously, Su Yao also disappeared in the same manner. Chu Ruoxue and Long Kai Lu exchanged glances, their eyes revealing a hint of disbelief. Ha ha, senior brother, senior brother, senior brother, senior brother, senior brother, senior brother, senior brother. Senior brother truly is the best. Do you enjoy playing hide and seek with Schwer? Moreover, this makes it more interesting, right? You must think this is interesting. It must be, so right, senior brother. Then I will play along to the end. Chu Ruoxue shouted, as if sensing something. Her overflowing magical power suddenly shrank, her cultivation level breaking through to the late stage of transformation god. How could suddenly disappear? Chu Ruoxue. What in the world is happening? Where did Yin Quan run off to? Long Kai Lu shouted in response, realizing regret after she had nearly killed Yin Quan. Now she only wanted to capture Yin Quan and take him back for endless torment. Absolutely, you will pay the price. You will forever kneel at this prince's feet, repenting for a lifetime. Shall we play a game too? What? Long Kai Lu replied, still intending to settle the score with Chu Ruoxue for deceiving her, but she no longer cared about how much relationship Chu Ruoxue had with Yin Quan. Betrayal is betrayal. Now what remained was how to execute Yin Quan, which was a matter of the Dragon Clan's unique pride. In her eyes, everyone else was just foam. Only Yin Quan mattered. Let's play a game. Whoever finds senior brother first can toy with him at will. How about it? Isn't that great? You can play with him however you like. Because he ran away because he was with another woman, so this is also reasonable, right? Whoever finds him first, he belongs to whom? Chu Ruoxue said, looking towards the shattered, disappearing spatial crack beside her, which was also a backup plan left by Yin Quan. If you find him first, this princess will personally snatch him back. Ha ha ha, of course. Of course you can. Otherwise it would be too boring. Moreover, what if he is found by someone else first? Wouldn't you just let him go? But he will ultimately be mine. After saying this, Chu Ruoxue vanished from the spot. Long Kai La no longer remained shocked by Chu Ruoxue's drastic change. She glanced at the disappearing small spatial crack, her dragon tail swaying as she swiftly drew another small crack in the same spot. Absolutely, I won't let you escape. Chapter 35, Surviving Calamity. In a small temple along a mountain path in the Tianxian continent. Ague, how is that person doing? Master, he is still unconscious. However, if he has survived this long in a coma, could he truly be the legendary immortal? What do you know, child? This is a tremendous opportunity for us. Go change that person's the immortal's clothes. The old Taoist priest tossed the Taoist robe he had just bought down the mountain to the young boy before him. Master, isn't this what you intended to wear yourself? What nonsense, hurry up. Seeing that the old Taoist had been exposed, the young boy hurriedly grabbed the Taoist robe and ran to a small room nearby. Master, he has awakened. The young boy rushed out in a panic shortly after entering. Oh dear, immortal, you are awake. The old Taoist hurriedly spoke to the young man sitting by the bed, who had cold brows and a stern face, looking to be just over 20. How long have I been unconscious? I never expected the meat fungus that Luo Xiu gave me would truly have such miraculous effects on restoring my body. The young man muttered to himself. He was in fact Yin Quan, who had been teleported over. Immortal, you fainted in the valley of the front mountain 3 months ago. After my disciple and I found you, we didn't dare to act rashly, so we brought your immortal body back to this small temple and settled you here. The old Taoist respectfully replied. Also, at that time there was a big hole in your chest, and it was still glowing. The young boy hiding behind the old Taoist trembled as he spoke, having always thought that immortals were a myth, until he witnessed Yin Quan's physical restoration process with his own eyes, shattering his long-held worldview. You brat, don't be disrespectful to the immortal. The old Taoist turned and gave the young boy a light hit on the head, causing the boy to clamp his mouth shut in pain. It's nothing, since you have aided me. This can be considered your opportunity. Speak, what do you want? Yin Quan quickly understood the situation, realizing that he had made the right bet, and he was finally free again. No. We wouldn't dare ask anything from the immortal. The old Taoist hurriedly replied. For a mortal to attain the perfection of qi refinement is already a commendable feat for you. Do not pretend with me. I pose no threat to you. Yin Quan said, lightly feeling his storage bag to find everything still intact, his fondness for these two increasing. Due to his complete loss of cultivation and damaged roots, he could only maintain this foundation establishment stage body and could not advance. Now that he had temporarily escaped, he needed to find a way to restore his celestial roots. His past experiences had shown him that it was not impossible to restore celestial roots, but everything indeed hinges on opportunity. Without opportunity, it would ultimately be futile. I have a tight schedule, and once or twice of your mortal assistance can be considered serendipity. Initially, I was just an ordinary mortal experiencing storms and hardships. I see your lifespan is nearing its end. I still have a few longevity pills here which I can gift to you. How about that? Yin Quan said, reminiscing about his days among mortals. I have acted against the natural order in the past, and have little time left. It would be best to save the immortal's pills. If I had to ask for something, I would only ask the immortal to point this child towards a clear path and offer him an opportunity to enter the fairy ranks. Seeing the old Taoist kneel down, the young boy became flustered. Master, what are you talking about? What is wrong with you? A chance to enter the fairy ranks. Right. Those above pass down their legacies, each faction protecting one another, while mortals are merely fighting for an opportunity to cultivate. Once you truly embark on this path, only then will you understand how many hardships and dangers lie ahead, how much wind and rain you will face, and only then will you realize just how insignificant you truly are. Child, let me ask you, even if your future may lead to shattered bones and no reincarnation, and your heart and spirit will part, do you still dare to walk this path? I dare. The young boy wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and said loudly, Great. Hurry, thank the immortal. Cough. The old Taoist exclaimed excitedly, pushing the young boy forward. Come, I will awaken your spiritual roots. Yin Quan said, lightly reaching out to touch the boy's head. Fire's spiritual root of decent quality. After a while, Yin Quan withdrew his hand and spoke slowly. The young boy was covered in sweat, his body seemingly reaching its limit. By the way, where is this place? In response to the immortal, this is within the territory of the Xiangu South Country, but according to the immortals, this should be in the southernmost part of this Tianxian continent. However, I have never stepped out of these few surrounding countries in my life, so I cannot determine whether the outside world is real or not. The old Taoist quickly stepped forward to support the young boy. Tianxian continent's southernmost part. He seems to be nearby. Forget it, I will do this one more favor. After resting for a few days I will leave here. If possible I can help this young boy reach a major sect. Perhaps my connections are insufficient, but I can at least guarantee he starts as an outer disciple. The rest will depend on his own fortune. The immortal's great kindness I have thanked Gue on your behalf. I estimate my lifespan is limited. When the time comes I will not send you off far. I have always been worried about him, and now I can rest easy and return to my homeland. Is it to die in my homeland? Quan speculated within, which would not be bad as it offers a place to return to, but where is my own place to return? A few days later Quan and the young boy set out on their journey. Although the young boy was extremely reluctant, the old Taoist's heart was hardened, leaving without saying goodbye. After crying for a while, the young boy resolved to follow Quan. Seeing this scene, Quan naturally felt a surge of emotions. Had he indeed neglected feelings too much in the past? When did he start to overlook emotions? He couldn't recall. However, he knew that the young boy's future path still had much for him to walk alone. If he wanted to walk quickly and steadily, then feelings were the most useless things. Half a year later, the two, weary from travel, arrived at the foot of a fairy mountain. Senior, have we truly reached the Xiannan sect? The young boy asked, having been told by Quan that he had embarked on the path of cultivation after awakening his spiritual root and learning some simple spells, thus asking him to refer to him as senior. Yes, the news along the way should be accurate. The Xiannan sect is one of the top sects in your Tianxian continent. Just asking some scattered cultivators about the news would be reliable. Moreover, it seems today is also the day for new disciples to be accepted into the sect. Quan said, looking at the mountain path, where people were continuously ascending, many passing by him on their way up. Senior, these people seem extraordinary. Do I really have a chance? The young boy said with concern. Do not worry with your aptitude, passing the assessment will be a breeze. However, where you can start will depend on my effort to help you. After saying this, Quan led the young boy to follow the flow of people onward. They soon arrived at a large platform on the mountain where many people had already gathered. Further ahead are those participating in this trial. I will send you to here. Remember what I taught you, and the rest will depend on you. I will wait for you at the entrance of the sect. Quan said, giving a gentle push to the hesitant young boy. Once the young boy stepped through the trial's dividing door, he could no longer see Quan. As for Quan, he approached a nearby disciple responsible for external affairs of the sect, exchanged a few words, and shortly thereafter was taken away from this place. Xiannan sect at the entrance of the outer sect. Senior. The elder asked me to entertain you here first. He will arrive shortly. Quan sat in the grand hall listening to the commotion outside, speculating that the sect's recruitment trial must have begun. He only needed to wait for that old friend to arrive, hand over the young boy, and then plan his next steps. Never mind, given my current situation, it's better not to reminisce to avoid complications. A loud voice came from outside the hall, and soon after a man dressed in the distinctive blue and white attire of the Xiannan sect appeared. The man had an impressive and handsome appearance with a spirited demeanor. Brother Lu, we haven't seen each other for many days. I'm here to chat for a bit, please don't take offense. Quan stepped forward, and the outer disciples respectfully greeted the sect elder. The person before him was an old acquaintance from many years ago named Lu Ming, with whom Quan shared a deep friendship. You all go on with your business, let me have a good chat with my old friend. Lu Ming instructed, grabbing Quan's wrist and leading him into the sect. Wait, Brother Lu, I'm only here for a brief chat today. I have important matters to attend to and need not any formalities. Quan paused and spoke. He was still wearing his fairy disguise, which to the eyes of his acquaintances of high cultivation appeared as merely a simple concealment of his abilities. He deliberately kept this disguise to avoid unnecessary complications, as he came to find Lu Ming mainly to inquire about information regarding this continent. You're being polite again, aren't you? Without you, Brother Yin, I would likely have perished in the Tianyu continent long ago. How could I have achieved what I have today? That's not what I meant. I'm just busy today and may not stay long. Also, I brought a young boy with initial spiritual roots to join your sect. He has a rare pure fire spiritual root, and I believe with your nurturing, he will surely benefit greatly. He has some connections with me, so I wish to entrust him to your care. Additionally, I would like to purchase a detailed map of the Tianxian continent. I wonder if Brother Lu could assist me with that. You're too polite. If that boy is truly as you say, he won't be neglected by our sect. As for the map, I will prepare it for you for free. But since you've made the effort to visit our sect, how can you not come to my peak pavilion for a chat? It would be a shame for others to know that I, Lu Ming of the Xiannan sect, treated a friend poorly. Come, follow me. While speaking, Lu Ming pulled Quan out of the outer hall of the sect. Quan repeatedly declined, but to no avail, and ultimately, he was led toward the inner gate on Lu Ming's spirit tool. Brother Yin, you are still as inscrutable as before. Lu Ming suddenly slowed his pace midway. What do you mean? Quan asked in confusion. Have you had some special relationship with the sect master's daughter? What? I don't know the sect master's daughter at all. Quan was bewildered, completely unaware of what Lu Ming was talking about. Don't play dumb. Oh, I can recognize your little wooden sword. Now that Yu Tao is about to be forcibly married off by the sect master, you happen to appear at this moment. Is there no intention on your part? Yu Tao is strongly opposed to this marriage. I don't want her to live in suffering and sadness. If it were you, I believe you could make her happier. Lu Ming said, lowering his head, revealing that he had special feelings for the woman in question. Oh, Yu Tao. Meow Yu Tao. She is here. No, you must be mistaken. I have no relationship with her at all, Brother Lu. I really have to go. You must let me go. Quan hurriedly said, but was suddenly pulled away by Lu Ming, who accelerated. Brother Lu, stop, and let me explain. Quan was dragged toward Lu Ming's elder hall, and many disciples from Lu Ming's peak pavilion cast curious glances at them. Elder Lu, my master has been waiting inside for a long time. At the entrance, a beautiful female cultivator stepped forward to report. Let's go, Brother Yin. As a man, you must understand responsibility. Brother Lu, what responsibility? You don't know the situation here. Just listen to me, don't pull me, I don't have much clothing left. Despite Quan's struggles, he truly lacked the strength to break free from Lu Ming. This led Lu Ming to think that Quan was playing hard to get. Soon the two entered the hall. Lu Ming, did you summon me for something urgent? You need not concern yourself with my matters. You know his thoughts cannot be swayed by anyone. Do not create discord between me and my father. The voice came from a blue-clad fairy in the hall who was currently speaking with her back to Lu Ming and Quan, her beautiful figure, evoking many thoughts. Quan immediately reacted upon hearing the voice and hurriedly hid behind Lu Ming. Yu Tao, do you really want to marry that kind of person? See, I didn't lie to you. I really know the owner of that little wooden sword, and I brought him here. What? The blue-clad fairy trembled all over and then turned around. In a blue and white fairy dress with hair as clear as the sky, the girl possessed an unparalleled pure beauty. Her peach blossom eyes, due to her cultivation methods, had a pink hue like peach blossoms. Quan was also astonished. The legendary first pure fairy of the Xiannan sect was actually Miao Yu Tao. He wondered if there could be any woman purer than Miao Yu Tao. Where? Miao Yu Tao noticed that the person Lu Ming mentioned was hiding behind him and couldn't confirm if it was true, so she adjusted her emotions and asked, Brother Yin, what are you doing hiding behind me? Come out. No, Brother Lu, you're going to get me killed. Don't go. Quan clutched Lu Ming tightly, forcing him to use a teleportation spell to instantly move away from Quan. Yin, you thief. Ha, fairy Miao, long time no see. Quan awkwardly said, slowly retreating to the side. However, Miao Yu Tao stared at him intensely, and he knew he couldn't escape now. How come you are here? Lu Ming, you really know him? Yes, brother, Yin is originally my old acquaintance. I didn't expect he would also be your beloved, so now you can rightly oppose the sect master's arrangements. What beloved? How could I possibly like someone like him? Miao Yu Tao's innocent face revealed an expression of intense disgust as she glared fiercely at Quan. This puzzled Lu Ming, as even when facing the person she detested most, Miao Yu Tao wouldn't show such a discomposed expression. Fairy Miao, I am at least your savior. Isn't it a bit excessive to say that? Quan laughed, realizing why Lu Ming was still single. His emotional intelligence was baffling. Savior? You mean you forced me to be your maid for 3 years? Or did you secretly take all the benefits and every day to me? Miao Yu Tao, that wasn't in the Yu clan's domain. It was a disguise we agreed upon to survive, wasn't it? How could you blame me alone? You can just say we survived in the end. Quan feigned grievance, but in reality at that time Miao Yu Tao, with her pure and straightforward demeanor, was easily deceived by him into doubting life. You scoundrel, I want. Miao Yu Tao angrily clenched her small fists, not expecting that after all these years, she still couldn't defeat this bad guy. How could she take revenge? Chapter 37. Only against me are you not pure and kind. I want to duel with you. Miao Yu Tao's angry face turned red, gritting her silver teeth as she shouted at Quan. Lu Ming had long been stunned. He finally realized that he might have misunderstood Miao Yu Tao's feelings for Quan. Quan watched as Miao Yu Tao excitedly picked up her fairy tool, a beautiful jade flute, and hurriedly ran to hide behind Lu Ming again. Brother Lu, it's all your fault. You must protect me. Lu Ming, you stay away. I want to have a life and death battle with this scoundrel to rid our cultivators of a disgrace. Wait, everyone wait, it seems I misinterpreted something. However, Yu Tao, Brother Yin is meticulous and exceptionally clever. With him here, we will definitely find a way to resolve your marriage. Why not let Brother Yin make amends for his shortcomings? Brother Yin is not a bad person, and I can guarantee that, and can help him make amends. Lu Ming spoke earnestly, and Quan knew he was very honest, otherwise he wouldn't dare to seek him out. You have no idea what this scoundrel has done to me. Although his scheming is indeed impressive, how can I allow him to leave unscathed? Miao Yu Tao seemed to have been somewhat persuaded and lowered her flute. Quan's heart was in turmoil. He was the one who had fooled her back then, thinking she was more innocent. He had mostly taken all her benefits, but he had saved her. At most he had pretended to be a normal operation towards a beautiful maid when the Yu clan members were around. But wasn't it all to save her? Wasn't it just a trick to make her think he would take responsibility, and then after escaping he left without saying goodbye? They both survived, or wasn't it just each going back home? It seemed he indeed had been a bit excessive. So what do you want now? Quan asked, still keeping Lu Ming in front. Since he insists on marrying me off, disrupting this marriage will lead to another door. Therefore I want you to be responsible for me. You promised me. You scoundrel liar. Since you've done those things to me then you have to marry me, and then he won't be able to do anything. Miao Yutao clenched her small fist, referring to her sect master's father. Quan had also inquired along the way. The sect master of the Xiannan sect, Miao Liang, had long ago reached the late stage of heavenly touch, reportedly nearing half-step heavenly sovereign. Such a character with such achievements was naturally not easy to deal with. To have him act like this now would be like seeking death. Fairy Miao, please calm down. It seems your father has only you as his only daughter, right? I've heard he cherishes you greatly, yet now he is forcing you to marry quickly. Don't you find that strange? I think there must be some hidden reason. He certainly has no choice but to do so. If we solve the problem that troubles the sect master in his heart, then naturally there will be no more marriage arrangements. I believe that with his regard for you, he would never easily give you to another. Quan analyzed while keeping an eye on Miao Yutao's movements, knowing she was truly dangerous, especially when she liked to do something to him. Oh, it hurts. Miao Yutao suddenly appeared beside. Quan seized one of his arms and began biting down hard. Fairy Miao, I was wrong. Could you please be gentle? My arm. Brother Lu, quickly save me. I was also puzzled, but now that you mention it, I suddenly feel enlightened. Lu Ming said, coming to a realization, but then he began to ponder again. But what could be the reason? After all, the sect master used to regard Yutao as everything. Lu Ming, you fool, quickly save me. I'm bleeding. Oh, Fairy Miao, stop. Hearing your lies is irritating. Miao Yutao stopped tossing Quan aside. Phew, I feel much better. This is great. She then smiled sweetly, gently wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. Are you really a little dog? I didn't mean you, ha ha ha. It's good that Fairy Miao has calmed down. Quan shouted angrily, but was shot down by Miao Yutao's glare, as he had truly been frightened by her before, and now with his cultivation gone he couldn't escape. If she found out about his current situation, it would be truly unthinkable. What you said is merely your speculation. I don't even know the actual situation, let alone you. Therefore, I must prepare thoroughly and proceed according to what I say. Quan was resigned. Who taught her to be clever? I learned all this from you. I won't be fooled by you again. Miao Yutao looked down at him, her fairy dress swaying, her delicate long legs barely visible. What about Lu Ming? He could help too. Quan quickly tried to shift the blame. Me? No, that's impossible. How could I be worthy of Yutao? Lu Ming said dejectedly, the last few words barely a whisper, and others couldn't hear clearly. How could that be? Lu Ming is my good friend. How could I let him do such a thing? This is my own affair. Well, I don't want to drag others down. What about me? Shouldn't we also be good friends? The kind that shares life and death together. Quan said angrily, could you please consider me too? Do I need to keep talking about our past? Miao Yutao tilted her head to ask, and Quan quickly changed the subject as he recalled something. Wait, let's see if there are other solutions first, okay? There's no need for this, right? Just think about it. If we got married, you wouldn't be happy, right? That's not true. I could bite you every day without worrying about my father arranging a marriage for me. This way I could focus on my own things. Yutao, are you still seeking a way to save your mother? Didn't the sect master forbid you from pursuing this matter? I won't stop. Oh, I must rescue my mother, so I have to rid myself of all burdens. Is it because you are too obsessed with this matter that your father wants you to marry to restrain you? You see, when you accidentally entered the Yu clan domain, it was probably also to seek a way to save your mother. If it weren't for me, you would have been in danger then, right? Quan calmly proposed a possible guess and slowly stood up. You have a point, indeed you saved me. But that does not mean that all the bad things you did can be brushed aside. You need to handle this matter for me. Once I save my mother, we can consider it settled. No, how can you not understand? After all these years you haven't saved her, how long must I help you pretend? Besides, it doesn't seem like we absolutely have to get married. Quan was truly speechless. These two were inexplicably difficult to convince. How could your father agree to let a stranger be your husband? Moreover, if it really comes to that, I can't guarantee what I might do. Once it's justified, who knows what will happen? Quan said, helplessly rubbing his arm where the bite marks were. This is simple. I have my methods. Of course, if you dare to do so. You can give it a try. I am no longer the Miao Yutao of yesteryear. Miao Yutao said, having endured years of hard practice, not only for the sake of her mother, but also for the significant changes and determination brought by her newfound authority. You are unreasonable and ungrateful. Quan said anxiously, moving a bit closer to Lu Ming. You are driven by greed, shameless bastard. Miao Yutao replied. Chapter 38. The consequences of interference. Come, brother Yin, let us drink another cup. Seeing Lu Ming have another cup of fine celestial wine, Quan did not continue drinking. Since that day, he had been assigned to be by Lu Ming's side, clearly intending to force him to help Miao Yutao. Xiaoming, what exactly do you all want? And you don't need to keep following me around, even watching over me with your divine sense while I sleep at night, do you? Quan said angrily, directly using the nickname he had given Lu Ming, which was also a title from his past life. Oh, come on, brother Yin, didn't I say that Miao Yutao has a plan? We just need to wait. Oh, brother Yin, let's consider it as me owing you another favor. What do you say? You see, I have made an exception to send that little boy under the tutelage of an inter-sect elder. That little boy would have been discovered sooner or later, even without your intervention. I can lend a bit of my meager strength to help you, but don't you think Miao Yutao's plan is rather extravagant? How can she think to stop a marriage by marrying? Quan said while Lu Ming inexplicably stood up and looked toward the distant sky. A streak of light swept across the horizon, and Quan realized it was just a message. After Lu Ming received it, he opened it up to read. Miao Yutao has sent a message. Oh, let's go, brother Yin. Finally, I can go out for a walk. Quan said helplessly. Brother Yin, we have arrived. This is Miao Yutao's Taoluo Peak. The rest is for you to walk on your own. I shall take my leave now. Indeed, there are many peach trees. Wait, what did you say? You're not going with me. That's unacceptable. Oh, I won't go then. Quan said, preparing to walk down the mountain. Senior, Yin, my master instructed me to show you the way. A female cultivator suddenly appeared, blocking Quan's path. Brother Yin, please help Miao Yutao. She has it very hard. Don't worry, I will reward you well later. Lu Ming said helplessly. Speaking of which, since you like her, why not try to pursue her? Is this really the best way? Quan said, only able to helplessly follow a few female cultivators upward. As long as she is happy, I will be satisfied, Lu Ming said, and in the blink of an eye he cast a spell and left the place. Quan listened to Lu Ming's dejected tone, glanced at the place where he disappeared, sighed, and continued walking toward the peak. Along the way, peach blossoms were everywhere and numerous pink petals were spread along the path, resembling a carpet. Senior, ahead is the master's palace. The master wishes for you to enter on your own, the female cultivator said before leaving. Quan looked at the magnificent hall ahead and could only walk in helplessly. The Peach Immortal Palace. What a name suitable for a little girl. Quan deliberately wandered around in the hall, unwilling to walk any further. What are you circling around for? What scheme do you have in mind? Get me to the alchemy room. A sulky voice came, and Quan could only helplessly enter the alchemy room. I didn't expect your main hall to be so well equipped with alchemy rooms. I didn't know you could refine pills too, Quan said as he entered the alchemy room and saw Miao Yutao refining pills in the central alchemical furnace. No need. You mind your own business. Miao Yutao replied, her tone showing some strain. At this moment, Quan noticed that Miao Yutao was struggling to control the alchemical furnace. Looking at these failed products beside you, are you trying to refine a soul condensation pill? This thing is a forbidden alchemical pill. Even a celestial-level alchemist finds it hard to succeed. How could you be attempting this? Quan exclaimed, although he seemed to only see a pile of failed materials. In reality, he had not observed any successful signs from Miao Yutao. But you are too extravagant, wasting so many rare materials from the world like this. Don't. You mind your own business. Miao Yutao replied again with difficulty. TSK. Quan simply stopped speaking and stood aside, watching Miao Yutao refine the pills. Time passed slowly. Miao Yutao was continuously trying to stabilize the alchemical fire, but it seemed she could never stabilize the furnace. To say she's a master is far from the truth. This is looking more and more like a novice in alchemy. Quan muttered to himself, already feeling a bit impatient waiting. At this rate, another batch of precious materials will be wasted. Sigh. Quan sighed. He really did not want to wait any longer. Watching Miao Yutao struggle to regain control of the furnace without the exquisite alchemical technique only delayed the inevitable failure. Whether or not the pill succeeded was a minor issue, but he was truly tired of waiting. Next, do as I say. Quan stepped forward and grasped Miao Yutao's hand. You? If you don't want to ruin another batch, then reduce your magical output. I will take the lead from here. Quan said softly. In order to conveniently borrow Miao Yutao's spiritual power, he directly held onto the back of her delicate hand. At first, Miao Yutao was at a loss and wanted to resist, but she soon calmed down. If you ruin it, how will you compensate me? Miao Yutao said, her cheeks already flushed. Quan was speechless. He did not want it this way either. If it weren't for his current lack of magical power, he would have solved it himself long ago. Even if he waited, this batch would definitely fail, and now he would have to bear the risk himself. Really? What are you doing, you lecher? Quan purposely squeezed Miao Yutao's little hand while the other hand wrapped around her slim waist. Focus. Your magical output precision is still too poor. Now you just need to concentrate your thoughts under my guidance. Quan said earnestly, and indeed with a hint of revenge. After all, he was not a good person who would let others bully him. You? What kind of guidance is this? Lecture. Just wait, I'll deal with you later. Miao Yutao's face was full of blush, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears. Quan's hand was truly not behaving around her waist, and she still had to focus on channeling her magical power for him to adjust. At this moment, she had completely become a pawn in Quan's hands. Alright, the first phase is complete. Watching the alchemical furnace emit a loud sound, and then change color, Quan slowly spoke. He wrapped his arms around Miao Yutao's waist to help her better diffuse her attention on magical output, thus achieving the precision and coordination Quan required. How could this be? I've clearly been refining for several days. Miao Yutao said in astonishment, gazing at the alchemical furnace, murmuring. Get ready, we are moving to the second phase. For pills of this level, at least 6 phases are required and no mistakes can occur in between. Quan said earnestly, tightening his hold on Miao Yutao. Since he was not using his own magical power, he did not feel particularly tired. However, he estimated whether Miao Yutao could endure through this batch would also be a question. You just want to take the opportunity to do this kind of thing. Time passed slowly, and for the sake of alchemy, Quan had taken advantage of Miao Yutao quite a bit. Because whenever her attention returned to the alchemical furnace, she would unconsciously control her magical output. Thus, Quan had to think of ways to divert her attention, and the most effective way was, Bastard. Do you dare? Don't. You wait for me, ah. Seeing Miao Yutao weakly sitting on a nearby chair, Quan was also shocked by her strength. Her magical power was actually so abundant. It seems that Miao Yutao had indeed made extraordinary progress over the years. Aren't you going to sit down and restore your magical power? Quan casually said, taking out 3 pills glowing with deep blue light from the alchemical furnace. Miao Xianzi, it seems we have succeeded. We actually refined 3 at once. It seems the materials you originally used should have allowed for the refinement of 4 or 5 pills. However, due to our method of alchemy only yielding half the effort for double the work, this is how it is. So let's do it this way, or I take 2 and you take 1, how about that? Quan said with a smile, putting away 2 of the larger ones. Bastard. They are all mine, and they are very important to me. Hurry, give them back to me. Miao Yutao replied dejectedly, her tears rolling in her beautiful eyes. Why are you crying? Don't cry. How about this, I take 1, you take 2, will that work? Quan said, but Miao Yutao still glared at him, resentfully, silently shedding tears. Suddenly, Quan felt a gust of hot wind pass by him. After his vision blurred for a moment, he discovered that all 3 pills had disappeared from his possession. What's going on? Who goes there? Quan looked at the tall man who had suddenly appeared before him, bracing himself for a confrontation. He sensed that the person before him was definitely not simple, but the man paid no attention to Quan, simply walking over to Miao Yutao and gently wiping her tears away, placing the 3 pills in her hand before picking her up. Father, see, I told you I was right. There must be someone in this world who can refine this pill. Miao Yutao said tearfully. Very well, since you do not wish to marry, I will not force you. That kid over there, today's alchemy incident counts as you balancing your merits and faults. If I discover you bullying my daughter again in the future, don't blame Miao for being rude. The man said, and in a blink, he disappeared with Miao Yutao. Quan was left speechless, filled with regret for meddling in their affairs. Chapter 39. This world is truly small. Senior Yin, should this technique truly be applied this way? Of course your master's methods are not suitable for you. Just follow what I say, and your power will definitely double. Quan said, taking another celestial peach to eat. The few female disciples of Taoluo Peak below exchanged glances, looking at Quan, who was sitting above. Ever since Miao Yutao was taken away by the mysterious man, Quan had been inexplicably arranged to stay at Taoluo Peak. Although he could not leave, the disciples seemed to have received some orders and treated Quan with utmost respect. Feeling extremely bored, Quan wandered around aimlessly all day, occasionally teaching a little, earning some pocket money, and the disciples would cooperate with him. Just doing nothing like this isn't too bad. Quan muttered to himself, reclining in his seat, gazing at the sky, wanting to take a short nap. Senior, the sect leader requests your presence. A disciple from the outer peak approached. The effects of the pill should indeed be kicking in about now. Quan stretched lazily. Then lead the way. He said lazily, at least these past few days had been relatively comfortable for him. Looking back, those days of fighting and killing had indeed been exhausting. Due to the gloomy weather at Xin and Sect today, Quan followed the disciple through clouds and mist, and after passing through several layers of checks, they finally arrived at the sect leader's great hall. The disciple brought Quan to the entrance of the hall, and then left him to enter alone. Why don't they escort people all the way inside? Quan thought to himself, walking quite a distance before reaching the inner hall. Upon entering the inner hall, he saw a simple main seat. A sect leader's main seat is this simple Sect leader Miao truly is a frugal person, Quan said, deliberately looking around trying to appear more grounded. My beloved does not like extravagance, so the previous one is unnecessary. A deep voice came, and by the time Quan reacted, the tall man had already taken a seat in the main chair. It's clear that sect leader Miao's attire is already much simpler than that of other sect leaders. It seems your beloved has had a profound influence on you. Junior, I know you are a smart person, so there's no need for pleasantries with me. Sect leader Miao is indeed as extraordinary as rumored, then I will not beat around the bush. In the past I did have some minor misunderstandings with Miao Xinzi, but I acted to save her, so I hope sect leader Miao can discern right from wrong. Furthermore, that day's alchemy was also out of necessity, though I wasn't. Cough cough, I didn't intend for it to happen like that. Quan said, honestly feeling that he had indeed gone a bit too far. I am aware of everything. Had I not known, you would have long been ground to dust. I will not allow anyone who can bully my daughter to exist in this world. However, it is true that you saved Yu Tao, and assisting in the alchemy has preserved my beloved's soul once more. Miao Liang began to speak slowly. Hearing this, Quan let out a sigh of relief, realizing that the man was reasonable, which made it easier to talk. So, I give you two choices after all you have lost all your cultivation, and these two choices are quite decent for you. What choices? Quan instantly became serious, realizing that his little pretense could not fool a cultivator of this level. One, although I cannot trust you to take Yu Tao, yet if you both are willing, then let's choose a day for marriage. Miao Liang said unhurriedly, his depth of character causing Quan to sigh. I choose option 2. Quan replied, utterly resigned, realizing he was clearly being forced to choose between two options. He knew very well that he was not the kind of protagonist who defies the heavens in novels. Such cross-level resistance would undoubtedly lead to death. Oh, is it that Yu Tao's beauty does not meet your standards? I see that those young ones outside are not lacking in their obsession with her coming to Xianan sect in a raucous manner. No, Miao Xinzi is absolutely stunning. Back in the territory of the Yu clan, many powerful beings wanted to claim her for themselves. At that time, I had to put in a lot of effort to protect her, showing that sometimes beauty is not an advantage, instead it can often bring trouble. Quan said slowly, jokingly. Being with Miao Yu Tao, he could only wait to be bitten by her painfully little mouth. However, given my current situation, I'm truly unworthy of Miao Xinzi. Oh, I hope sect leader Miao will reconsider. Very well, you young ones, I find it difficult to understand. Yu Tao has sacrificed much for her mother. Compared to me, she has been even more dedicated. Now she still remains in my beloved's spirit palace. My beloved suffered great injuries to save me back, then her soul shattered. For all these years I have struggled to find a way to save her. I can only rely on the expensive soul condensation pills to hold her soul together, buying time. Saying this, Miao Liang let out a sigh. Unfortunately, our sect does not excel in nurturing alchemists. Currently, we only have 3 celestial-level alchemists. And all of them are not skilled in soul pill production, so over the years we have been compelled to purchase soul condensation pills externally. However, this pill is related to some forbidden techniques, thus categorized as a forbidden pill. Knowing my weakness, they have been controlling this pill, coercing me to marry Yu Tao off. I almost decided to give up, for I cannot let my obsession cause Yu Tao to suffer. Miao Liang slowly stood up and looked outside the main hall. Miao sect leader, what do you mean? How can the marriage with my sect be so easily retracted? Suddenly, an emaciated old man walked in from outside the hall holding a cane and emanating a chilling aura. Elder Ming, I only agreed to negotiate back, then not to make promises. Miao Liang said. Both he and the old man seemed to be at odds. Phew. This is Yin Xiao, brother. The old man glanced at Quan beside him and was taken aback. Old Ming, why are you here in the Tianxian continent? Quan was also surprised. Is this world really so small? It seems we run into acquaintances everywhere. However, this person is from that mysterious Xuanya sect, so it's no wonder they have the soul-condensing pill. Haha, Yanzio, brother, I didn't expect to see you in this lifetime. Quickly come back with me to see the young master. She's been thinking about you all day and hasn't been able to focus on anything. Hey, don't be in such a hurry. Why are you here? Why are you out mixing around instead of staying at your ghost spirit clan? Mixing around. I'm merely serving as an elder in charge of external affairs. The Lord has arrangements, and I have no choice. Let's go, we mustn't be ungrateful. Cough, cough. Miao Liang didn't expect such a scene and could only cough to remind the two. I wondered why Miao Liang suddenly didn't want my soul-condensing pill. It turns out you are here. You brat, you learned all our clan's secret arts and then disappeared without a trace. Was this your plan from the beginning? The old man grabbed Quan's sleeve and asked. You old man, you've caused enough trouble yourself. I warn you, if you dare to bring Ming Shuling to find me ID, be careful to expose all your secrets. You. Dare to threaten me, I. You two actually know each other. This is quite unexpected. In that case, I won't hide anything anymore. Elder Ming, I know you're only temporarily residing in the Shuanya sect to help out. I hope you won't get too involved in the conflicts between our two sects. Fai naturally won't meddle in these trivial matters. Those people from the Shuanya sect are not good people either. However, as the Lord has instructed, I must put on a show. Since that's the case, this matter can be put to rest. I will help you clarify things with them and convey my regards to your ancestor. Watching the two who had just been at odds quickly reach a consensus, Quan subtly moved away from the old man. Little brother, if you are serving here, we will surely meet again in the future. The old man said meaningfully before turning to leave. Miao sect leader, this second option should be for me to take a position in the Xiannan sect, right? Yes, you will be our Xiannan sect's fourth-tier alchemist. You can propose your own benefits, and as long as it's within a reasonable range, I Miao will definitely not treat you poorly. He'll pass on this position. I don't wish to showcase my abilities in this regard. I can help you refine a certain quantity of soul-condensing pills. Providing you with peace of mind for an extended period will likely take several years. After a few years, please let me go, Quan said earnestly. Chapter 40, Familiar Smile. Oh, if you can successfully refine all the materials I've collected, it could indeed extend a few thousand years of time. But it seems you're in a hurry to restore your cultivation. How about we make a trade? I have a method for you to start cultivating again, but you need to teach you Tao how to refine the soul-condensing pill. What do you say? Sect leader, Miao, do you really have a way to restore my Tao root? A glimmer of excitement flashed in Quan's eyes, but he quickly hid it. Of course, but you need to teach you Tao how to refine pills first before I will share this method with you. For now, you can choose any position in the sect to stay in. Miao Liang said lightly, as if he had already seen through Quan's weakness. Then it settled. Time flew by, and Quan took the position of elder in charge of external affairs for the sect temporarily. Although there were some tasks arranged for him, it was merely overseeing trivial matters of the sect and resource allocation, which Quan was fully capable of handling. During this time, he visited the little girl several times. After a few months of study, she gradually became familiar with all aspects of cultivation and was making steady progress. However, curiously, ever since that day, he hadn't seen Miao Yutao again. How is he supposed to teach her? If she's not here, how can I teach? Quan sat at the desk in the temporary room assigned to him, pondering what Miao Liang was up to. A melodious voice came in, and a well-proportioned female cultivator forcefully opened the door and walked in. Cough, cough, didn't you just come here yesterday? Quan said awkwardly. This young female cultivator had fallen into strife a month ago due to some issues, but fortunately, she encountered Quan, who helped her resolve it. However, since then she had been coming here to cling to Quan. Is it true that a young girl's feelings are so obvious? If it had been so obvious, he shouldn't have caused so much trouble in the past. I don't have to thank you for such a great favor, Elder Yin. Is it wrong for me to come to repay your kindness? The female cultivator asked with a smile, her dimples appearing adorably, stirring some memories within Quan. Hey, you are quite the smooth talker. Just try to stir up less trouble as a way to repay my kindness. Quan chuckled and set down the documents in his hand. Cultivating alone takes an extraordinary will. You should prioritize your cultivation. All right, I understand. Elder, try this. I made it extra well today. The female cultivator took out some exquisite snacks from a basket she carried. Feed me then. Quan said. The female cultivator paused for a moment, her hand holding the snack, hesitating. Sure. Elder, you've finally come around. The female cultivator said happily as she leaned closer to Quan. It's indeed not bad, but what a pity, it's a signature item from the outer sex pastry shop. I've had it before. If it were something you made yourself, then that would be impressive, Long Kylo. Elder, what are you talking about? I learned to make it from that shop. I even worked there before. The female cultivator's eyes flickered slightly, then she spoke. Actually, I wasn't here the day before yesterday. Oh, I went to a brothel in the outer city's big town. You rascal. The female cultivator suddenly rushed forward, pushing Quan down. This princess has already given you a chance. Do you want to drive me to death? Do you want to taste death? She shed her ordinary female cultivator appearance, revealing a stunning girl with an enchanting figure and colorful hair and eyes. Long Kai's pupils narrowed, her hands unconsciously gripping Quan's neck. Cough, cough, that earlier hit really hurt. If you don't let go, I won't pay you any attention from now on. Quan choked out. And no. Long Kai Lu reluctantly released her grip. Why should I care about you when you don't care about me at all? Who do you think you are? It's so unfair. I've searched for you for so long, and this is how you treat me. Long Kai Lu lowered her head, her beautiful eyes glimmering with tears. Ever since she secretly made a spell imprint on Quan that day, she followed him here. She also used the excuse to get rid of Long Yu and Long Li. When she returns to the Dragon Clan, she would definitely face punishment and confinement. However, she had remained calm throughout her journey, as she deeply regretted her actions that day and feared that Quan might really be dead, yet she didn't understand what had gotten into her that day. It was only upon seeing Quan kissing another woman that her rationality completely shattered. But if Yin Quan didn't care about her, what was the point of it all? If I can't have you, then no one else can. Long Kai Lu murmured, her gaze hollow as she looked at Yin Quan, a sharp arc slicing through the air beside them. Please let me explain, okay? Yin Quan hurriedly said. You say? Long Kai Lu replied, her dragon tail sharp enough to cut through the space just inches from Yin Quan's eyes. That day, well, actually, she was a friend. She was poisoned and confused, mistaking me for someone she liked. And you mean to tell me you found me and pretended to curry favor just to make me forget the past? Look, I haven't blamed you, have I? Can't we just talk this out? Yin Quan spoke gently, knowing that one wrong word could lead to disaster. If only he hadn't exposed Long Kai Lu's disguise. Really? You really don't hate me? I don't hate you. Yin Quan replied mechanically. Great. Long Kai Lu retracted her dragon tail and clung tightly to Yin Quan. I knew you would understand me, and besides, this princess has been taking good care of you these days. Even if our past grievances are balanced, we can still be like we were before. Then let go of me first. No. Then be gentler when you hug me. No. Yin Quan was defeated. He had no room for negotiation. As long as he agreed not to hate her, Long Kai Lu would become even more unruly. So when did you recognize me? After hugging for a while, Long Kai Lu noticed Yin Quan's silence and asked with a hint of impatience. At first, do you believe me? Yin Quan said. Actually, it was just Long Kai Lu's smile that felt somewhat familiar, prompting him to test her, not expecting this little princess of the Dragon Clan would be so easily fooled. I believe. You have always been clever, always bullying me for not being as smart as you. But I have been working hard to catch up. I am becoming stronger bit by bit. I'm sorry for causing you to lose your cultivation. I will take responsibility for you. Huh? Are you saying you think it was your fault I lost my cultivation? Of course. When I found you, I was so impulsive, wanting to take you away right there. But seeing you like this now, I must have been too rough, causing you to end up like this. Don't worry, I will take responsibility. After all, we are husband and wife, right? Yin Quan's mind suddenly realized that Long Kai Lu was unaware of her own situation and thought that it was his action that had ruined her. Then you have to listen to me from now on if you want me to forgive you. I'll do my best. Long Kai Lu replied, her tone resembling that of a child who had made a mistake. Chapter 41. What are you two huffing about? All right, now quickly get off me. Yin Quan said, pretending to be angry. No, I don't want to. Long Kai Lu stammered, and Yin Quan knew she just wanted to rub her scent onto him. Isn't the way the Dragon Clan asserts their dominance a bit strange? Did you forget what you just promised me? No. But you haven't explained why you fled from your marriage, and you haven't said anything about Chu Roashua either. Those are all offset. Those cannot be offset. Why can you offset them but I cannot? You? Fine, this princess will count your offsets. We have no debts now off. So now I'm just enjoying what should have belonged to me. You can't make me get up. Isn't she really getting smarter? I still have documents to handle. The current sect leader has a method to help me restore my Dao root, so shouldn't you help me? In that case, fine, you handle your business first. Long Kai Lu reluctantly confirmed that her scent was all over Yin Quan's clothes before slowly getting up and tidying up the scattered snack boxes. Although she originally wanted to take Yin Quan back to Mo High Dragon Palace for treatment, she thought of the confinement she would face and her family's attitude towards Yin Quan, so she gave up. Right, during these days, I also want to stay here for a while and see how low-level human cultivators interact with each other. Long Kai Lu said, seriously, sitting beside Yin Quan after tidying up. You mustn't expose yourself, just revert to your previous disguise when there's nothing going on. Yin Quan said helplessly, his nose filled with Long Kai Lu's unique floral fragrance of the Dragon Clan girl. I should take a bath today. This princess will certainly be careful. When I taught a few little rascals a lesson yesterday, I held back and didn't use lethal force. Long Kai Lu said excitedly. Don't you think we resemble a pair of undercover spouses hiding our identities in opposing sects? Silly, is undercover a good term? Have you been reading those works from the workshops these days? Yin Quan gently tapped Long Kai Lu's head with the document in his hand. Ugh, you dare to tap this prince's head. Remember your current identity. If you expose yourself, it's all your fault. Yin Quan pretended to be serious. So you should revert back now. No, you haven't taken a good look at me. Don't you miss me after so many years apart? Think about it. You've been gone for so long. If you expose yourself later, it's going to be a real issue. It won't. I've told them I'm here to serve you. This isn't some human rule. What's it called again? Rules. Right, unspoken rules. Yin Quan's face turned sour. He regretted teaching Long Kai Lu so much in the past. No wonder the disciples have been looking at him strangely lately. You really are a clever little ghost. Yin Quan said, squeezing Long Kai Lu's delicate face with his other hand. You dare to pinch me. Long Kai Lu was about to retaliate, but suddenly noticed something and hurriedly reverted to her ordinary female cultivator appearance. Yin Quan also noticed something, so he picked up the document and started reading again. After a while, the long-lost blue-haired fairy walked in. Meow, fairy, it's been a long time. Quan said deliberately in a polite manner. Fletcher, I heard you recently took advantage of a female disciple in the sect. Miao Yutao said, her gaze drawn to the female cultivator beside Quan, who was tightly hugging one of his arms. What do you mean again? Does Miao Yutao count herself in that? So it's true. You are a big lecher. Miao Fairy well. Haha, by the way, when are we starting to teach alchemy? Quan initially wanted to explain, but sensing the hostility in Long Kai-less gaze towards Miao Yutao, he feared complications and chose not to explain. After all, there are many grand elders in the sect who engage in such activities. His reputation in Miao Yutao's eyes was already quite poor, so he didn't care about this small issue. You are Quan. What kind of person is Elder Yin to be so meddlesome? Long Kai Lu interjected. Cough cough, that's rude. She is Elder Miao. Quan said, giving Long Kai Lu a strong look, hoping she would understand. I don't care. Dead Quan, do whatever you want with as many women as you wish. How could I possibly care? I'm foolish junior. Miao Yutao shouted angrily, sitting to the side with an expression of hostility as she glared back at the disguised Long Kai Lo. Are you really not bothered by such a loud voice? Quan was momentarily at a loss for words. Why does the atmosphere feel a bit off? Where did things start to go wrong? Long Kai Lu insisted on sticking to him, and there was nothing he could do to make her leave. Miao Yutao has finally appeared, so he must hurry to catch up and finish the work quickly to obtain the method to restore the Tao root and leave. Shut up. No talking. The two women spoke simultaneously, silencing Quan, who was about to speak. I wonder how long you can stay here, a junior who's both foolish and rude. Just you wait and see the woman that Elder Yin doesn't want. What? What did you say? What do you mean, the woman that this pervert doesn't want? Today I will teach you a lesson for the sect. Miao Yutao angrily retorted. How could it be said that he didn't want her? Clearly it was she who didn't want him. Moreover, if she wanted him, she would have him. If she didn't, she wouldn't. She just believed that this scoundrel must be supervised by her, or else he would do even more bad things. All right, if you want to fight, then come. Let's see how I can beat you up. Long Kai Lu released Quan, rolling up her sleeves and preparing to advance. Quan quickly pulled her back. Stop messing around, she won't compete with you. Quan said, too lazy to explain what was being fought over. Long Kai Lu turned away in displeasure. Miao Fairy, let's prioritize the bigger picture. Whenever you have time, we can start the instruction on the soul condensing pill at any moment. Miao Yutao also turned her head away in displeasure. Why were both of them so stubborn? Quan thought he hadn't shown favoritism to either, so how did it come to this? Why don't you go back first? Quan said to Long Kai Lo. Then Miao Fairy, let's go discuss outside. What are you both huffing about? Quan was so speechless that he couldn't even get angry. He looked at the two women who were silent as if they were asking him whom he would choose. Was this right? This didn't feel right. Quan could only sit down, nonchalantly continuing to manage the paperwork at hand. At least he was still a diligent worker. Seeing Quan like this, Long Kai Lu pretended not to care about Miao Yutao and happily sat beside him, leaning against him. What are you doing? Miao Yutao, blushing, sat on the other side of Quan and slowly leaned against him. What I'm doing is none of your business, junior. At this point, Quan couldn't take it anymore. He knew that Miao Yutao's competitive spirit had been triggered, but letting them both irritate each other wasn't a solution. It seems that Fairy Miao should have a lot of time, and the disobedient one beside her must have time too, so let's go to the pill room together. Quan suddenly stood up, causing the two women to almost huddle together. Chapter 42. One wave has not settled, another rises. Seeing Quan heading towards the door, the two women quickly followed. Shameless. Long Kai Lu stuck out her tongue provocatively at Miao Yutao. You. Miao Yutao was about to argue when she bumped into Quan, who suddenly stopped. Why did you suddenly stop at the door? What is this dark and shadowy a letter? Long Kai Lu stepped closer with curiosity. Just as Quan reached the door, he received a letter sent from within the sect. This letter was not from anyone inside the sect, but from someone he hadn't anticipated, that old man Ming. He must have disguised it as a letter for the sect and sent it to himself. This doesn't seem like that old man's style. Quan mumbled, intending to open the letter to see what it contained. Curious, Long Kai Lu leaned over. She planned to tear the letter to shreds if she found that it was a love letter from some girl. After Miao Yutao recovered, she also came over and looked at the letter, her eyes shifting. Is this the seal of old man Ming? Wasn't he missing? Miao Yutao exclaimed in surprise. He went missing after visiting our sect that day. Because of this, the Xian Yi sect specifically came to ask for an explanation. My father and I have been busy dealing with this matter for the past few months. Upon hearing Miao Yutao's words, Quan silently paused the act of opening the letter and stuffed it into his clothing. His instincts told him that something significant had happened, and it was something bad. Cough cough, this letter should have been left for me before he disappeared. You have all handled this matter quite well. If I look further, it will definitely complicate things, so it's better to pretend I don't know. Especially don't tell your father, understood? Yin Quan turned to Miao Yutao. What are you talking about? If this concerns old man Ming's whereabouts, we definitely need to know. Of course I wanna. But, then keep it a secret for me. Also from today onwards practice more. I will try to teach you how to refine the soul condensing pill within a month. After that the rest will depend on your own exploration. I hope you can save your mother soon. Yin Quan said, lightly realizing something and having to feign calmness. Hey, I'm here, and you dare to openly flirt with another woman. Long Kai Lu teased, pulling on one of Yin Quan's hands in an attempt to distance him from Miao Yutao. Don't leave me. A phrase suddenly popped into Miao Yutao's mind as she looked at Yin Quan gradually moving away. In her dazed eyes it seemed she saw the day when she and Yin Quan escaped together only to be abandoned by him. Out of fear in her heart, she hurriedly reached out to grab Yin Quan's other hand. You dare threaten me? You're clearly a lecher, a heartless scoundrel. If you can't teach me, you have to keep teaching me forever and ever. Miao Yutao said anxiously. Tisk, why are you so clingy, woman? Long Kai Lu said anxiously, as she had long seen through Miao Yutao's unusual feelings for Yin Quan. Though the surface layer of disgust was apparent to everyone, the deeper, unclear feelings towards Yin Quan were something Long Kai Lu could deeply understand. Stop, Yin Quan said, helplessly trying to pull his hands away from both women, but he couldn't get free. Life without enough cultivation was truly difficult, Yin Quan sighed. They'll count to 3, and then we all let go and go to the pill room together. If you don't let go, I won't take you there. Yin Quan said, specifically reminding Long Kai Lu, as he knew the temper of this little princess of the dragon clan very well. Oomph. No huffing. 3, 2, 1. After Yin Quan counted down, Long Kai Lu quickly let go while Miao Yutao hesitated for a moment before finally releasing her grip. Let's go, we're heading to my main peak's pill room. You can bring your little lover along if you want. Miao Yutao said, lowering her head, her tone a bit dejected, and then she started walking ahead on her own. Why is everyone changing so much? Yin Quan muttered in confusion. What little lover? You better explain yourself to this princess. Long Kai Lu shouted, and seeing that Yin Quan was about to expose her, he hurriedly pulled her back and warned her, causing Long Kai Lu to reluctantly agree to behave. Afterwards, when they arrived at Miao Yutao's pill room, Yin Quan began the instruction on the soul condensing pill. Originally, the soul condensing pill required unique magical power for refining, but after Yin Quan's improvement, as long as the precision of magical power control met the requirements, it could be refined according to the method. These are the major steps I summarized. Just practice with some similar medicinal materials, though otherwise using the original ingredients would be too extravagant. You'll learn to refine step by step, and it'll guide you from the side. If I think you're ready, we'll practice the real pill-making process. Miao Yutao replied. She knew that learning to make the soul-condensing pill was only a temporary need. Finding a way to repair her mother's soul had been her goal all these years. Human snacks are really delicious. Long Kai Lu was eating Miao Yutao's unique snacks from her peak beside Yin Quan. Cough, cough, mind your image. Yin Quan helplessly pointed at Long Kai Lu's head. If I'm not eating for free. Hey, let me ask you, are you trying to repair someone's soul with the soul-condensing pill? Long Kai Lu said, puffing out her small chest, happy at the thought of showing off in front of Yin Quan. How did you know? Aren't you from my sect? Miao Yutao also noticed something was off and quickly asked. This princess has inquired a bit in the sect. When the sect leader broke through, he encountered a great heavenly tribulation. His lover sacrificed herself to save him, allowing him to survive and ascend. Long Kai Lu said, crumbs of snacks around her mouth carelessly left uncleaned. Then his lover faced this calamity and her soul was scattered. Fortunately, the ancestor intervened forcibly, leaving the scattered soul within her body. You must be looking for a way to repair the soul, right? What? Do you have a way? Miao Yutao exclaimed. Of course. Moreover, this princess has a better method to achieve it. But you must take me to see the specific situation, and you must tell Yin Quan the method to repair the Dao root. Long Kai Lu said, looking at Yin Quan proudly, as if to say, this princess saved you, am I not impressive? Repairing the Dao root. Miao Yutao looked at Yin Quan with curiosity. I thought you were hiding your cultivation, but it turns out. Miao Yutao said in surprise. Hiss. Yin Quan hadn't wanted to reveal these things, but now who knew that Long Kai Lu would suddenly step forward. However, if Long Kai Lu was reliable, it might not be a bad thing. In that case, you might as well notify your father. There's no need to pry too much into her identity, and I can guarantee that the source of her method is reliable. Yin Quan said, but his thoughts were entirely on the letter in his possession. Miao Yutao, upon learning that she could save her mother naturally, did not ask further and hurried to inform Miao Liang. The latter soon arrived here. He first cast a surprised glance at Long Kai Lu and then looked at Yin Quan. Seeing Yin Quan's calm demeanor, he quickly set aside his suspicions and led the two women to his lover's soul palace. Yin Quan was naturally not part of Miao Liang's plan team, indicating that he still did not trust Yin Quan. However, before leaving, he cast Yin Quan a strange look. Although Long Kai Lu was unwilling for Yin Quan not to go along under his persuasion, she could only continue to act as she thought was charming. Hiss. Things are getting increasingly uncontrollable. Quan murmured, and after the few of them left took out the letter from his pocket. He opened the envelope and saw that it simply contained 2 sentences. The demoness is still alive, and now she is more formidable than ever with extraordinary means and a ruthless heart. Now she has established an even larger demon sect. Those incidents before were indeed her doing. I'm leaving first, Yin, take care. After reading, Quan slowly rose, looking out towards the pill room. Feeling the evening breeze blowing through the valley at sunset, he knew that this day was coming to an end, and so were his good days. His thoughts returned to that year in the Tianma sect where Yi Jinxian in her red dress and her blood-stained beautiful face seemed to be right in front of him. In fact, Quan had long known that Yi Jingxuan's strength and ambition were far from ordinary, yet he still chose to let her go. The heart of the heavenly demon was something he had deliberately left for Yi Jinxian. She should understand my intentions, right? No matter what, I did help her a bit, so she wouldn't go all out against me, would she? Thinking of this, Quan shivered. The things he had done before were indeed too selfish, and he could recall Yi Jingxuan's emotionless gaze at that time. It was as if he had become no different from a lifeless being in her eyes. This continent and the surrounding continents were no longer safe. Chapter 43, Why Are You So Clingy? Time quickly passed, and seeing that the few had not returned for a long time, Quan could only head back to his small room first. On the way, he also visited Lu Ming, asking about the news of the demon sect on this continent. Afterwards, he returned to his small room to handle the remaining paperwork. Although he had planned to leave in a few days, he still maintained his professional ethics. Looking at the clouds drifting outside the window, night gradually replaced dusk, covering the surroundings. Quan could only choose to lie down in bed now. No matter what, I should sleep first. Sleepiness gradually took over. Ever since he lost his cultivation, his need for sleep had significantly increased. In his dreams, Quan had a nightmare where he reunited with Yi Jinxuan only to be turned into an emotionless magic puppet tortured by her for a lifetime. As a result, he woke up in the middle of the night feeling as if he was soaked in sweat all over, and one side of his body felt a heavy weight. A warm breath beside him startled Quan. He tried to get up, but found his side tightly wrapped. You're awake. The dragon princess rubbed her drowsy eyes and said, Quan replied casually, feeling it unnecessary to ask why Long Kai Lu was there, as it was something quite normal. How is the matter with Sect Master Miao? Well, the situation is worse than I thought, but my method should work, though it may take a long time to recuperate after succeeding. Why do you want to bathe today? She asked unhappily. Isn't it normal for humans to bathe? Quan replied, feeling guilty. Anyway, you are this princess person. Remember that at all times. I have already obtained the method to repair the Dao root you wanted. Shouldn't we plan to leave here? Then you and that Miao person, along with that one from that day, should never interact again, understood? Long Kai Lu said, her delicate little hand letting go of Quan as she cast a spell to summon a scroll from the table. Self-destruct the innate Dao root, then stimulate oneself to generate a new Dao root. Although it lists several methods to increase the success rate, it is indeed a unique approach. Quan did not continue to pay attention to Long Kai Lu's demands, but started analyzing the method sent to Miao Liang. After all, his people were here now, and having softened up, no matter how much Long Kai Lu made a fuss, at most, she would just cling to him tightly. After all, she was still an easily deceived little princess of the Dragon Clan. As for what method Long Kai Lu had given to Miao Yutao and the others for repairing the soul, he was not particularly interested. Sometimes knowing too much was not a good thing. So does this method work? Long Kai Lu asked with concern, leaning in closer while pretending to read the scroll. Hey, are you dragons, cold-blooded creatures? Don't you think this is hot? Quan teased helplessly. The method carries significant risks, yet it is indeed an extraordinary technique unknown to him, and there are several successful precedents provided by Miao Liang. For now, it can be considered a last resort. Of course not. How dare you look down on this princess? By the way, what is your relationship with Chu Ruoxua? Why does she keep lying to me, saying she doesn't know you? What relationship could it be? Why don't you go back and ask her? Long Tsiyue, in a fit of anger, began tightening the dragon tail wrapped around Quan. Wait a minute, I'm currently recovering from injuries. Can you really treat me this way? All you do is play the victim. Just as my father said, humans are all liars and bandits. Then why do you like liars and bandits? Quan was also speechless. With this and of his entangled with him, his actions became even more inconvenient. I don't like you at all. Long Kaiwei retorted, did I ever say it was me? Quan laughed, asking if she could let go of him before continuing to argue. You? Fine, this princess likes you, so what? You could run before, but now let me see you try to escape again. You should know that following this princess is the safest choice for you. Yes. Quan replied, dully planning to just humor her from now on, otherwise he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. I have one more question for you. What? Have you kissed Chu Ruoxua too? Yin Quan broke out in a cold sweat, puzzled by how sensitive their intuition was. You must have kissed her, right? Do you like her? Who would you choose between her and me? Long Kaiyu's tone suddenly became somber as she bombarded him with several questions. If that's the case, didn't you say you regarded me as a friend? Why the sudden demand for me to marry you? Yin Quan countered, realizing the nature of these two women's plastic friendship. Isn't it for dealing with the marriage my father arranged? Moreover, my grandfather finally agreed to it. Long Kaiwa exclaimed. Yes, yes, yes. But what about after that? Why the desire for it to turn into something real? Haven't I told you I have urgent matters and need to leave? As a friend, how can you treat me this way? Yin Quan questioned, puzzled as to why all the talented women he encountered seemed so focused on marriage, suggesting that being part of a powerful faction had its drawbacks. Aye. Long Kaiwa was momentarily speechless by Yin Quan's words, burying her head in her hands. After a while, Yin Quan could only hear her sobbing softly beside him. All right, I choose you, happy now, Yin Quan said. After all, Long Kaiwa had indeed helped him obtain Miao Liang's method, and making her cry weighed heavily on his conscience. Why? Why can you do whatever you want? Why must I comply with you? I just want you to stay with me. Why must you leave? Just leave then without a word. I like you, can't you see that? Long Kaiwa choked back her tears. If the Dragon Emperor saw that Yin Quan had made his granddaughter cry again, he would undoubtedly face the wrath of the Dragon Clan. But it can't be like that. Besides, I only acted that way out of necessity, Yin Quan said, not wanting Long Kaiwa to become the next Chu Ruoxua. So what are you planning now? Are you going to abandon me again? Yin Quan was momentarily taken aback by Long Kaiu's question, realizing that he seemed to have been abandoning others all along. Wait, did I ever demand that they treat me this way? Where did it all go wrong? Cough, I don't have much to offer anyway. Then I won't stop you from following us, but I need to find a way to regain my cultivation, so don't get in my way, Yin Quan said, helplessly, not wanting to overthink it. When he decided to abandon the matters of love, he couldn't recall. He believed that only interests, cultivation, and becoming stronger were eternally correct choices. You said it yourself, there can only be me by your side. As long as you're happy. In a few days we should leave here. Where to? Long Kaiwa said, tightening her embrace around Yin Quan. I'm about to suffocate, Yin Quan complained. After all, who could sleep soundly while being tightly hugged by an alluring beauty? You're so clingy in a physical sense. This princess has her own measures, I won't choke you. After one night, Yin Quan endured another night of poor sleep quality, even more exhausting than when Chu Ruoxua was by his side. Chapter 44. Each with their own schemes. Why are you here? The dragon princess propped her hands on her hips, her pretty face full of displeasure. Just hitching a ride with you, is that a problem? The blue-haired fairy blinked her beautiful eyes, casually sitting on the small celestial boat. Yin Quan could only sigh in exasperation. Where do you want to get off then? What? Are you that eager to be alone with a lecher? You? This princess won't lower herself to your level, besides you can't follow us all the way. How do you know I'm going to Xiantian Palace? Yin Quan interrupted the argument between the two women, addressing Miao Yutao. The small celestial boat she was sitting on was naturally the same one Li Hua gave to Yin Quan. It was also meant for Yin Quan to leave Xiannan sect and head to Xiantian Palace today. My father told me that there are many rare treasures and extraordinary talents there, as well as the largest and most abundant intercontinental teleportation array in Tianxian continent. So you must be going there. Huh, what a fool. If we want to teleport, I can tear open space myself and go wherever I please. Why would I need to go there? Long Kaiwa mocked, yet she actually didn't know where Yin Quan intended to go. She just planned to follow him and gradually make him hers. What a foolish dragon. Your clan's unique ability to traverse spatial rifts is something humans do not possess. Without preparation, humans could easily be torn apart in spatial tunnels, let alone by the rifts you create for your own movement. It's simply unsuitable for human use, Miao Yutao analyzed slowly. Indeed, I really do need to go to Xiantian Palace. Yin Quan agreed. No way. How can you speak for her? It's not good for her to follow along. Long Kaiwa whispered to Yin Quan, tiptoeing closer. Yin Quan felt helpless as he realized the father and daughter duo had seen through them completely, and he had no way to refute. Plus, hitching a ride wasn't out of the question. With Miao Yutao's identity, it should indeed make things much more convenient when going to the Xiantian Palace, and hitching a ride is fine. As for the fare, I knew your true colors. Miao Yutao smirked disdainfully, pulling out a heavy spirit stone bag from her storage bag. Esteemed Miss Miao, our journey is about to begin. Are you ready? Upon seeing the plump spirit stone bag, Yin Quan switched to service mode, cheerfully taking the bag from Miao Yutao. Yes, I am ready. My main purpose in going to Xiantian Palace is to find materials needed to save my mother. So my father asked me to join you. Regardless if this method can save my mother, I owe you a favor. Miao Yutao said, looking at Long Kaiwa. This princess doesn't care about that. Long Kaiwa huffed, following Yin Quan onto the celestial boat. Move aside, this is my spot. Long Kaiwa looked down with a superior attitude, wanting Miao Yutao to give up the prime spot near Yin Quan, who was controlling the ship. I paid for my fare. How can you make me change seats? There are seats in the back right. Miao Yutao said, pointing to the spirit stone bag in Yin Quan's hands. Cough Long Sayue, I didn't even charge you a fare, so don't compete for seats. Look, there are still so many available. Yin Quan quickly stowed the spirit stone bag, defending Miao Yutao. Isn't it just a bit of spirit stones? This princess can afford as many as needed. Long Kaiwa suddenly remembered that her pocket money had long been confiscated, and she could only stop talking. To be honest, she might not be wealthier than Yin Quan right now. Yin Quan, you're bullying me again. With no other options, she could only resort to ineffective means. Do you really want to sit here? Then let's all sit together, it should work. Miao Yutao quickly said, genuinely thinking Long Kaiwa was about to cry. I don't care if you don't sit, figure it out yourself. I'm starting the celestial boat now. Yin Quan said with a knowing look, turning to start the celestial boat. Once the celestial boat was activated, it quickly soared into the sky. With Yin Quan at the helm, they passed several borders of Xinnan's sect. Then Yin Quan accelerated the boat several times, and it swiftly transformed into a white light sailing into the distance. After traveling for dozens of hours, Yin Quan looked back and was surprised to find the two women had cuddled up and fallen asleep. A single seat could accommodate two people thanks to their petite frames. How come they all look so small yet their tempers are so big? Yin Quan sighed helplessly. Moreover, cultivators generally do not dare to relax their guard and rest while traveling. Even amongst fellow sect members, they must remain vigilant. Do you really have that little caution towards me? Or is it because I've lost all my cultivation and pose no threat? Yin Quan mocked himself, turning around to continue operating the celestial boat. Time flew by, and after nearly 3 months of traveling in the direction of Xiantian Palace, according to the map, Yin Quan finally entered its territory. With Miao Yutao around, Yin Quan found it much easier to handle Long Kaiwa. Miao Yutao seemed to have significantly improved her attitude towards Long Sayue, possibly due to the method being offered to save her mother, and she repeatedly tried to get closer. Long Kaiwa was essentially not a spoiled princess. As long as no one took her belongings, such as her man, she wouldn't be too unreasonable. This back and forth gradually deepened their relationship. Especially when discussing the mischief Yin Quan had done, the two women had endless common topics. Miao Yutao was curious about Yin Quan's past, and Long Kaiwa was eager to hear more about his deeds. However, both felt slightly unhappy upon hearing each other's intimate encounters with Yin Quan. Nonetheless, this did not prevent them from reaching a common conclusion in their hearts. That is, they had both fallen for a selfish and unscrupulous man who surely had more experiences than just these few. Moreover, this guy would definitely never give up on cultivation and might abandon them when necessary. While Yin Quan could still interject a few words to prove his innocence later on, the two women often conspired behind his back on the celestial boat, exchanging information. It seemed as though Yin Quan had isolated himself. However, he didn't think much of it. At least these two posed little threat, and he was confident of making a clean getaway. Of course, he wouldn't allow these two noticeable celestial beings to follow him indefinitely. He wanted to quietly and steadily recover his cultivation, so he needed to plan his next actions alone. Thus, after 3 months of sailing, the three of them arrived safely at the grand city below Xiantian Palace. Chapter 45. Who can sleep like this? Yin Quan stowed the celestial boat outside the city, and after disguising the two women, they entered the grand city. As dusk approached, he planned to find a guest house specially for cultivators to rest in. This mask is too ugly. How can this princess wear this? Really? I think it's kind of cute, Miao Yutao replied to Long Kaiwa. At this moment, both wore the peach wood masks made by Yin Quan. They were crafted from some peach wood from Miao Yutao's peak, making them a relatively low-level magical artifact. Additionally, with Yin Quan's extremely simple design, they appeared unassuming, not resembling wealthy cultivators or significant figures. As for why they wore masks instead of directly changing their appearances, according to Yin Quan, masks could better conceal one's identity and prevent attention from high-level cultivators. Moreover, since he couldn't change his appearance now, he could only force the two of them to wear masks to maintain consistency. Cough. By the way, why are you still following us? Aren't you in a hurry to acquire items to save your mother? The annual auction at Xiantian Palace, known as the Xiantian Treasure Fair, is about to begin. You wouldn't pretend you didn't know about this, would you? There are only 10 days left, and I'm quite curious about how you'll manage to gain entry. The items I need are likely only obtainable at the auction, and as for these past few days, I've had nothing to do. Following you is merely to prevent you from causing more trouble, Miao Yutao said slowly while also buying some food for Long Kaiwa from a nearby vendor. Delicious. Yin Quan watched Long Kaiwa happily eating and felt a headache coming on. Well, at least he wouldn't have to spend spirit stones to support this dragon princess. Then you must listen to my arrangements, Yin Quan said, continuing to walk forward alone. What arrangements? I won't let you. Let you do as you please. Miao Yutao suddenly froze, recalling Yin Quan's past arrangements for her face, turning a shade of red. What are you thinking about? Just don't stir up unnecessary trouble, and you don't take off your mask. Yin Quan said helplessly, quickly putting the mask back on Long Sayue, who had just taken it off. Just that moment of revealing her delicate face attracted a lot of attention from those around them. Hey, did you see that? That colorful-haired girl is so beautiful. Yeah, I wonder which place she hails from. I haven't heard of her. So pretty. Hey, should we go ask her out? I bet that graceful girl nearby is also not simple. It's uncomfortable for me to wear this mask. Long Kaiwe said unhappily, as the Dragon Clan particularly disliked anything that covered or concealed viewing masks as a sign of hypocrisy. All right, then you and Miao Yutao go to her VIP room, follow her around, and do whatever you want. Yin Quan said, but thankfully he had made Long Kaiwe hide her conspicuous dragon tail and horns. No way. Are you trying to abandon me again? This princess forbids you from leaving me. Seeing the indifferent Miao Yutao and the playful Long Tsiyue, and noticing the increasing gazes around them, Yin Quan had no choice but to take the two and leave the scene quickly. Shopkeeper, I want 3 medium single rooms. Let's reserve for half a month first, Yin Quan said to the front desk attendant of a medium-sized cultivators in front of him. 2 rooms will suffice, 1 single and 1 double. 1 is enough, a high-grade triple room. Long Kaiwe stepped forward and said. Miao Yutao immediately followed. Aha. Don't mind them, just get 3 rooms. Yin Quan awkwardly smiled at the innkeeper's intriguing gaze. Sir, due to the upcoming Xiantian Treasure Conference, we have an overwhelming number of visiting cultivators, and we actually do not have 3 medium single rooms left. What about the high-grade and low-grade? The high-grade ones were booked up early, and there are no low-grade ones available today. Currently, we only have 1 medium single room, 1 double room, and 1 triple room left. What there really is a triple room. Yin Quan had no choice. He couldn't possibly share a triple room with these 2 ladies, could he? 1 single room, 1 double room, Yin Quan stated, and quickly settled the procedures with the innkeeper. Yay. Miao Yutao, this is yours. Long Kaiwe stepped forward and snatched the room tokens from the innkeeper, checked, and found the single room token, then handed it to Miao Yutao. The latter did not speak, but looked at the helpless Yin Quan beside her. Give it to me. Yin Quan stepped forward to Miao Yutao, who seemed to have expected this, and naturally handed over the single room token. Okay, let's do it this way. Everyone should rest early. I have things to do tomorrow, so if you want to follow, you need to get up early. Yin Quan said, finally able to rest peacefully. What do you mean, are you suggesting I share a room with Miao Yutao? No, it should obviously be the 2 of us. Long Kaiwe said angrily, following Yin Quan, determined to share a room with him, while Miao Yutao quietly followed behind them. We've arrived. I didn't expect these 2 rooms to be right across from each other. That counts as being together. In the human race, there is a rule that prohibits close contact between men and women, don't you know? How can a girl keep pestering a boy? What kind of propriety is that? Yin Quan said, waving his hand, intending for Long Kaiwe to go to the other double room with Miao Yutao. Idiot Yin Quan. Do you really think this princess likes you? Long Kaiwe shouted angrily, snatching the token from Miao Yutao's hand, opening the opposite double room, and walking in. What do you also want to share a room with me? Seeing Miao Yutao hesitating, as if pondering something, Yin Quan teased. What? I don't want to. How could I want to share a room with you? Oh, you're teasing me again. I just want to prevent you from doing bad things. That's why I said I wanted a triple room. I don't think too much. You're just a self-righteous big bad guy. Miao Yutao said in a panic, glaring at Yin Quan before heading to the other room. After finishing her last sentence, she slammed the door shut. Yin Quan helplessly shook his head and opened his own room. Phew. Finally can rest well. Yin Quan murmured as he lay on the bed in his room, exhausted from operating the celestial ship for several months. Tomorrow he planned to visit the black market here to see if there was a way to obtain the qualification to use the teleportation array. Yes, escaping this continent was his main goal. As for the Xiantian Treasure Conference, he estimated that he wouldn't be able to get the qualification to participate, but it would be nice if he could. Perhaps there would be something useful for him inside. But the biggest problem was still these 2 troublesome ladies accompanying him. Taking them to such a place would likely lead to trouble. But how could he avoid them? Or could he avoid them? Lost in thought, Yin Quan closed his heavy eyes. In his dreams, Yin Quan had another dream where he was once again caught by his white-haired junior sister. This time, after being toyed with and tormented, his memory was altered, and he became a plaything in Churuoxu's hands. For a lifetime, he fell into confusion. Waking up again from the dream, Yin Quan was already accustomed to it. He wondered if his mental endurance had decreased. Why was he so afraid of those few bad women that he was having nightmares every day? Why are both sides of my body so heavy? What's going on? Yin Quan suddenly realized that both sides of him had become extremely heavy, so he hurriedly tried to check the situation. Due to the pitch-black room, Yin Quan could only smell 2 distinct fragrances, and after calming down, feel the soft touch on both sides. Here again. This time it's still 2. Don't you two have your own beds? Wait, how did they get in? Ladies, did you sleep in the wrong room? Quan cursed the inn's security countless times in his heart before speaking. It was only midnight. Long Kai Lo was one thing, but what about Miao Yu Tao on the other side? I want to ask you something. After a while, a soft voice from Miao Yu Tao reached Quan's ears, while the steady breathing from the other side continued. Back then, when you abandoned me, was it to divert the pursuit of the Feather Clan? No, it's simply because I had more smooth items than you. Quan replied, but he felt that Miao Yu Tao already had her own answer. Then let's consider it that way. Miao Yu Tao softly said, moving closer. Don't misunderstand, I just wanted to ensure you wouldn't do anything bad to the little silly dragon, that's why I followed you. Miao Yu Tao said, her tone filled with sleepiness, and after a while she also fell asleep. It seemed that both of them were exhausted after days of travel, but it looked like it was a good time for them to rest. But Quan wanted to ask had they considered him. If he remained asleep it would be fine, but recently, he kept waking up from nightmares. Now every slight movement resulted in various gentle touches and the fragrant breath of the girls. Who could sleep like this? Tomorrow there would be one more task. He needed to set up some kind of security formation. Chapter 46. The strange stone statue. The next day, when Quan groggily woke from his slumber, he found that the 2 women had already disappeared. I didn't expect to be so exhausted that I fell asleep in the end. Quan sighed, then got up, tidied up a bit, and planned to go out. However, what puzzled him was that it seemed no one was in the opposite room. Where had these 2 ladies gone? Oh well, it was convenient for him to go about his business alone. Come and see. Registration for the Foundation Establishment Stage Cultivators Blood Duel begins today. As soon as Quan stepped out of the inn, he heard some promotional shouts from the fighting arena nearby. Foundation Establishment Stage Cultivators Blood Duel. It seems like a method to toy with the lower-tier cultivators. Quan muttered to himself. He understood a bit, and found that this blood duel seemed to be organized by the big shots in the city. The ultimate winner not only receives a large sum of spirit stones, but can also choose one reward from the big shots within a range they allow. Surprisingly, it also includes the qualification to directly join the Shintian Palace or a teleportation opportunity. It does seem like some rewards that could allow Foundation Establishment cultivators to turn their fortunes around. However, he didn't care much. Such things were merely to force those Foundation Establishment cultivators to fight desperately for the entertainment of others. Those desperate Foundation Establishment cultivators were just temporary entertainment in the eyes of the audience and organizers. It didn't matter who died in the duel, as everyone only cared about their own bets and interests. Seeing some down-and-out Foundation Establishment cultivators actually entering the fighting arena to register, Quan could only shake his head helplessly and then set off for the black market. After some searching, Quan finally found a black market on the outskirts of the city in the afternoon. On the surface it looked like a mortal market, but generally such places relied on various means to obscure their true nature. Friend, this way please, but I must remind you again, do not cause any trouble here, the guiding cultivator advised as he led Quan past several camouflage formations revealing a bustling black market. Recently the flow of people has increased, and those above have strictly demanded that we maintain order in our treasure market. Yesterday some troublemakers were dealt with on the spot. Walking ahead, the shabby-dressed guiding cultivator continued speaking to Quan. I naturally understand this. Quan replied lightly at this moment. He was wearing his peachwood mask. All right, I'll leave you here, and I hope you can find what you're looking for, the guiding cultivator said before returning the same way. This black market charges 10 high-grade spirit stones for entry. It seems to be quite large. Quan analyzed as he began to browse the various stalls in the black market. Hey friend, do you want some alien slaves? I have only high-grade alien slaves here, battle types, cultivation assistants, and all sorts of them. Halfway through, Quan was stopped by a short old man. The old man enthusiastically introduced his alien slaves, but when Quan looked at his stall, he found there weren't many people. Who still raises alien slaves these days? Friend, what are you doing with this losing business? If there's nothing else, please don't bother me. Quan said with a smile. Haha friend, I do have a particularly good item. Old man, I am not lying to you, follow me, come. The old man said mysteriously, pulling Quan along. Quan was speechless. This old man had probably troubled many people, but after thinking about it, he still followed the old man into his tent. Friend, look here. The old man brought Quan to the end of the tent, where there was a shabby cloth covering an iron cage. The old man slowly lifted the tattered cloth with his wrinkled hands. Inside was a statue, the material unknown, covered in dust and dirt, but it vaguely appeared to be a girl with feathered wings. Friend, I didn't expect you to be in the stone carving business. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Quan's eyes, but he quickly concealed it. No, friend, this is an extraordinary alien. She is merely in a self-protective state right now. As long as you can break this state and forcibly sign a contract with her while she is still weak, it will definitely be a guaranteed profit. As for how to break it, I will tell you once you buy it. The old man said with a grin. Oh, How much do you plan to sell it for? Yin Quan glanced at it and casually asked. I see that we are fated, so how about 200 high-grade spirit stones? 1 high-grade spirit stone. If you don't sell, I will leave. What? Wait. Friend, bargaining is not done like this. The old man was taken aback, and after realizing it, he quickly rushed to grab Yin Quan, who was about to turn and leave. Haha, old man, you want to sell a hot potato at such a high price? It's mysterious. If you were lowballing some low-tier cultivators, wouldn't it have sold out already? Yin Quan said slowly, already holding out a high-grade spirit stone. Also, if you want to sell to me now, that's fine, but if anyone behind you has a way to obtain the qualification to use the intercontinental teleportation array, perhaps we can make another deal. All this. Friend, please wait here for a moment. The old man hesitated for a while before letting Yin Quan stay, and he went aside to communicate with someone using a magical tool. Yin Quan didn't mind, after all, he had already seen through this slave stall. It's been a long time since I met a friend with good taste. Old man, hurry up and introduce me. Not long after, 2 people walked in from outside the tent. The one who spoke was slightly plump, dressed luxuriously with a fawning smile. The other was extremely tall and alien, who looked quite formidable, but Yin Quan couldn't specify the exact type. He seemed to be more like a bodyguard for the former. Young master, this is the friend, the old man said, stepping forward. May I ask how to address you? The cultivator with the surname Chun spoke to Yin Quan. Chu Quan. I presume Chun Dao Yu is the one in charge of this black market. Yin Quan replied. Oh no, I'm just a part of it. Brother Chu, you actually know the origin of this stone statue and want to acquire it. You must not be an ordinary person. Why not come to my guest house to discuss further? No matter what, let's just consider each other friends. Ahem, Chun Dao Yu, I have another matter. Oh, is it about the intercontinental teleportation array? Yes, of course. If one does not possess a means to obtain the qualification to use it, who would come to open a black market, right? Chun Dao Yu chuckled while the alien bodyguard beside him remained silent, blocking the exit. Ha. It seems that Brother Chun also enjoys making friends. Then shall I keep you company for a while? Let's go, old man, bring the thing along, we can close up shop today. The cultivator with the surname Chun warmly cleared a path for Yin Quan, leading him away from the place. Soon Yin Quan was taken to a small building deep in the black market. Brother Chun, do you usually work here? You are indeed a simple person. On black market dealings, this is just a place to rest. Don't take it amiss, Brother Chu, come drink this a high-grade fine wine. This? Yin Quan looked at Chun Dao Yu, who was enthusiastically drinking a few cups, so he casually took a sip, finding that the wine was indeed just ordinary strong celestial wine, which put him at ease. Brother Chu, let's get back to business. Do you really recognize what that stone statue is? Chun Dao Yu asked. Behind him, Yin Quan could see the shadows of his alien bodyguards outside the building. It's merely a transformation of a Feather Clan member in a life-or-death situation. How could I not know? Yin Quan said with a smile after being pulled to drink another cup of strong liquor by Chun Dao Yu. Chapter 47, A Girl Run. Right? I knew we would definitely meet someone with good taste. Chun Dao Yu clapped his hands. Friend, you are also quite bold. The Feather Clan is one of the major clans in the higher planes. If this is some big shot from the Feather Clan, wouldn't it be an impending disaster? Yin Quan said slowly. I understand this, and indeed fear that this may be a big figure from the Feather Clan, but the benefits involved are not small. What benefits? Are you looking to utilize the Feather Clan's ability to elevate artifacts? Or the Feather Clan's knowledge of the souls of all things? Or are you hoping to use the wings to create a sky-splitting artifact? If Brother Chun intends to acquire a Feather Clan slave, I would still advise caution. Brother Chu, you are exaggerating. I don't have that kind of courage. I'm well aware of the fate of those who offend the Feather Clan. Chun Dao Yu sighed, but after casting a glance at Yin Quan, he quickly changed the subject. Aren't you already considering flipping it? Rather than flipping it, it's more about finding someone of lower status or someone who doesn't dare to reveal their identity, who can keep the information safe. That's why it's being showcased in such a mid-level black market. Yin Quan said slowly. Good. I've been waiting for someone as clever as you, Brother Chu. I'll come drink. Chun Dao Yu suddenly laughed heartily and pushed several cups of wine towards Yin Quan. But I wonder, how much do you know about the Feather Clan? How much do I know? Yin Quan drank another cup, feeling the effects of the alcohol gradually kicking in. I think I might know enough for what Brother Chun wants to do. It will be useful for such matters, Yin Quan said with a smile that was not quite a smile. Shall we discuss it in detail? The Chun surname cultivator happily poured Yin Quan another glass of wine and waved for several graceful foreign women to come in. Come, young Master Chu, have another drink. Young Master Chu, may I give you a shoulder massage? Although Yin Quan found this extravagant, he had no choice but to play along with the Chun surname cultivator's antics, thinking to finalize the deal quickly. Soon 2 hours passed, and both Yin Quan and the Chun surname cultivator were thoroughly intoxicated. However, seeing that the business had been settled, Yin Quan did not agree to continue the wine gathering. Brother Chun, let's meet again tomorrow, Yin Quan said, slowly rising to leave the small building. Brother Chu, it's worth it to make a friend like you today, so let's stick to the plan and meet tomorrow. Ahua, go call for a carriage to take young Master Chu back to his residence. Yes. Young master, please follow me. Quan did not refuse the foreign woman who was assisting him, knowing that this was also a test from Shi, and naturally there was no need to deny him face. Young master, let's go. Along the way, the foreign woman frequently displayed her charm to Quan, who naturally understood that this was also Shi's intention. However, the foreign woman had her own thoughts. She saw Quan and Shi enjoying their conversation and thought that if she could take advantage of the situation to be given to Quan, she could escape that place. She secretly took advantage of Quan's drunken stupor to remove his mask, gazing at the heroic features that faintly emerged in the night. She felt that Quan was 100 times better than the greasy cultivators she had entertained before, and he seemed to be her preferred type. Young master, what do you think of me? The foreign female cultivator inched closer and asked, indeed the most beautiful among Shi's subordinates. If young master wishes for me to accompany you tonight, it wouldn't be a problem. It's quite ordinary, I suppose. Quan replied, slowly realizing that he had been tricked into drinking so much by Shi today, but it seemed to indeed benefit the transaction. Young master, how can you say such things about me? The foreign woman teased, thinking Quan was definitely joking, as she was confident in her beauty. However, she had no idea what level of beauty Quan was accustomed to. Young master, we've arrived. Let me help you to your room. Upon reaching their destination, the foreign woman did not rush to leave, as she believed that Quan was just being coy, and as long as she could win him over today, she would have a chance to escape that place. However, Quan was confused, truly thinking that Shi wanted him to accept these offers, which put him in a difficult position. Miss, it's really not necessary. Quan said, somewhat dazedly, wondering why the alcohol affected him so strongly. He felt his head spinning and allowed the foreign woman to pull him forward in a haze. Young master, we've entered. By the way, which room are you in? The foreign woman supported Quan as they made their way into the expansive lobby of the inn. I've waited long enough. Quan must have run away. I need to go catch him, said the princess. But part of his storage bags is still in the room. Logically, he should return. Also, you should put on your mask. A look at you. The person has already fled. Why wear a mask? If Quan can't be found, how are you going to compensate the princess? The princess exclaimed, I can't be without him. At that moment, two celestial-looking female cultivators descended from the building. It was Long Kai Lu and Miao Yutao. The foreign woman stared at the two heavenly beauties, completely stunned. At that moment, she realized for the first time in her life that she was so vastly different from other women. It was like heaven and earth. Moreover, to have two such celestial beings at once, each with their own unique charm. Some cultivators who had previously noticed her were now completely captivated by the two women not far ahead. Isn't that Miao Xianzi from the Xian sect? Why is she here? I can't be dreaming. It's really Miao Xianzi, and the one next to her is also stunningly beautiful. Miao Xianzi is actually staying in the same place as me. Do I have a chance? Chance. Hurry and inform those young masters. Perhaps I can gain some benefits. This makes sense. The foreign woman could only silently lament. Life is like this. Some are born as prodigies with stars supporting the moon. How could she compare? She just hoped to no longer be a slave, to live well and do the things she wanted to do. If the young master was comparing her to them, then she was indeed quite ordinary. However, she felt she had no need to compete with those two celestial beings. They had their own matchless talents, like those young masters from prominent families. After all, they would definitely not look down on her, but having this young master Chu by her side was already quite good. After all, everyone has their own preferences. If she could follow young master Chu, she would feel quite content. Young master, hand me the room token. I'll take you back to your room, the foreign woman said seductively, pulling Quan closer while beginning to search for the token on his waist. Suddenly, she felt the gazes of those around her shift towards her. Realizing this, she looked up and saw the two celestial beings standing not 2 meters in front of her and Quan. The colorful-haired celestial's pupils narrowed, staring fiercely at the two, her small fists clenched so tightly that faint blood marks began to appear on her palms. The blue-haired celestial initially looked confused and dazed as she stared at them, but gradually her expression began to show unmistakable anger along with inexplicable disdain and disgust. Young master, it seems we are blocking the way. The foreign woman said, a bit scared, trying to pull Quan to the side. What? Quan muttered drowsily, lifting his head to observe the situation. Miss Run. Quan suddenly turned his head and said earnestly to the foreign girl. Let me explain. Cough, cough. On the inn's single bed, Quan, choked by the grip on his neck, could only speak with difficulty. The dragon princess had delicate hair, allowing Quan to struggle feebly against her, but her slim waist remained unmoving as she sat atop him. Next to her, the blue-haired celestial sat coldly on the edge of the bed, holding a cup of tea. Phew. Shouldn't we listen to what he has to say? Miao Yutao looked at Long Kai Lu, who was still venting, feeling a bit of inexplicable dissatisfaction, as she also wanted to vent. What a joke, she just went out for a bit and ended up in such a place. And got drunk. What on earth did he do? It's simply unreasonable. Quan naturally felt quite unlucky, and he originally thought there was no way he should be managed by these two young ladies. Speaking of which, he never had any real relationship with them. Why did it turn out this way? What further explanation is needed? You even protect that vixen, allowing her to escape. This must be that kind of relationship. Long Kai Lu shouted, increasing her grip a bit more. But, regardless, it wouldn't be good to injure someone publicly. That kind of thing I can do too. Why do you have to sneak out to enjoy yourself, proving that I can't let you out of my sight for even a moment? That kind of thing, Miao Yutao was taken aback, her face turning red instantly. Regardless, that kind of thing. It should only be done after marriage, she said, tightly clenching her hands, while Quan felt utterly confused by the two women. Not to mention Long Kai Lu was controlling her strength, loosening her grip just before he was about to pass out, allowing him to recover for a bit. Such repetition was unbearable. I only went out to discuss. Cough, cough. You reek of those women's scent. What else can you argue? Upon mentioning it, there are indeed traces of rouge on your clothes. Miao Yutao immediately pointed out the places on Quan's clothes that had been touched by those foreign female cultivators. Quan had no retort. Being served by those foreign women was indeed something he had passively accepted. There was no way to explain, but he truly hadn't done anything shameful. Why were these two's reactions so extreme? Those are the slaves of that person. He insisted on bringing them up. So you admit it? Long Kai Lu said, darkly tightening her grip, further her mind filled with the idea of completely incapacitating Quan and keeping him by her side for life. What are you doing? Long Kai Lu's tail, which had been relaxed, was suddenly grabbed by Quan, and in a panic, she finally released her grip. Phew. Phew. Taking this opportunity, Quan hurriedly got up and gasped for air. I told you it was a misunderstanding. And you clearly went out this morning. I only set off alone after that. They insisted on arranging for me, and there were a bunch of bodyguards. I had no way to refuse. This morning, Long Kai Lu said there was a familiar aura in the Xiantian Palace and wanted me to bring her in to take a look. So Miao Yutao replied, calmly, feeling that Quan did not seem to be lying. Is it that someone from your family came to capture you back? You wanted to sneakily conceal it from me, so you secretly went to investigate. Quan retorted to Long Kai Lu, taking the chance to distance himself from both women. I couldn't find the source of that familiar aura. It must have just been someone from my clan passing by. Long Kai Lu replied, but her small panicked eyes darted everywhere, never daring to look at Quan. You caused too much trouble. I don't want to take you with me anymore, Quan said coldly. I did not cause trouble. It's clearly your problem. This morning I behaved obediently, wearing the mask as you asked. Right, Miao Yutao? Today I did follow your orders quite well. She probably feared that someone from the Dragon Palace had truly arrived. Quan sighed and sat down on a nearby seat. Cough, cough. In any case, I went to the black market today to find something I wanted. In such a place, it was unavoidable to have some traces of rouge. Moreover, even if I did go to that kind of place, there's no need for you to. Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed the two women's angry stares and could only stop speaking begrudgingly. If I find out you really went to that kind of place and interacted with those vixens, you know what the consequences will be. I wouldn't mind eliminating a lecherous nuisance from the world right now. That's simply unreasonable. Quan angrily began to speak, but before he could finish, he was pulled back by Long Kai Lu's tail. Tomorrow, take me to see that black market you mentioned. I want to see who is so powerful to force you to arrange vixens for you. You should be concerned about whether that aura is someone familiar to you. If it really is, then I estimate I'll be in trouble. With this princess around, it will definitely be fine, Long Kai Lu said, hugging Quan tightly. Could you be a bit more composed? By the way, could you two return to your own room? I paid for 2 rooms, didn't I? Neither of the two women responded, as if Quan's words were as good as non-existent. Miao Xianzi, you should know not to learn from this unreasonable dragon. Why can she stay with me, but I can't stay with her? Miao Yutao said displeasedly, turning her head away, clearly not planning to pay attention to Quan. Miao Yutao is just saying one thing, but thinking another. She clearly likes it too. I'll be quiet. Seeing that the two women had started bickering again, Quan could only sigh and hold his head in exasperation. What kind of days are these? After another difficult night, aside from the dazed Quan, the two women were refreshed the next day. Hurry up, why haven't we arrived yet? I promised to help you deal with that black market boss who was coercing you. Wait, are you leading us in circles? Miao Yutao exclaimed in surprise as she was paying for the candied hawthorn sticks beside Long Kai Lu, recognizing that they had seen the candied hawthorn vendor not long ago. Cough, cough. So what if we did? Wow. Look, it's Miao Xianzi from the Xian sect. And the Dragon Princess. Quan took a few steps back, blending into the crowd, and took advantage of Miao Yu Tao's moment of distraction to shout, causing the two women to become the center of attention. What? You? My mask. That bastard Yin Quan is trying to run. Miao Yu Tao and Long Kai Lu both exclaimed simultaneously, wanting to chase after Yin Quan, who had disappeared into the dense crowd. Ah, it really is Yu Tao. A woman wearing a veil suddenly leaned out from a majestic celestial ship in the nearby splendid procession, calling to Miao Yu Tao. Kylo, what are you doing here? Suddenly another person appeared in front of the two women, tall and with unusual eyes. Upon closer inspection, she resembled Long Kai Lu and was also a hidden dragon. Ah, Aunt. Aye. Long Kai Lu said in a fluster, stammering, while secretly using her dragon tail to carry out some mischievous actions behind her back. Bastard Yin Quan, I will never trust you again. When I catch you, I will incapacitate you, and then. Don't play tricks on me, is it not chaotic enough? The tall dragon woman unleashed a binding force, directly restraining Long Kai Lu and limiting her movements. I don't care what you are messing around with here. From now on, you have to follow me, and after my matters here are settled, you will return with me. Aunt. Yu Tao, I heard people say you already arrived yesterday. Oh, I didn't expect to run into you here. Quickly get on my celestial ship. We will return to the palace together. My brother has been thinking about you. Oh, just give him a chance. The woman who had just appeared in front of Miao Yu Tao said, playfully pulling her along. No. I have things to do. I heard you went to the palace yesterday to ask about the soul spirit grass. By coincidence, I have some reliable information. The woman leaned closer to Miao Yu Tao and whispered. Seeing Long Kai Lu being forcibly taken away, and Yin Quan long gone, Miao Yu Tao felt her power of law operating, only to discover that the tracking seals she and Long Kai Lu had placed on Yin Quan had disappeared. In a state of dilemma, she could only follow the woman onto her celestial ship. At this moment, Yin Quan was leaning against a wall in a narrow alley, gasping for breath. Ha 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 ha. My plans along the way were not in vain. Layout. Ha ha ha, finally I can be alone again. Yin Quan said with a smile, satisfied as he took out a piece of clothing from his storage bag and burned it on the spot. This was the celestial puppet robe he had been wearing, which those two girls had often placed tracking seals on. He was well aware of it. Thus he had been wearing this celestial puppet robe that could concentrate the tracking seals on it. Now he was waiting for the opportunity presented by the crowded day to shake off the two. In fact, he had wanted to escape yesterday, but he didn't dare to act rashly, not knowing what those two were up to. Although he had anticipated that someone in the palace lord's entourage would recognize Miao Yu Tao, he didn't expect that Long Kai Lu actually had acquaintances there. While it saved him the trouble of avoiding Long Kai Lu, he hoped that person wouldn't be one of those who had seen him. After being excited for a while, Yin Quan calmed down, tidied up his luggage, discarded the hotel room token, and set off towards yesterday's black market. Chapter 49, Trapped. Ha ha, Brother Chu, I knew you wouldn't go back on your word. The slightly plump cultivator greeted Yin Quan, quickly hiding his anxious expression and stepping forward to call out. Brother Chun, I was delayed a bit on the road today. Please don't mind it. Not at all. Ahua told me all about it yesterday. Brother Chu ran into a small situation. After all, we're all men. Understanding is key. Brother Chin, let's stop joking and get down to business. I know Brother Chu is indeed a man of action. Shall we depart? After Chin Shi spoke, he took his several alien bodyguards and headed together with Yin Quan to a bunker in the deep mountains outside the city. Originally, Yin Quan saw an alien he had not encountered yesterday in the crowd, but after observing him curiously for a while, he chose not to pay more attention. After all, Chin Shi had many alien slaves. Brother Chu, look, the formation is all set up. Chin Shi brought Yin Quan into a small chamber and said, Brother Chin, although using this formation with the forgetting stone can erase this Feather Clan person's memory. However, if what we're about to do gets exposed, isn't it a bit too risky? Yin Quan pretended to ponder, speaking in a concerned tone. Don't worry, as long as Brother Chu truly knows where the Feather Clan's vital point is, we have ways to sign a contract with her. At that time, with a forgetful Feather Clan slave, won't we have gained something? In the end, it was still about capturing her as a slave, this unafraidedy slave trader. Brother Chin, about what I want, I'm not sure. Ha ha, Brother Chu, you're such a person. Fine, I'll make an exception for you this once. Chin Shi called to the several slaves behind him and soon got a dark black token. Brother Chu just needs to take this token to the arena where the Foundation establishment cultivators are battling. Find the Gold Master, and he can exchange it for a chance to teleport across continents. Since you're going far, Brother Chu, need not worry about the consequences. Just give it your all and leave the rest to me. That sounds good, Yin Quan said, extending his hand to take the token while also adjusting his celestial puppet robe used for disguise. Good, then let's start. Chin Shi spread his hands and said, and several alien bodyguards obeyed, standing around the formation. As the formation began to activate, the Feather Clan stone statue at the center of the formation also began to emit a faint light. Seeing the formation successfully opening, Chin Shi stepped forward to operate it. The task assigned to Yin Quan was to probe into the vital point of this Feather Clan girl. At the moment she awoke in her weakened state, forcibly signing the master-slave contract. Forget it, I don't even know why this Feather Clan young lady ended up like this after all. It doesn't concern me, right? Quan murmured to himself. Brother Chu. As the stone statue's exterior began to crumble, the young lattice snowy white exterior gradually revealed. However, Shi sensed that the formation was becoming unstable, so he shouted at Quan. Cough, let's use the forgetting stone first. Quan calmly said. Oh yes, yes. Shi quickly took out a transparent blue stone from his bag and cast a spell on the Feather Clan girl's stone statue. Brother Chu, act quickly now. Shi urged, feeling that something was off with this formation, but couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. He could only hastily urge Quan to act. Quan slowly raised his hand using the celestial puppet robe to channel a stream of spiritual power into the girl's vital point. Bang! With a loud bang, the stone statue suddenly exploded, enveloping the center of the formation in stone dust. Cough. Brother Chu, what is happening? Hearing the commotion from Shi beside him, Quan quickly stepped back a few paces and looked towards Shi. Soon as the dust settled, a slender young lady was seen holding Shi's throat with one hand, her back adorned with 3 pairs of translucent wings. Quan looked around and found that aside from the one alien he hadn't seen before, all of Shi's other bodyguards had been cut into pieces. Such a familiar feeling, I didn't expect to have unexpected gains. The young lady tilted her head slightly, her stunningly beautiful face turned towards Quan, her white pupils staring directly at him. Although the latter was wearing a mask, he felt that it was now of little use. Miss, I don't understand, what do you mean? The surviving alien beside him began to speak, and then his body started to undergo a tremendous transformation, ultimately revealing a Feather Clan appearance with a pair of wings. Of course you are a guest of our Feather Clan from hundreds of years ago, am I wrong, Kaching? Damn, Shi, not even realizing there was a spy among his own. The formation was definitely tampered with, having been deceived for so long. All those greedy thoughts were just making a wedding dress for someone else. Quan cursed inwardly, but he had to stay calm for now. I didn't expect you to still be as cunning as ever. However, our grievances have lasted so long, they should be over by now. Although it was a bit hasty earlier, I still inscribed the means to destroy the formation within your vital point. So the precautions you prepared are useless. What? You weren't going to sign a master-slave contract? The male Feather Clan exclaimed in surprise, looking helplessly at Yui. Of course, anyone who can be a guest of my Feather Clan is not without ability. Yui said, her tone still very composed. She released her grip, letting go of Shi, who was about to have his neck crushed. Since you like to make aliens into slaves from now on, you can also be a slave yourself? Yui teased, casting a spell to forcibly destroy Shi's Daoruit, then signaling to her subordinate, who pulled Shi out of the small chamber. When did you figure it out? Yui said softly, her celestial dress sparkling and translucent, swaying slightly with her graceful figure. Well, since you have already broken free, I don't want to stir up trouble. If you let me leave here safely, I will naturally dismantle the formation I destroyed. Quan retreated a few steps and said, Ha ha ha, you're making me laugh to death. What? Still pretending to be serious? In your current state, even if you activate the formation, it won't cause me much harm. Why not come and be my steward? Yui laughed, her wings fluttering, and as Quan reacted, her delicate hand clutched around his neck. Oh, by the way, what about that wretched person beside you? Didn't you always protect her? Where is she now? Once I get my revenge, she won't escape either. Yui said, increasing the pressure of her grip. So familiar, What? Is that wretched person also your discarded card? Abandoned. I knew it, people like you will eventually have this day. Yui looked at Quan with contempt. Let go. Of me? Quan stammered, raising his hand to slowly release spiritual power through his celestial puppet robe. He saw Yui's abdomen gradually glowing, and a warm sensation began to spread from deep within. What did you do? Yui exclaimed, releasing her grip on Quan. Quan gasped a few times before slowly speaking. Actually, it's not about destroying the formation, it's the master-slave contract, but it's a contract I made with you. The method I used is different from that guy Shi's. What I just did was merely a stalling tactic, and now it seems the contract has finally stabilized, and you no longer have time to change it. Quan continued to control the contract, sealing Yui's powers. You dare? You shameless scoundrel, even if you escape today, by luck you will still be hunted down by my clan endlessly in the future. Yui's beautiful eyes were filled with anger, her silver teeth clenched tightly, glaring fiercely at Quan. Tisk fairy, are you speaking to me now? Is this how you should address me? Quan chuckled and used the contract to punish Yui slightly. Ah, you bastard. How dare you treat me like this? He'll tear you apart and make sure you huff, die a bad death. Quan looked at the scene in exasperation. How could this young lady be so stubborn? Why is her pride so high? It's more difficult to convince her than Long Kai Lo. No fairy, I've said it before, the grievances from hundreds of years ago are long past. We both have urgent matters to attend to now. Can't we compromise a bit? Quan leaned closer to Yue. Otherwise, I can only strike first. Quan threatened forcefully, pulling Yue's hand, lifting her up. Unexpectedly, Yue had already gone limp and collapsed directly into Quan's arms. Dare you move me and see? Do you know what will happen next? Yue scolded playfully, leaning against Quan, yet she only tightly gripped him, trying to resist. What a stubborn girl who won't yield. Quan felt a wave of helplessness. If her subordinate returned, he wasn't sure he could handle it. Oh, Fairy, perhaps you don't know my methods, do you? Do you think your subordinate will come to save you? Quan said coolly, lifting Yue and placing her in a corner by the wall. What are you going to do? Seeing Quan staring intently at her chest, Yue panicked and asked. Don't worry, I'm not doing anything. Quan slowly said, beginning to take off his clothes. You can't be thinking of violating me. If you dare do that once I break free, they'll make sure to grind you to dust. Yue bit her silver teeth, threatening fiercely, but unfortunately under Quan's control, she was now powerless. Yet Quan's expression remained unfazed. After removing most of his clothing, he began to undress Yue. Oh, how dare you actually do this? I won't let you go even if I die. Even if you violated me, I won't admit it. Come on, I wouldn't care. Just consider it a mosquito bite. Don't get too proud. Even if a child is born, I wouldn't admit he is. Stop. I never knew you had so many chaotic thoughts in your mind. Quan could no longer listen, prompting him to quickly interrupt Yue. If she continued, he was afraid he would truly lose his reputation as a good young man in the cultivation world. I say, you clearly scared like this, why can't you just admit defeat? Quan looked at Yue, whose eyes were brimming with tears and her body trembling slightly. I will never bow to someone like you. If I do it, I will definitely not let you go. Quan sighed, placing Yue's outer dress aside, then draping his own celestial puppet robe over himself. What is this? Have you given up? You're smart, I knew you wouldn't dare. No. Why do you keep boasting even in this situation? Do you wish for me to truly do something to you? Quan realized why those villains from his past life couldn't help but act out. When encountering someone like this, would it be a matter of whether to act or not, while still facing accusations of incompetence? Yue continued to glare at Quan, her stunning face puffing up with two little bulges of anger. You might as well stop talking. Quan observed as the celestial puppet robe was set up, using a spirit stone to transform it into the appearance of Yue's outer dress. Afterward, Quan imposed a command on the contract, forbidding Yue from speaking. To be honest, given Quan's current abilities, although he had the contract in place, relying on a magical tool to drive it would ultimately have its limits. If Yue discovered this and made a desperate counterattack, he might really lose control. Get up, Quan commanded. The celestial puppet robe responded to the command and directly controlled Yue, who was shocked to see herself standing up, but could not speak, only continuing to glare at Quan. How's that fair, you? Quite fitting, isn't it? Quan smiled, changing into another outfit similar to the one he had before. Not long after, another Feather Clan member walked in, and to Quan's surprise, he was followed by 7 or 8 more Feather Clans. There are actually so many people. Fortunately, they all have a single pair of wings. They are not high-ranking Feather Clans and did not pursue me before. Quan analyzed in his heart, thankful that it hadn't turned into a mutual destruction situation. Miss, everything is tidied up outside, and Chun Sure has been captured as a slave. His influence is considerable and can be used by us. Next, should we return to the clan to report the news and conduct your 8-winged advancement, or should we seek revenge on that person? The leading Feather Clan knelt to report. Miss, did I do something wrong? But he could only see Yue, who was silent and had a face full of anger, and it seemed her face was a bit flushed. The miss has given orders, settle down first, and then discuss things in detail. Quan stepped forward calmly, while controlling Yue to move forward without waiting for the reactions of the other Feather Clans. What are you standing around for? Clean up the scene, collect all useful items, and dispose of the rest. Then disguise everything and control Chun Sure to gradually infiltrate and take over his territory. Finally, compile all the identity information of the lurking Feather Clans for me. Cough cough for the miss to review. Quan ordered. This. Kuching, you are still. I am now under the miss as a steward. From now on, what I say is what the miss says. Don't you understand? Yes. And also all the items that can be found in Chun Sure's base, his specific identity and influence information must be given to me. Cough cough for the miss to review. Watching the members of the Feather Clan leave in unison to carry out their tasks, Quan also satisfactorily controlled Yue to leave this place and then return to a mansion belonging to Chun Sure in the city. I didn't expect this fellow to be so wealthy, with just a subsidiary mansion of this scale. Now it seems he can only reap what he sows, being too greedy. However, humans are like this, aren't they, Fairy? Quan said, sitting in the main seat of the mansion's living room, addressing Yue beside him. For the past few days, he had been issuing orders to the Feather Clan here, efficiently handling everything and successfully integrating the Feather Clan into Chunshir's influence, perfectly keeping this force operational. As for the supplies he had collected, naturally they ended up in his pocket, but he wasn't greedy. He only took a portion that he needed for his future escape. The remaining majority he arranged for the Feather Clan to continue developing this force, gathering the Feather Clan's power. After all, this was the only way to keep the Feather Clan from suspecting him. He just needed to wait a few days for the opening of the Shantian Treasure Conference, go there to cash in and maximize his profits before leaving gracefully. There shouldn't be any major issues. After all, he still had control. Moreover, to control Yue, he had the Feather Clan continue to collect high-quality spirit stones, which he used to manipulate the Xianlai robe and the contract. This whole setup really annoyed that young lady. How are you tired of staring at me? Don't you see him helping you develop the power of the Feather Clan here? If you keep that up, they might start spreading rumors that you're secretly in love with me. Quan teased, looking at the piles of information in his hands, all of which he had ordered to be collected, containing various intelligence. Upon hearing this, Yue trembled, quickly averting her gaze and tightly clenching her small hands. Damn it, damn it, damn it. How could anyone like a scoundrel like you? To think that to watch me, you made this lady share a room with you, and even made me sleep on the floor. Just wait, I will definitely not let you off the hook. Yue's heart was filled with fury, yet she could only helplessly watch Quan, who was reclining with his legs crossed, assigning tasks to his subordinates. She increasingly realized that Quan's clear rewards and punishments, his astute and proper arrangements, made her young subordinates seem to listen to him more and more. In the past, they would at least check her expression. Although she couldn't speak, they would still ask for her opinion. Recently, they had even stopped asking her altogether. It seemed she was being sidelined. Chapter 51, or being schemed against. Chunshir's influence is quite significant. I hope he doesn't draw too much attention from the Shantian Palace too soon. After another busy day, Quan sighed about the fatigue of these past few days in the main room of the mansion. Bang! Next to him, Yue struggled with all her might and smashed a vase to express her inner dissatisfaction. If you keep doing that, the Xianlai robe will only tighten even more, Quan reminded. However, I do have something I want to discuss with you. I'll unlock your speech restraint later, but don't shout randomly, or you know what the consequences will be. Quan stepped forward to threaten her, looking at Yue with what he thought was a fierce expression. Yue silently looked at Quan and obediently nodded. Now that I've unlocked it. There, scoundrel, bug, you dare treat me like this. As soon as Yue realized she could speak, she started shouting angrily. To prevent her from unleashing a torrent of curses from her heart, Quan quickly covered her small mouth with his hand. You little brat. Even if you shout, no one will hear you. Quan said angrily. He had intentionally not arranged any personnel in the vicinity precisely to prevent this. After hearing this, Yue fell silent, tears shimmering in her eyes. Now you know to cry? If you speak properly, I'll let you go once I've sorted out my affairs here. Quan said actually he didn't want to provoke the Feather Clan anymore. The current situation was truly a last resort. He'll gradually let go. Let's have a proper talk, okay? Otherwise you won't be able to speak at all next. Yue nodded again. Quan sighed helplessly. Although he had anticipated what would happen, he still slowly released his hand. You scum! You deserve to lose all your cultivation. This lady will sooner or later deal with you. Yue shouted halfway before seeing Quan's worn-out silent expression. She suddenly stopped her outburst, not knowing what she was thinking. Are you done? Why do girls always like to hum? Quan felt helpless, but the main issue was still pressing. Anyway, now that your cultivation is sealed by me, we're more or less in the same boat, aren't we? Let me ask you, why are you here, and why did you use life-saving measures? Quan said as he sat down on a nearby tea table. What does that have to do with you? Why are you always so stubborn with me? I had a good relationship with your father, at least before that incident. Speaking of which, he even asked me if I wanted to marry you back then. Quan joked. However, this was actually a joke made by Yue's father at the dinner table at that time. Then why didn't you marry? I asked you why you didn't marry. Aren't you your father's guest official? Why betray? Why leave when we needed you the most? At that time, I was also compelled. Your Feather Clan had its own disputes, and I wasn't foolish enough to seek trouble myself. However, I did leave your father with several strategies. Seeing you safe and sound now, he should have successfully adopted my plans. Was that secret letter and strategy left by you? Yue suddenly realized and fell silent. You have indeed grown a lot in these years. I almost didn't recognize you. However, let me teach you one more principle on behalf of your father. In this world, many things are beyond your control and mine. Sometimes matters rely on strength, sometimes on strategy, sometimes it also depends on a bit of luck. In short, the only reliable things in the world are those that are currently advantageous to you, and let go of the past as much as you can. Don't let your anger towards your enemies cloud your judgment, Quan said slowly. Of course I know I will eventually deal with that bastard Nangong Xin myself. It really is related to the deputy master of the Shantian Palace. The Feather Clan will arrange personnel to help you soon, so I don't know if you can cooperate with me then. What do you mean? So someone has arrived, you have no way out, and are coming to seek my help. That's not seeking help. I didn't help Chinshur deal with you that day, and I even helped you stabilize the Feather Clan's power to prevent exposure. I didn't ask for any reward for that. Moreover, I've let you curse me every day without saying anything. Don't you think you should thank me properly? Quan said, directly pinching Yu's delicate face. You? Then hurry up and get this damned robe off me. Also dissolve this damned contract. I can't assure you that I'll let you go with this temper. What will you do? However, I can allow you to speak to move freely, but the contract will still have to wait until I leave before I dissolve it, and it won't delay your revenge. How about that? Now that I haven't gone to report to anyone, and am helping you here, it should sufficiently demonstrate my sincerity, right? No matter what, compared to your great vengeance, I should be relatively unimportant, shouldn't I, Then put away your tattered robe. Hey, I don't want to wear this robe after you've had it on for so many days. Quan said, reaching out to put away the Xianlai robe. Once the Xianlai robe was taken away, Yue felt a wave of relief. She could now move freely. However, the remaining piece of undergarment and the vast expanse of white made the atmosphere instantly freeze. What is this shamelessness? Yue shouted, wanting to rush forward to hit Quan, but she understood that he was still restraining her power, so charging at him would be futile. So she could only quickly run to the nearby bed and cover herself with the blanket. I forgot you weren't wearing anything underneath. Quan awkwardly said as he took out Yue's original clothes from his storage bag and tossed them onto the bed. Then let's wish for a pleasant cooperation. Also get up. I want to sleep now. You made me sleep on the floor for several days. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Fine, I hope you can prioritize the bigger picture. I will go to the side room. We can discuss the details tomorrow. Hearing the mumbling from under the blanket, Quan could only prepare to leave helplessly, as she was indeed not very convenient. Suddenly, there was some movement from under the blanket. Quan looked down curiously and saw a small hand suddenly reach out and grab him. What are you doing? Before Quan could finish his sentence, he felt a tremendous force pulling him, and he was thrown onto the bed. As the world spun around, Quan realized that his hands were being controlled by Yue, who was pressing him down on his back. Haha, did you forget that our Feather Clan surpasses your human race in sheer physical strength? The previous influence of your contract made me weak, so I deliberately pretended to be weak to make you lower your guard. You've been using your hands to control the contract. Don't tell me you were secretly borrowing spirit stones to maintain control. Now let's see you control me again. Crap, this little brat isn't shy at all. She's just purely scheming. Quan thought nervously. Let me think about how to get my revenge for these past few days. Yue laughed, completely unconcerned, as Quan struggled with her gaze sweeping over her own fair skin. Hey, I want to know, when you were living with that lowly person before, did you do anything? Yue leaned down, pressing Quan down with one hand. Why do you always protect her? What benefits did she give you back then? Aren't you only after interests? Why did she occupy your thoughts back then? Let me go, Yue, you're eroding my trust in you. I won't let you go. What will you do about it? You dared to strip me of my clothes. Now I will make you pay for it. What are you doing? Haha, keep being arrogant. Weren't you just so grandstanding? No, you bandit my clothes. Strip them off. Keep stripping. This lady will let you strip as much as you want. Yue, you. Stop, you fairy, you. I really can't take this off. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Quan could only helplessly concede to maintain his last line of defense, and upon hearing this, Yue indeed stopped. After all, you have made contributions to my family before. Although you are still a wanted criminal to the Feather Clan, if you can help me take revenge this time, I will give you a chance to redeem yourself. Yue said with satisfaction, using force to flip Quan over. To prevent him from borrowing spirit stones, she had already thrown his storage bag far away. What opportunity? Quan said slowly, his gaze shifting aside. This little brat clearly wasn't shy at all. She had been pretending, wanting to feign weakness. Actually, I still admire your abilities. And you also look quite to my liking. I can make an exception and continue to keep you as my assistant if you fulfill your duties and assist me. How about that? Yue teased, the scent of her perfume lingering around Quan as her delicate hands kept teasing him. You wouldn't really be like what fairy you said, having feelings for me, would you? And why are you targeting Miao Yutao? She has no grievance with you at all. Quan said with his usual emotionless expression, speaking slowly. How could I like you? You should take a look at your own identity. How could you be worthy of me? I would never like you. How could I like a human? Nonsense. Nonsense. This is just pure nonsense. I absolutely do not like you. Yue flusteredly explained, her face quickly turning a shade of red as she realized how open she was being with Quan. At the same time, feeling that she had lost her composure, a sense of shame surged within her, and in her anger, she planned to continue undressing Quan. Wait, I get it now, I get it, I don't like you, it was just a joke, haha. Let's calm down and have a good talk, shall we? Being in charge requires a proper demeanor. In the future, if I say one, you better not say two, or you're finished, understood. As for that lowly person, if it weren't for her always coveting my possessions. Cough, cough, my feather clan's possessions, would I make things difficult for her? You are being too domineering. I understand, can you let me go for now? They'll keep your things safe for now. Tonight you will sleep on the floor right there, the place where you made me sleep these days. After saying this, Yue quickly changed into her clothes. Quan knew she was very clever and had been collecting items without triggering the contract's punishment. As long as everything proceeded according to plan, the process didn't matter. Clearly, I watched you grow up before. How did this little brat become so willful now? Quan got up, tidied up a bit, and couldn't help but mutter under his breath. What did you say? Nothing at all. I heard you loud and clear, come here. Aha, fairy, you must have misheard. Quan explained with a fake smile, quickly hiding behind a nearby tea table. Calm down with this time, wouldn't it be better to discuss how to take revenge? Quan said, looking at Yue on the other side of the tea table. You and I are only in a cooperative relationship, oh don't overdo it. I'm only trying not to make things too awkward for your father's sake. Quan said as he and Yue circled around the tea table several times. I really have to say, during that time with you and Miao Yu Tao, my life was truly miserable. You stop right there. Did you not rest well yesterday? A young Feather Clan official asked in the mansion's working hall. Cough, cough, it's a small matter. How are the preparations for the Xiantian Treasure Conference in a few days? Quan spoke slowly from his secondary position with Yue in the main seat, who had tormented him all night yesterday. Replying to Yin, the preparations have been completed as required. Have the people from above arrived? Yue's beautiful eyes moved slightly, her elegant black hair gently swaying her extraordinary face, also showing a hint of fatigue. Her sudden interjection surprised some members of the Feather Clan in the hall, and some even looked towards Quan first, their initial reaction being to see what Quan thought. Cough, cough, you all should report honestly. Answer, miss. Quan quickly said, then looked aside, and indeed saw Yue, who was gritting her teeth. Yu Chio arrived yesterday, and after connecting with our people below, arranged to stay in the miscellaneous residence, as per Guan's request. What? Are you all crazy listening to this scoundrel's words? Yu Chio is your true steward. Go and invite him here. Yue exclaimed in shock, then glared fiercely at Quan. Quan feigned innocence, secretly sipping tea and turning his head away to avoid eye contact with Yue. After all, he had already obtained what he wanted and made the necessary arrangements. It did seem a bit inappropriate for Yu Chio to continue staying there. By the way, he also knew Yu Chio, who was a human raised by the Feather Clan since childhood. He was quite clever, and considering everything, he could be seen as Yue's childhood sweetheart. Since he was afraid Yu Chio would discover him yesterday, he casually gave a reason, saying that Yue didn't want to see him, and he even arranged for him to stay in the miscellaneous room for a day, making him think Yue was angry, thus deterring him from causing trouble. You finally agreed to see me. After all, I didn't descend to the lower realm with you, which almost led you into danger. I failed to protect you, so it is understandable that you are angry with me. Not long after, accompanied by a clear voice, a handsome young man appeared before everyone. Even if I have to stay in the miscellaneous room for a few more days, I am willing. Yu Chio said earnestly. Cough, cough. Quan beside him accidentally choked on his tea, and Yu Chio then noticed Quan beside Yue. It's you. You traitor, no, you thief. How dare you show your face here? What are you all hesitating for? Quickly capture him. Yu Chio shouted, pointing at Quan, but the surrounding members of the Feather Clan just looked at each other, not moving at all. What are you doing? This is the old demon, Yin. We spoke of our enemy in the Feather Clan. That's too much to call him an enemy. Quan said with a smile, looking at the side where Yue was holding her forehead. Yu Chio, just ignore Quan's matters. I have my own arrangements. Yue spoke up while glancing at Quan with a glare, urging him to behave. Quan didn't mind, as he wasn't interested in Yu Chio. As long as Yue didn't act so domineering, he was fine. Did your father send you to convey something? Oh, I see, you actually caught the old demon, Yin. Well done. The palace master sent me to assist you in managing the affairs of the Feather Clan here, and more personnel will be dispatched to ensure your safe return to the clan. Go back and tell my father that I cannot return yet. I want to take revenge personally, and let those thieves know the consequences of provoking our Feather Clan. Yue shouted, while Quan felt that her words carried hidden meaning. Huff. You all go down now, and continue with today's work as I instructed. Yes. Quan said. With so many eyes around, how could such important matters be discussed here? Yu Chio watched as everyone completely obeyed Quan's arrangement, stunned. Bring out the interdimensional mirror. I want to have a chat with an old friend. Quan propped his head up and yawned. How did you know I had the interdimensional mirror? Yu Chio shouted, stepping back to protect his waist. Just a guess. Quickly take it out. Anyway, I won't let you be alone with Yue. If you want to talk, it has to be now. Yin Quan said, stretching lazily. Yu Qiu, take it out to treat him like a dead man. Yu Yi said, knowing that Yin Quan would always keep an eye on her until he was sure she could leave safely. All right. Yu Qiu hesitated but slowly took out an ancient white mirror from his storage bag. After casting a few spells on the ancient mirror, it began to flicker gradually. Soon the ancient mirror seemed to connect to something emitting an increasingly bright light, and finally projected a figure in the air. You have made us worry so much, why haven't you returned quickly? The figure spoke, gradually becoming clearer. It was a handsome, tall, and slender middle-aged man looking weary. Father, our Feather Clan's treasure is indeed in the hands of that bastard Nangong Xian. I accidentally fell into his ambush and had to use a life-saving technique. I must make him pay blood for blood. Nonsense. Our Feather Clan is already restricted in this realm, and high-level clan members face even greater suppression here. How could you possibly compete with him on his turf? Come back quickly. This matter needs to be considered carefully, and don't let your mother and me keep worrying. Aye. Yui said, tightening her fists and lowering her head. Indeed, there are such restrictions between realms. The Feather Clan members here are not of high rank, so the suppression they face is less, allowing them to stay longer. However, Yin Quan found it strange that when he traveled across realms before, it seemed there were no such restrictions at all. Could it be because he was originally someone who traversed realms and reincarnated, not fitting into the rules of this world? To be honest, he had also been searching for such a person. Although he hadn't found anyone yet, he felt that he couldn't be the only one. The Palace Master's words are indeed reasonable. Let's take the old demon back first to prepare properly. Yu Qiu echoed from the side. Old demon. You are. Yin Xiao, brother. Master, you long time no see. Yin Quan greeted as he stood up. How did you end up here? Did you save Yi? I was wondering how Yi had been able to calm down and develop my clan's power so organizedly. If you were with her, that would make sense. More or less. What do you mean by more or less? Father, this bastard treated me. Yin Quan again covered Yi's mouth. Actually, there were some small frictions in between, but I am still helping her now. You are still the same, but you have to be prepared. On the surface, you are still a wanted criminal in our Feather Clan. Master, I naturally have plans for that. I am currently collaborating with your daughter. We plan to take advantage of the Xiantian Treasure Conference in a few days to probe the true situation of the Xiantian Palace, then slowly plan, as you suggested. The biggest problem now is that we don't know how many people in the Xiantian Palace are on Nangong Xian's side. Although this little man has done many things that are hard to justify, if the Xiantian Palace is filled with his followers, it will truly be difficult to handle. Exactly, so we plan to slowly negotiate with him using the forces we have developed here to uncover his true intentions. That can work. Our Feather Clan indeed hasn't developed any spy forces here. Do you think the same? I do. That's exactly it. Anyway, you only listen to that bastard. But you can't just let me go back like this. I must at least know where he hid our clan's treasure. Then I'll entrust everything to you, Yin Xiao, brother. Consider it as me owing you another favor. No need. I just happened to help out. However, I will leave after the treasure conference, so master, you please keep an eye on your daughter then. Nangong Xian is no ordinary person. I have investigated for many days without much gain, but I have heard quite a few of his deeds, and he must be difficult to deal with. Yin Quan said, slowly looking at Yu Qiu beside him, unsure if he could manage this young lady. It seemed unlikely. Still want to leave? Dream on. Yui said in the dialect of her Feather Clan, and for a moment Yin Quan didn't understand what she was saying. However, seeing that the figure didn't react strangely, he let it be. I will make arrangements then. I trust your abilities. You two don't go too far this time. I still have important matters to attend to. Given the current situation there, I can finally relax a bit. The figure said, then hurriedly finished the conversation after asking Yui a few pleasantries. The spiritual energy has dissipated. It will be a few days before we can communicate again. Yu Qiu said, putting away the interdimensional mirror. This thing does consume a lot, but I think there are many areas for improvement. How about I give it a try and see if I can enhance it? Yin Quan said with a smile, while Yu Qiu naturally distanced himself with a look of disdain. Since his master had already acknowledged Yin Quan's existence, he no longer needed to be too confrontational with him. I warn you, stay away from us after this is over. Mom, I promise to keep my distance. Let's go today. There's an auction in the city. Whether you two qualify for the Xiantian Treasure Conference will be determined today. Yin Quan said, taking out a mask that he had imitated from Chunshi, now dressed in Chunshi's clothes. So naturally, he had monopolized Chunshi's participation quota. Then he called some Feather Clan women to dress up as exotic female companions around Chunshi. Master, where are we going? Of course we are going to the auction. I have made some money recently, and want to secure more qualifications for the Xiantian Treasure Conference to show you all a good time. Whoever performs well I will take with me. All right, the group of rehearsed Feather Clan women said in unison. Yui and Yu Qiu were stunned to see Yin Quan, who immediately took action, completely resembling a typical black market thug. He truly is a scoundrel. You don't expect me to pretend to be your slave, do you? Of course not, your acting skills are too poor. You and Yuchio will disguise as my guards. Quan said, embracing women on either side, ensuring Yue wouldn't ruin their meticulous preparations. Yes, miss, this job is still better left to us. Right, the master already said so. This way we can ensure no one doubts Chunshi's identity. The several Feather Clan women said, sticking close to Quan. All of you, go down. Yue clenched her hands tightly, producing creaking sounds. Entering such places usually doesn't require too many people. I can disguise myself, and just one of me is enough. Yue gritted her teeth and forced out this sentence. At this moment on a bustling street in the great city, all eyes were focused on two stunning fairies. Xi and Ling, stop following me. I really don't have that thing. Nonsense. I was wondering why you suddenly wanted to follow my brother and me here. I thought you were interested in the Xiantian treasure conference. Actually, you were just here to find that bastard of a master, right? And I've heard you took Quan's life-saving talisman when the sect was destroyed. The master's belongings naturally belong to me. If I want them, there's no problem. Tong Ranyan frowned, her two clear sparkling eyes like gems embedded in her exquisite face. The techniques you are practicing recently are all tracking forbidden arts. You have deliberately rid yourself of the sect's people, aren't you afraid the sect? Li Xian Ling said, and Tong Ranyan's practice of these forbidden arts was extremely difficult. She initially thought Tong Ranyan couldn't do it and didn't stop her much. Unexpectedly, the latter's talent in cultivation was indeed astonishing. I'm not afraid, I only want my master. No one can stop me. Tong Ranyan said while Li Xian Ling was frightened by her now dimmed eyes. The Tong Ranyan she used to know was still innocent and kind-hearted despite her cherished background. But ever since she lost Quan, Tong Ranyan seemed to have become increasingly strange. Not long ago, she single-handedly wiped out a demonic cave, leaving not a single survivor. Young Master Chin, your seat has been arranged. Please come in. Not bad. I brought some cash. It should be fine. It's fine. We are old clients. Our auction will begin soon, so young Master Chin, please take your seat early. Looking at the enthusiastic reception of the staff at this medium-sized auction, Quan tightened his embrace around the delicate exotic female slave in his arms. You, bastard. Yue gritted her teeth and whispered, but her body no longer resisted. A faint pink hue appeared on her face. Hey, old demon, don't go too far. Yuchio, disguised as a guard behind, warned quietly. However, Quan ignored him and instead looked at a group of people approaching. Isn't that Chun, young Master Chun? Why are you wearing a mask today? Oh, why did you only bring such a small entourage today? Especially, how come you only brought one little beauty? Didn't you say you wanted to share some with your brothers last time? The leader of the group, a young man dressed in luxury, spoke. Of course, but everyone is here for business today. Talking about romantic matters is inappropriate. Let's change places and enjoy ourselves slowly. Quan imitated Chunshir's tone and laughed heartily. Tisk, young Master Chun, why do you feel different today, eh? Different? In what way? Why do you seem thinner? Is it because you've been with this veiled beauty in your arms and lost track of time? Why don't we give this little beauty to a few of our brothers for some fun? The group laughed. Only Quan was desperately holding on to Yue, who was about to explode. Kill them all. Yue raised her head, coldly speaking to Quan. Who are you really? If it weren't for me holding this walking hell on earth, you wouldn't know how many times you'd be dead by now. Quan felt a wave of helplessness within, but could do nothing. I've just been busy with work recently, overexerting myself. It's nothing to worry about. You know the Xiantian treasure conference is coming. We all have to follow orders. I'm just here to take a look today, brothers. Let's gather again another day. Quan quickly brushed it off, dragging the ticking time bomb in his arms away. Useless. Upon arriving at the VIP seats, Yue disdainfully spoke. I worked so hard to pull you along. Didn't you say you could disguise yourself? Besides, now that we are here, there's no need to stick so close to me. Quan replied, reminding Yue, who was sitting on him. You should have said so earlier. I will definitely settle the score for this trip later. Yue angrily said, quickly getting up and standing to the side. So none of you make things easy for me. Well then, let me see what those guys earlier are planning. Quan muttered to himself, looking at the auction that was about to begin below. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our auction at this treasure pavilion. Today, besides the 3 coveted spots for the Xiantian treasure conference, we also have many secret treasures up for auction. So without further ado, let's start the auction. Although he had no interest in such things to avoid revealing his obvious intentions, he symbolically bid on some treasures, all of which were merely for escape and self-preservation. Look at that Chinshir, all he bids on are life-saving items. The higher-ups sent us to investigate him. I think it's unnecessary for us to come in person for such a useless fool. In another VIP room, a frivolous man who had been beside the previous man spoke up. With this time, it would be better for me to continue enjoying myself in my black market. The higher-ups dispatched us to investigate his recent actions. They must have discovered something. We must act according to orders. Do you dare to go against that esteemed individual? The previous man spoke with a serious expression. However, if any abnormalities are discovered, immediate execution is permitted. In that case, his lavish possessions can be divided between us. Oh, is that so? Ha ha ha, such opportunities are rare. Do you mean to act first and report later? Soon the auction reached its conclusion. For the 3 available participant slots, everyone was testing each other, so Quan decisively secured one with a bold move amidst the chaos. As the second slot began, several started to contest fiercely with Quan. Observing this situation, Quan had no choice but to change his strategy. The auction ended as the last slot was bid on. What's going on? Why did we only get one? Yue complained. Humph, doesn't that mean it's just you and me? Don't rush, let's leave first. I can't dare to take just the 2 of us inside. Quan said, nonchalantly signaling Yuchio to take a few people and leave first. Hey, why did Yuchio and the others leave first? What did you say to him just now? I told you you're unreliable. Oh, it's better for me to take action myself. Oh, what are you doing? Yue exclaimed, hands on her slim waist, but before she could finish, Quan pulled her into an embrace. Haha, enough playing around, let's go home. What do you want? Let go of me, hey, be gentle. Throughout the way, Yue kept complaining in his arms, yet Quan remained unfazed, slowly leading her away. This alley, we didn't come this way when we arrived, did we? Yue asked, widening her beautiful eyes as she observed the less frequented alley they arrived at. Brothers, may I ask if there's an urgent matter for following me, Chan? Quan stopped and spoke. Ha ha ha, Chan, sure you secretly colluded with another clan, misleading the higher-ups while creating your own lavish lifestyle. Don't blame us for not warning you, my brothers. Oh, it seems you've even thought up my crime. Aren't you afraid that esteemed individual will find out about your misdeeds? Ha ha, brother Chun, that esteemed individual sent us to investigate you. Do you think they don't know the nature of people like us? You have definitely hidden something from above. Your good days are over, brother Chun. At this moment, several robust guards had blocked the front and back of the alley. By the way, do you still have the participant token you acquired? Quan asked, having deliberately manipulated the situation so they could also secure one. Oh, are you referring to this? But I remember you also got one. Great, now we have 2. Ha, and what about that little beauty on your side? Tisk tisk tisk, although she's behind a veil, I've never seen such beauty before. I want to have some fun with her. That's not right. I have 2 now, and I need to thank you, brothers, for the free tokens. As for that little beauty, you all should see if you have the ability to deal with her. Quan said slowly, and then temporarily lifted the seal on Yue's cultivation. So you had this planned all along. Well, I never liked them anyway. But if you dare to hide it from me again, the next outcome will be worse than theirs. Yue said, her 6 wings appearing. What? This is the Feather Clan. How could this be? Oh, the strongest guards accompanying the 2 were instantly reduced to fragments. One hurriedly tried to escape while being shielded by the guards, while the other collapsed to the ground. Where do you think you're going? At both ends of the alley, Yuchio and a group of Feather Clan members appeared to block their path. What followed was a massacre. By the time Quan leisurely picked up the token from the fragments, the scene was already mostly cleaned up. Have you set up the barrier to conceal everything? Of course I knew it, even without you saying. That's good, it must be handled thoroughly. These few people should also be disguised to keep the higher-ups' contact stable. Quan replied, turning to smile at Yue, who was walking over. Put away your bloody wings, we should head back now. Oh, you still want to be in charge? Dream on. Huh, why is this happening? Has the seal been put on so quickly? Dead Quan. Yue hadn't finished her sentence before a wave of weakness overwhelmed her, and she reluctantly put away her wings. Yuchio, who had not noticed the specific situation beside them, curiously looked over. What's wrong? She's fine, but it's just that her temperament really needs some honing. Isn't that right, Miss Yu? Quan chuckled, supporting the weak Yue and pulling her closer. Let's go. I suspect there may still be spies on the way. We must not show any signs of abnormality and return the same way. Quan said, leaving part of the group to clean up while the rest followed him back. After a few moments, Quan and a few others quickly reached the residence, but he suddenly noticed a commotion in the crowd behind him, so he decided to turn back and investigate. In the next moment, a small hand grabbed him, and Yuchio and the others were shocked as they looked at the girl who had appeared unnoticed before them. Master, is this the plan you mentioned? So it's to mix with other women and survive. Hey, Master, tell me, Master, what does this mean? Where did this little female cultivator come from? What, Master? You must have mistaken the person. Yue said, curiously sizing up Tong Ranjan, finding her undeniably cute and very much to her liking. If you're looking for someone, I can help you. Her tone softened considerably. What's your relationship with my master? Tong Ranjan's small hand remained tightly holding on to Quan as she looked at Yue intently and asked, What? Yue murmured in confusion, feeling it was unlikely that Quan would have such a charming disciple. What are you doing here? How did you find your way here? Did you cause trouble again? Quan scolded coldly, looking at Tong Ranjan through his mask. Aye. Tong Ranjan lowered her head, not daring to admit that she had practiced forbidden techniques. She looked at Yue, the woman in her master's arms, the one who could stay by his side. But what about her? Why did the master not want her anymore? She felt she had done nothing wrong yet was deprived of the right to be with her master. It was simply too unfair. Unfair, she said softly, tears beginning to flow, dropping to the ground. I finally found you here. From behind, a familiar, delicate voice called out, and Yin Quan turned to see Li Xinling appearing not far away. Why are you blocking me? Do you know who I am? Move aside. Ranjan, are you alright? Li Xinling shouted as she was blocked by several members of the Feather Clan. Dead, Yin Quan, you heartless bastard. Great bastard. She yelled anxiously. I actually agree with that. Yue said with an air of enjoying the spectacle. Sigh. Hurry back home and take her with you. Yin Quan sighed, releasing Yue. Don't cry, it's not your fault. Let's go in and talk. He helplessly wiped Yue's tears away and pinched her small face. Master. Soon the group returned to the residence. After Yin Quan assigned tasks to the others, he dismissed all members of the Feather Clan except for Yue and Yuchio. When you encounter him, what else can you do but cry? Li Xinling said, looking at Tong Ranjan with concern, while the latter kept her head down, gazing at her mended life talisman, the one that held a trace of Yin Quan's spiritual energy, which had been broken in the sect. At this moment, the two girls were seated in a side seat. You and Yuchio, go and arrange your own matters in the Feather Clan. Yin Quan took a sip of hot tea and said to Yue, What? Do you want to send me away? I refused to comply. But it's surprising that someone like you has a disciple, and she's so charming too. As for the other one, she wouldn't happen to be your disciple too, would she? Ladies, please enjoy your tea. Yuchio kindly served the two ladies hot tea, while also unable to resist glancing at Tong Ranjan a few more times. He felt that his ranking of beauty in his heart now had two top spots, one of which was naturally Yue, who was arguing with Yin Quan. You're meddling, Yin Quan said lightly. In truth, he didn't know what to say. The item in the little girl's hand looked somewhat familiar. Could it be his life talisman from the sect? Thus, after much consideration, he decided to approach Li Xinling first. Li Xinling, what are you doing here? So you are Yin Quan. I came with my brother to attend the Xiantian Treasure Conference. Our family business has always had some connections with the Xiantian Palace, and we send someone to attend every session. Oh, is Li Hua here too? No, you should first deal with this fool. The people from the sect are still looking for her. Li Xinling pointed at Tong Ranjan, who looked at Yin Quan in fear. I don't want to go back. I really want to stay with my master. Tong Ranjan shouted with courage. I promise you can follow me in the future. After all, Yin Quan is also my steward, so just stick with me. Really, that would be wonderful. I thank you, beautiful sister. Tong Ranjan stood up, looking serious as she thanked, though her eyes were still slightly red from crying. As long as master is her steward, it means this woman will not be the master's wife. Then she can accept it. Yin Quan remained silent, unaware that Tong Ranjan had such capabilities to find her way here, probably using some underhanded means. If the sect discovered it, it would indeed be somewhat problematic. If you insist on giving up your bright future, I can do nothing about it. Yes, Ranjan, you are now the saintess of the sect with a limitless future ahead of you, and you are inherently gifted. How can you give up such a great opportunity? Li Xinling said, anxiously, feeling somewhat hurt that Tong Ranjan had forgotten her friend upon seeing Yin Quan. Xinling, it's okay, I'll come back to see you often, if master allows it. I won't care about you anymore. Just go and live with that bastard for the rest of your life. Li Xinling said angrily, turning to leave. Wait, don't go back yet. To avoid raising suspicion with the sect, I'll write a letter to Li Hua and let him know to cooperate these days, and you can return on the day of the Xiantian Treasure Conference. As for Ranjan, you should consider this carefully. Over the next few days, you may never have such an environment again. Continuing with me may likely lead to a bumpy road ahead. Yin Quan set down his teacup and said lightly, just ensuring that his plans are not disrupted. Taking Tong Ranjan along seems acceptable. After all, she had always been obedient before. I'm not afraid. That. Master, don't be angry. Ranjan will give you a shoulder massage. Tong Ranjan said with what she believed was a firm tone, but seeing Yin Quan's cold expression, she could only timidly approach to act spoiled. I want one too. Xiao Ranjan can massage me, and I'll give you some good stuff, sister. Yue watched as Tong Ranjan massaged Yin Quan, and feeling he didn't give her a good face, made her feel sorry for Tong Ranjan. Moreover, she inexplicably liked Tong Ranjan's obedient demeanor, so she proposed for her to massage her. But, don't worry, what he says doesn't count. What I say counts now. If I want you to stay, he wouldn't dare to chase you away. Yue said with her hands on her hips, while Yin Quan naturally had no idea why she suddenly started showing off again, and in his speechlessness he didn't reply. All right. Tong Ranjan quickly went up to massage Yue, who in a great mood gave her many magical tools and accessories. Yin Quan watched all this with indifference, sighing at Tong Ran's incredible popularity among passers-by. She had always been this way since that day. Her luck had been extraordinarily high and most of the time good things would happen around her. But when will fortune come and go? Who knows? If luck could be relied upon, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to bring Tong Ranjan onto the immortal path. Watching Yu Yi and Yu Qiu both being charmed by Tong Ranhan's obedience, and Li Xinling adapting for the time being, Yin Quan could only tacitly allow things to develop this way. Soon Yu Yi took the initiative to take a few people out to buy clothes, saying that it was a waste for Tong Ranjan to only wear sect robes. Sigh, what is happening? But it's indeed not good to always wear the outdated sect clothes, as it easily attracts attention. Changing would be better. Yin Quan sighed, preparing ink and writing a letter. Dear Li Hua, forget it, let's just write the content directly. Soon he roughly wrote down the situation and secretly sent it to Li Hua's residence, as mentioned by Li Xinling, asking him to cooperate these days to avoid the sect finding them. Isn't it due to puberty? Master, don't be angry. I'm just worried about you. Is it wrong for the disciple to fulfill her filial duty? In the side room of the residence, the elegantly dressed Tong Ranjan said, while giving Yin Quan a shoulder massage. Yin Quan sat at the tea table, glancing back with his peripheral vision, discovering that the little girl had indeed transformed after changing her clothes. Her gracefulness was even more apparent, and it seemed she had matured a lot. After all, the little girl of yesteryear had grown up. How did you know I was in this side room? Didn't I arrange for you to stay with Li Xinling? Yin Quan said lightly. Due to his previous cooperation with Yu Yi, he had let go of the main room to avoid further disturbances and chose a quieter side room instead. However, he felt that the little girl's shoulder massage technique was indeed good. Enjoying it for a bit wasn't a bad idea. Because Ranjan has a spiritual connection with Master. How could you be so glib? I never saw you like this before. Yin Quan said lightly, and Tong Ranjan noticed that he had finally relaxed his demeanor, making her movements more diligent. Ranjan has always been this way. Master doesn't know. Is it because Master has always been very busy and hasn't had time to talk properly with Ranran? Is that so? Sigh. I indeed neglected your feelings too much before, thinking that giving you more space for self-development must be quite difficult while following me as your master. Yin Quan slowly said. With his current strength, he couldn't detect the repeated probing from Tong Ranran. Master, have you truly lost all your cultivation? Ranran thought to herself, her actions becoming bolder. Of course not. Meeting Master is the luckiest thing in Ranran's life. Ranran exhaled warm breath next to Yin Xuan, her body pressed against him, allowing him to feel the warmth and softness. Cough, that's enough, no need to massage my shoulders, you should go rest early. Yin Quan quickly noticed something was off and spoke up, although he thought it was just an innocent act from Tong Ranran. Master, Ranran wants to know what exactly was the relationship between you and those few women before. Ignoring Yanquan's words, Tong Ranran moved closer, directly wrapping her arms around him and asking, Hey, tell Ranran, Master. Tong Ranran's tone suddenly changed, and Yin Quan found it strange how she could go from being obedient to serious. Moreover, there seemed to be signs of disobedience. Could she be going through puberty? Just an old acquaintance from my past, Ranran asked, leaning her head on Yanquan's shoulder. Do you have someone you like, Master? This girl is definitely going through puberty. Yin Quan knew from his past life that young girls tend to be rebellious during this stage and may have their first crushes. Could it be that she has encountered someone she likes? Is she here to seek his advice on this matter? Yin Quan was frantically thinking in his mind, eventually concluding that although he couldn't provide any advice in this area, he couldn't let the name of Master be tarnished. Someone I liked. I did have someone in the past. It hurts, what are you doing? Yin Quan barely started to speak before he noticed that Tong Ranran had suddenly tightened her embrace to the point where he could barely endure it. Who is it? After easing her grip a bit, Tong Ranran mechanically asked. It was when I was still immortal, a sister from the village who often took care of me. Yin Quan spoke in pain, wondering what was wrong with this girl. Her looks could not compare to you celestial maidens, but she always helped me and was kind and gentle. However, she was later killed by an evil cultivator and her soul was taken to refine weapons. Before her death, she pushed me off a cliff, perhaps unable to bear the thought of me being soul extracted too. But unexpectedly I survived. So many wonderful people. Why am I the only one who lived? Although I later crushed that evil cultivator to ashes, I could not let it go for a long time. Yin Quan recalled the past, feeling a bit lost as he spoke. I once thought that love would be a burden, but given my current situation, I have no right to say that I was right. What Master wants you to understand is that everyone has their own path to follow. Many things cannot be judged as right or wrong. In life, one must simply be oneself, and that is enough. So that's how it is. Master, I'm sorry, did I hurt you? Tong Ranran suddenly changed her tone, pretending that she had just accidentally hurt him. What exactly is wrong with you? Why don't you go back and rest early? Yin Quan replied helplessly. But I want to stay a little longer. It's been a long time since I had a proper chat with Master. Not listening again. Master, don't be afraid, Ranran will always be with you. At least you still have me, and I have you, we won't be lonely. Tong Ranran thought to herself, hugging Yanquan tighter. She could sense the emotions Yanquan felt when recalling the past. Even though he had grown used to being alone, he still carried the fear of being alone. His Dao heart was always unstable, but he did not know which is why he would fail. Hence that day both luck and schemes fell short. Hiss. I really can't do anything about you, take this. Yanquan sighed, taking out a small mirror from his storage bag. The sect's holy maiden is very important to the sect. If you leave on your own, both of us will become enemies of the sect. Moreover, my master personally promised me he would train you to be the next generation successor of the sect. I originally planned to leave stealthily in a few days. But seeing you like this, I won't give up. Just take this Feather Clan small mirror. As long as I am still in this realm, you can communicate with me anytime. Tong Ranran silently looked at the small mirror, remaining silent. She understood that Yanquan was right. However, if she could communicate with Master anytime, she could indeed accept that. Besides, she now had a means to track Yanquan. When she became strong enough in the future, no one would be able to stop her from being with Master, not even Master himself. Can Ranran sleep with you tonight, Master? Tong Ranran said softly. Cough cough, how old are you now? You should avoid any misunderstandings. Otherwise it could be detrimental in the future. Yanquan casually replied, only to be met with Tong Ranran's gloomy eyes. I said I want to sleep with you tonight, Master. Do I need to say it again? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? I said I want to sleep with you tonight. Do I need to repeat myself? Huh. This is not right. Is this how one speaks to Master? Why does it feel more like a threat? How has this girl changed so much? Yanquan was taken aback by this situation, momentarily staring at Tong Ranran's dark, beautiful eyes, unsure of what to say. Bang! Suddenly the door burst open, startling Yanxuan, who quickly looked towards the entrance. Hey Yanxuan, do you know where little Ranran went? He saw Yu standing outside with her hands on her hips. Sister Yi, are you looking for me? I'm just chatting with Master. Tong Ranran said beside Yanxuan, wearing a usual smile, completely different from the threatening expression she had just shown him. Chapter 57. Master, I'm the only one who treats you well. Also, you are here. I originally went to ask Li Xinling where you were, and she angrily said you must be in Yanquan's room. Yu approached and grabbed Tong Ranran's hand. Yanquan let out a sigh of relief, not expecting Yu to be of help. Sister Yi, what do you need? Tong Ranran replied with a hint of dissatisfaction and regret in her tone. You left too hurriedly. Why didn't you wear the hair accessories I bought for you? Yu said, taking out many exquisite hair ornaments from her storage bag. Sister Yi, this set you gave me is already very precious. I can't take any more. Just accept it. She's always wanted a younger sister. She probably really likes you. Yanquan said, faintly, taking the opportunity to step away a bit. This young lady didn't. I'm just being cautious because you're my disciple, preventing you from being led astray by someone like you. Yu huffed, stuffing all the hair accessories into Tong Ranran's hands. Cough cough, why don't you let Tong Ranran stay with you in the main room tonight? Yanquan quickly suggested. He felt that his little disciple was definitely acting a bit strange, but once a teacher, always a father. Surely she wouldn't actually do anything to him. Yanquan thought about what he might have done wrong, genuinely puzzled as to why Tong Ranran wanted to sleep with him. This was too much. If word got out, his reputation as a good young man in the cultivation world would be ruined. Master, is it too much to fulfill such a small request from Ranran? Tong Ranran asked, tilting her head, her delicate hair falling over her cheek. What main room? Shouldn't you stay where I stay? Isn't that what you requested before? Yu asked in confusion, thinking Yanquan was testing her. Now that she had leverage over him, she naturally knew to follow Yanquan's wishes. No, that was before we hadn't reached an agreement. Yanquan hurriedly explained. A small hand had quietly grabbed his sleeve. So Master wanted it this way. No wonder you wanted to push Ranran away, anxious to drive her off. So that's how it is, that's how it is, that's how it is. This is definitely not right. Yanquan stepped back in fear, realizing that Tong Ranran's grip was unexpectedly strong, holding him tightly. No, it's not like that, you misunderstood. Master and she have some special matters to deal with, so it's like this, aha. Yanquan replied, tugging at his sleeve, realizing he was completely unable to move. Then why can't Ranran? Hey, what are you two doing? We didn't do anything, cough cough. Ranran, you have to trust Master. Yanquan said, reaching out to pat Tong Ranran's head. Trust you? You just want to go find various women, right? What various women? Aren't those all the trouble that has come looking for me? Yanquan suddenly realized that since he lost all his cultivation, his luck seemed to be too strange. The cultivation world is so vast, why do I keep encountering those acquaintances? In this situation, it feels like my fate has been tampered with. Who did it? When? Yanquan realized with sudden clarity, but currently he had no way to prove his suspicions and could only wait for the right opportunity to verify. What various women? Little Ranran, you think too highly of your master. How could such a petty person have women liking him? No, there was indeed a certain suspicious woman before. Yu replied, recalling that Miao Yu Tao, who always pretended to be innocent, made her furious. Yes, Master, I really don't have any women connections. Yin Quan quickly agreed. As for those, they could all be considered enemies, not connections at all. Then Sister E, do you like Master? Huh. I. How could I possibly like him? What are you talking about? Yue stammered, her panicked gaze darting around. So that's how it is. Tong Ranran turned to look at Yin Chuan, starting to move closer. Let you sleep here, let you sleep here. Yin Quan said urgently, fearing that his disciple would embarrass him. Just like that, good night, you two. Yin Quan said to the two girls on the bed, lying down on the newly spread blanket on the floor. Master really likes to be clever. This is just how I interact with Yue. Little Ranran smells so good. Sister E, you're holding too tight. Yin Quan ignored the two girls' playful antics. He only knew that losing his cultivation had brought about yet another drawback. He was easily dominated by his disciples. The next day, Yin Quan originally planned to set off to the previous duel venue to obtain the qualification for cross-continental teleportation, but no matter how he tried to avoid it, Tong Ranran could accurately find him. I said, are you becoming increasingly disobedient? Ranran has already promised to return to the sect. Doesn't that count as being obedient? Tong Ranran replied, currently linking arms with Yin Chuan, both wearing masks as they walked down the street. That's all for your own good. If Master could attract fewer romantic entanglements, that would truly be for Ranran's sake. What do you mean? Yin Quan asked in confusion, wondering how this girl dared to say anything. Did she think he attracted too much trouble? Forget it. If you want to stick to me, then stick to me. On the day of the plan, just follow my instructions and return to the sect properly. If Master encounters any danger, remember to tell Ranran. Don't try to be strong alone, okay? If you care for Ranran, then just take care of yourself. Your master isn't that helpless, don't worry. Those women from before were all bad people. Master, you must not get close to them, understood? Only Ranran treats you well. If it were the current master, those women would definitely do something terrible to you. Tong Ranran said seriously, placing herself in the shoes of those women, realizing that Master would suffer terribly, thus speaking earnestly. Although she had just started cultivating for a few years, given her talent, she believed that one day she would catch up to those women and protect Master in a rightful manner. At that time, asking for some deserved reward shouldn't be too much, right? What women? You're so young, yet you're talking nonsense. Those women. Cough cough, had only a minor entanglement with Master. There's no need to worry. Yin Quan wanted to minimize the situation in front of Tong Ranran, hoping to make her forget about his matters and focus on her cultivation, saving himself some trouble. Also, Master actually has the ability to come here, which means he has also shaken off those two women from before. Master always surprises Ranran. Tong Ranran replied. To be honest, every time she thought about Master falling into the hands of Chu Ruoxue and Su Yao and what they might do to him, she couldn't sleep at night. Each time she struggled, she could only practice forbidden techniques to disturb her own emotions in order to calm down. Practicing forbidden techniques easily brings about inner demons. Tong Ranran was no exception. However, she unexpectedly reconciled with her inner demon as she realized that the things her inner demon wanted, aside from wiping out evil cultivators and seeking revenge, were all about Yin Quan. Although it was somewhat rebellious, she surprisingly accepted it. As a result, she gradually merged with her inner demon, accepting each other. Practicing forbidden techniques became increasingly smooth, her cultivation continued to soar, and her personality began to change gradually. At that time, she also had to guard against Master running away. What should she do? Tong Ranran pondered internally. Should she just lock him up, or? What are you thinking about? We're here, Yin Quan said, looking at the tall entrance of the arena. Take me to see your arena master. Yin Quan approached the shouting arena servant, taking out the token that Chen Shi had given him. Is he from Chen Shao? You all wait a moment, I will go report. The servant went back to the arena to communicate after seeing the token. Why doesn't Master continue pretending to be Chen Shi? Wouldn't that be more convenient? Tong Ranran curiously asked, trying to inch closer to Yin Quan. Why are you asking about everything? Chen Shi's identity has already been suspected, but it's better to keep a low profile for now. Moreover, coming to find someone with this also indicates that Chen Shi is still actively operating, disrupting their investigations. Yin Quan said slowly, helplessly shifting a bit to the side. Replace my Dao root. The Heian continent, I remember it being quite far from this continent. However, aren't there self-proclaimed divine doctors in every continent? Does Master really need to go to such a distant place? Ahem, there might be other reasons. Other reasons. By the way, did Master come here alone? Before encountering Sister E and the others. Once again falling into silence, Yin Quan felt that if he continued talking, he would reveal everything to this little girl. Fortunately, that little servant appeared before him again. Gentlemen, the Master requests your presence. Yin Quan nodded and hurriedly followed the servant's lead into the arena. Tong Ranran did not press further. After all, she had already tested Yin Quan repeatedly without being stopped, and she was satisfied. Anyway, even if Yin Quan spoke, she had no intention of listening. Times have changed, and it was time to make some changes. Stop, who are you? Quan and the others were stopped by several guards dressed in black as they followed the little servant to a room on the top floor of the arena. What is this? Quan looked at the little servant in confusion. Didn't you all just come here yesterday? What is the purpose of your visit today? These two are guests of the master. They have come to see him about something. Something? Then you must wait until the sub-headmaster finishes his matters. Get lost. One of the guards shouted, stepping forward to drive the two away. Keep your filthy hands away from me. Tong Ranran's tone was dark as she pulled out a white jade sword, pointing it at the guard. The guard had not even reacted when the sword was just a few centimeters from his neck. What do you want? The guard exclaimed urgently as other guards closed in. Hey, what are you doing? Quan quickly whispered, wondering why this little girl was so agitated at the sight of people who looked like evil cultivators. Just by their appearance, they are not good people. Why not kill them all, master? There are no good people here. Well, they might just look that way. Quan sighed. He really did not want this tense situation to arise. Stop. Don't cause trouble. A sharp voice interrupted the scene, and everyone turned towards the door where a woman in red with a strange mask was instructing the guards. Let's go. There's another place we need to go. Yes. Quan curiously looked at the woman in red through the mask, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Forget it. Based on past experiences, it's better not to delve deeper into this feeling. While Quan was pondering, those people left the place. Gentlemen, the master requests your presence. After those people left, the little servant entered the room to report the situation, and soon Quan and the others were invited in. You two are esteemed guests of young Master Chun. Inside the room, a middle-aged man with a scarred face sitting in the main seat spoke. Indeed, young Master Chen promised us a chance for cross-continental teleportation, hence we are here to fulfill that promise. Quan said, taking out the previous token. The token does seem genuine. A few days ago, he indeed sent someone to inform me that someone would come for something. However, I just received a notice from above that we must now strictly control the distribution of cross-continental teleportation quotas we have. For all those wanting this, besides having paid the previous costs, we now also need to verify identities. The scarred face said leisurely, but the expression on his face indicated his dissatisfaction with this regulation. You want to verify identities for transactions like this? I see you are cutting off your own financial path. Quan said, turning away as if to leave. Little brother, we truly cannot. The scarred face feigned regret. Forget it, I will pay double the price. Give me one of your quotas quickly. This? Triple. I won't say it was obtained from you, and you can just say it was a misunderstanding. The people above won't make things difficult for you. The scarred face pondered for a moment, gave a glance to a little servant, and the latter quickly went to a compartment to retrieve a piece of jade. They only informed me today, but I had already handed this to you before today. The scarred face said while also taking the reward from Quan. I naturally understand that. Quan said, also putting away the jade token. The rewards were collected by him from the feather clan he had manipulated over the past few days. To be honest, he had prepared a reward amounting to 10 times, but he did not expect that the arena master wasn't as greedy as he thought. Master, why don't you let Ran see the jade token? It hasn't indicated which continent to go to yet. It seems we need to take it to the relevant teleportation array to choose which continent to go to. On the way back, Quan interrupted Tong Ran, who had been secretly fiddling with his waist. This little girl was truly becoming unruly. The day after tomorrow is the Xiantian Treasure Conference. You need to prepare to return and think of a good excuse. If you continue to act so willfully, I might really get angry. Master is just a fool. Tong Ran said softly, letting go of Quan and walking ahead on her own. Quan helplessly shook his head and stopped. By the way, why have you been following me today? How did you find me? You are not Long Kai Lu, so there's no need for you to come find me after I leave, right, Miao Xianzi? A soft chuckle came, and Quan felt a small hand tugging him, snapping him back to reality as he found himself in an empty alley. Tell me, how did you get involved with the Yu clan again? Miao Yu Tao's flower-like pink eyes drew close, and her beautiful face was now pressing against Quan as she questioned him. If you can't explain it. Miao Yu Tao grabbed Quan's hand and was about to bite him. Wait. My lady, I have no relation with the Yu clan, and it's impossible for me to plot against you. Can't you pretend nothing happened? By the way, how did you find me? Quan asked urgently, but he was met with Miao Yu Tao's beautiful gaze. Finding you is easy. You used a mask made of my peachwood, so I can naturally locate you within a certain range. I've been delayed by some matters these days, but now that I have time, I came to see what you were up to. I didn't expect you to have connections with the Yu clan again. So that's how it is. Quan suddenly understood, realizing that he shouldn't greedily seek small advantages in the future. Miao Yu Tao, are you crazy? My hand. Miao Xianzi, let's talk this over. Are you thinking of destroying all the peachwood masks when you return? Quickly answer my question. Why have you gotten involved with the Yu clan again, and why are they appearing here? Anyway, this matter really has nothing to do with you. Wait, be gentle. The Yu clan has a great grudge to settle, and someone inside the Xiantian Palace wants to overthrow the Tianxian continent. I can only tell you this much. Quan looked at Miao Yutao, who was about to bite him again, and quickly stopped her, feeling that he should let those cultivators in the Tianxian continent who admire Miao Yutao see her true colors. Then what is your relationship with them? You must be plotting something bad again. Miao Xianzi, I have already severed ties with you. Can't we just mind our own business? I've already said everything I did before was to help you out of helplessness. Oh, what more do you want from me? Should I really just let you go and die early? Quan shouted angrily. You would do such a thing only because I still had value to you back then. I don't care what happens to you, you jerk. Don't let me see you again. As you wish, we shall never meet again. Miao Yutao was stunned for a moment, then reacted. Her tearful peach blossom eyes shouted loudly as she turned to leave. Wait. Quan suddenly reached out and grabbed Miao Yutao, who was about to leave. Don't speak of this matter to anyone. You said we have no relationship. Oh, why should I listen to you? Let go of me. Miao Yutao replied, but while she said that, she showed no intention of breaking free. Sigh. Miao Xianzi, consider it a favor I owe you this time. How about it? No. I was just a bit loud earlier. We could have talked it over nicely. Don't talk to me. Let's just mind our own business. Quan was speechless. He thought Miao Yutao not breaking free meant she was willing to talk, but why was she so stubborn? You all really? I say, if you dare to speak about this, perhaps your plan will be affected. Do you still want to save your mother? Quan pressed Miao Yutao's little hand against the wall, threatening her. You dare to threaten me with my mother? You jerk! Miao Yutao exclaimed urgently, slightly channeling her spiritual power to push Quan's hand back, quickly capturing him. Quan was caught off guard. Since Miao Yutao had not broken free, he thought she understood his meaning and wanted to hear his analysis. Now it seemed otherwise. Ouch, ouch, wait, Miao Yutao, you misunderstood. Swish. A sharp sound rang out, slicing the surrounding air into two streams. In the next moment, a white jade sword appeared beside the blue-clad fairy. Seeing the sword aimed at her, the blue-clad fairy could only cast a spell and instantly teleported with Quan to a distance of several meters. Master truly cannot leave Ranran, or once he leaves, he is bound to be caught by all sorts of women. With a slight movement of her beautiful eyes, the petite female cultivator charged towards the blue-clad fairy again with her sword. Hey, you two, stop. Quan was being pulled and dodged by Miao Yutao, unable to complete a single sentence. You are that sex saintess from that day. I remember your fairy sword. Miao Yutao curiously asked. Let go of my master. Tong Ranran's tone remained heavy. No. Listen to me, both of you. Ouch. Quan, caught between the two, was being pulled back and forth, and he was starting to feel a bit dizzy. Master, you actually have a disciple. Miao Yutao said, releasing Quan. Also, after so many years, I have many disciples now. Since you are his disciple, why not put down your weapon? Why should I put it down? What is your relationship with my master? Both of you stop. Quan took a moment to catch his breath before speaking. Master, come over here, hide behind me. Oh, you really care about your master. Do you know how he used to tease me? Miao Yutao said, reaching out to pull Quan again. If she were to say what her relationship with Quan was, she couldn't articulate it clearly. However, she felt that based on how Quan had treated her before, she had enough reason to cling to him. Or perhaps she could just call him master's wife. No, that would be too much of a bargain for Quan. After a moment of internal struggle, Miao Yutao tightened her grip on Quan, unwilling to let him go. Teasing. Master wouldn't do such a thing. Tong Ranran replied, but her tone was somewhat unsteady. Hey, what does that tone mean? You should believe in your master. Quan felt speechless internally. How long are you going to make a scene? Let's talk it out properly. Quan helplessly grasped Miao Yutao's small hand and spoke slowly. His original intention was to remove her hand, but Miao Yutao held on tightly, so it turned into him holding her hand. Hey, yet another woman who wants to steal my master, coveting his body, while saying he teased her. Tong Ranran looked at Miao Yutao, whose face was flushed, and who was secretly competing with Quan. She sheathed the white fairy sword, stepped forward, and forcefully pulled Quan towards herself. What are you saying? Clearly it was your master who teased me back then. I see at that time you weren't even born yet. Let go of my master is mine. Tong Ranran exclaimed urgently. I thought so. It turns out that the type of master you have determines the type of disciple you get. Damn, Quan, look at your disciples. If you two don't let go of me, I might really get angry. Quan said sternly. Master is just a big vase. Tong Ranran said dissatisfiedly, releasing Quan. Why does such a lecherous person attract so many women around him? Miao Yutao also said, unhappily letting go. Cough. First of all, I'm not a vase. Secondly, I would like to know how to stay away from you both. Quan tidied up a bit, and then spoke. Thirdly, I'm hungry. Let's find a tavern. Quan said, ignoring the complaints of the two girls, directly asking Miao Yutao to wear her mask, and leading both of them to find a nearby tavern. This tastes good, you should try it too. Yin Quan said while eating, giving a piece of food he thought was delicious to Tong Ranran, who sat beside him. Thank you, master. Humph. Tong Ranran said happily, although she hadn't eaten for many years. This was especially given to her by her master, and most importantly, it was not given to Miao Yutao. Children should indeed eat more, but you said there are those with ulterior motives in the Shantian Palace. Who is that person? Miao Yutao felt a surge of anger at seeing Tong Ranran flaunt her food, but thought about how Yin Quan was likely treating her like a child, so she calmed down. This matter has nothing to do with you. If the Yu clan finds out about you, you could very likely be caught up in the turmoil. So in a few days at the Shantian Treasure Conference, once you find your things, hurry back. Yin Quan said, gently patting Tong Ranran, who was leaning against him. Master, let's go back. Ranran doesn't want to be with this woman anymore. Are you? Currently, with you, Miao Yutao looked at Tong Ranran nestled against Yin Quan, and a wave of unbearable emotions surged in her heart. It seems that this dead Yin Quan's disciple is just a scheming girl who is taking advantage of his obliviousness to romance. Aren't you too sensitive to each other? Rest assured I know what I'm doing. This is a communication stone. Keep it with you these days, and I will contact you. Yin Quan said casually, giving the opportunistic Tong Ranran a light chop to her hand. Master, what are you doing? Be careful of your behavior in front of outsiders, and many of Miss Miao's spells are worth learning. Didn't I tell you to make more connections with capable people? Not having apologized earlier for acting impulsively is quite improper. I understand, Senior Miao. I was impulsive, my apologies. It's nothing. However, I find your talent and strength quite good. Perhaps in the future, I might have the opportunity to teach you some of my spells. Miao Yutao said lightly. Her implied meaning was naturally easy for Tong Ranran to understand as she thought about how she would teach her spells once Miao Yutao became a master. Mother, she will be able to teach her own celestial techniques. You wish. Who knows what the future holds? Miao Yutao saw Tong Ranjan in a hurry and replied with satisfaction. What happened between you two again? Yin Quan said helplessly from the side. Nothing much. Your disciple is indeed quite charming. Well, as a senior, I won't hold it against her. This is high-quality peach fairy wood. Consider it my apology. Miao Yutao said, handing the peach fairy wood to her under Tong Ran's hand's hostile gaze. Since you don't want to clarify, then so be it. However, you must respond promptly when I call you with this sound transmission stone. As long as you can help me find what I need and not harm the innocent lives here, I will assist you this once. Don't worry, I have my own measure. What about Long Kai Lo? You won't tell him my location, will you? Yin Quan replied, voicing his concerns. This pampered princess will definitely not give me any good results if we meet again. No, ever since that day when she was taken away by one of her clan members, I have not seen her again. And these past few days. What? Has she been pursued by Nangong Min all this time? I say just accept whatever he offers so you won't have to go through the trouble of searching later. Yin Quan said the news that the son of the Tianxian Palace Master likes Miao Yutao is also known to many here, especially with the recent grand gestures of pursuit. It would be hard not to notice. I'm not as thick-skinned as you. I don't like him, so I won't take his things. As for what I need, you have to help me find it. They'll keep your secret, and you help me find what I want, all of it. This girl really is asking for a lot. Why refuse resources handed to her for free and instead try to squeeze me? Yin Quan felt a surge of frustration inside, but he really couldn't say much. It's a small matter, leave it to me. After contemplating, Yin Quan replied decisively. Shameless. Tong Ranjan was naturally not as dull as Yin Quan. She understood that Miao Yutao wanted Yin Quan to help her find what she desired to prove that she could be more impressive than that Nangong Min. I'm sorry, Xiao Ranjan, your master doesn't understand. Haven't you been using this point all along? I have other matters to attend to, so let's end it here for today. Miao Yutao, satisfied, collected the sound transmission stone, said a few words slyly to Tong Ranjan, and cast a spell to leave the tavern, leaving only a few peach blossoms where she had stood. Not bad at all. Tong Ranjan turned back to see Yin Quan still eating and drinking. She felt that if she just let this wooden-head master roam freely, it would only be a matter of time before she would be left with the leftovers. How much would be left by then? Those women would probably have picked him clean. No, I must keep some backup plans. Chapter 60, Another Old Friend. Where have you been? A stunning girl with gray eyes and black hair blocked the doorway, leaving only a passage for Yin Quan and Tong Ranjan. Tisk, what's this? Now that you don't want to follow me all the time, you're actually unhappy. Yin Quan replied irritably, having been repeatedly rebuffed in his attempts to break through the soft body blocking his way. You reek of that wretched woman. Yu frowned, shouting in discontent. Master, I'm going back to find Xian Ling. Wait a moment, help explain to Master that we just went out to handle some business. There's nothing to explain, Master's matters are as they are. Tong Ranjan said as she walked away, quickly disappearing from sight. How dare you? Yu said angrily, grabbing Yin Quan's collar and glaring fiercely at him. Tell me, what scheme are you plotting with that wretched woman? Your collar is too low. Yin Quan stared blankly at the ample white skin below. Huh, you jerk. So what if I am? After all, this lady has already shown you everything, so spill the truth. Don't think you can get away with this. Yue instinctively tried to pull her clothes together, but as soon as she loosened her grip on Yin Quan, she realized he was trying to escape. She quickly reacted, forcefully pinning Yin Quan against the side of the door. This girl really is strong, almost as strong as Long Kylo. Yin Quan felt a bit of pain, but it seemed like the current situation could not be brushed off. You know she is here, so why ask me? I suggest you don't set your plans too optimistically. If you target Miao Yutao as well, the difficulty of the situation will rise significantly. Oh, you're worried about that wretched woman. Seems she really is important to you. I'm not worried about her. I'm worried that you will mess up my plans. If she tells Nangong Xian about your affairs, you will definitely be dealt with immediately. How do you know she won't say anything? I see that she has been getting close to that Nangong Xian's nephew recently. There is no direct interest between them. Whether Nangong Xian knows what the Xiantian Palace Master is doing is also a question. Yin Quan continued secretly pinching Yue's soft waist. What are you doing? Yue reacted strongly and released Yin Quan. Of course I'm letting you go. Why does everyone have such strength? In any case, it was indeed a miscalculation on my part that she was able to find me, but I have already resolved it. She won't spill the beans. Remember, my agreement with you is to ensure that my plans are not affected before I leave. After I leave, whatever you do, you will have to bear the consequences yourself. Yin Quan said, slowly walking into the mansion by himself. Yin Quan, you're finally back? Hurry and save my brother. Just after Yin Quan entered the door, he saw Li Xian Ling rushing towards him anxiously. Save your brother? What happened to Li Hua? It's not your business. He has been captured by the Tianji Pavilion here, and they are demanding old friends to come and pick him up. Aren't they talking about you? Li Xian Ling said, anxiously grabbing Yin Quan's sleeve. How could this happen? Do you have any specific information? It can't be that bad rich woman again. If she comes, my plans will be ruined. Moreover, last time she said she would definitely give me a set of memory loss spells. But this doesn't seem like Su Yao's style. If it were her, she would have come looking for me a long time ago. I don't know the specifics. I heard that he was receiving guests from Tianji Pavilion at the time and just happened to receive your message, then got locked up. Li Xian Ling said anxiously. This was the news she happened to learn when she went out to find Tong Ranjan today to check on the situation at home. Yin Quan silently watched Li Xian Ling without speaking. Could it be that Su Yao from that day? Tong Ranjan also stepped forward to say, is Xian Ling getting a bit too close to Master? How enviable, that bad guy. No, I can't think this way. Xian Ling is just anxious. I shouldn't think like that. Tong Ransan's mind was racing uncontrollably, but she needed to be careful not to let Yin Quan fall into Su Yao's hands again. Her instincts told her that both Su Yao and that fair-skinned woman were not easy to deal with. Master, why don't Xian Ling and I go check the situation? Tianji Pavilion is a reputable sect. They wouldn't dare to act so boldly. As long as we make a scene, they will naturally release him. Xian Ling, don't worry. They won't do anything to your brother. Tong Ranjan calmly analyzed, secretly pulling Li Xian Ling from Yin Quan's side to comfort her. Old friends. Also, this treasure is so famous. How could Tianji Pavilion not be involved? What's Su Yao? Is she the young master of Tianji Pavilion? You still have connections with her? You really are stirring up trouble everywhere. Xiao Ranjan, your master, is quite remarkable, finding so many potential mothers for you. Doesn't that bother you? No. Tong Ransan's eyes were vacant as she mechanically repeated the words. I say people like that should be locked up. Yue turned her tone, warning Yin Quan that she was not someone easy to fool. If she found any abnormalities, then Yin Quan should prepare to spend his life in the Feather Clan's shrine. That makes sense. Ranjan, what's wrong with you? Li Xian Ling said worriedly from the side, waking the unusually quiet Tong Ranjan. Hiss. Don't add fuel to the fire. They'll go out for a bit, resolve this matter, and I will be back soon. Yin Quan didn't intend to acknowledge the oddities between them and turned to leave. Ranjan wants to go too. Take me with you. I also want to see what's going on. Then I won't go, you free go. Yin Quan said, pretending to be angry as he walked back into the mansion. Well, Ranjan, why don't we just not go? Li Xian Ling said hesitantly. But it's too dangerous for Master to go there alone. Tong Ranjan replied, wanting to follow Yin Quan. The things you arranged are almost taken care of, but there are still some errors you need to review. Yu Qiu appeared in front of everyone, followed by several elite members of the Feather Clan. Why are you all here? Where is that guy Yin Quan? I don't know, he probably went back to his room to work on his little schemes. What should we do, Ranjan? If Yin Quan doesn't go, then it looks like we have to go ourselves. Li Xian Ling said worriedly. Don't worry, Xian Ling, Master should already be on his way. Tong Ranjan said dejectedly, knowing from her understanding of Yin Quan that he would definitely sneak out through the small door of the mansion without needing to use any means. Xian Ling, do you think Master has to go through the torment of a bad woman to realize my worth? Tong Ranjan said softly. Now the only sense of security she had was that she wasn't the kind of woman that Yin Quan would avoid at all costs. Halt ahead is the territory of the Tianji Pavilion. Our unauthorized personnel, please do not enter. Please inform your Lord Su Hui that I do not have much patience or time. Yin Quan said irritably. Each unexpected turn of events was truly putting him in a bad mood. Hey, you don't remember? Lord Su ordered that if anyone comes in with a displeased face and calls out his name directly, just let him in. Another disciple on duty stepped forward to remind. Chapter 61. Things are getting more and more off. I'm so angry I forgot to put on my mask. Walking among the tall buildings in the Tianji Pavilion territory, Yin Quan put his mask back on. Although no one here should recognize him, it doesn't mean that there aren't any spies set up by Su Yao. However, even though Yin Quan didn't expect Su Hui to be half as clever as his sister, he hoped he could ensure that Su Yao's infiltration wouldn't take place within his group. Su Hui, what are you up to, you fool? Yin Quan followed the respectful guidance of the Tianji Pavilion disciples and arrived outside a slightly ajar pavilion. The pavilion's decor was plain, starkly contrasting with the luxurious style of other pavilions. However, this confirmed that Yin Quan's conjecture was not wrong. Brother Hui, what do you think of my poem today? Brother Hui, why is it all about your sister? Can't you change the style? This only buries your talent. What do you know? Yao Yao she is. Finally my old friend has arrived. Inside the pavilion were two young men. One was dressed in a luxurious golden robe, while the other wore a light-colored casual outfit. The former was Li Hua, and the latter was tall with black hair, possessing a very handsome and delicate appearance. Yin Mu too. I didn't expect you to really come on. Oh no, I lost the bet. Brother Hui, this is the stake. I accept defeat. Su Hui, if you let me get caught by your black-heart capitalist sister, I won't spare you. Yin Quan said angrily, casually finding a seat to sit down. Capitalist? What is that? Yin Quan, do you really think I wanted to see you? I wanted to ask why you appeared in front of Yao Yao again, and why you made her sad. Su Hui angrily approached, grabbing Yin Quan's collar. Appear in front of her. Clearly she. What happened to her? Yin Quan initially wanted to explain, but there was really nothing to say to this diehard sister complex. Ever since she returned to the main pavilion last time, she's been absent-minded, usually staring blankly at that little wooden sword, and it's gone too. Just ask a few people around her, and you'll know she want to find you. Don't try to say it has nothing to do with you. Hey, Yin Mu too, by the way, how did you escape from Su Yao last time and make it here? Just say what you want to. I don't have time to waste with you, and you know I don't want to be around her. You? Sai, why does Yao Yao like this jerk? Fine, seeing you like this, I don't want to make it difficult for you. When you recover, we can fight to the death again, and whoever wins can stay by her side. Let's talk about serious matters. Tisk. Return the little wooden sword to me. What? Yin Quan naturally didn't hear clearly, and thought to himself that this Su Hui after all these years was still the same. However, back then he and Su Hui were just Su Yao's two high-quality laborers. It's normal for people to realize something was wrong after so long, just like him, and the fool doing everything to please their sister. He remembered a few times when they had blocked several suitors who plotted against Su Yao, and at that time Su Hui had secretly dealt with them harshly. Why does it feel like neither of these siblings is normal? But after all, he is at least a good brother. Are you stealing Yao Yao's little wooden sword? Return it quickly. What little wooden sword? The one she usually carries. I noticed something was off when she returned home during the Tianji Pavilion's main gathering. She has been distracted all day and even cried secretly at night. You pervert. Brother Hui, that's a bit too much. Yin Quan and Li Hua instinctively distanced themselves from Su Hui. What are you two thinking? I only guessed it because I saw her red eyes the next day. Don't think too much. Su Hui explained, slapping the table. What little wooden sword? That was originally mine. You don't really think she cried because she lost that thing, do you? How could it be yours? Ever since you left, I've seen Yao Yao always carrying that little thing with her name engraved on it. You bastard. Su Hui realized something as he spoke, gritting his teeth with resentment. So you wouldn't risk finding me just to get that thing right? Yin Quan said helplessly. Since I know that it is your possession, I naturally want give it to Yao Yao, which is just right to help her forget you completely. I came to ask you if you have anything to do with the recent changes in Tianxian Palace. Yes, Yin Mu too, what a coincidence that when Tianxian Palace is in turmoil, you just happen to be here. Li Hua chimed in, having been talking to Su Hui for the past days, and naturally learned some news. What turmoil? How much do you know and how much do I know? There might not be a direct connection. Besides, in my current state, what kind of waves can I stir up? You two can't help me, so don't make things difficult for me. I'm leaving. Yin Quan said, speechless, getting up to leave directly. Wait, I think it would be better if you leave the small wooden sword behind. Su Hui said, staring blankly at his crossborder, echoing small mirror. Where's that dead person? A familiar voice came, and a charming projection appeared on the small mirror. Turn it off, turn it off. Yin Quan quickly hid behind a nearby desk, whispering a reminder. This small mirror is incredibly precious, especially requiring a very high level of spatial magic. But with the Su family setup, having this is particularly reasonable. Aha, Yao Yao, what are you talking about? Why did you suddenly think of using this small mirror to find your brother? Clearly, I usually use this to contact you, and you never respond. Su Hui forced a smile to cover up, but stubbornly refused to turn off the projection of his good sister. This dead sister complex. Li Hua, hurry and take me away. Yan Quan called softly. He had indeed overestimated Su Hui, but he came knowing that Su Yao was not there. And even if Su Yao knew he was here and came over, it would take several days. By then, he would have already left. Yin Mu Tu, you think I don't want to leave? Su Hui keeps pulling me in various ways, not letting me go. There are people from their side everywhere, unless you deal with Su Hui. Li Hua said, mimicking Yan Quan as he hid. Let him come out. Otherwise you tell him to weigh the consequences of catching me later. What if I come out? Last time I saved you, what do you want? Yan Quan boldly stepped forward, hugging Su Hui. Su Hui, tell her not to waste her efforts. We will never comply with her wishes. You. Su Yao's beautiful face first shocked at the sudden appearance of Yan Quan, then her expression turned into a half-smile, half-frown. Want to play hide and seek? Do you really think you can fool me and that stupid brother next to you? Do you believe I can have all the cultivators from Tianji Pavilion over there capture both of you right now? Wait. Yao Yao, he and I are not in cahoots. He, am I afraid of you? How did you cry that day? Do you want me to talk about it? And about the poisoning incident, after being poisoned, what did you do? You should still have some impression, right? Do you want me to say it out loud? It seems I have to, I said. She turned it off. Yan Quan squeezed Su Hui aside, speaking vigorously finally, making Su Yao's face turn crimson, her whole body trembling with anger, turning off the small mirror. I'm leaving. When she comes to notify you, you just control those cultivators. Oh, anyway, she won't arrive here anytime soon. You should be able to manage that, and afterward I will naturally leave far away. However, we should meet again at the Xiantian treasure meeting the day after tomorrow, and whatever you want to do then, I won't obstruct you, rest assured. Yan Quan adjusted his clothes, put on his mask, and signaled to Li Hua, who then eagerly followed him. Su Hui clutched the small mirror, gritting his teeth. You made me get hated by Yao Yao again. Forget it. As long as you can stay far away, Yao Yao will eventually forget you. The day after tomorrow, you better not come to the Xiantian treasure meeting. This is my last advice to you. I want to say the same to you. If you are too reckless, you might just die. By then you might not see Su Yao again. I think it over carefully. No need to keep serving them. Yan Quan said as he walked, soon leaving the pavilion, with Li Hua departing from the place. Yin Mu Tu, that Su Hui really isn't normal, as you said, chatting with me about his sister every day. Oh, I'm almost overwhelmed. Thank you for saving me out. By the way, what are you doing with Xian Ling and Xiao Ran? Forget it, I don't want to know, but do you know who I met a few days ago? If you had some ability, I wouldn't have to make this trip. Who did you meet? Yan Quan said disdainfully. Wasn't it that day when Su Hui happened to come over as a guest? He recognized the handwriting on that letter at a glance. Li Hua defended himself, but he did need to change the habit of reading letters in front of outsiders. I saw someone from the Yang family of Tianhe. And it seems that the famous Yang Shui also appeared this time, the biological mother of your junior sister. Stop beating around the bush. Ooh, just say it directly. Fine, actually, a few days ago, I encountered the Yang family's team on the way here, and it seemed like your junior sister was inside. Although I heard that those cultivators along the way saw a stunning, unparalleled white-haired fairy, it should be pretty accurate. I initially wanted to tell you sooner, but unexpectedly. Li Hua continued, noticing Yan Quan had stopped. He also halted. Something's off, increasingly off. Yan Quan mumbled, wondering where the problem lay. Chapter 62. Do you find me troublesome? What are you muttering about? By the way, you don't seem to have any issues now. Have you handled everything with your junior sister and Su Yao? Li Hua asked curiously. These matters are quite complex. You just go back and help me stabilize things over there with Ran. Don't let the sect make things difficult for her. I have things to attend to, so am leaving first to see you the day after tomorrow. Yan Quan said dejectedly, but if he only let himself feel dejected, then what awaited him in a few days would be a few versions of chaotic situations. I'll wait this guy. Li Hua hadn't reacted when Yan Quan had already walked away, but he also had things to prepare, so he could only stop in his tracks. As for Li Xian Ling, staying by Yan Quan's side made him feel more at ease. After parting with Li Hua, Yan Quan slowly returned along the original path, stopping by to take a look at Qin Shi, who had been trained by the Feather Clan. Most of the slaves who used to follow him had been incorporated by the Feather Clan, and now Qin Shi was just a laborer, helping the Feather Clan establish connections here. Young Master Chu, what are you doing here? A foreign woman looked surprised at the masked man blocking her way. How did you recognize me? Yan Quan asked, signaling the nearby Feather Clan not to pay attention and sending away the other slaves. I am sensitive to smells. Sorry, young Master Chu, I have matters to attend to. No need, you're free now. Yan Quan said flatly, allowing the nearby Feather Clan to release Ah Hua from her contract. Here is a pouch of spirit stones that should be enough for you to return home. After Quan finished speaking, he turned to leave. This young master doesn't need to waste these spirit stones. My home is very far away in the Black Cloud continent, or I probably won't be able to go back in this lifetime. The foreign woman, named Ahua, looked at the pouch of spirit stones, muttering, "But young master has still given me my freedom. I will remember it for a lifetime." Black Cloud continent. Quan paused, looking back at the foreign woman. "Go stay at my previous inn and wait for my notification," he said flatly, and then left. Late at night, Quan returned to the residence at a leisurely pace. Based on his experience, Yu and Tong Ran would likely be in the room from yesterday. So he chose another unoccupied small room and directly went to bed, reviewing plans for the upcoming days and making some other considerations. As he pondered, heavy drowsiness soon washed over him, and when he opened his eyes again, he felt a weight pressing down. There was also a familiar soft touch, but this time it transformed into a fragrance of gardenias. "This smell is," I said. "Are you becoming increasingly disobedient?" No response, but he heard steady breathing. "This little girl, is she really asleep? How can she find me wherever I go? She must have learned some means I don't know, but being able to acquire new skills is commendable. But if she always knows my whereabouts, who knows when she might sneak over to find me again? Is it relying on that life-bound celestial token?" Quan mumbled to himself. "Because generally speaking, tracking and positioning should require some medium. It should be that as her master reviewing a disciple's storage bag should be fine, right? It's just confiscating something that isn't beneficial to her for her own good." Quan thought for a moment, made up his mind, and slowly reached towards Tong Ran's soft waist. "Nothing. Just a thin garment." Quan muttered, wondering why this girl was wearing only a thin garment, but then again, who sleeps with a storage bag? No, he himself often sleeps with a storage bag on him because he might need to respond to various situations and get up to escape in time. Master." Tong Ran seemed to sense something, murmuring a few words in her sleep before hugging Quan tightly. Quan felt an increasingly stimulating sensation and hurriedly grabbed a pillow to replace his position. He got up and searched by the bedside, and sure enough, he found the little girl's outer clothes and storage bag. Holding them in his hand, he could smell the faint fragrance unique to Tong Ran. "No matter what, it isn't appropriate to come and sleep in the master's room. When I have time, I need to educate this little girl about respect and the differences between men and women." Quan sighed inwardly, but his hands continued to work on breaking the restrictions on Tong Ran's storage bag. "I didn't expect there to be so many layers and so complicated. I remember I didn't teach her much about this area." Quan muttered, quickly breaking several layers, but he found that the next few layers of restrictions became increasingly complex. "Hiss. It should be like this. No, it should be this piece. It's that piece. Indeed. Then it should be here. No, it should be there. That would be faster. Makes sense, thank you. What's wrong? Continue stealing." The girl sighed like orchids, leaning against Quan's shoulder, gently whispering to him. The moonlight gently shone through the window, precisely illuminating Tong Ran's stunning face, reflecting her clear eyes, beautiful like a pair of exquisite gems. Quan was startled, meeting the gaze of Tong Ran, which showed no emotional fluctuations, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. "Isn't this little girl asleep? This is bad. As a master sneaking around a disciple's storage bag at midnight, if this gets out, what will happen? No, wait, why should I feel guilty? Clearly she was in the wrong first. It's all this girl's fault for her unperturbed expression. Which disciple dresses like this in front of their master and remains unfazed?" "Cough, cough, Ran, you're awake." Quan said awkwardly. Because there's no scent of you on that pillow, I couldn't sleep well." "When did you wake up?" "When you started breaking the restrictions on my storage bag." Tong Ran said lightly. Quan's heart sank. This girl didn't even call him master anymore. Could it be that he had gone too far? Ran, master, just checking. Cough, cough. Checking if you have any theft awareness. Your restriction techniques are quite good. You've made progress, Quan realized he was no longer sure of what he was saying, because he found that Tong Ran had pulled out everything from her storage bag and placed it into another storage bag of her own. "If you wanted to see my storage bag, you could have just asked me directly, or do you want to steal my things? You really don't want Ran to find you again, do you? You've always thought I was a hassle, haven't you?" Tong Ran leaned in closer, practically whispering in Quan's ear. Chapter 63, The Calm Before the Storm. "What are you saying master wouldn't find you troublesome?" Quan felt a bit overwhelmed and could only turn his head away, not looking at Tong Ran, then laughed awkwardly. "Turn around and look at me," Tong Ran said softly. No matter what, you shouldn't have come to my room. Are you planning to abandon me forever?" Her tone remained low, but Tong Ran's actions grew bolder. Ran, if you don't behave, I'm going to get angry." "Behave? You're about to abandon me. Why should I listen? You need to calm down or I won't look at the storage bag anymore. I'll just leave it be." Quan was pressed down by Tong ran onto the bed so he could only lower his pride to stabilize this little girl first. Indeed, I can't let you leave, otherwise I'll lose track of you eventually. Tong ran said softly, completely ignoring Quan's words. If I can't find you, I'll never see you again. Oh, why are you abandoning me? She excitedly pressed down both of Quan's hands, straddling him. Why is it that you all can pursue what you love, but I can't? Why do the people I like the most have to leave me? Tong ran shouted in the darkness, and Quan could only feel her tears falling. Quan frowned tightly. He had thought Tong ran was like him, able to turn pain into motivation, endure loneliness, and cultivate alone. But now it seemed he had been too demanding. After all, it was his responsibility as a master. Sigh. Can I go to Black Cloud Continent to handle a matter, and then return to Tianyu Continent? Quan said helplessly. Really? Tong ran spoke, and Quan couldn't see her tear-stained face. Really? Then at that time. Whatever you want, but you can't slack off on sect matters, otherwise they will definitely have grievances. Quan replied, isn't it just letting her know his whereabouts? Whatever she wants at that time. That should be what she wants. Really, can I do as I please? At that time. Tong ran asked, her tone carrying a hint of surprise, and her mood visibly brightened a bit. Is she that happy? What it means to follow him is really hard to understand. Get off me first. After Quan spoke, Tong ran fell silent for a moment before slowly releasing him. So Master is so good to Ran, but did I make Master angry with Ran? After Quan got up, Tong ran slowly asked. You little girl, how could I dare get angry at you? Quan teased, reaching out to flick Tong ran's forehead. Why haven't you returned Master's storage bag yet? Where did you learn all these quirky techniques? Some were taught by my ancestors, some I learned while traveling, and some I picked up from manuscripts left by Master. But Master's teachings are the most powerful and the best. Stop, you don't need to say it like that. You've learned many new spells, which is a good thing. Quan sighed, supporting his forehead, and in truth the way this girl was dressed right now was quite revealing. Do you usually dress like this to sleep? Forget it, I see that dawn is approaching in a few hours. I should prepare the items needed for tomorrow's Xuantiang Bao meeting. You should rest a bit more. Quan said, not daring to look too much at his little disciple. He got up and casually tidied up before heading towards the door. Master Ran will accompany you. Just as Quan was about to open the door, he was pulled back by Tong Ran. You? Did you get dressed so quickly? Quan turned around and saw that this little girl had used magic to wrap herself up tightly while he was walking over. Well, actually, this outfit inside was chosen by Sister E, not what Ran wanted herself. Moreover, it's only for Master's eyes. What do you mean, why is your face so red? If you want to go together, then go together. It's just right for you to be my helper. Quan looked at the shy Tong Ran and asked. Could it be that you wore too little and caught a chill? Cultivators can sometimes get illnesses similar to ordinary people, so one must be careful. No, it's nothing. Let's set off. Tong Ran twirled her fine hair with her small hand, softly pulling on Quan's sleeve. Hey, you need to explain what you were doing yesterday. Why didn't you come back for the whole night? Looking at Quan, who was leisurely drinking tea in the study after a busy morning, Yu said with her hands on her hips. I went to prepare my own things. How's your preparation going? Quan replied, leisurely enjoying the gentle shoulder rub from his lovely disciple behind him. Master, why did you let Xian Ling leave first? Well, I can't take that many people tomorrow. I can only take you in. She can go back and let Li Hua bring her in. Waiting in Xuantiang Palace until the treasure meeting ends, you'll go back with them. Quan said slowly. Then Master, how long will your matter take? Hey, I asked where you went last night. You need to answer properly. Yu saw that Quan was being dismissive and ignored her, which made her even more annoyed. What's wrong? Just because I didn't sleep in your room means I was out. Sister Master slept in another room last night. Tong Ran smiled as she explained. Yu clenched her small fist in anger. Sharing a bed with him was just. Ugh. I don't need this jerk around me. Without him I sleep better. But I didn't sleep all night just because I was afraid he would run away. Don't think I care about you. Even if you die, you need to break this contract before you die, got it? Also, little Ran, why are you so accommodating to this jerk? Come help me organize the magical tools needed for tomorrow's treasure meeting. But, Master has just finished working hard. Tong Ran hesitated. Go on, she will probably give you some things too. Quan said, lightly, watching as the two quickly left the study. He felt that if he could live this leisurely life, it wouldn't be bad. Unfortunately, this was only the calm before the storm. He took out a small mirror from his storage bag, the one he had given to Miao Yutao before. What is it? Quan lazily spoke to the charming figure in the small mirror. Why did you respond so late? The figure huffed, her tone clearly annoyed. This small mirror is of inferior quality. If it's too far away, or if there are barriers in between, it will malfunction or experience delays. If I see that as your excuse. Tomorrow, in addition to helping me find materials, you need to help me with one more thing. What is it? Miao Xinzi, didn't we already discuss this? Once the matter is accomplished, I will reward you. I mean, isn't it just a simple task? Miao Xinzi, what do you need my help with, eh? You will pretend to be my fiancé tomorrow to help me get rid of Nangong Min. Once it's done, it'll give you 100,000 spirit stones. 100,000. Wait, let me think. Yin Quan looked at the disdainful face of Miao Yutao, and then thought about his own plans, feeling that this wasn't something he had to help with. After all, he had secretly earned a lot relying on the Yu clan, which should be enough for him to spend a long time. Moreover, he had arranged quite a lot for those days. If anything went wrong because of this, losing a lot over a small gain would be too much of a loss. Do you think it's too little? Then No need, Miao Xinzi, as long as you can listen to my arrangements, I can help you with this small task. Yin Quan said slowly, leisurely, taking another sip of tea. Well, since everything has already become a mess, having one more helper is still better. Chapter 64, Did we just run into each other? The Xuantiang Bao meeting, initiated by the Xuantiang Palace and the Tiandi Commerce Alliance once every 100 years on the Tianshan continent, is a high-end trading and treasure-collecting event. Throughout history, the Tiandi Commerce Alliance, consisting of various forces from the continents, including the Xuantiang Palace, has always been a reliable force for cultivators to trade and auction treasures. The Tiandi Commerce Alliance has a far-reaching influence. Even the Tianji Pavilion is a part of it, while some small and medium-sized sects can't even establish a connection. Master, this attire is so strange. At the entrance of the Xuantiang Palace, a petite girl dressed oddly asked a tall man with sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes beside her. Didn't you see it yesterday? Why didn't you voice your opinion back then? But everyone is looking at me strangely. Why isn't Master using the identity of Chunshi anymore? That guy's identity has some issues and can't be used anymore. Just disguise yourself as a foreign merchant, it will help with the disguise. Yin Quan said as he and Tong Ranran were at the entrance of the North Palace of Xuantiang Palace undergoing identity verification. Besides, foreigners like to paint their faces with some paint which can also serve as a disguise. But why do I have to wear so much on my face? Isn't it because you're too recognizable? A little decoration makes you easily identifiable. Yin Quan looked at Tong Ranran, who was now painted like a little calico cat following closely behind him. How did he not notice how beautiful this girl was before? If he only painted those two spots on her face, it would look more like decorative art, giving her a unique flavor. If you want to follow me, it has to be like this. One token can only allow up to 2 people to enter. Yu Qiu and Yu Yi have their own matters to attend to, and the area they are going to is different from where I want to go. So we two will just pretend and help your master save some trouble. Yin Quan led Tong Ranran through the identity checks smoothly with their fake identities and then headed towards the residence of the North Palace cultivators. Those qualified can choose accommodations from the 4 palaces to facilitate their main objectives. This is because each palace has different focuses. For example, the North Palace mainly gathers trading of auxiliary-type treasures and magical tools. The reason for holding such a treasure meeting is largely to filter and improve the quality of various treasure transactions, attracting great forces or some famous high-level cultivators, thereby enhancing the Xuantiang Palace's strengths. Ranran understands, but being with Master is good no matter what. Tong Ranran happily walked ahead, looking around. Although the odd clothing of both her and Yin Quan occasionally attracted attention, there were many real foreign characters among the crowd, so not many people paid attention to them. I haven't strolled around with Master like this in a long time. Master, are we heading back to the room directly next? Tong Ranran said, cheerfully bouncing around. Yin Quan, her youthful energy and playfulness fully displayed at this moment. Look at the outside area. Many people have already started preparing their businesses. It's still early, so let's browse around a bit more. Yin Quan smiled slightly, feeling that this little girl was in a great mood today. However, he didn't need to be too anxious, as there were people from Xuantiang Palace maintaining order here, and he could still stroll around with peace of mind. Let's change directions. Yin Quan suddenly pulled Tong Ranran's small hand and wanted to walk in another direction. Master, didn't we say we would check out the front? There are more people there. Tong Ranran didn't understand why Yin Quan suddenly wanted to change directions, so her speed couldn't keep up with him. Yin Quan looked at her in a daze and directly picked her up, quickly running in another direction. Master, what are you doing? Master. Seeing Yin Quan's flustered expression, Tong Ranran curiously asked. But Yin Quan continued to run with her for a while before finally stopping. Huff. Yin Quan took Tong Ranran to hide behind a well-prepared treasure stall, before finally feeling at ease and gently gasping for breath. It seems that his body really can't take it anymore. Master, what's wrong? Tong Ranran stepped forward to ask. It's nothing. Yin Quan waved his hand, glancing around before saying. He couldn't tell her that he had seen 2 masked women from afar and was frightened. By the way, are their hair colors enough to just wear masks? Yin Quan sighed in relief inside. Although he dared to come here, he had made full preparations and wasn't afraid of being caught. But it was too early. Did they expect that he would definitely come to the North Palace, which focuses on auxiliary treasures? I really don't understand why they are targeting me like this. Quan mumbled as he led Tong Ranran towards their residence. Master is tired. Oh, let's go back and rest. Later when everyone is ready we can come out and take a look. No, you won't leave until you explain the reason to me, Tong Ranran said angrily. Quan saw that she looked suspicious and still wasn't telling her clearly. Did he really think she was that easy to trick? Ahem. As for the reason, I see, but seems that Master's old acquaintance has arrived. Well then let's go back first. Tong Ranran looked at Quan, who was stumbling over his words and guessed most of the situation, so she could only sigh and follow her flowery master back to the residence. Quan didn't pay attention to why Tong Ranran was so perceptive, since there was no other way. He couldn't just walk right into a trap, or it was better to hide for a while. Not far from the treasure-gathering place among the crowd, two graceful women were seen walking side by side. Chu Ruashua, didn't you say that whoever finds it first gets it? What do you mean now? Also, I was still considering you a friend, but you've been lying to me all along. What does it matter if I told you? Can you catch him or keep him? You and I are just his tools. He doesn't care at all. Besides, didn't you say you could snatch him? Have you forgotten? The white-haired girl replied, her pleasant voice and graceful figure still attracted many gazes, even with a mask on. He's definitely not here. Do you think he would be that foolish? Coming here is like walking into a trap. Long Kai Lu crossed her arms. Oh, is that so? I actually think senior brother has that kind of courage. Chu Ruashue replied. By the way, can you tell me more about that other woman you encountered who has a connection with senior brother? I'm quite interested. What right do you have to tell me? I hate people who deceive me the most. You tell me about the one you know, and I'll tell you about the other woman who's also related to him. The one he kissed that day. Chu Ruashue chuckled. What? You know? No, wait, he told me it was just a normal friend. Long Kai Lu replied, but her tone grew less certain. All right. Then let's exchange information. She bit her silver teeth and stomped her foot. Damn, Quan, I absolutely won't let you off this time. Master, do you really have a plan? Ranran is still very worried about you. Tong Ranran looked anxiously at Quan, who was lying flat on the bed. At this moment, they were in the residence room prepared for those qualified to enter Xuantiang Palace. It should be fine, right? Quan replied softly, playing with a transparent small ball in his hand. It should. Master will be able to run away if caught, right? Quan absent-mindedly replied, wondering if they really dared to make a move here. That would be too insane. Long Kai Lu's words should be quite angry, since he had played her again, and she would likely come down hard on him. As for Su Yao, she would definitely torment him. She wouldn't allow him to live with the memory of that incident. As for Chu Ruashue, this darkened junior sister is really bad, the worst of bad women, because he recently discovered that everything returned from her storage bag had been tampered with. No wonder she knew he was here. Without the help of the Yu clan, he really wouldn't have discovered it. Now, although the tracking effect has been removed, as long as Chu Ruashue approaches and casts a spell, all his things will become unusable. With his cultivation not restored much and his tools not allowed for use, he would truly be done for. These women are really troublesome. Why are they clinging to me? Quan sighed, each of them not worrying about marriage or resources, torturing a cultivator who has lost all his power. What kind of hero is that? Bang! A loud noise came, and Quan quickly got up to look at the door. He saw the room's door opened, and a familiar figure walked in shortly after. Chapter 65, He's Unreliable. Damn, Quan, you better dissolve this contract for me. How long do you expect me to wait? Don't ruin my big plans. A stunning girl with flowing black hair entered the room and said with an air of arrogance, Didn't I say you have to wait until I'm free? Besides, why are you in such a hurry to dissolve the contract? What are you planning? I advise you not to act too hastily. It's better to observe the situation more. Quan said helplessly. You don't need to guide me. I have my own plans. Wow, you are. Little Ranran. Why are you painted like this? Quan, you heartless. Yue noticed Tong Ranran, who was sitting next to Quan, covered in paint, and curiously approached to take a look. Sister it's fine, this can be removed. Tong Ranran mumbled as Yue held her face. You following this guy will only lead to suffering. Yue said with concern. Hey, what do you mean by that? She has grown up under my watch and protection, or I may not have contributed much, but I have put in my effort, right? Quan retorted, asserting that he could be called a good master. On the contrary, this little girl has been increasingly disobedient lately, and he knew it was related to his declining authority. Cultivation is still very important. I want to stay by master's side myself. Alright, I'll be in the main guest room of the Nangong residence. If you need anything, come find me, but don't trust your master too much, he's unreliable. Yes, I heard that. Hurry up and give me what I want, then go deal with your own matters. I have lifted the restrictions of the contract for you. You can now use your own power, but you'll have to wait until I leave to fully dissolve the contract. Quan spoke the first half, then conveyed the latter half to Yue through voice transmission. Who do you think this young lady wants to see you? Take it, you better keep your promise. said, tossing a small white ball to Yin Quan. However, she also took the opportunity to observe Yin Quan's condition. Finding that he still could only rely on his magical tools, she left after chatting with Tong Ran for a few more moments. Thinking you can leave after seeing me, how naive. Once I finish my tasks, I'll take you back to the Yu clan for a lifetime. Plotted in her heart, quickly disappearing from Yin Quan's sight. Ran, you might need to return to the sect earlier. After a while, Yin Quan spoke. The sect should have sent someone to visit this time. If you don't, you may as well take the opportunity. Master, didn't we agree on this? Tong Ran whispered as she approached Yin Quan. If you don't return, the sect people will talk about you, but really doesn't matter if it's just a day or two. Yin Quan could see that this little girl was in a posture ready to cast spells at any moment, so he reluctantly changed his wording. How about Master goes with me? After all, Elder Yun Rua is here, and isn't your relationship with her quite good? Besides, Elder Yun has always been good to me. Even if I return late, she won't punish me severely. Tong Ran replied. Forget it, I'm no longer considered part of the sect, so there's no need to add any trouble for them and myself. Yin Quan responded after some contemplation. Actually, catching up with old friends wouldn't be bad, being under public scrutiny might even be safer. But Elder Yun, why does that name sound familiar? Do I know her? Yin Quan ruminated, unable to recall, as apart from cultivating in the sect, he only managed sect affairs, and whenever he had time, he would travel and seek opportunities. To be honest, after all these years, there were hardly more than 2 people he could consider familiar in the sect. But saying he didn't know Tong Ran might come off as a bit heartless, right? Ahem, if that's the case, then it's up to you. But it's best if you take some time to inform me of your situation. The Xiantian Treasure Conference will last 7 days, so don't keep people worrying about you. Yin Quan stood up. Actually, it would be best not to let anyone come looking for him. He already had enough trouble to deal with. He didn't want to be caught by those troublesome women in front of Tong Ran. It's getting late, it's a waste of time staying in the room. Let's go sit in a restaurant in the Beigong. Yin Quan suggested. After such a long time, and to be honest, he was already prepared, so he wasn't afraid of those troublesome women. He couldn't keep hiding, and naturally Tong Ran had no objections. As long as Yin Quan didn't touch her bottom line, she was a well-behaved disciple. Phew, I didn't expect everyone to enjoy resting in this tavern. Taking a sip of hot tea, Tong Ran curiously looked around. It was noon, and people of all kinds were coming in and out of the tavern. This treasure conference is a rare opportunity for these people to get information even during their rest time. This place is naturally the best choice. Yin Quan said lightly. Excuse me, can we share a table with the 3 of you? 3 foreign men entered the tavern, looked around for a moment, and then approached Yin Quan and Tong Ran. No problem, please do. Yin Quan replied slowly, estimating that they thought sharing a table with them would have a higher success rate given their attire. Wow, this little sister's outfit is quite special. One of them commented. Yeah, but little sister looks like she should be quite beautiful. I wonder if she's married. Another young man with a bald head excitedly spoke. You fool, pay attention. The one who proposed sharing the table chided the young man. Haha, no problem. Do you gentlemen want some tea? Yin Quan laughed, pouring a cup of tea for each of the 3 men. Haha, thank you, brother. I am Mao Hung, this is Mao Ran, and the one who speaks without thinking is Mao Yu, please forgive him. I am Chu Quan, and this is my disciple Ran. Judging by your attire, you shouldn't be cultivators from this region. Yes, we are representatives of the northern Mao barbarian tribe here to handle some matters. Mao Hung spoke. We are also entrusted by our tribe. Friend Chu, do you happen to know? What is that human cultivator called again? Mao Yu interrupted Yin Quan excitedly. Dao partner. Mao Ran reminded coldly from the side. Right? Dao partner, I wonder if you have a Dao partner. If not, my sister is still unmarried. Ahem. My master isn't here for matchmaking. Before Yin Quan could speak, Tong Ran interrupted Mao Yu, glaring at him with hostility. You brat. Behave yourself. Sorry, Brother Chu, it's just that his sister has been single for a long time and wants to find a well-mannered and high-status cultivator to marry, so. Haha, no worries, no worries. I indeed do not have a Dao partner, but for now I am not considering such matters. Yin Quan said helplessly. Ah, what a pity. I thought we came to Beigong to find some beautiful women, but all the beauties are in Nangong. Ooh, I want to go to Nangong. He originally wanted to bring back a beautiful wife to show off his prowess. Mao Yu sighed. You fool, you look like someone who has never seen the world. Wait until you see Miao Yu Tao and Nangong Yue, then you will know what true celestial beings are. Really, are they more beautiful than the aloof beauty I saw today? If I could bring back someone like that. Oh, isn't that Mao Yu from the Mao barbarian tribe? Still as obsessed with women as ever. Ha ha. As Mao Yu expressed his ambition, a nearby table of young foreign men shouted. You bunch of scoundrels. Calm down, we are here to do business, don't cause any trouble. Mao Yu, after being laughed at by the group, was immediately stirred and was about to step forward to argue, but was swiftly held back by the composed Mao Hong. Ha ha ha, look at this coward. He wants to covet Miao Xianzi and Nangong Xianzi, that level of beauty. I think it's just a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. Ha ha ha. Mao Yu. Seeing Mao Yu's anger boiling, Mao Hung quickly restrained him. If they fought here, they would definitely be kicked out of the Xiantian Palace and banned from participating in the next Xiantian Treasure Conference, which would have a huge impact on their family's interests. Mao Yu seemed to still have a shred of rationality left in the end. He just gritted his teeth and sat down. Haha, look at that table of losers. Their lives are probably like that. We just came from the opening ceremony of the Inner Palace's Treasure Conference. Tisk, tisk, Miao Xianzi is indeed stunning, and you can only imagine it here, haha. Seeing that Yin Quan and his group remained silent, the young men at the adjacent table became increasingly enthusiastic about their mockery. Sorry, Brother Chu, it seems we have dragged you down. Mao Hung apologized, clearly aware that the group of youths likely belonged to a rival faction. It's nothing. Yin Quan responded calmly, oh, what's there to mock, just because they couldn't see Miao Yu Tao. Come on, please teach me how to avoid her. He really wanted to learn how to avoid these beautiful, yet malicious celestial beings. Sigh, enough nagging, Brother Mao, why don't you take us to your clan's showcase? I have some ideas for purchasing treasures, and I wonder if I could take a look at what your clan has prepared this time. Of course, let's get going. Oh, we shouldn't let these people ruin our good mood. Alright, Yu Tao, even if you don't want to be with my brother, don't use such an exaggerated excuse. What do you mean you have a fiancé? I've known you for so many years, and I've never seen you with any particularly close men. How could you possibly have a fiancé? On the main street of the Beigong Treasure Conference, a girl in a purple glazed dress spoke to the blue-haired, pink-eyed girl beside her. The girl in purple wore a golden crown with black eyes and red lips, every frown and smile revealing the beauty of the world, her stunning face carrying an indescribable playfulness. Look, it's the Miss of Nangong. It really is. The one next to her is so beautiful, better than all the women I've ever seen in my life. Hey, pay attention to your gaze and your drool. Is that Miao Yu Tao? I didn't expect to see her here. Xiaoya, if you keep following me, I'm going to get angry. I originally didn't want to tell you the purpose of my visit, but since I secretly told you, you also told Nangong men. I won't tell you anything in advance from now on. The blue-haired fairy ignored the increasing number of gazes gathering around, and after finishing her words, her beautiful eyes held anger as she continued to walk. Oh, Yu Tao, what's wrong with my brother? Not handsome enough? Not of high enough status? Or does he not treat you well enough? If you marry into our family, I can be your good friend, or even family for life, and we can always be together. Besides, he has almost collected all the materials for you. Wouldn't it be a waste not to accept them? Nangong Yu followed closely behind Miao Yu Tao, showing no concern for the gazes around them. Ever since she was young, she had been treated like a star, and such situations were very ordinary for her. Moreover, this was in the Tianxian Palace. Although it might cause a bit of a stir, their presence here to inspect the treasure conference was actually quite reasonable. Alright, I'll find my fiancé for you to see. Oh, will you help me persuade your brother then? Miao Yu Tao said angrily, grabbing Nangong Yu's little hand. Well, if you say your fiancé is nearby in the Beigong, if you can find one, I'll help you get rid of my brother. But if you're lying to me, you'll have to accept my brother's things and try to get along with him. Nangong Yu hesitated for a moment before speaking. No one would expect that Miao Yu Tao could have a fiancé and keep it such a secret, especially since the Beigong was traditionally the group with the relatively lowest status among the participants. Could Miao Yu Tao conjure up a fiancé here? Anyway, Nangong Yu didn't believe it. Even if she did find one, it would probably be arranged for benefits specially disguised. Wow, Brother Mao, this Mao beast armor is so cool. At another specialty shop, Yen Quan loudly praised a defensive beast fur garment. Ha, this is our Mao barbarian tribe's specialty armor. The defensive power goes without saying, but this lightness no other clothing with the same level of defense can compare to ours. Mao Hung said confidently. Brother Mao, please make sure to sell me one when you start preparing tomorrow. Yen Quan said seriously, it looks like he could upgrade his celestial puppet clothing. Master, look at this small ball. Meanwhile, Tong Ran also discovered a strange item. Oh, that's the eggs of the Mao moth. Consuming them can stabilize magical power and repair damaged celestial roots. The effect is quite miraculous, but generally people don't get seriously injured, so they haven't sold very well. Mao Yu stepped forward to explain. He had calmed down by this point. It seemed that his family had chosen him for a reason. He wasn't just a mindless brute. I feel a connection with you. How about I give you one little sister? I don't want it. You do, haha, then I'll thank you on behalf of my little disciple. By the way, I wonder how many of these eggs you have, especially the high-quality ones. Yen Quan asked while eagerly examining the small egg. Friend Chu, we didn't bring many this time, but our tribe has gathered quite a lot. If you're willing to return with us, especially regarding my sister. Yen Quan hesitated. Hey master, this kind of thing Ran can find too. You can go back with Ran. Whatever you want, Ran will definitely give you. As long as you stay at my place every day. Haha, then I'll appreciate your kindness. However, I may have to travel far soon, so I can't visit your clan immediately. But now that I know about your clan's hospitality, I will definitely visit in the future. Yen Quan covered Tong Ran's mouth, who was babbling a lot of things he didn't understand, and then apologized to Mao Hung. In the end, he still made some arrangements for the high-quality moth eggs they brought. This bone shield is also quite exquisite. Quan examined a bone shield carefully. Indeed, Brother Chu has a good eye. You've discovered the characteristics of this shield. Mao Hung said, happily stepping forward to introduce the bone shield to Quan. Just then, suddenly the curtain of the shop was opened and two charming figures walked in. Excuse me, are you two? Seeing two stunning fairies suddenly visiting Mao Yu was directly stunned in place. Only the composed Mao Hung stepped forward to ask, Miss Miao, Miss Nangong, what are you two doing here? The recently tidied Mao Ran stammered. Ran had already mentioned the situation regarding Miao Yutao, otherwise the girl would definitely have rushed in again. But what was Miao Yutao doing? Did she not say to inform her first before making any arrangements? Don't joke around, how could he possibly be your fiancé? Yutao, I won't pressure you anymore, just don't scare me. Nangong, you said, anxiously thinking that Miao Yutao had found a lowly foreigner to deceive her. If Miao Yutao was trying to deceive her by accommodating such a lowly foreigner, then she was indeed feeling too sorry for her. Haha, you brought Ran here to wander about without informing me. Had I known, I would have come earlier. But now is just the right time to introduce you to my friend Nangong Yue. Miao Yutao said, casually moving closer to wrap an arm around Quan. Haha, let's change the location to talk, Quan said with a forced smile. He could feel the little gas canister beside him was about to explode, so he quickly suggested, everyone see you tomorrow. Quan said to Mao Hong, and the others then hurriedly led the group away from there. Hey, am I dreaming? Mao Yu muttered. No, it's that Brother Chu is deep and unfathomable, absolutely extraordinary, Mao Hong also muttered. When did Fairy Miao get a fiancé? Mao Ran also looked stunned. Chapter 67, A Happy Ending. What is your name? Which sect are you from? How did you get to know Yu Tao? Seeing you like this, you don't match her at all. Let's be sensible and leave on your own. In the same restaurant in a high-end private room, Nangong Yu said to Quan, who looked dumbfounded. Haha, Yu Tao, your friend is indeed quite unique, but this comes at a different price, haha. Quan said, lightly leaning back to distance himself from the approaching Nangong Yu. What different price? Nangong Yu asked immediately. Cough cough, it's because Xiao Yu wanted to see my fiancée that I brought her here. I didn't mean to disturb you, please don't blame me. Miao Yutao feigned a pitiful look. Shameless woman. Tong Ran transmitted sound to Miao Yutao, unable to hold back. This was no different from teasing Quan in front of her. Huh, you little flower cat, do you want to possess your master this much? Miao Yutao also transmitted sound back to retaliate. Haha, let's sit down and have a good talk. Seeing Tong Ran secretly draw her sword, Quan quickly pressed down on her hand and pulled her down to sit beside him. It was strange, even if Tong Ran was still young, when did Miao Yutao become so immature? Nangong Daoyu, my identity is not very important. Regarding Yutao, I actually discovered a way to save her mother by chance, and through a twist of fate this engagement came to be. Quan said, lightly glancing at Miao Yutao, showing no intention of refuting her. They were all passionately gazing at Tong Ran, presumably communicating through sound. Forget it, he was used to it. So that's how it is. Then do you both truly wish to be together? Nangong Yu asked, half convinced. For now we still want to maintain our current relationship, so we haven't made too much noise. The main thing is to wait until Yutao's mother's situation is resolved before we make further plans, Quan said with a laugh, pouring Nangong Yu a pot of tea. Does Nangong Daoyu have any other questions? What is your name? I am Chu Quan. Hey, Nangong Daoyu, can I see that little ball on your chest? Quan looked at the rising and falling chest of Nangong Yu. It's a divine machine ball given to me by my father, but there's a problem with it, and I haven't found anyone who can fix it. I wonder if some amazing people will appear at this treasure fair. Nangong Yu said, taking down the small ball and handing it to Quan. It really is this thing. Quan muttered to himself, not noticing the faint warmth and fragrance emanating from the small ball. Let me have a look. Quan gradually infused his mana into the treasure ball using the divine puppet robe. The small ball grew twice its original size, and the complex internal mechanisms became visible, beginning to float in the air and move intricately. Wow! Nangong Yu and the two who were bickering beside them turned to look, seeing Quan holding the treasure ball tightly, while quickly operating its internal mechanisms. Soon the small ball suddenly shook violently, then projected several illusory images, all of different magical artifacts. I didn't expect there to be so many magical artifacts in there. Quan muttered, thinking that in the past he would likely have just taken the treasure ball, but now. Nangong Daoyu, do you think this is correct? Quan said with a smile, casually waving the small ball to activate one of the defensive magical artifacts, generating a protective shield around everyone. There are actually such magical artifacts. Quan muttered, casually removing the shield, then conjured a bunch of petals that fell within the private room. Daoyu Chu, did you really fix this? Hurry, what else is there? Show me. Nangong Yu excitedly leaned closer to Quan, looking at him with admiration. Cough cough, what else does Nangong Dao you want to see? However, the things inside are magical artifacts that were previously incorporated into the small ball. You should have some impression of them, right? It was already broken when I got it, so I don't know exactly what's inside. But since it was a birthday gift from my father, I've always wanted to get it fixed. Nangong Yu said, her tone a bit subdued, as if recalling some unhappy memories. Haha, why don't you Nangong Dao you give it a try? Let's just show some ordinary magical artifacts. The ones with too much power can be set aside. Quan said, lightly reaching out to directly take Nangong Yu's delicate hand and placing the small ball in her palm, leaning his back against hers. Wait a minute. Nangong Yu's pretty face flushed with embarrassment. Nangong Dao you please focus on the small ball. Quan reminded, noticing how the girl's eyes were drifting around. Wasn't she curious about how to use this treasure ball? Quan simply tightened his grip on Nangong Yu's hand, guiding her to operate the treasure ball. The treasure ball gradually began to glow and vibrate in Nangong Yu's astonished gaze. In the next moment, Quan and she disappeared from their spot, reappearing at a table several meters away. How is it? The spatial magical artifacts inside don't seem to be very good. There's a bit of error in controlling the teleportation distance, but that's to be expected. Quan analyzed, completely unaware of Nangong Yu's flushed cheeks and the resentful gazes from the two sides. What's wrong with you guys? After releasing Nangong Yu, Quan sat back down. After all, he had achieved his goal of studying the treasure ball, so he let Nangong Yu hold it herself. Master is just a big vase. Tong Ranran said. If you dare to make a move on Xiao Yue, I won't spare you. Miao Yutao narrowed her eyes and smiled threateningly. What do you two mean? Quan asked in confusion. I'm just helping your friend fix something ill. Look, isn't this a happy ending? Nangong Dao, you agree, right? Our relationship shouldn't be too tense right now. Quan continued. Ah yes, thank you Dao Yichu. Nangong Yu quickly sat back down after realizing, but kept her head down, not daring to look at Miao Yutao. Yutao, do you have anything else to find me for? I see Nangong Dao Yu seems quite busy. It'd be better to let her return early. When will you go with me to gather materials? The day after tomorrow. Maybe. Okay, then I'll come to find you the day after tomorrow. Let's go Xiao Yu. Oh. Nangong Yu only reacted after Miao Yutao stood up and walked to the door. She hurriedly got up, glanced at Quan, and followed, tightly gripping the treasure ball. As she looked at Quan, she noticed he was also staring intently at her, his gaze extremely intense. She recalled the feeling of being tightly embraced by Quan just now, and her face flushed red. She hurriedly quickened her pace. Master, is that small ball really good? After both left, Tong Ranran asked. It's a good item. Quan replied, genuinely wanting that treasure ball. He had been staring at it, thinking about how to get his hands on it, but given the current situation, planning such things would only create trouble. What a pity. Quan sighed in his heart, helplessly patting the head of the little girl who had leaned against him. You're too close. Wasn't Master just as close to Nangong Yu? Quan suddenly realized, had he really lost composure just now? Oh no, that's Nangong Yu. It seems he would have to avoid her as much as possible in the future. Her not getting angry should be due to her considering that he helped her fix something. Saya was just too focused, not noticing. Let's go, it's getting late. We should go back and prepare for tomorrow. Yutao, do you have something else to tell me? On the way, Nangong Yu, after some hesitation, finally caught up to Miao Yutao and spoke. What's wrong? You must not go back on your word. You said you would help me get rid of your brother. I know. It's just that when you go to find Chu Quan the day after tomorrow, can you bring me along? I don't have any strange intentions. I just want to thank him for helping me fix this treasure ball. Of course, I will help you find materials too. Looking at the fidgety Nangong Yu in front of her, Miao Yutao seemed to see her younger self. The self that first encountered that scoundrel. No way. She decisively replied. Chapter 68, Caught Again. The next day it rained lightly under the Shantian Palace, but this did not affect the treasure fair from proceeding vigorously. Today was just the first day of the Shantian treasure fair. In the early morning, Quan woke up tired from sleep, only to find his body was once again heavy. When did this little girl get on my bed? Quan said in confusion, shaking Tong Ranran, who was sleeping beside him. There were clearly two beds in the room. He had confirmed that she had gone to sleep before he did. Stop pretending to sleep, I know you're awake. Quan said angrily, gently flicking Tong Ranran's head. Tong Ranran turned slightly, revealing her exquisite profile after removing her makeup. She lazily rubbed against Quan before slowly sitting up, not planning to explain anything to him. What are you? Quan was about to speak when he saw Tong Ranran lazily changing clothes right there, so he quickly shut up and turned away. Why is she so familiar with this? Quan helplessly thought, but now to teach this rebellious little girl would indeed be self-inflicted suffering. Cough cough, Master is also a man. You should be careful to avoid misunderstandings. Moi. Tong Ranran, after changing into her clothes, lazily hugged Quan from behind. Master, if you keep talking nonsense, we can just go back to sleep. Cough cough, that's true, but it's getting late. We need to set off. Yin Quan quickly got up and tidied a few things before heading out. Tong Ranran chuckled lightly, while watching Yin Quan flustered, then slowly followed behind him. This little girl is becoming more and more outrageous. Yin Quan sighed and waited outside for Tong Ranran, who had readied her makeup. After that, the two walked toward the North Palace Treasure Fair Street. Soon they arrived at the stall set up by Mao Hong and the others yesterday. Yin Quan found an empty space and set up the stall. They had prepared a small table with a few small stools next to Mao Hong and the others' stall. Hey, Brother Chu, what are you doing here? Is this your stall? A tall foreign cultivator approached. It was Mao Hong. Yes, it is a bit small, but we didn't bring much, so we're making do. Yin Quan greeted him. Haha, Brother Chu, being such a big figure, you really like to keep a low profile. I'm sure there's another purpose, so I won't ask too much. But it's good to set up here. If anything comes up, feel free to approach us. Thank you very much. Yin Quan smiled, watching as Mao Hong went back to handle business at the stall, and he turned to tidy up his own things. He casually displayed some small magical artifacts he had made over the years, some of which were not even auxiliary magical artifacts, just filler. Then he and Tong Ranran set up a small canopy hiding inside to set up their small stall. Master, is it really necessary to spend time on these pretenses? Tong Ranran propped her head up, fiddling with some of Yin Quan's small items. Well, it's the requirement of the Shintian Palace. Only those who set up a stall and gain recognition can qualify to enter the inner palace in a few days. But can our small stall gain recognition? I think it'd be better to go back to sleep. Tong Ranran said lazily. Although she was satisfied being with her master, the weather today was too gloomy, and Yin Quan's detailed plans were not shared with her, making her feel bored. She thought that since master wanted to keep so many things from her, then sometimes not listening to him was only natural. Excuse me. How much is this? A cool breeze accompanied by a few raindrops fell on Yin Quan's face, who was lying on a lounge chair. Then a familiar voice came. Master. Tong Ranran stood up as if facing a great enemy, the small sword in her hand hidden in her sleeve. Yin Quan sighed, slowly rising, looking at the white-haired girl in front of him, wearing a mask. Her silver-white hair was gently blown by the breeze, and she wore a white patterned dress, her delicate waist clearly defined by the garment. Beside her stood a tall guard, holding an umbrella for her. 500,000 spirit stones. Yin Quan said, lightly moving from the lounge chair to the small table of the stall. A small wooden sword is worth so much. If I buy it, will you throw in a heartless man? The white-haired girl said with a soft laugh. Miss, this wooden sword is not worth that much. This merchant just wants to make a big impression first. An attendant beside her reminded, giving Yin Quan a fierce glare. You can go back, you don't need to follow me, the white-haired girl coldly reprimanded. But the attendant was about to speak when the white-haired girl indicated with her eyes, and he didn't dare to say anything more, putting away the umbrella and leaving alone. Are you buying it or not? Yin Quan leaned his head on his hand, watching the attendant walk far away. Brother, what's your backup plan? The white-haired girl asked curiously. Have you restored your cultivation? Or is it due to this cute little disciple beside you? Sit here. Yin Quan ignored the white-haired girl's provocation and pulled out another stool from behind. He placed it beside him. Sit down, Ranran, don't be too nervous. Oh. The white-haired girl examined Yin Quan up and down several times, and after hesitating, she surprisingly sat down beside him. Tong Ranran looked at the scene in front of her in astonishment. Understanding Yin Quan's ease, she also sat down. With the two girls sitting beside Yin Quan, he could only deal with the customers coming to the stall. In the end, he managed to sell one or two of his particularly strange small artifacts. It seems that the price is not as exaggerated as one might think. The white-haired girl waited for a long time, but when she saw Yin Quan completely ignoring her, she spoke up, only to be interrupted halfway by him, shoving a small dessert into her mouth. This was brought from the hotel, and it has a distinctive flavor of Xuantiangong. Come, Ranran, you should try it too. Yin Quan said, feeling that his body was not as strong as it used to be, and sometimes needing to rely on mortal food for nourishment. These delicate desserts were a fine choice. Hey, you're not planning to follow me, are you? Yin Quan asked casually. Follow you? Where do you want to go? What are you so arrogant about? Don't you realize it's over for you? If you make me wait any longer, I will. The white-haired girl finally couldn't hold back, grabbing Yin Quan's sleeve. I know, so what? Yin Quan replied without a trace of panic. So, the white-haired girl asked in confusion, feeling a bit insecure because of Yin Quan. Could it be that he really has a backup plan? Otherwise, how could he be so arrogant? Hearing Long Kai Le talk about his past scandal yesterday made her furious again. It seemed he wanted to be taught a harsh lesson. But why is he so relaxed? There must be something fishy. I can't be careless anymore, or he will escape again. Chu Ruoxu's dim eyes fixed on Yin Quan, unable to utter a single word for a while. That paint mark, give me one too. After a long while, Chu Ruoxu pointed at Tong Ranran's painted face. In the back of the small shop, Yin Quan skillfully applied paint marks on Chu Ruoxu's face. You really are merciless. Chu Ruoxua looked at her painted face in the mirror, which was even more decorated than Tong Ranran's, and chuckled, pulling Yin Quan closer to her, not letting him go. Hey wait, this was your request, wasn't it? Yin Quan said helplessly, pushing Chu Ruoxua's small hand away and backing up a few steps. What could you two do when your distinct features are so high? If you don't put in more effort, it will be easy to recognize you, and then it will be a waste of his time. Master Uncle, it was your request after all. Why blame the master? As expected, your character is just as they say in the sect. I forgot about you, my little disciple. After all, I was his junior sister before. You can call me Master Uncle, but remember to change your address in the future. After being teased, Chu Ruoxua immediately turned her attention to Tong Ranran. I heard that your swordsmanship is exquisite. Today I would like to ask you for some guidance. Tong Ranran stepped forward. You two with painted faces should stop arguing and sit in front to watch the shop. If you want to ask questions, we can talk about it later at the competition arena. Yin Quan said slowly. The two girls thought Yin Quan would persuade them otherwise, but unexpectedly after he finished speaking, he lay back down on the lounge chair without a care. Master brother, I just want to see what kind of trick you were trying to pull. Chu Ruoxua said softly, sitting with Tong Ranran in front of the shop. Two little sisters, I wonder if you would do me the honor of joining me for a drink at the tavern. Just as the two girls were exchanging glances, several wandering men approached to invite them. However, they were all driven away by the two in a bad mood. What's going on? With you two like this, you definitely won't sell anything. Yin Quan, who had taken a nap, came forward and rubbed his forehead. It's all her fault. Master, please send her back. Chu Ruoxua always carried a chill which indeed made ordinary people avoid her. Alright, I want to see what abilities you two have to drive me away. Chu Ruoxua. What are you doing here? What's with your face? Aren't you still looking for? Suddenly, a colorful-haired girl wearing a mask appeared in front of the small shop, looking at the white-haired girl with a painted face curiously, and then immediately shifted her gaze to the man behind her. Yin Quan had only a few paint marks on his face, and his body was using special methods to conceal his aura. Long time no see. Yin Quan said awkwardly. I found him first. Long Kai Lu was about to take action when Chu Ruoxua blocked her path. Can you stop me? Long Kai Lu replied softly, her magic power beginning to slowly circulate. Cough cough, stop making noise. I've left you a chair. Yin Quan said flatly, taking out another chair. We can gather a table for mahjong now. I thought the one who arrived first would be Su Yao. The three girls widened their eyes in confusion, looking at Yin Quan. Master, have you been under too much pressure lately? Tong Ranran asked worriedly. Hey Chu Ruoxua, have you already made a move? What did you do to him? Long Kai Lu asked. After all, he is master brother, so he always has some ideas that others can't think of. You might as well sit down. Chu Ruoxua said with a faint smile. What's with those marks on your faces? Long Kai Lu asked, crossing her arms, genuinely intimidated by Yin Quan's actions. Could it be that he has recovered his cultivation? What if I can't beat him? No, why should I be afraid of him? You can let him help you with one too. Chu Ruoxua smiled, encouraging Long Kai Lu. Yes, you should get one too. Yin Quan agreed. What on earth is going on? Well, I want to do one better than both of them. By the way, who is this? Long Kai Lu said anxiously after struggling for a while also noticing another little girl who was not someone she recognized. My disciple. Come here. Yin Quan replied, gesturing for Long Kai Lu to go back and have her paint marks applied. Why is there another new woman? Tong Ranran frowned, dissatisfied. Just get used to it. Chu Ruoxua smiled, but deep down she had already punished Yin Quan dozens of times. But why does it feel like he anticipated all of this? Before discovering what backup Yin Quan has left, I cannot be anxious. Master brother, I will play whatever you want, but I should have some expectations about my final outcome, right? After a while, a girl's scream came from the back. What did you draw? It's so ugly. What have you turned this princess into? Damn, Yin Quan, I don't care what backup you have, I'm going to beat you up now. Wait a second, wasn't this what you wanted? Yin Quan retreated repeatedly, trying to appease Long Kai Lu, who clenched her fists. However, upon seeing Tong Ranran, she felt she shouldn't act too wildly in front of Yin Quan's disciple, so she held back. In this way, Long Kai Lu, without even seeing Tong Ranran's true appearance, was hard set by Yin Quan in front of the shop. Yin Quan, on the other hand, occasionally ran to Mao Heng's stall beside him. Oh, Chu brother, why are there two more assistants at your stall? Mao Heng asked in confusion. Ha, they're all my relatives, just arrived today, so I called them to help. Brother Mao, the eggs I mentioned yesterday. It's all prepared especially saved for Chu brother. Mao Heng replied, handing a small storage bag to Yin Quan. Thank you, Yin Quan said, while passing a bag of spirit stones to Mao Heng. Chu brother, how long are you planning to set up today? Aren't you going to wander around elsewhere? I was just about to close up. Yin Quan replied with a smile. Today ends here, let's pack up. Yin Quan returned to his stall and said to the three girls. The three girls looked at Yin Quan in confusion, utterly unsure of what to say. I said to pack up. If you can't hear, just stay here. Yin Quan added, putting away the magical tools from the stall. By the way, Chu, Cough Snow, can you lift the magical seal you set on my magical tools? Yin Quan said slowly, knowing that these magical seals were definitely extraordinary, and he currently had no way to handle them. Chu Ruoxue stared blankly at Yin Quan, then tiptoed to touch his forehead. How is it? Is your head damaged? Long Kai Lu asked anxiously from the side, while Tong Ranran also wanted to see if there was something wrong with Yin Quan moving closer. It seems fine. How could it be? Could it be that the loss of his cultivation hit him too hard, and he finally couldn't take it anymore, and went crazy? Long Kai Lu said with pity, thinking it might be her fault. How about this? As long as Tong Ranran can defeat you in one move today, you will help me lift it. How about it? Yin Quan suggested. What if she can't? Chu Ruoxue asked coldly. Yin Quan, do you want me to take you to see a doctor now? You better not talk. Yin Quan said speechlessly, taking out a box of desserts from the storage bag to feed Long Kai Lu. If she can't, I will tell you what backup plan I have left. How about that? Yin Quan said with a smile, patting Long Kai Lu's head as she devoured the sweets. As long as I'm not ambushed, this dragon princess threat level should be at the lowest. Even if you try to please me like this, I won't let you off. In the North Palace of Xuantiangong, within the cultivators training arena, Yin Quan rented a medium-sized training arena, and at this moment, he was sitting on the observation platform with the colorful-haired girl. I said, why don't you just come meet my aunt? The colorful-haired girl shook him repeatedly from her side. I said, I won't go. Hasn't your aunt's time limit for going out expired? Hurry back. Yin Quan replied perfunctorily, continuing to watch the other two painted girls in the arena below. He really hasn't seen Long Kai Lu's aunt, and doesn't know if she is easy to deal with. Anyway, he surely wants to minimize his tasks as much as possible. Enough, don't look at me like that. Don't think I didn't know what you were plotting before. Would I let you take me back to Mo High? I have my own things to attend to. Then can you just leave me on the street? Didn't we agree on this? If it weren't for this princess liking you, you would have been torn to pieces by now. Hey, did you hear what I said? Long Kai Lu said angrily, her mind only on Yin Quan and the time limit given by her aunt. I know. Yin Quan replied perfunctorily, taking out a box of desserts again, then continued to focus on the two below who were about to start. Hey, don't think I'm so easy to brush off. You have to give me an answer. It seems Master Brother values you a lot. Do you need me to lower my cultivation level to give you a chance? Master Uncle, let me tell you, the Master and you are already unrelated. Why can't you stay away from us? On the training platform, the two slender and graceful painted girls were standing and talking. He was just your temporary master. Do you really think he will accompany you for a lifetime? What are you? Or do you think too highly of your own status? That wooden head doesn't understand these things. I see that you haven't let him take advantage of you in all these days, right? The white-haired girl replied indifferently. The reason she knows is that she had also benefited quite a bit from this before. However, when she noticed the playful bickering between Yin Quan and Long Kai Lu in the stands, she slightly frowned. Hey, you don't have to hold back from her. Just compete with her at the same level. Yin Quan looked at the two standing still in the training arena. As time passed, he didn't want to wait any longer, so he stood up and called out. And this dragon princess with an insatiable appetite next to me, whenever her mouth is free, will come to bother me. Or the kind that touches and feels. This is really. Seeing the desserts he brought running low, he couldn't keep dealing with this stubborn Long Kai Lu. Please give me guidance. Tong Ranran said coldly, politely bowing, revealing her white jade sword. Then I will lower myself to your level. Chu Ruoxue snorted coldly, controlling her cultivation to match Tong Ranran's level. With a flick of her small hand, a crystal-clear ice sword appeared. Come on, Chu Ruoxue said softly, signaling for Tong Ranran to start the competition. Bang! The intense sword light instantly filled the training arena with the two fast-moving figures simply comparing their sword techniques. TSK, I can't keep up with such fast movements right now. Yin Quan muttered. Like most of the ordinary onlookers who had been drawn in, he could only see two blurred figures colliding in the arena, pulling apart, then colliding again. Yin Quan originally intended for Tong Ranran to take this opportunity to learn from Chu Ruoxue's sword technique. If both of them didn't hold back, wouldn't that be a bad thing? Cough, cough, don't fall asleep. Help me see how they are doing. Yin Quan shook Long Kai Lu, who had leaned on his shoulder and fallen asleep. Have they started? Let me see. Currently, Tong Ranran's offensive seems to be more fierce, while Chu Ruoxue is mostly on the defense. This should be related to their fighting styles, but if it continues like this, your disciple will definitely lose. Oh, how can you tell? Yin Quan asked helplessly, letting Long Kai Lu lean closer to him. Are you anxious? You need to beg me, or I won't tell you what happens next. Long Kai Lu noticed Yin Quan's intention and playfully whispered in his ear. You've eaten all my desserts, hurry and tell me. Yin Quan said helplessly as the sword winds below grew more intense, with disciples from Tangshuangu and passers-by coming to watch from the stands. Wonderful, wonderful. This is incredible. This little bun head so sharp and aggressive, yet the sword techniques are so fluid. I've never seen anything like it. If it were me, I probably wouldn't be able to withstand even 2 moves. You don't understand the white-haired girl's swordsmanship is truly exquisite both offense and defense, and every time she can catch you off guard. Do you know these 2 fairies? So strong. Several disciples from Shuanggu and passers-by were discussing the battle intensely, while Yin Quan could only listen to Long Kai's unfiltered commentary. Just now it seems both sides almost struck each other. Long Kai Lu suddenly shouted, causing Yin Quan's heart to tighten. In reality, winning or losing doesn't matter. If both of them really go all out, what should he do? You've indeed learned a thing or two from Master Brother's swordsmanship. But it's a pity that you are still far from his level. On the training platform, Chu Ruoxue easily handled Tong Ranran's attacks and ridiculed her. In the past, when she practiced with Yin Quan, she couldn't even last 5 moves. Although she always hoped that she could cry and complain if he didn't hold back. You're not as formidable as I imagined. Master's techniques combined with my own understanding are enough to deal with you. Tong Ranran replied coldly, increasing her attack speed. Several phantom figures suddenly appeared on the stage, making it difficult to discern which ones were the real bodies. Suddenly, with a loud crash, thick fog rose after a fierce collision of flowing clouds and frost. The crowd below fell silent as the sound of swords quickly ceased. The victor had been determined. Wow, what a thick fog! Long Kai Lu Frown stood up and waved his hand, causing a fierce wind to blow instantly, clearing the fog on the practice platform. When the fog finally cleared, everyone could see the final situation. Chu Ruoxue's ice sword was pointed directly at Tong Ranran's neck, while the latter's jade sword had been knocked away to a nearby platform. However, a faint smile lingered on Tong Ranran's lips as she held a jade pendant with a severed cord, one side inscribed with the character for snow and the other with power. Give it back to me. Chu Ruoxue urged, advancing the ice sword a few inches closer. She hadn't expected Tong Ranran's final flawed attack to target the jade pendant at her waist. Now, although the outcome had been determined, the fact that Tong Ranran had severed her jade pendant meant she had lost a round. I didn't expect you to believe in the love legend of the sect, Master Uncle. This should be the sect's jade right. Tong Ranran spoke softly. Her target had always been this jade pendant, and winning just 1 round would fulfill her master's wishes. Moreover, from the moment she noticed this jade pendant, she had found it very displeasing. When the time came to bring her master back to the sect, she intended to get one for herself. I said, give it back to me. Chu Ruoxue exclaimed, feeling a sense of desecration upon seeing her jade pendant in another woman's hands. Her eyes began to darken, and she slowly started to exert force. Cough, the match is over. Ran, give me the item. Just as Chu Ruoxue's sword was about to touch Tong Ranran, Yin Quan suddenly appeared on the platform and pulled Tong Ranran away. Your jade sword performed well. However, when facing a senior, one should humbly seek guidance. Give me the jade pendant, Yin Quan said, casually handing the jade sword back to Tong Ranran. Hiss. She didn't mean it. See, the jade pendant is just fine. Hey, isn't this the flower jade you carved with me a long time ago? Yin Quan said, handing the pendant back to Chu Ruoxue. What about yours? Yin Quan was stunned, realizing he had left his behind. I left it at the inn. I didn't bring it out. I really can't say. I don't know where it is, Yin Quan said seriously, pulling Chu Ruoxue's hand down. Look, I fixed it for you. Yin Quan tore a piece of cloth from his clothing to reattach the jade pendant for Chu Ruoxue, then personally tied it back around her waist. Watching Yin Quan's movements around her waist, Chu Ruoxue's serious expression gradually softened. You little disciple, you do have some skills. She turned her head, not wanting the others to see the faint blush on her face. Is it over? Hurry, I also want to compete. Who will fight me? Who will fight me? In the end, whoever wins, Yin Quan will be theirs. The colorful-haired dragon girl suddenly jumped onto Yin Quan's back, shouting loudly. No one wants to fight you. Look at what time it is now. Don't you need to go back? Yin Quan said helplessly, allowing the colorful girl on his back to play around. How did it get this late? I don't care, you have to go back with me. Originally, I wanted to give you a good beating, but seeing how much you flatter me, I've decided to let you off the hook. You have to go back with me together. Hiss. Don't move. Let's find another place to talk. Feeling the soft body bumping against his back, Yin Quan felt helpless and could only suggest moving to talk. He knew that Chu Ruoxue and Long Kai Lu were still in a reasonable state, and it was only his ambiguous attitude and behavior that made them hesitate to act rashly. At this moment, one wrong step could lead to unimaginable consequences. You should be willing to take responsibility for your bets, right? Yin Quan asked Chu Ruoxue, who was sulking with her arms crossed. Of course. When have I ever been unreasonable? Chu Ruoxue said angrily, walking ahead. Ran, let's go. Humph. Tong Ran snorted lightly, feeling disappointed that she had wanted to help Yin Quan vent his anger on this troublesome junior sister, only to find that he would just smooth things over. Both of them are ignoring you. Just come back with me. I'm the one who cares about you the most, see? Long Kai Lu said, happily clinging tightly to Yin Quan's back. You are the most clingy one. Although Long Kai Lu was very light, Yin Quan couldn't stand the double torment of her words and body, so he simply carried her while following the two girls walking ahead. The room number is... Okay, I remember. In the guest quarters of the North Palace of Xiantian Palace, the colorful-haired girl tilted her head, recalling the route they took. Remembered. Then hurry back. Yin Quan said, sitting at the guest table in the room, directing Long Kai Lu, this greedy dragon, who seemed innocent on the surface, but had her own little schemes. Looking at the other two, Tong Ran sat absent-mindedly on the edge of her bed, staring blankly at her storage bag. Chu Ruoxue, on the other hand, sat directly beside Yin Quan, her head lowered as if deep in thought. Did your mother come this time too? Yin Quan asked casually, maintaining a subtle distance from Chu Ruoxue. Regarding the law seal, I need to go back to my mother before I can solve it. All right, but your mother should have assigned you tasks, right? Yin Quan turned his head. Typically, he might have stared at Chu Ruoxue's stunning face, but now he was already struggling not to smile at this painted face. Ah, task. My aunt also told me to do something. I forgot. Oh no, Yin Quan, you have to help me. Help me. Long Kai Lu suddenly rushed over and grabbed Yin Quan urgently. What are you doing? I've finished my tasks today. The rest is up to you to arrange. You have to handle your own matters. Yin Quan replied. It seemed everything was going according to his predictions. How can I leave you here alone? Long Kai Lu struggled, looking displeased at Chu Ruoxue, who merely turned her head away disdainfully. They could have been good friends, but who knew they were all stumbling over this blockhead in front of them, and none seemed willing to give an inch. Then you go with her, or weren't you two quite close? Yin Quan said casually. She tricked me. I don't want to be close to her. Let's go, Xiao Luer. I think we should be about done with what we need to do. Chu Ruoxue said, standing up. Yin Quan looked on curiously, not expecting Chu Ruoxue to actually walk towards the door to leave. He thought Chu Ruoxue was planning something, and he felt a sense of relief in his heart. Really? You're coming with me? With you around, it will indeed be easier. Forget it, I'll forgive you for now. But Yin Quan, I want share. Long Kai Lu said, urgently catching up with Chu Ruoxue. Ha, ladies, take care. Yin Quan chuckled, not expecting to get through the day without using his final means. Speaking of which, the Xiantian Palace was currently swirling with hidden currents. Compared to these people, what he wanted to do seemed to be mere supporting roles. However, as long as it was beneficial to him in the end, that was enough. Senior brother, won't you send us off? Chu Ruoxue said at the door, while Long Kai Lu stood beside her looking confused. All right, let's go then. Yin Quan paused for a moment before responding, then let Tong Ran stay in the room alone while he went out to see the two girls off. All right, this is it, or I'll head back now. Yin Quan said after escorting the two girls not far outside the inn. Let's go. Chu Ruoxue said softly before vanishing from sight in an instant. Hey, wait for me. Long Kai Lu was taken aback for a moment, then hurriedly cast her spell to disappear as well. Isn't flying prohibited for cultivators here? Yin Quan muttered as he turned and walked back towards the inn. Today went quite smoothly, and I feel like I can go check on the situation in the Southern Palace tomorrow. Yin Quan was planning in his heart, walking past a small intersection before heading straight back to the inn. Just as he passed the small intersection, he suddenly felt a tremendous force coming from behind, and he was slammed against the wall. As Yin Quan was about to react in pain, his collar was yanked, forcing him to bend down, and the next moment a soft, warm little mouth pressed tightly against his. Yin Quan felt the sudden warmth and entanglement in his mouth, finally seeing who had come. Why are you back again? After their lips touched for a long time, and then separated, Yin Quan quickly seized the opportunity to speak. Did you really think I was afraid of your act? So adorable. I've been holding back for a long time. Let me satisfy myself, and then I'll leave. The white-haired beauty exhaled like orchids, staring eagerly at Yin Quan. Wait, where's Long Kai Lu? Aren't you? Yin Quan's words were cut off as Chu Ruoxue exerted strength again and easily kissed him once more. After the second separation, Yin Quan could only silently watch Chu Ruoxue as she continued her next move. Senior brother, do you want more? Chu Ruoxue squinted mischievously as she sensed Yin Quan becoming increasingly accustomed to her movements under her guidance. What does that look mean? Whatever happened to your previous look of resistance? Yes, that's the kind of look that makes it interesting. Remember, you are mine, and only mine. I don't care what you're up to, you can't run away. Yin Quan frowned at Chu Ruoxue's provocation. However, rather than being deterred, Chu Ruoxue became even more excited, pulling Yin Quan in for another kiss. Tisk discovered. Just as their lips were about to meet again, Chu Ruoxue suddenly stopped her movement, released Yin Quan, and disappeared in an instant. Yin Quan was taken aback, then in pain, he wiped his mouth and sighed a few times before continuing towards the lodging. Chu Ruoxue is indeed a bad woman. She didn't care what kind of backup plan he had. If it weren't for the crowd today, he couldn't even imagine what might have happened to him. However, he had ways to retreat safely when necessary. It seemed he had miscalculated a bit today. In the distance, various cultivators were coming and going on the main road. Why did you come back again? The colorful-haired girl asked, confused upon seeing the approaching white-haired girl. I forgot to ask senior brother to do something, so I came back for a moment. What matter? Long Kai Lu asked, noticing Chu Ruoshue's lips looked somewhat strange, not only turning red, but also a bit moist. Just something ordinary, let's go. If we don't leave soon, we won't have time today. Chu Ruoshue said with a smile, subtly dismissing the topic. She had deliberately been close to Yin Quan today, so what was wrong with her returning to play a little trick? After Chu Ruoshue finished speaking, she left the place without waiting for Long Kai Lu to ask more. Tisk, I will ask Yin Quan tomorrow. If you dare to lie to me, just wait for it. Hey, wait for me. Long Kai Lu stomped her foot, determined not to fall behind, and hurriedly followed Chu Ruoshue closely. 72. Don't hesitate before the battle. Where is everyone? Back in the room, Yin Quan stared blankly at the empty room. The place where Tong Ran had been only left a faint floral scent, but the person was gone. Yin Quan initially thought that girl had gone out for something and would return shortly, but after waiting for a while he still did not see anyone. Helpless Yin Quan could only retrieve the projection stone he had hidden. In the projection stone, not long after Yin Quan and the others left, Tong Ran received a response from a communication tool in her storage bag. Then she got up and left the room. Yin Quan was naturally familiar with the special communication device used by the Forgetting Dust sect. Have they returned to the sect? So she has been secretly in contact with the sect all along. What is this girl up to? Yin Quan muttered to himself, and after a while he put the projection stone back in an inconspicuous place. He had maintained this good habit for a long time. This projection stone, obtained by chance, and without any magical fluctuations, was considered his treasure, and it had saved his life a few times before. Yin Quan lay down on the bed, finally obtaining a moment of peace. Why do I feel like I'm the most idle right now? Yin Quan murmured. His plans were relatively behind schedule. For the next few days he only needed to hold steady. Compared to others, he was indeed much less busy. After all, in his current state, there shouldn't be much he could do. He had just been forcefully kissed by that darkened junior sister. Continuing like this was not a solution, and who knows what else she might do tomorrow. As Yin Quan pondered these thoughts, he felt wide awake, so he decided to get up and go to the nearby tavern for a while. Just as he reached the door again, a servant from the inn suddenly approached him, and there was quite a commotion at the entrance. Wow, look, that's the eldest son and the third son of the palace master. They are so handsome. Yayo, no, I forgot to dress up. I'm going back to my room for a moment to watch for me. The third son is carrying a sword box again. Someone is probably going to be in trouble. Yin Quan looked at the commotion with indifference, his face stained with ink as he helplessly glanced at the approaching servant. This guest, my young master, requests your presence. The servant said respectfully, pointing to the center of the commotion at the door. Yin Quan followed the direction of the finger and walked out. The night was still young, and cultivators in Xiantian Palace were bustling about. Upon exiting the inn, Yin Quan finally saw the two men at the center of the commotion. Third brother, do you think it's too much to say there are two exceptionally skilled sword-wielding women here? I really haven't seen many peers who could warrant such praise from you concerning swordplay. One of the tall and handsome men spoke, dressed similarly to Nangong Yue, and his appearance indeed matched his elegant demeanor. Brother, I really saw them right here in the practice field. Many people witnessed their match. You know me, I would never miss such a rare opportunity. Moreover, the reason you came with me is that Miao Yu Tao is here today, and you want to see if she can find what she's looking for without you. The shorter, slightly younger, handsome man spoke. The two of them stood at the inn's entrance, completely unconcerned about the surrounding gossip. Young Master Min, young Master Lung, the guest you are looking for should be this one. The servant suddenly rushed forward, pointing at Yin Quan. An outsider. This is interesting, Nangong Min said, curiously observing Yin Quan. It wasn't him, but two women from his clan. What brings you two friends here? Yin Quan initially did not wish to engage with them, but upon noticing the sword box on Nangong Ling's back, curiosity arose, prompting him to step forward and greet. Haha, greetings, friend. I wonder if your clansmen are currently sparring in my palace's practice arena. My third brother has always been obsessed with swordsmanship. After receiving the news today, he hurriedly went to observe. Although he arrived only in time to see the two noble ladies in the final stages of their duel, it left a profound impression on him. I originally intended to approach them for guidance, but then you appeared accompanied by another woman, so I decided to let it go for now. Nangong Min continued, his tone merely polite, devoid of any other emotion. After reflecting on it, I find their swordsmanship exquisite and hope you can introduce me for some insights. Nangong Ling added, having always been obsessed with sword techniques and not skilled in communicating with women. With Yin Quan accompanied by three women, he felt even more socially anxious and did not dare approach. If those ladies are close companions of yours, or if it would be inconvenient, we will not press you. However, if you agree to duel with my third brother, feel free to make a request within our capabilities. We will do our best to assist. Haha, we are just guests at Xiantian Palace today. You two friends are the hosts. How could we refuse your hospitality? However, some of our clan's outstanding members have had to leave and are not here now. If this friend wishes to compete in swordsmanship, I happen to have some free time. You are much lower in cultivation than them. I am not competing with you. Nan Gongling, looking at Yin Quan, who was studying his sword box, responded unhappily. That's not the case, friend. How could someone obsessed with swordsmanship make such a claim that higher cultivation equates to better swordsmanship? If you want to compete with me, how can I arrange for you to challenge our clan's genius? Yin Quan feigned difficulty, suggesting that what if he embarrassed you or harmed our clan's prodigy? This was a good reason. After Yin Quan finished speaking, Nan Gongling no longer refuted and could only silently ponder. Haha, since I have some free time now, I can't let this visit go to waste. Let's compete. Shall we go now, friend? Nan Gongmin suggested, patting Nan Gongling on the shoulder. You are right. I was too rash before. I will compete with you. All right then, let's go now. Yin Quan laughed and followed the two. Under the focused gazes of many, they arrived at the practice arena. Nan Gongmin directly arranged a large practice platform for the two. A crowd gathered around the platform ready to watch. Hey, what are the eldest and third young masters of the palace up to? It seems the third young master is looking for someone to duel, but why is it an outsider this time? Yeah, I have no impression of this person. He doesn't seem to be someone notable to be chosen by the third young master. Chu Qian, what level should I lower my cultivation to? Nan Gongling placed his sword box down on the practice platform. Haha, wait a moment, friend, don't rush. Let's first discuss what we will be competing in. Yin Quan said lightly, while Nan Gongmin frowned, sensing something was off. What do you wish to compete in? Regardless of the outcome, the third young master must grant me a spot in the inner palace. That shouldn't be too difficult, right? As for the duel, if you win, I will naturally introduce you to our clan's prodigy for a match. If I win according to the traditional rules of sword cultivation duels, you will give me the sword you used for this duel and forfeit your match with our clan's prodigy. How does that sound? Yin Quan smiled faintly, taking out his shabby gray sword. This? Nan Gongling hesitated, glancing at Yin Quan and then at the growing crowd, deep in thought. He initially wanted to use the concealed sword from his sword box, but after Yin Quan's words, he began to contemplate the consequences of losing. Third brother, whatever Chu Dao friend wants, as long as it isn't too unreasonable, just agree. Don't hesitate before the battle. Nan Gongmin suddenly reminded him through voice transmission. It was at this moment that Nan Gongling realized that this outsider was employing psychological tactics, making him hesitate over his choice of sword and the outcome of the duel. For a sword cultivator, hesitating to draw one's sword was a grave taboo. I underestimated you. Fine, I will go along with your request, and I will use the best sword I have. However, should you lose, your sword must be given to me. That is the rule. Haha, my shabby little sword is far inferior to the one in Ling's hands. If you are willing, I have nothing to say. Yin Quan said lightly, signaling Nan Gongling to hurry up and prepare. At this moment, a strikingly beautiful woman was seated among the crowd, watching intently. Her figure was graceful, her face veiled, and her attire mirrored that of Tong Ran's previous outfit from the same sect. Senior brother, Yin, let me see if your skills have diminished over the years. The moonlight shone brightly, and the gentle breeze stirred. Allow me to demonstrate. In a large practice arena in the North Palace of Xiantian Palace, after selecting a long sword with a crimson surface, Nan Gongling lifted the sword box, causing the box carrying other swords to fly out of the arena, landing on a nearby open space. Ling, you possess quite an imposing aura. Shall we lower our cultivation to the mid-golden core stage for this duel? Yin Quan suggested while standing with his sword in hand. The worn-out gray sword paled in comparison to the crimson long sword held by Nan Gongling. Yet Yin Quan paid no mind, quietly adjusting his spirit puppet attire to the mid-golden core stage, where its effects would align closely with his own capabilities at that level. Meanwhile, the spectators began to stir. Oh, what? So he is only at the mid-golden core. Exactly. The third young master even lowered his cultivation to match. It seems there is nothing exciting to see now. Sai, I doubt it will be that simple. When have you seen the third young master fight someone ordinary? True. Shall we place bets? I bet on the third young master's victory. Get lost, I won't bet with you. As the discussions among the crowd continued, Nan Gongling quickly lowered his cultivation to the level requested by Yin Quan. Is this acceptable, Chu Dao friend? How do you wish to compete? Nan Gongling inquired, noticing that Yin Quan had become fully serious. It seemed he was truly a sword fanatic. Ling, shall we keep this a friendly duel and avoid hurting each other's feelings? Let's see who can win 3 exchanges first. Moi. Nan Gongling was taken aback. What did it mean to win 3 exchanges first? Shouldn't the losing side be unable to win even once? Unless they were evenly matched, did that mean he underestimated him? All right, I will abide by your terms. Get ready. Nan Gongling still believed this was part of Yin Quan's psychological warfare, so after a moment of thought, he decided not to dwell on it and agreed, quickly instructing those around to set up a barrier. This is quite formal. The last time I dueled someone was years ago. I hope you will be forgiving, friend. Quan replied, similarly adopting a sword stance. Just as they prepared, a stunningly beautiful girl approached the main seat directly opposite the practice platform. Brother, what are you two doing here? Hurry back, father will be angry. The girl in purple scolded Min seated at the main position. Little sister, your third brother is currently dueling. You know his temperament can't be helped, but it should be over soon, just wait a bit. Another duel? With whom? Why are you free to accompany him? I say you. You just want to see what Yu Tao is doing here today, right? Huh, who is this? The girl in purple responded, noticing Quan in the practice arena below. Her eyes widened and her chest heaved slightly. What? Do you know this Chu Dao friend down there? He is you. No, I don't know him. Let's hurry up, I'll stay here for a bit, and once it's done we'll head back together. The girl in purple stammered, crossing her arms as she explained, though her gaze was fixated on the man in black below. She hadn't expected he would also possess sword skills. As she pondered, her mind drifted back to the scene yesterday when Quan had pressed behind her, causing her cheeks to flush faintly. What's going on? Min looked at Yu's unusual state with curiosity, having never seen his little sister act like this before. However, the barrier had been set up in the practice arena and the duel was about to commence, so he did not dwell on it, following the crowd's gaze down. Friend, please. Please. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, after exchanging courtesies, Quan and Ling both exerted their strength. The fierce collisions and impacts of their sword tips instantly filled the arena. Wow, how intense. Yu whispered after watching for a while. She had seen her third brother's swordsmanship, but why did Quan's swordsmanship now seem so similar to her third brother's? Or was it that Quan was completely mimicking Ling's attack patterns and defenses? Friend, why don't you show your true skills? Are you afraid of being ridiculed? In the midst of their comparison, Ling knew that both he and Quan were merely testing each other. The spirit sword in his hand hadn't even activated, and Quan's was in a completely normal state. Both were merely exchanging ordinary strikes with their sword techniques, waiting for the other to make a serious move. The first to make a serious move, revealing all their trump cards, would naturally have a certain informational disadvantage. But Quan was completely imitating his sword steps, or was he looking down on him? Haha, isn't this duel quite enjoyable? Why must we hurt each other's feelings? Quan laughed, retreating continuously under Ling's fierce offensive dodging and counterattacking. Boom. In a fierce clash, the two retreated to opposite ends of the practice arena. Ling, your swordsmanship is indeed extraordinary. Your steps steady, and your sword moves exude killing intent. Now it's your turn to attack. Since you can learn my sword style, I can too. Ling stated seriously, showing no intention of using his spiritual power in this sword duel. All right, here I come. Quan said softly, his sword brows furrowed, and in an instant he surged forward to Ling. Ling, prepare to receive my sword. Quan smiled as he launched an extremely swift strike, his gray spirit sword blending seamlessly into the night and air. It was so fast that no one could see it. What a... Ling exclaimed. In the blink of an eye, he could not sense the position of Quan's sword, lacking spiritual energy and killing intent. What was the target of this strike? What would be the result? A weapon? A severed hand? No, it could kill. Boom. Suddenly, an intense fire erupted around Ling. The crimson long sword in his hand emitted low groans of fierce flames. Under the impact of the immense heat and sparks, Quan could only retract his sword intent and retreat several steps away from Ling. Good. That strike counts as your victory for one exchange. I acknowledge your pure swordsmanship level, and I also admit my underestimation. Now let me earnestly learn from you. Surrounded by fierce flames, Ling gradually condensed a series of red sword energies. All right, let's go. Quan, still calm, formed a faint layer of protection around himself to withstand the heat. I wonder when you will show your true strength. Ling said coldly, instantly unleashing several waves of heat. These waves were not only massive, but also incredibly fast, and their temperature and sharpness made them hard to avoid. Quan's form flickered rapidly, but several waves of heat completely enveloped the arena, and all this happened in a flash. It's over, there's no way to dodge. The girl in purple anxiously clutched the railing. Boom. Just as the waves were about to strike, Quan, everyone held their breath, for they saw the heat waves change. The heat waves, no Ling's sword energy, were actually being cleaved apart. Can sword energy really be cleaved apart? It turns out, besides being cancelled by collision, sword energy could also be cleaved. As the crowd gazed at the flickering shadows in the air, they were all taken aback. After the heat waves were torn apart, they indeed fell solidly behind Quan, scorching a large section of the practice arena. Friend, your strikes are too heavy. We are merely sparring, there is no need for this. I wonder if this can count as me winning another exchange. After landing, Quan did not attack, but spoke softly. I knew you would be fine. I could tell. Alright, that also counts as your victory for another exchange. You only need one more to win. Come on, I know this is what you want. We can truly compete now. Nan Gongling's eyes burned with fervor completely different from the indifference he had shown earlier. Oh, Ling, you are mistaken. I merely haven't wielded a sword in a long time, so I wanted to adapt first. However, I do feel some sense of control now. Let's have a proper duel, shall we? Quan smiled. Although manipulating the spirit puppet attire was somewhat troublesome and required part of his energy, he still mobilized his spiritual power. Look, it's mist. No, this looks more like clouds. As the crowd observed the sword energy, Quan condensed into a swirling white aura around his body. They immediately began to discuss curiously. Ling, this is a sword technique I created called flowing clouds. Please enlighten me. Quan said, as he naturally would not use the sect's sword techniques to avoid raising suspicion. Bring it on. Nan Gongling replied, fully activating the ability of the crimson long sword with flames swirling around him as he moved swiftly amidst the fire, his sword light flashing rapidly. In an instant, several phantoms rushed toward Quan as if they aimed to completely engulf him. Third brother is taking this too seriously. Brother, you need to make him stop. Nan Gong, you urgently turned to Nan Gong Min, wanting him to intervene. It was obvious that the duel was about to conclude. Prepare. If the third brother loses, we will return to the main palace. Also, I must obtain all the information regarding this man in black by tomorrow. Clearly, the duel was about to end. Firelight, flowing clouds, and sword energy enveloped the practice arena, and in an instant the red and white waves erupted with fierce turbulence. Bang! Moments later, with a clear sound, a crimson long sword was sent soaring into the air, quickly plunging into the ground at the edge of the practice arena. The remaining flames on the sword and its low groans seemed to convey a sense of unwillingness. Ling, I concede. After the fire extinguished and the clouds dispersed, everyone witnessed the outcome of this duel. A man dressed in black from a different clan held a gray sword against Nan Gongling's neck. Although the latter was unharmed, there was a faint cut on the side of the man's face. Friend Chu, how did you manage to recover from that last move? There was nothing to recover. It was all part of my plan from the beginning. Quan replied, lightly sheathing the gray sword. After all, this was the territory of the opponent, and had it been a normal life and death duel, Nan Gongling would have left a much larger wound. However, under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have lowered his cultivation to the level Quan demanded. I lost. Your swordsmanship is impressive, friend Chu. A bet is a bet. That remaining sun sword is yours. Nan Gongling bowed, then waved his hand using magic to summon the crimson long sword back and handed it to Quan. If it weren't for the friend lowering his cultivation, which affected the sword's true power, and feel the outcome might have been different. How about this? I'll sell you the sword again, as taking something someone loves is not my style. Quan feigned modesty, returning the sword to Nan Gongling. This sword in the hands of someone below the nascent soul stage was even inferior to his gray sword, yet Nan Gongling was willing to use it for the contest. Friend Chu, it seems I truly underestimated you. In that case, I will buy the sword back at the highest market price. Nan Gongling efficiently put away the long sword and handed a heavy bag of spirit stones to Quan. Third brother Chu Quan. Just as Quan was weighing the spirit stone bag in a daze, a fairy in purple suddenly appeared before the two. Third brother, look what you've done to the training ground. You really lack restraint. Chu Quan, are you alright? Your swordsmanship is incredible. Where did you learn it? Can you teach me? Friend Yua, what are you doing here? Seeing the stunning fairy approach, Quan took a step back awkwardly. Oh no, if she reveals that he is Miao Yutao's fiancé, won't he have to deal with that Nan Gongmin again? Little sister, don't be foolish. Friend Chu, I've already approved your access to our clan's inner palace. Today we have important matters to attend to, so I can't stay for long. Your swordsmanship is extraordinary. If you have any thoughts of developing in the Xiantian Palace, I will certainly recommend you. I will consider it. This duel was only possible thanks to Ling Dao's repeated generosity, allowing me to win by chance. Moreover, my cultivation seems insufficient to serve your esteemed palace. Let's leave it at that for today. Hopefully we can discuss further another time. Quan replied casually, tucking the spirit stone bag at his waist. Ah, Chu Quan, take this. Come find me at Shigong Insi building tomorrow. I need to talk to you. Nan Gongyu raised her beautiful brows in displeasure, but seeing her elder brother and third brother had already stood up to leave, she could only reluctantly give Quan a flower-shaped token and hurriedly turned to catch up with the two. What is this? Feeling the fragrant scent wafting by his nose, Quan couldn't distinguish whether it was brought by Nan Gongyu or from the token. However, he knew that once the Nan Gong siblings left, he would become the center of attention in the entire venue. So he quickly put away the token, turned, and walked down from the training ground towards the exit. This token looks quite valuable, but should fetch a good price. At an inconspicuous small exit, Quan deliberately wandered around the training ground a few times to avoid the crowd, and chose to exit here to return to the inn. I didn't expect to gain an unexpected reward today. Oh, I will need to change my face's paint tomorrow. Yin Quan muttered to himself as he passed through the exit door. Brother Yan's prestige remains undiminished. No wonder he was the object of secret admiration among the sisters back then. Just as Yin Quan was about to step out the door, a teasing voice suddenly rang out from the side. Noticing the voice came from a graceful woman leaning against the exit door, Yin Quan was momentarily stunned. Upon recognizing her attire from the Wangchen sect, he was shocked. Who was this? After recalling, Yin Quan realized he still didn't recognize her. Although he didn't understand why she revealed her veil to him, she was indeed very beautiful. However, he just couldn't recall who she was. Long time no see. Brother Yin, don't force it, you just don't remember me, right? The woman chuckled, covering her mouth, and stepped forward to take hold of one of Yin Quan's hands, writing a few characters on it. You are Xiaoruo. Yin Quan exclaimed suddenly, recalling a small follower from long ago when he first started working in the sect. But wasn't that a dirty-faced little boy? So you still remember me, Brother Yin. My real name is Yun Ruo. I didn't have the opportunity to tell you at the time. I left the sect, and after returning a few years ago as an elder, I still haven't had the chance to see you. Today, seeing Xiao Ranran's appearance, I guessed you were definitely here, hee. Oh, you really have. Changed a lot. Cough cough, so the elder that Ranran has been taking care of all this, while as you, I must thank you for that. You're welcome. Ranran's abilities destined her to be a core member of the sect. I'm just doing my duty, that's all. However, Brother Yin, what exactly happened to you? Yun Ruo asked, feeling the emptiness in her hand and a bit disappointed. Just a momentary setback. What is the sect's purpose in coming here? What happened today? Yin Quan countered. That's a sect's secret. I must keep it confidential, just like you taught me, Brother Yin. Yun Ruo smiled and cleverly avoided the topic. How come I feel like you haven't changed a bit? What can I say? Since you don't want to talk, that's fine. I don't plan to meddle too much in things here anyway. How could that be? Look at me, the hairpins, and this. All styled according to what you like, Brother Yin. Yun Ruo teased. When did I ever tell you what I like? Since you are already an elder, you should be more composed. If you don't go back soon, you'll be neglecting your duties. You did mention it. As for when I won't tell you, you'll have to figure it out yourself. I came to say goodbye to Ranran, and I wanted to see you again as well. Is the sect leaving so soon? Is Ranran going to the forbidden area to cultivate after returning? Yin Quan walked calmly and replied lightly, Nothing is hidden from you, Brother Yin. Yes, everything has been arranged, and it seems something ominous will happen. Thankfully, the sect's mission here has been completed. Honestly, I thought you would take Ranran away with you. I didn't expect her to come back by herself today. If you don't meet her tomorrow, it may be your last time seeing her, right? I understand. Yin Quan replied calmly, not slowing his pace towards the inn. Chapter 75, Now Begging for Mercy. Sometimes knowing too much and letting go too much may not be a good thing, you know. Yun Ruo said, softly stopping in her tracks. People are different, and so are their paths. Some roads need to be walked by ourselves, that's all. After saying that, Yin Quan continued walking forward, knowing that Yun Ruo would have to leave. But this won't be the last time we meet, whether with Ranran or with you. It's just that the time might take a while. Yin Quan hesitated for a moment, but still stopped, addressing Yun Ruo, who was about to leave. I will remember what you said, Brother Yin, and take it seriously. Yun Ruo smiled, and in an instant a gentle breeze blew past, and her figure vanished. Yin Quan was stunned for a moment, instinctively touched the spirit stone bag at his waist side, and hurried back to the inn in the deep night. Lying alone in his room, Yin Quan finally enjoyed a rare tranquility. Being alone really is the best, and now he could be considered a bit wealthy. His future days wouldn't be too difficult. He soon turned his weariness into drowsiness and fell into a muddled sleep. Time passed unknowingly, and Yin Quan had another familiar nightmare, once again feeling the heaviness pulling him into consciousness. However, this time, why did it feel so cold by the bedside? His body was engulfed in warmth, yet one side of the bed was bone-chillingly cold. How could he sleep like this? Yin Quan groggily opened his eyes and met the beautiful gaze of a white-haired fairy holding an ice sword by the bedside. 3 parts disgust, 7 parts killing intent. Shuer, good morning, what are you doing here? Long Kylo. Seeing the ice sword so close, Yin Quan instantly woke up. He also discovered the colorful-haired girl who was sleeping soundly beside him. Wait, where's the formation I set up yesterday? Yin Quan felt confused and soon saw that the formation had been broken by the dragon girl using spatial secret techniques. Haha, calm down, she came in here for no reason. Wake up quickly, Yin Quan explained, quickly shaking Long Kai Lu awake. Seeing Long Kai Lu showing no intention of waking up Chu Ruo, Shui coldly smiled at Yin Quan, signaling him to hurry up. Feeling that Chu Ruo Shui's patience was about to reach its limit, Yin Quan could only hurriedly pinch the tail of the little dragon girl lying on him. What? Long Kai Lu instantly woke up, her beautiful eyes widening, staring at Yin Quan in a daze. What do you want to do? I told you the tail is off limits, it's very, very sensitive, she said with a flushed face, exhaling hot air and tightening her legs. TSK. An even more displeased voice came from the white-haired girl, while Quan hurriedly took the opportunity to get out of bed from the other side. Wow. Chu Ruo Shui, what are you doing here? What do you think, little lustful dragon? You, how dare you call me that? Say it again if you dare. Long Kai Lu was instantly angered by Chu Ruo Shui's words, her face flushed with embarrassment. However, it was indeed the first time someone had seen her act this way. How could she explain this to herself? No, why was this related to Chu Ruo Shui? It was still so early, what was she doing here? Unless she had the same idea as him. And her reason for coming now was just that she was busier yesterday. What are you doing here? I don't think you have good intentions either. Long Kai Lu crossed her arms, pretending to be indifferent as she changed into her outer garments. Hee, and what if I do? Brother, Yin was originally mine. As for you climbing into a human cultivator's bed in the middle of the night, what would happen if I told Elder Long you? Chu Ruo Shui said disdainfully. This silly dragon really made her too lazy to get angry at her. She wanted to direct her ire at Quan, who was standing by. You broke the rules. You can't do this. You can fight me however you want, but you're not allowed to tell on me. Otherwise you're just scared. Stop. Chu Ruo Shui suddenly shouted, coldly startling Long Kai Lu, who was shaking her skirt. The latter turned to see Quan opening half the door, intending to sneak out. What? Is this also my fault? Quan said, helplessly stepping one foot outside. Thud. A sharp and slender ice crystal instantly nailed itself to the other side of the door, just a few centimeters away from Quan. I checked, and it was just dawn. The doors of the other palaces should be closed. Ha. Quan laughed, closing the door again, with no choice but to retreat back into the room since it was indeed too early and he had nothing to do. However, would his appointment with Miao Yutao go ahead under these circumstances? Should he tell her he couldn't make it? No, he still needed to take the opportunity to do other things. Could these two little tyrants not let him sleep peacefully for one day? Come here. Chu Ruo Shui coldly huffed. Quan pointed to himself in confusion. What does this bad woman want? Who else could it be but you? Fine. Quan said impatiently. Should he just escape using his abilities? No, it's better to keep some tricks up his sleeve for now. After all, it had only been a few days. Come here, what do you want? Quan said displeasedly as he walked to the two girls. Anyone would get angry when disturbed from sleep like this every day? Chu Ruo Shui coldly snorted, tugging at Quan and throwing him onto the bed, directly straddling him in front of Long Kai Lu. Tell me, how much do you know about this? Spill it all out. Chu Ruo Shui leaned closely to Quan, her breath fragrant. Well, what are you doing? Long Kai Lu exclaimed in shock, but with Chu Ruo Shui having her leverage, she could only watch with a flushed face. What do I know? Do you think I know a lot? You certainly do. Chu Ruo Shui said with a smirk, her small hand restlessly tugging at Quan's clothing. What are you doing? I keep asking and asking, you know what I want to do. If you don't say, I'll have to move my schedule up to now. Hey, Chu Ruo Shui, don't go too far. Long Kai Lu stammered, covering her eyes in fear of what was to come, but leaving a few large gaps to peek through. All right, then you can continue. Chu Ruo Shui didn't expect Quan to suddenly say this calmly, causing her to momentarily freeze in her actions. She only wanted to scare Quan, after all, who would do such a thing in front of others. That would be too much. Moreover, to be honest, she had no idea how to start or finish such things. If this continued, she would be the one caught off guard. But why was Quan so at ease? Had he already experienced this with someone else? What's wrong? Quan smiled. You? Have you already? Already. Chu Ruo Shui blushed with anger, her eyes darting to the little dragon girl beside her, quickly dismissing one option. Su Yao. Or Miao Yutao. Whatever, since someone else had already done it, she couldn't fall behind. If he wouldn't say it, then he shouldn't expect to leave today. He shouldn't think about it from now on. What are you talking about? If this continues, you will be the one at a disadvantage. You should know that. So let's talk this out. Wait. I'll talk. Quan originally intended to intimidate Chu Ruo Shui and negotiate, but for some reason, he ended up angering her. Chu Ruo Shui's small hands moved quickly, and Quan saw he was about to be stripped. Now I beg for mercy. Spare me, it's too late. Think about the teachings of our master. Facing the fervent gaze of his junior sister, Quan could only protest with words. Chu Ruo Shui, this corrupted junior sister is too wicked. Quan never expected her to do such a thing. No matter what, she shouldn't do it in front of others. I must find a way to stop her. Senior brother, after today our relationship will change completely. What is this? Isn't this your thing, senior brother? It looks like a woman's. Little Lear, take a whiff. Chu Ruo Shui raised her delicate brows slightly, handing the token to the nearby Long Kai Lu. It seems to belong to that girl from the Nangong family, but what do you mean? Don't think this princess can be ordered around you, you little vixen. Long Kai Lu stammered, struggling, as these matters were a bit too stimulating for her. But she thought if it were her in this situation, it might be even better and more thrilling. No, how can I just watch Quan be? If this gets out, what would I be? How could I let someone else take my man right in front of me? Get off me quickly, I remember your mother came this time too. I saw her as she looks just like you, it must be your mother. If you don't get off, Yin Quan will tell your mother, and see who's tougher. Long Kai Lu, realizing the situation, hurriedly threw the token aside, stood up, and shouted. Oh, then go ahead and tell. But be prepared, because it seems like you're rather afraid of your aunt, aren't you? Chu Ruoxue said nonchalantly, though her hand paused on Yin Quan's last piece of clothing. Don't be fooled by her, she's even more afraid than you. Yin Quan saw Chu Ruoxue hesitate, and quickly warned Long Kai Lu, only to be gagged by a piece of soft cloth of unknown origin from Chu Ruoxue. If you have the guts, then go ahead and tell O, just wait, and see how many vixens will come to snatch him away. Chu Ruoxue said, curling her lips. That's still better than what you're trying to do right now. Long Kai Lu retorted anxiously, using magic to teleport Yin Quan to her side. Ugh, spit. Chu Ruoxue, how are you any different from that senior sister from the Heroine sect? After breaking free, Yin Quan hurriedly tossed away the gag and stepped back, pulling out his storage bag, gripping it tightly. To be honest, he was almost ready to give up resisting. After all, he was a normal man now. How could he withstand the stimulation from this white-haired wicked woman? After all, he wasn't particularly at a disadvantage. Do you remember that time when someone purposely went on a mission to the Heroine sect and ended up drugged? If I hadn't arrived in time, that wretched woman would have devoured him completely. Chu Ruoxue stood up and said, coldly, getting angry just thinking about that incident. This original senior brother always placed everyone in the same mold, and every time, it was his clumsy actions causing trouble, yet he expected her to monitor everything every day. Cough, that was all part of my plan. Your appearance has rather disrupted it. Yin Quan quickly put his clothes back on. Chu Ruoxue tilted her head, glancing at the tightly gripped storage bag in Yin Quan's hand, and with a smirk, she tidied up and sat on the edge of the bed. Then the three of them remained silent, no one speaking further. Don't you two have anything to do today? After a long pause, Yin Quan spoke. I do, but I'd rather stay with you. Long Kai Lu mumbled, keeping her head down. She was still quite afraid of Chu Ruoxue telling on her. If Chu Ruoxue weren't there, she would have long since taken Yin Quan and run far away, so her aunt couldn't control her. So what? Today you've already made me furious. You should compensate me. Chu Ruoxue huffed, tilting her head. You two came to my bed in the middle of the night, and one of you almost just now. Cough, do as you please. I'm leaving now, right now. Yin Quan said, helplessly, standing up and quickly walking toward the door. After all, he didn't care anymore. If these two insisted, he would have to show his trump card. It had been too dangerous just now. Hey, you are indeed in this room. I was just about to knock, but you opened the door at the right moment. A stunning fairy with blue hair and pink eyes stared at Yin Quan, who just opened the door. Although it's a bit early, you promised today, so to prevent you from going back on your word, I came here. The blue-haired fairy continued, fearing being late, as a certain restless friend might follow her. Who's inside? The blue-haired fairy asked, crossing her arms. Seeing Yin Quan looking so forlorn, she guessed there must be someone else in the room. Miao Yutao. Long Kai Lu. What are you doing here? Upon discovering each other, both Miao Yutao and Long Kai Lu were shocked. Could it be? Are you in cahoots with Yin Quan? Long Kai Lu exclaimed. Did you two plan to team up and deceive me from the start? Miao Yutao said simultaneously. After both spoke, they fell silent, while Yin Quan took the opportunity to sneak out from one side of the door. Pull him in. Chu Ruoxue's beautiful eyes blinked, her slender fair legs gently swaying at the edge of the bed, her tone filled with restraint and patience. At the door, Miao Yutao, although still unclear about who this stunning white-haired beauty was, certainly noticed Yin Quan's little movements. Thus, Yin Quan was once again pulled back into the room, seated at a side table by Miao Yutao. Fairy Miao, you saw my situation. It's a bit tricky. Lecher. Miao Yutao scornfully replied, sitting near Yin Quan at the guest table, turning her face away in displeasure. My patience is truly limited. Let's negotiate quickly. Chu Ruoxue crossed her arms and sat beside Yin Quan at the guest table. What do you mean? How about we have a fight? Whoever wins gets him. Long Kai Lu angrily sat at the last seat of the guest table, clenching her small fists. Cough, let me say. Yin Quan suddenly realized these three seemed unfazed by this situation. Moreover, what were they planning to do? Auction him off? That wouldn't work. I must argue my case. Shut up. You better not speak now. Damn, Yin Quan, you have a lot to explain later. All three women simultaneously interrupted Yin Quan's words. But how could they not be angry in this situation? The person they cared about was flirting everywhere, yet still insisting on pursuing some benefits and ideals. They even abandoned themselves for this. Oh, what about others? They couldn't possibly have liked him for no reason. There must have been various incidents, and it was definitely Yin Quan's fault. Although it's a quick solution, isn't it inappropriate to fight here? After all, we still have our own matters to attend to in these few days. Chu Ruoxue spoke first, surveying Miao Yutao up and down. Why fight just to compete for him? You must be too bored. Miao Yutao followed up, glaring at Yin Quan, who was casually making tea. Yin Quan shrugged helplessly. A group of old ladies. If it weren't for him not having enough good stuff, he would have long disappeared. He was truly at a loss right now, but this situation was still better than being forced by Chu Ruoxue on the bed. In this situation, if Chu Ruoxue were a bit more reasonable, he probably would have just accepted it. After all, he wasn't completely incompetent in that area. However, he now had things he wanted to clarify, so it was better not to get too entangled. All right, you can voluntarily withdraw. You can leave now. Chu Ruoxue's white hair floated as she coldly retorted, raising a teacup to signal Quan to pour tea. This was the first time she had seen a vixen who admitted defeat right away. Why should I leave? Clearly he promised to accompany me today. To the treasure fair auction, did he also promise to accompany you today? Miao Yutao urged, realizing that this white-haired girl seemed difficult to deal with, so she quickly brought up Quan's promise as an excuse. Damn, Quan, did you really promise her? Why? Why can she accompany you, but not this princess? Long Kai Lu fumed, her colorful pupils narrowing. This was a clear sign of her anger. Quan sipped his tea, initially thinking that remaining silent would be fine. But now why did it feel like these three were continuing this farce with each other, making his situation increasingly perilous? Chapter 77, Equal Treatment. I suppose you only made a deal with senior brother. However, even so, it still annoys me. Chu Ruoxue analyzed towards Miao Yutao, simultaneously shooting a fierce glare at Quan, instantly freezing the tea in his hand. Senior brother, you're Quan's junior sister. I don't care what happens between us, but he promised to accompany me today, so that must hold true. Miao Yutao said coldly, not knowing why she felt a strong animosity towards Chu Ruoxue. Miao Yutao, you traitor, I can't believe I told you so much. You're just like Chu Ruoxue. Don't you all think this princess is easy to bully? Long Kai Lu slammed the table, already feeling quite annoyed after not getting enough sleep and being woken up. Now she just wanted to roll up her sleeves and fight. Fighting over a man was quite common in the Dragon Clan. After all, the Dragon Clan values that the victor takes all. I don't care if the lecher promised me. Miao Yutao crossed her arms, uninterested in arguing with the others. That would only waste her precious time. I don't care either, he must accompany me today. Chu Ruoxue mimicked Miao Yutao's tone. Now it wasn't convenient to use force, so she could only try to keep Quan within sight and lock him up immediately after these few days. I care even less. Wherever Quan goes today, I'll go. Long Kai Lu shouted loudly, fueled by an inexplicable competitive spirit. Cough, let me say something. Quan tidied up before standing up. Huh, what do you want to say? Long Kai Lu looked at Quan, who suddenly seemed composed, feeling an ominous sense. I just secretly notified my friend here. If I don't send him a message shortly, he will tell Senior Long Yu and Senior Yang Shui about what you and Chu Ruoxue did today. Quan said slowly, pulling out his recording stone and communication mirror. What you dare? If you want to die, just say it. You'll definitely be beaten to death by my aunt. Long Kai Lu exclaimed anxiously. I have my ways to escape. I'm only here now to annoy you, but it's because I have things to do. Quan shrugged, finally able to turn the tables. Although he was lying to them, he hadn't actually sent anything out, but this was the best strategy right now. He was betting they would be scared. Otherwise, this morning would have truly worn him out with these girls. What do you think, my dear junior sister? Do you want to show Senior Yang Shui what happened today? Quan chuckled, forcefully pinching Chu Ruoxue's delicate white face. Miao Yutao and Long Kai Lu stood frozen, both feeling that Quan would soon face dire consequences. Bad senior brother, you only bully me. Chu Ruoxue had her face pinched a few times, her expression initially one of anger and suspicion. But as Quan's grip tightened, his eyes revealing a serious threat, her expression became one of impending tears. This, Quan noticed Chu Ruoxue starting to tear up and could only reluctantly let go. This girl had just tried to force herself on him minutes ago, and now she was acting pitiful. It seemed she was genuinely afraid her mother would find out about this. Whatever, since punishment was necessary, it had to be fair and just. Long Kai Lu, it's your turn. Oh, come here and show your face. Me? Why? This princess did nothing wrong. You should pinch her more. Don't punish me. Long Kai Lu hurriedly covered her small face with her hands. It seems you aren't scared. Well, then I'll call someone. Quan picked up the communication mirror. No, don't do that. I'll let you pinch me. Long Kai Lu's eyes, which were once narrowed, now turned into pleading round balls, trembling as she extended her pretty face. This is more like it. Making you cling to me every day. Quan showed no mercy, pinching both sides of Long Kai Lu's lovely face. Ugh. Wah. Damn, Quan. This princess, I loathe you the most. Long Kai Lu cried out in pain, tears streaming down her face. Because she knew this way Quan would stop. She and Chu Ruoxue were surprisingly accurate in predicting his stance on these matters. Hey, you two weren't like this just now. Is pinching a face really necessary? Quan looked at the two crying fairy figures in confusion, then meaningfully glanced at Miao Yutao. What are you doing? Miao Yutao felt at a loss as Quan suddenly gained the upper hand. After meeting his gaze, she sensed something was off and quickly stepped back. Miao Yutao, did I tell you to come find me this early? Didn't I say I would come look for you? Quan questioned, gesturing for Miao Yutao to come closer. I was afraid you would go back on your word. You broke the agreement first. If I go back on my word now, it would be understandable. Quan said without changing his expression, pretending to withdraw his hand. I understand. Oh, just do it quickly, you lecher. At the last moment, just as Quan was about to withdraw, Miao Yutao still extended her small face. Quan, of course, took no mercy, pinching her face. After all, he had recently put effort into researching fairness in this regard. Lecher. Ugh. You first promised me. You can't go back on your word. You can't go back on your word. Miao Yutao protested while being pinched. After pinching all three women, Quan sat down feeling quite pleased. Stop crying and help me thaw this out. He pushed the cup of tea, which was frozen, towards Chu Ruoxue, who was still shedding tears. Understood. You just don't tell my mother, especially about this morning. Chu Ruoxue sobbed, grasping Quan's hand, thawing the ice. If I had known earlier, it would have been better. Quan chuckled, exerting some effort to pull his hand back, glancing at Chu Ruoxue with some concern. Did she fear her mother this much? He really didn't know before. Or should I say? Never mind, I can't hesitate now. Oh, a wrong step means endless troubles. Cough, cough. If you behave normally, I won't make things difficult for you. Miao Yutao, it's still early. The auction should not have started yet. We'll set off later. As for you two, write down what you intend to do on a piece of paper. Quan said proudly, finally releasing the pent-up breath of the day. Long Kai Lu wiped her tears and watched Chu Ruoxue silently start to write, so she picked up the pen too. Damn, Quan daring to threaten this princess. Sooner or later, I will repay you double. Long Kai Lu wrote, while torturing Quan in her heart, occasionally mumbling to herself. What are you thinking about? Are you plotting revenge against me? Quan walked over to Long Kai Lu, seeing her write slowly, and pinched her cheek. Woo! This princess would never. Long Kai Lu exclaimed angrily, speeding up and quickly handing the paper to Quan. Infiltrate the treasury, observe Nangong Xian. Quan looked at the simple phrases on the paper, feeling helpless about Long Kai Lu's writing style. But this was about what he expected. What about yours? Quan then walked over to Chu Ruoxue. Here. Chu Ruoxue said, looking pitiful as she handed the paper to Quan. Quan took the paper and couldn't help but pinch Chu Ruoxue's soft white face. After all, such opportunities were rare. However, when he saw the last line on the paper, he was instantly frozen in place. Chu Ruoxue had written her task normally at the beginning, but the last line read, "Have you forgotten that I haven't unsealed the magical artifact for you yet?" Upon seeing this line, the strength in Quan's other hand immediately turned soft and powerless. Senior brother, can you destroy those images? Schwer begs you. Chu Ruoxue said, still maintaining her composure, pretending to be pitiful. She had originally wanted to see what Quan would do when he suddenly gained power, but now she was genuinely disappointed. And me and my things. I beg you. Long Kai Lu chimed in. Junior sister, this little mirror is not originally my magical artifact. Quan leaned down and said. Chu Ruoxue, and naturally didn't realize that if this little mirror wasn't Quan's, then how could he possibly have obtained such a valuable artifact in such a short time? So she had always assumed this little mirror was something Quan had, but now. Senior brother, if you want to keep it for your secret viewing, that's fine, but please don't show it to anyone. Schwer is shot. Chu Ruoxue said, lowering her head. If you just act normally around me, I wouldn't even think of opening it. Quan said helplessly, letting out a sigh in his heart. But you just reminded me, quickly remove the seals from those things I had before. 78th chapter, new plan. I forgot. Chu Ruoxue said softly, pretending to be wronged. What do you mean? Didn't you just say yesterday that you could unseal them after going back? When did you become so forgetful? Clearly you still remember the matters from so many years ago with the Heroine sect. You are doing this on purpose, my dear junior sister. Quan said with a fake smile, reaching out to pinch Chu Ruoxue's tender face. I'm not doing it on purpose, it's just. I need you to meet my mother. The item to unseal this seal is with her. Chu Ruoxue looked at Quan with teary eyes, pretending to be pitiful. You are not allowed to follow me today. Let's go, Miao Yutao. Long Kai Lu. Quan said coldly, signaling Miao Yutao and Long Kai Lu to prepare to set off. You dare? I'm not lying to you. I originally wanted to secretly bring that item to unseal it for you. But then my mother found out. If I hadn't found an excuse, I would have been confined today. Chu Ruoxue stopped pretending and urgently grabbed Quan's sleeve. Your mother will confine you. Why would I believe that? Anyway, I definitely won't go with you to meet Elder Yang. Quan said coldly, feeling that Chu Ruoxue should be treated like a treasure at home, obeying her every word. So why doesn't this naughty junior sister just go back and act like the young lady she is? Why waste time here with me? Then if you don't take me to meet my mother, how can I help you unseal it? Chu Ruoxue glared back with beautiful eyes, her tone tinged with urgency. She was genuinely afraid that Quan wouldn't take her and the two girls out. If Quan dared to do that, she was already prepared to go down with him. Today she would deal with this wooden-head senior brother. At that point no one could say anything. After all, her patience had already been stretched thin. Forget it, let's go. Quan looked at the threatening and defiant gaze of Chu Ruoxue and forcibly abandoned the idea of getting rid of her. He took out a black mask specifically for guards from his storage bag and put it on. Where are we going? Long Kai Lu saw that Quan did not intend to leave her behind, which lifted her spirits a bit. Upon seeing Quan donning the mask, she hurriedly shook her dragon tail and approached to ask. Today I will help Miao Xianzi with her tasks, so I naturally have to disguise myself as her guard. Quan said blandly. So we won't be painting flower faces then. Long Kai Lu said happily, her dragon tail swaying even faster. You just need to use your own identities, don't get me involved. Quan said through the mask. His voice had turned muddy and unclear. What's with the mystery? Long Kai Lu replied, unhappily glancing at Chu Ruoxue, who unexpectedly had no objections. They both can come along. Miao Yutao frowned, not wanting them to follow her and Quan, but was afraid of being accused of wanting to be alone with him. Don't worry, their following may actually benefit you. Quan replied, mainly because if there was a way to prevent these two from following him, he would definitely be very willing. Also, I need to change my outfit. Can you all step outside for a moment? Quan added after all this foreign attire was too conspicuous and a bit inappropriate. The three girls stood still, each looking at Quan with a calm demeanor. I said I need to change my outfit. Can you all step outside for a moment? Quan reminded, already taking off his outer garment. 2M, not in your way. Besides, back in the feather realm, didn't you force me to help you change every day? Miao Yutao said, her face reddening as her voice trailed off. It's not like I haven't seen it before. Long Kai Lu crossed her arms, staring unflinchingly at Quan. What? Is senior brother also shy? Chu Ruoxue laughed, looking at Quan with a playful expression. In the central area of Zantiangong, three remarkably beautiful celestial maidens walked together towards the entrance of today's auction. Behind them followed a single black-clad guard silently. The presence of this guard was too abrupt, making him stand out among the three maidens. Miao Yutao, so just admit that you've been staring all along. The girl with colorful hair teased the blue-haired girl beside her. Huh, you have been staring too. And she even touched him on why not call her out. How can someone be so unashamed? The blue-haired girl blushed, pointing at the white-haired girl. Senior brother is mine. Oh, what's wrong with me touching him? The white-haired girl provocatively replied. Meanwhile, the black-clad guard stopped hearing the conversation among the girls and instinctively distanced himself, vanishing into the crowd. He was the reluctant Quan who thought the girls would have a bit of modesty and would leave the room voluntarily. But in the end, he could only endure the teasing until he had no choice but to change his clothes at last. It was truly, but thankfully he didn't have to completely change his attire. What is this all about? Quan sighed, walking towards the display area where the details and process of today's auction would be briefly presented. As expected, I can't fulfill all of Miao Yutao's requests. I suppose I have to go there. Quan analyzed after glancing at the display board. Suddenly a girl in a red dress bumped into him. She wore a strange tusked mask and had a petite, graceful figure, rushing down and colliding with Quan. Miss, are you all right? Quan quickly reached out to catch her as she was about to fall. I'm fine. The petite girl quickly got up, distancing herself from Quan and adjusting her mask. She anxiously looked around for a moment before hurriedly leaving. Quan observed her strangely, but did not pay much attention, focusing instead on how to help Miao Yutao gather the necessary materials. After pondering, Quan turned to face the approaching Chu Ruoxue and the other two. The plan has changed, Miao Xianzi. We need to act separately now. You go into the main building of the Tian Palace. There may be some items you want at today's auction. I will try my best to gather the rest for you today. Quan said blandly. Can you really get everything today, Miao Yutao questioned. As long as you haven't left anything out, those items on the list can likely be secured today. As for you two, since you both have tasks to enter the auction today, don't just be my tail. Quan first replied to Miao Yutao, then made arrangements for Long Kai Lu and Chu Ruoxue. A tail? This princess is not a tail. Long Kai Lu crossed her arms, glancing at Chu Ruoxue, waiting to see how she would respond to Quan's arrangement before following suit. Will you return to your room tonight? Chu Ruoxue said with a slight pout. Long Kai Lu then nodded as if realizing something. After all, there was nothing to do outside, and following Quan was pointless. Returning to the room at night was the main focus. Moreover, if the task was completed during the day, they wouldn't be confined at night. Chu Ruoxue really understood. Miao Xianzi, then let's meet in my room tonight. But remember to disguise yourselves when you come. Don't just run over openly to my place. Quan said, feeling embarrassed. What is this nonsense? But it's better than being caught by that mischievous junior sister alone. Yet it seems Chu Ruoxue is becoming increasingly indifferent to doing such things in public. Then I will follow senior brother's lead. Let's continue tonight. Chu Ruashua said softly, then without delay headed toward the entrance of the Tian Palace, accompanied by a lot of discussion and focused gazes. Then we'll see each other tonight. Wait for me, this time I must keep a close eye on you. Long Kai Lu said, bashfully, reluctantly hugging Yin Quan tightly, before hastily catching up with Chu Ruashua. Aren't you going with them? Yin Quan asked Miao Yutao, who was still standing there. You must keep your promise this time. Miao Yutao glared with peach blossom eyes, feeling somewhat dissatisfied that Long Kai Lu could hug him so readily. After all, they had been together for so many years, and Yin Quan had never hugged her properly. Don't worry, they'll give you everything tonight. Hurry and catch up. Tell them that I asked them to help you out. Even though they seemed strange now, in reality they were all exceptional talents and would likely be of some help to you. Yin Quan replied calmly, his expression beneath the mask showing little change. On the other side, Long Kai Lu hurriedly caught up with the slowly entering Chu Ruashua. Why are you following me, little naughty dragon? Chu Ruashua said coldly, realizing that if she left now, never mind, there were too many people here. If it spread, she would have to explain to her mother. This little silly dragon couldn't hold back. It seemed she would be confined. Don't call me that again. Besides, you have the least right to say that. If you didn't want me to follow, why are you walking so slowly? Don't you want to be with this princess? Humph, Long Kai Lu said anxiously. If I don't wait for Miao Yutao to catch up, how can I ensure I can see senior brother today? Chu Ruashua replied, looking at the blue-haired fairy approaching. Yin Quan relied on his identity as Miao Yutao's guard to arrive outside Yui's room. Yui was staying in a VIP room with 4 disguised Feather Clan guards standing outside. Who goes there? Yin manager. I will notify the young lady right away. No need, I can go in myself. Yin Quan stopped the guard who was about to enter and reported walked forward to take the door lock, directly opening the door and stepping in. The guards exchanged glances but ultimately didn't stop him. Once Yin Quan opened the door, he saw a spacious room, not only larger but also more luxurious than his own accommodations. This young lady really is pampered, he muttered to himself while walking toward a shimmering screen. Clearly someone was behind it. Where did this thief come from? Don't look. You are dead. I will tear you to pieces. As Yin Quan passed the screen, he unexpectedly encountered Yui, who was bathing behind it. The latter, seeing a stranger in black with a mask suddenly intrude, was also panicked. She quickly tried to cover herself and was about to call for the guards and fight back. Outside the door, several guards heard the commotion and rushed in, but the leader stopped them. Stop. It will be quiet soon. The young lady is fine, continue standing guard. He coldly rebuked, and the others had to retreat reluctantly. Inside the room, Yin Quan glanced at the clothes Yui had set aside. Ahem, it's Mia. Sorry, I didn't expect you to be bathing. I really couldn't see clearly. Yin Quan looked around, took off his mask, and turned his back to Yui. He was still polite in this situation. Yin Quan. You jerk. You scared me to death. Feeling the shout from behind, Yin Quan was about to respond when he was hit by a flying small basin. I thought who it was. What are you doing here? Didn't you say you wouldn't take care of me? After venting, Yui continued, and from her tone it could be determined she had returned to the water. Quickly get up and get ready. Oh, I have something to discuss with you. Yin Quan, knowing he was in the wrong, didn't say much more. He just wanted her to finish bathing quickly. No, I just got in. Yesterday's exhaustion has worn me out. I want to enjoy a nice soak. You just wait. Yui replied casually, completely devoid of the urgency from before, as if she no longer regarded Yin Quan's presence. All right, I'll wait for you outside for a bit. Hearing the slow splashing sound from behind, Yin Quan's mind flashed back to the pure white scene from earlier, and in the end he could only concede. In this situation, he truly had no means to deal with this headstrong young lady with black hair and white pupils. So Yin Quan could only leave, planning to sit at the guest table outside and wait for Yui. Yui muttered softly, feeling that Yin Quan completely disregarded her, saying that he wouldn't care if he didn't care, and barging into the room like a jerk, especially since he had seen her body several times. Yin, if you have something to say, why not discuss it while soaking in the mystical spring water of Shintian Palace? After all, aren't you the type who never considers a woman's feelings? Or is it because you're lacking in that area? You can wait outside, but I can't promise when I'll be finished soaking. Even if I'm done, there might not be time left for you. Yui quickly mocked Yin Quan as she saw him about to step out from behind the screen. She felt that she had suffered too much loss at Yin Quan's hands, so she was determined to use every method to ridicule him to regain some dignity. TSK. Yin Quan paused in his steps, pondering for a moment, feeling that he shouldn't waste too much time here. He quickly turned around, removed his clothes, and stepped into the pool. After all, if it was truly spring water, it would benefit him as well. He really couldn't understand why Yui thought he would suffer. In his eyes, he was clearly at an advantage. You really dare? Don't look over here. Yui was caught off guard by Yin Quan's sudden action, hurriedly reddening her face as she buried her curvaceous body in the water, using magic to create a mist on the surface. Huff, indeed, it's spring water. The young lady certainly knows how to treat herself well. Today I came to discuss some upcoming matters with you, and I have a request as well. Finally, I will further release your contract. The last layer will be lifted when I truly leave. You don't have to concern yourself with that. Jerk. Just say what you need to say. Seeing the mist enveloping the water, Yue slowly sat back down in front of Yin Quan and spoke with a charming tone. First, Nangong Xian has found some help. I don't know if he has discovered you, or if he is looking for assistance to refine that item, but he might also be planning some other actions. Second, you all are acting a bit hastily. Let other forces probe, first muddy the waters, and then move when you gather the net. Third, give me a copy of the Outer Palace Treasury Key. I have something to attend to today. Yin Quan looked at Yue, who was curiously staring at him, and calmly clarified his points. But miss, why does the mist you created only cover half of the pool? Of Taha, Yin Quan, I told you that you are so vain, in the end you're still wearing a shame-covering cloth with such a ridiculous pattern, ha. Yue laughed, seemingly not listening to Yin Quan's words. You're not shy at all, having worn nothing. Yin Quan retorted speechlessly. Coffee, you really saw everything clearly. Jerk, how would I know you would barge in like this? What are those guards doing? Yue laughed, but was suddenly choked by Yin Quan's words, then angrily retorted. Serious matters are urgent. Did you hear what I just said? I have urgent matters to attend to today, and will leave soon. The key should be in the storage bag beside your clothes. Of course I know what you said. No need for your reminder. I plan to do as you said. The key to the Outer Palace Treasury. How do you know we've already obtained it? This matter was supposed to be kept secret from you. Yue huffed, pulling the storage bag towards her. I've already said that you don't need to hide anything from me. It could be bad for you instead. After all, what you obtained is probably a counterfeit anyway. Let me take a look. Maybe I can help you improve it and reduce some of your risks. When will you return it? Tomorrow. Today. Tomorrow morning. Tonight, return it to my room. If you don't come, you're dead. Okay, then let it be. Yue said as she took out a small box from the storage bag and tossed it to Yin Quan. All right, I'll catch it. Yin Quan replied as he caught the small box. Wait, I see that bitch has also come here. Have you interacted with her? It seems you haven't contacted her since leaving the Feather Realm, right? No contact. We were just strangers who met by chance, and after leaving the Feather Realm, we lost all communication. Yin Quan replied flatly, unable to understand why Yue and Miao Yutao were so hostile towards each other. Oh, is that so? That's good. Hurry up, what are you looking at? You can't see anything else. Yue mumbled to herself, throwing a few small items at Yin Quan to drive him away. After Yin Quan exited the Nangong, and he headed towards the outer palace. As he passed through Nangong Street, a familiar figure blocked his path. Yin Quan, come with me. A tall, handsome man in simple white clothing said calmly, with a group of Tianji Pavilion cultivators waiting behind him. Yin Quan, I don't know what you're talking about. Who are you, and what do you want? Yin Quan replied calmly, looking at Su Hui, who was secretly signaling him to run. It seems that bad rich woman is coming soon. Speaking of which, do those cultivators from Tianji Pavilion behind Su Hui still listen to him? Oh, let me see, maybe I really got it wrong. You should go check elsewhere. Su Hui instructed, discreetly signaling Yin Quan about the current situation. Who exactly are you? If you block my path again, I will report this to the person in charge of Shantian Palace. Yin Quan quickly adapted, signaling, you must help me stall. Chapter 80, is this your boudoir? Let's go, it seems something has gone wrong with the items given by Yao Yao. Su Hui said expressionlessly, giving Yin Quan a gesture indicating he was out of options, then led his group of Tianji Pavilion cultivators away. Yin Quan stared blankly for a moment, didn't hesitate much, and quickly left the place, heading towards the outer palace treasury. He walked to the main gate of Nangong Palace, passed through the guard's inspection, and exited Nangong, arriving at the outer palace region. While walking along the bustling outer palace avenue, he spotted a group of familiar figures, and two of them waiting for him at the forefront. Ranran, are you sure Yin Shixiang will come here? One of the veiled women asked. Elder Yun, my master has already arrived, the girl beside her replied, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Yin Quan in the distance. Looking at Tong Ranran, who was wearing the elegant and luxurious attire of the sect saintess from afar, Yin Quan felt a moment of daze, sensing a bit of strangeness. Because after today's farewell, he might truly miss out on many more exciting moments in this little girl's future. But perhaps this outcome is for the best. Well then, let's see what they want to say. Yin Quan sighed inwardly before continuing towards Tong Ranran and Yun Ruo. Just as a masked man in black slowly walked closer, a glimmer of joy and expectation flashed in Yun Ruo's eyes. She then instructed the disciples of Wangqin's sect behind her to leave, first planning to catch up with Tong Ranran later. The sect saintess's attire suits you very well, it's beautiful. Yin Quan approached and spoke to Tong Ranran, his voice slightly muffled by the mask. As for why Tong Ranran knew he would pass by here, he no longer needed to ask further. He still couldn't figure out how she located him. But this little girl knows what is important to him, and being able to return and cultivate properly is already quite good. Yin Shixiang, there's no need to say such obvious things. If there are any farewell words, it's better to say them now. Yun Ruo interjected, responding to Yin Quan. You know me, I'm not good at farewells. We will meet again in the future, so it's not a goodbye, no need to say too much. Yin Quan replied, lightly glancing at Tong Ranran, who had tears in her eyes. Master, you must take care of yourself. Tong Ranran wanted to plead with Yin Quan several times, but ended up stuttering out these few sentences. Go on, I know your difficulties. Return and clarify your path, and you can cultivate even further. Yin Quan replied, his voice still muffled, making it impossible to discern anything strange. From Tong Ranran's peculiar behavior, he could tell that what she was encountering might be related to her background. Yin Shixiang doesn't seem so dull. You guessed Ranran's matters, but what about mine? Can you guess mine? Yin Rua, noticing the atmosphere growing heavier, quickly spoke up to lighten the mood. What could possibly happen to you? Are you becoming an elder now, but still look like this? Well, I'll have to rely on you to take care of Ranran in the future. Yin Quan turned to Yin Rua, but before he could finish, Tong Ranran suddenly hugged him. Feeling the warmth and fragrance of the girl, Yin Quan wanted to pat Tong Ranran's head, but refrained, not wanting to mess up her exquisite hair adornments. However, these small actions were fully captured by Yin Rua beside them. She gave Yin Quan a playful look, then only chuckled as she watched the two. How do you plan to return, Feeling Tong Ranran's tight embrace and the increasingly watchful eyes around them, Yin Quan could only helplessly ask. We'll use the interdimensional teleportation array of Xiantian Palace, just like when we came. It can teleport us to the corresponding array in our continent. Yin Ruo replied, pointing with her slender fair finger to a distant vague large building. Master, you must return. If you make me wait too long, or if you dare not come back, Ranran will definitely come looking for you, and if I catch you I won't let you go. Just as Yin Quan was lost in thought, while looking at the distant teleportation array, Tong Ranran, who was in his arms, had stopped crying and raised her dark eyes to stare at him. Although her tone was fierce under her adorable face and big watery eyes, Yin Quan didn't overthink it. For a cultivator, 100 years isn't too long. She probably feels the same way how 1,000 years might be a bit long. By then, if he hasn't restored his cultivation, he would probably have turned to a pile of bones. Perhaps she could find a substitute for herself in the future and forget about him. Oh, for now, he would agree to her. My will. And those women, master, wait for me. If they dare to claim you as their own, do anything to you when I come back, I will kill them all. So, master, you must protect yourself first and wait for me. Without waiting for Yin Quan to finish, Tong Ranran hurriedly added, seeming to realize she had said something wrong, and changed her wording. She then released Yin Quan and returned to Yin Rua's side. Yin Quan was taken aback by Tong Ranran's sudden words, unsure of what to say. He looked at Yin Rua, only to find her watching him strangely with an odd smile under her veil. Yin Shixiang, I know you are keeping many secrets right now. Since Ranran and I can't take you away, we can only part ways for now. Yesterday, I worked hard to persuade Ranran not to act against you. If you have the chance in the future, you should repay me well. I look forward to our next meeting. Lastly, I hope Yin Shixiang keeps his promise. Although like Ranran, I won't take your current words as a guarantee. Yin Rua transmitted her voice, then exchanged a glance with Tong Ranran. After nodding at each other, they instantly vanished from the spot. Did those two really come to say goodbye? Yin Quan stared blankly at the teleportation array in the distance, feeling like he had been marked by some kind of tracking spell. However, since he still had urgent matters to attend to, he could only set this matter aside for now and quicken his pace towards the location of the Xiantian Palace outer treasury. Upon arriving at the treasury, he quickly managed to retrieve what he needed with the support of the Feather Clan. However, to avoid raising suspicion, he took the path of secretly purchasing items with spirit stones, a practice that had always been common. Even if discovered, it wouldn't matter significantly, as he had already contributed many spirit stones, essentially an equal exchange. Moreover, with the undercover support from the Feather Clan and the treasury key, this matter was incredibly smooth. I didn't expect there would be something here that Miao Yutao wanted. Could it possibly be something Nangong Min had stored here? Yin Quan carried all the items, including some treasures he had obtained along the way, on his way back. Probably not. Why would he store those things outside if he didn't put them in the inner palace? Yin Quan muttered to himself, not wanting to think too much about it right now. He just needed to handle Miao Yutao and get rid of a troublesome issue. After all, things were developing uncontrollably. He was just a minor supporting character in this major event, and the key was to secure his own retreat. As he walked, he pondered, and soon reached the entrance of the Western Palace. It was already nearing dusk, so he hurried inside, entering a small alley where he changed his disguise and headed towards a magnificent flower palace in the Western Palace. Miao Yutao is Peach Blossom. Does this girl represent Cherry Blossom? Remembering the pink cherry blossoms everywhere along the way, Yin Quan looked at the extravagant entrance door before him and muttered, "Ain't sure building should be inside. Take me to see your young lady." Yin Quan took out the token Nangong you had given him earlier and addressed the guards at the entrance. The guards, upon seeing the token, said nothing further and quickly led Yin Quan through the gates, arriving at the base of a large building. "I have already informed the young lady. You can go up to the 3rd floor to see her." "Okay, I understand." Yin Quan adjusted his attire, which was of a different ethnicity, and then entered the building. During the ascent, he didn't encounter many servants, which made him suspicious of the building's purpose. Upon reaching the third floor, Quan gazed at the half-closed door, hesitated for a moment, and then knocked a few times. Nangong Sanctus, I have arrived. Achu Quan. You wait a moment, I'll be right there. As soon as Quan knocked, a melodious voice came from inside. I thought you wouldn't come, but seems I misjudged you. This is your boudoir. Seeing the strange parts and treasures scattered about along with the young lattice inner and outer clothing in disarray, Quan was frozen in place. Know who invites someone up to their boudoir like this? Moreover, while there were signs of tidying up, why had she only cleaned the treasure parts? What about her clothes? Wait, is this girl really wearing clothing meant for outsiders?